The highly anticipated masterpiece is here. Hugong, once renowned as the supreme ruler of the world, the leader of the martial arts world, seemingly invincible. To the point where he idly ate his way to becoming overweight without even realizing it. However, during one pursuit to kill a sword saint who turned from benevolent to malevolent, Hugong unexpectedly awakens in another person's body, for unknown reasons. The journey to train and return to his peak condition. And what are the issues surrounding the main character? Let's watch together. In Gansu Province, the Martial Arts Alliance. A fat old man leisurely strolled along, humming a song. Not only that, but his huge, jiggly moves bounced with each step. The table was laden with delicacies. The old man sat down on the chair, his weight causing it to tremble. It turned out he was Hugong, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. He gently stroked the chair, quiet now. Then he picked up his chopsticks and spoon, preparing to enjoy the meal. All right, which dish should I start with? But before he could even touch the food, someone called out from outside, Alliance leader, it's Jagal Hai. Having the delicious food snatched away right before his mouth made Alliance leader Hugong a bit annoyed. What is it? The person outside continued, this subordinate has urgent matters to report. But Hugong only wanted to eat at this moment. He replied, I'm busy now. Come back in an hour. The person replied, understood. But still opened the door and barged in. Greetings, Alliance leader. It turned out she was the strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance, Jagal Hai. Seeing her enter, the Alliance leader waved his hand. Didn't you leave as I ordered? But since you're here, come eat with me. Jagal Hai sighed and replied, I'll get fat. Alliance leader Hugong then patted his face and then self-obsessively embraced his fat body. Little girl, women need to be a bit chubby to be attractive. Seeing this, Jagal Hai turned pale with fear, but still forced herself to praise Hugong. Yes, you're very attractive. Hearing this, he continued to be self-obsessed. You think so? Leaving Jagal Hai speechless. But the Alliance leader's eyes still sparkled, looking at Jagal Hai. Seeing this, she felt a bit awkward. Then she suddenly burst out laughing at this funny expression. Alliance leader Hugong stroked his beard and laughed. You've finally become honest. Laughing like a silly child. Jagal Hai also cleverly replied, I'm about to tell you earth-shattering news. But perhaps I should leave. But it seems like you're too used to it. You never leave after saying that sentence. Jagal Hai held up 2 fingers in front of the Alliance leader, saying, there are 2 news, one good and one bad. Hugong sipped his soup and replied, good news first. Jagal Hai then recounted, Lulin Wang said he found the best method for raising cattle. The quality of beef originating from Nyoang Mountain is always top-notch. Hearing this, Alliance leader Hugong happily said while gnawing on a piece of meat, really? He finally found his purpose in life. But Jagal Hai reminded him, it's too early to be happy. Hugong solemnly replied, ahem, right, what's the second news? Jagal Hai then continued, Ji Hyanam sent a letter reporting that the Sword Saint has begun to move. Based on his current speed and route, he's expected to arrive at the Alliance around noon tomorrow. Hearing this, the Alliance leader was a bit surprised. That fast? Is he walking on air? In fact, the Sword Saint, once known as the strongest swordsman. However, 10 years ago, this person suddenly disappeared and was believed to have cut off all ties with the martial arts world, but now he suddenly offers to compete with the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Jagal Hai sat on the table and asked Hugong, what are you planning to do? Alliance leader Hugong gnawed on meat and ate noodles, thinking while eating. After finishing eating, he patted his round belly. He casually replied, of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Jagal Hai couldn't believe her ears, slamming the table and standing up. What? That's ridiculous. But Alliance leader Hugong calmly replied, no, compared to being chopped into 100 pieces. Giving up the position of Alliance leader and running away is 100 times better. He sipped his tea and casually said to Jagal Hai, I'm sure that with his noble virtues, the Sword Saint will be a great Alliance leader. I've already returned the title of strongest swordsman to him, and I've held that title for 30 years, I'm satisfied enough. Jagal Hai felt extremely sad after hearing this, rushing to the Alliance leader and pleading with puppy dog eyes, can't you fight him properly? I want to see your martial arts. I've only seen you eat since I was little. But Hu Gong frowned and said, "Do you want to set up a funeral for me?" But Jie Galhai didn't believe it. "Wasn't it you who sent evil individuals like Jashuo Shen of the demonic sect, Lingdi of the Shadow Realm, and Ma Zi1 of Tibet to the afterlife?" The alliance leader clicked his tongue and replied, "Tsk, I just got lucky those times." Jie Galhai was completely disappointed upon hearing this. "You mean you just accidentally killed them?" Hu Gong grinned wickedly and replied, "Heh, that's right." Then he sadly rubbed his round belly. "Besides, look at my body now, just walking makes me out of breath. So I'll run away tonight, I'm counting on you for everything later." Jie Galhai asked, "Where are you planning to go after leaving the alliance?" Hu Gong casually replied, "I don't know yet, maybe to the manor on Yowang Mountain where Lulin Wang is, or to the North Sea. Xian Yin Xianzi of the North Sea once said that fresh fish is a specialty there and invited me to enjoy the delicacies." Jie Galhai turned away in frustration. "No matter where you go, I'll definitely follow you in half a year." The alliance leader covered his face and sighed, saying, "That's a bit troublesome, why do you have to make things difficult for me?" But Jie Galhai stubbornly replied, "I don't care." Suddenly, alliance leader Hu Gong sensed something strange. Jie Galhai was about to asking one last time, "Do you really not want to fight?" But Hu Gong gestured for her to be quiet. "Shh." Seeing this, Jie Galhai was a bit bewildered. "Uncle?" But Hu Gong stopped Jie Galhai. "Quiet." He seemed to be extremely focused, his consciousness connected to the battlefield. It seemed like something bad had happened. "Swordsman Muyan, what's going on?" "Report to the Alliance that Ji Hyanam has fallen. He was defeated by the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint is also killing civilians. Everyone is dead." "What are you saying?" "We don't have much time left. Shaolin Temple and the nearby Wudang sect have agreed to help me hold back the Sword Saint, but I don't know what will happen to them. Report to the Alliance leader immediately." Hearing this, the Alliance leader couldn't believe his ears. "Killing people?" He thought to himself, the Sword Saint is respected by the whole world for his benevolence and integrity, so there can only be one reason. He's lost control of his inner energy. Then he focused a large amount of energy to locate the Sword Saint. "First, I need to find the Sword Saint's current location." Jie Galhai seemed to have never witnessed this before, feeling extremely worried. Uncle. A martial artist hurriedly reassured everyone, calm down. He's the leader of the martial arts world, wait for his orders." Just then, the Sword Saint appeared, the 108 Arhat Fist techniques of Shaolin. "Very well, I will destroy everything and bathe Shaolin Temple in a sea of blood." When Alliance leader Hu Gong stopped, the entire room was in ruins. Jie Galhai confusedly ran to him. "Uncle, what did you just do?" Hu Gong turned his back and said, "The Sword Saint has lost control of his inner energy." Hearing this, Jie Galhai was very surprised. "What? The Sword Saint? Someone so strong?" But Hu Gong was extremely angry. He really couldn't understand. "Sword Saint? Why did you become like this?" Then he coldly said to Jie Galhai, "I have to go find the Sword Saint immediately." Making her very worried. "Wait." But before she could do anything, a huge force erupted. Alliance leader Hu Gong quickly shot off right before Jie Galhai's eyes. "Uncle." The monks were terrified that someone as virtuous as the Sword Saint would act this way. They shouted loudly, "Sword Saint, regain your senses. Why would someone respected by the whole world do such a thing? He was considered the most upright person in the world, how could he do this?" The ground was stained with blood, corpses scattered everywhere. The Sword Saint slowly walked over, his voice now echoing from the depths of hell. "Yes, that's right, you're right." He laughed maniacally, his eyes flashing with demonic sparks. The sword was stained with blood, and he bitterly said, "I have always been humble and virtuous. I have always been cautious." Then he recounted the grudges he had been harboring for so long, but that fat Hu Gong always did whatever he wanted. And yet he still called the best in the world, standing from afar, high above, looking down on the people at his feet. How much must he have triumphed? He must have been laughing inwardly for outsmarting me. It's ridiculous for someone who can't last a stick of incense in front of me to be the Sword Saint. He said that. That's why I have no choice but to submit, because I am the one who is subjugated. I must be someone who always lives cautiously. Someone once said that I must always be so humble because I am not like him. Is that true? Talent, ability. body, knowledge, wisdom, and etiquette. Above all, what does he have that I don't have? I, the Sword Saint, will teach that pig Hugong what the taste of humiliation is like. Now the Sword Saint's body was filled with resentment and the stench of blood. His body emitted a demonic, evil power. He was no longer human, laughing maniacally. Right now, I am the strongest swordsman. Everyone must kowtow and show reverence when they see me. Everyone must worship the patience and the dark days I had to endure to overcome that pig. Seeing this, the Grand Master sadly chanted, Amitabha. Sword Saint, you are no longer in your right mind. How did you come to this? Hearing this, the Sword Saint went berserk, grabbing the monk by the neck. Shut up. You stupid donkey. You're just a donkey who only knows how to chew grass every day. Crazy? Me? The monk panicked, trying to break free but couldn't. The Sword Saint still went berserk, throwing the monk away like a stone, shouting, Am I the crazy one? The young monks worriedly ran to support him. Grand Master, are you all right? The Sword Saint said in a savage voice, No one can stop me. He held the sword in his hand and caressed it, laughing maniacally like a bloodthirsty fiend. And no one will survive under this blade. With the power to destroy the heavens and the earth burning fiercely in this sword, in my blood vessels. He looked up to the sky and roared, Now I am the strongest in the world. Just then, a purple light appeared in the sky. It was Alliance leader Hugong. His appearance surprised the Sword Saint. What the hell? But before he could finish his sentence, both of the Sword Saint's arms were severed. What? It took him a few seconds to react, screaming in pain. He looked up in confusion. Hugong? And Hugong smiled as he looked at him. The Sword Saint laughed in pain. He lowered his head helplessly. It seems no matter what I do, I can't catch up to you. Everything I do becomes meaningless. But Hugong, you won't be arrogant for long. I have seen in the darkness, the vision of you losing everything, becoming so weak that even the wind will blow you away, your collapse. But without letting the Sword Saint finish, Hugong snapped his fingers. You talk too much. Immediately, the Sword Saint was chopped into pieces. Chunks of flesh fell to the ground. The scene returned to silence. Hugong painfully observed everything. Then he closed his eyes. Sword Saint. But when he opened his eyes, he felt a bit strange. Was it a dream? It must have been a dream. Everything. The surrounding scenery was strange. Hugong blankly sat up, wondering, what's going on? Where am I? Then he put his feet down. This isn't my bedroom. Did someone teleport me while I was sleeping? But as soon as he got out of bed, he staggered and almost fell. He had to grab the table, panting, What did they do to me? I can't believe I can't breathe after taking just a few steps. Looking at the large mirror in front of him, Hugong couldn't believe his eyes. He tremblingly touched the mirror. What is this? Hugong now looked no different from a skeleton. Why has my body become like this? Have I become younger? Wait, this isn't my appearance when I was young. Does this mean body snatching? But I can't sense another soul in this body. In that case, soul swapping? My soul has been swapped with someone else? Why did it have to be a sickly, dying body like this? My organs and limbs are all messed up. Hugong recalled what the Sword Saint said before he died. But Hugong, you won't be arrogant for long. Then he tiredly held his head. Damn it, could it really be the curse that Sword Saint cast? It wasn't some random curse he cast before he died, was it? However, he's been dead for half a year. If it wasn't him, then who? Who swapped my soul? Do they want my life? My body. Hugong was afraid. What's happened to my body now? Will the owner of this body enter my body like they did with this body? Then he looked at his arm in confusion. Moreover, behind the bandages were countless cuts. These wounds. Hugong looked into the mirror in panic. Who is the original owner of this body? What kind of freak is the owner of this body? He sighed. Damn it, why did they dare to arbitrarily exchange my life? I don't even have any grudges with anyone. Then he tried to calm down, observing everything around him. Looking at this room, it seems like this is a wealthy family. Then he carefully pulled up his clothes, observing the body of the original owner that he had entered. Why does this body look so miserable? I hope they didn't do anything stupid to my body. Suddenly, Hugong heard footsteps, making him very flustered. Someone is coming. Should I pretend to be asleep? Or just go meet them? But before Hugong could do anything, the person arrived. Young master, you're awake? How fortunate! An old man with white hair and beard entered. His complexion didn't seem to be very good. Seeing that the old man called him young master, Hugong thought to himself. Is he calling me young master, and not alliance leader? Does that mean this old man isn't the culprit behind the soul swap? After observing for a while, Hugong suddenly remembered this is the elder of Changhua Library, BM Chion. Changhua Library, a family of geniuses who rank among the 3 greatest families in the martial arts world. They have profound knowledge of ancient texts and artifacts. Hugong's knowledge was so talented that it made scholars of the same era ashamed. BM Chion sat down on the bed. Hugong still didn't say anything, just standing still and observing. I've met him before, about 4 to 5 years ago. His appearance hasn't changed much. That means I'm still in the same time period. Suddenly, BM Chion waved his hand and called out, Your wish is my wish, come here. Making Hugong a bit surprised. Hearing this, Hugong was very confused. Wish? I don't know what's going on. But it seemed like he thought he was his grandson. But he still decided to sit down next to BM Chion. BM Chion gave Hugong a medicinal pill. Eat this medicinal pill. Seeing this, Hugong thought to himself, medicine? Is it a nourishing pill for this weak body? But he was still very vigilant, looking worriedly at BM Chion. But that sorrowful gaze, he talked about fulfilling his wish, and the traces of suicide on this body. If you consider everything carefully, there is only one answer. Then Hugong solemnly asked, Is it poison? Seeing this, BM Chion was a bit surprised. Both of them suddenly fell silent. Hugong now remembered that he was in someone else's body, and immediately corrected himself. A grandson can't treat his grandfather like this, he has to speak more politely. I mean, is this poison? BM Chion didn't dare to answer the question directly, giving the medicine to Hugong, urging, just eat it. He didn't deny it. Hugong waved his hand, hesitatingly saying, Before I eat it, I want to ask a question. Who is the current leader of the martial arts world? Hearing this, BM Chion was very surprised. What are you talking about? Hugong thought to himself, I need to know if he's related to the soul exchange and if the time is the same. Then he continued, This is very important. But before he could finish, BM Chion shouted, Shut up. He flew into a rage. You're always trying to kill yourself and begging me to kill you. Why are you suddenly asking about the leader of the martial arts world? Is just dying not enough? How much more do you want to humiliate your grandfather? Seeing this, Hugong backed away in fear. Did I anger him? I have to calm him down first. Stutteringly saying to BM Chion, Because I'm not sure what I did. BM Chion was furious, clenching the pill in his hand. But Hugong still didn't understand the problem, panting and saying, I don't want to die anymore. Leave. Let's talk more after the sun rises. It's difficult to grasp the situation right now. I have to find a way to cope. BM Chion had now lost all composure. You. He rushed towards Hugong in anger, You bastard. Hugong was afraid and immediately resisted. I can't give in. I have to use the powerful wind finger. But this weak body didn't allow him to do that. I can't? With no other choice, Hugong ran away. Damn it, I have to run first. It's just that this weak body can't even walk steadily, let alone run. Damn it, this body is too slow. Hugong was being chased closely by BM Chion. He was pinned to the ground by BM Chion. Hugong tried to crawl away but couldn't, unable to catch his breath. You're too heavy. Get off me quickly. BM Chion angrily pried open Hugong's mouth and stuffed the medicine in. Eat it and die. Hugong tremblingly cried out, Stop. But BM Chion covered Hugong's mouth and shouted, I'll follow you right away, so. The pill in his mouth made Hugong very worried. The pill is dissolving. I have to spit it out immediately. If it were my real body, poison wouldn't be effective at all. BM Chion was still trying his best to hold Hugong's head down. Die, 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 you bastard. In a moment of crisis, Hugong turned around and broke free, attacking BM Chion's neck, making him cough violently. At the same time, Hugong immediately felt a splitting headache. Hugong also managed to vomit the medicine out. Damn it, I'm glad I vomited it out in time. But he started to hallucinate. His body began to feel dizzy. What? Hugong staggered and collapsed to the ground. The effect of the medicine? Damn it, am I going to die like this? But Byum Cheon seemed to have been waiting for this for a long time. That's right, die quickly. Isn't this what you've always craved? Didn't you say that as long as you die, any pain is fine? Hugong still couldn't do anything, trembling on the ground. I'm not your grandson. I'm the leader of the martial arts world. But Byum Cheon didn't know this, sadly saying, but even though I helped you fulfill your wish, as your grandfather, it's hard for me to witness this. Hugong was about to give up the ghost. Damn it! But he was still unwilling. Am I going to die like this? In someone else's body? A body that isn't even mine. There are so many people in the world, why did my soul enter the body of a suicidal maniac? I can't believe I'm going to die without knowing who's behind this soul swap. To die like this? Am I going to die like this? I can't die unjustly like this. Hugong trembled, trying to stand up. But if I'm left like this, I'll really die. I have to use the last resort. He weakly called out, Grand. In his heart, Hugong was struggling fiercely. I don't want to do it at all. But if I want to live, there's only one way. Hugong trembled, please, making Byum Cheon a bit confused. Hugong's appearance was extremely miserable. Please save me, grandfather. Hugong finally collapsed. Byum Cheon was very confused by the scene just now. He stuttered, Doc. Then he shouted loudly, Doctor. Elsewhere, the soul in the Alliance leader's body had awakened. That person sat up, looking around. The long table, the ink painting, the scenery was very strange. And a sword rack, this was exactly Hugong's bedroom. The person in the Mingzhu's body called out, Songhua, where are you? But no one answered. Seeing this, the person smirked sinisterly, picked up the sword, and said, She's not coming, huh? Or rather, she can't come. He slowly drew the sword, muttering to himself, Didn't our bodies, souls switch places? He gleefully pointed the sword at his neck. It's not a dream. Blood flowed freely, making him extremely pleased. I can fulfill my wish this way. A disciple rushed to Jagalhai in a panic, and recounted what had just happened. Jagalhai was stunned after hearing this. Mingzhu Hugong's body was now gone. In the evening, at the Byamchen Archives Manor, Byum Cheon asked, How is Byum Hang doing? The physician replied, Please don't worry, although the young master's body will still suffer some slight after effects of the toxins, it will not be life-threatening. If it's fast, it will take a month, and if not, it will take at most a month and a half for the young master's body to naturally expel the remaining toxins. To have endured this much after swallowing the blood essence poison, the young master is truly blessed by the heavens. Hugong cursed inwardly upon hearing this. Damn it, that pill was the blood essence poison? I'm speechless. Blood essence poison is a type of red mushroom, with large bumps on the cap. Hugong recalled, although the toxins will increase when roasted, the taste will also become more delicious. This is my favorite snack, but I didn't get to eat it often in my previous life. Because this type of mushroom is very hard to find. Thinking this, he became even more resentful. I can't believe I almost died because of a blood essence poison, and I even had to beg others to spare my life. In my entire life, only others have begged me to spare their lives. I can't just lie here because of a snack, no more no less. While Hugong was busy thinking nonsense, the physician asked, But elder, I have a question. You said the young master begged you to spare his life, what does that mean? Byum Cheon replied, If I were you, I would say the same. Even though I heard it with my own ears, I still find it hard to believe. Hearing this, the physician couldn't help but be suspicious. This is great news, but why did the young master suddenly? Byum Cheon continued, his expression and attitude were very strange. He didn't even recognize me, and he called me by my name directly and spoke without using honorifics. The physician seemed to realize something, and anxiously said to the elder, The young master didn't recognize you? Then we have to check carefully to see if the toxins have affected his brain. Byum Cheon became very confused upon hearing this. Can poison make people stupid? The physician replied, Yes, 1-Chi poison is extremely poisonous. If the toxins spread to the brain even a little, it would leave significant after-effects. There are even cases where people who have been poisoned completely lose their memory. Just speaking more rudely is normal. Byum Cheon thought to himself, but that happened before he ate the blood essence poison. Byum Cheon fell into deep thought. Seeing the elder so worried, the physician could only remain silent. He also empathized with elder BM Cheon. Is he afraid of losing faith even if there is only a glimmer of hope? His heart must have found a glimmer of hope, always wanting his grandson, who always wanted to die, to finally beg to live. He then bowed and saluted. I sincerely hope that we can get through this safely. BM Cheon also said hopefully, that's what I want too. The next morning, there was a commotion in BM Hang's room. It seemed that BM Hang's brothers had come to visit. Big brother, do you need my help? I'm fine. Are you sure? I told you not to drink too much. Shut up. More importantly, it's confirmed that this kid is still alive, right? He's in a coma. The long-haired one mocked BM Hang. In a coma, haha, this man can even sleep? He'll probably live longer than us. The other one tried to defend him, but Big Brother begged to be spared. So he must have had a change of heart. Hearing this, the long-haired one flew into a rage. Big Brother, shut that dog mouth of yours before I kill you. You only have one big brother. This guy is a monster, he's not human. Then angrily dragged his brother away. Damn it, what a letdown. I knew I shouldn't have bothered to look at this man. I'm going crazy too. Let's go. In the afternoon, BM Cheon visited his grandson. After that, the physician also came to check on BM Hang's health. In the evening, no one came anymore, and the space was completely quiet. Hugong and BM Hang's body lay quietly on the bed, tossing and turning, thinking, no one is coming to visit anymore, huh? The eldest son of this family just came back from the gates of hell, yet only 3 people came to visit. But thanks to that, I learned some information. The original owner of this body is named BM Hang, the eldest young master of the Byamchan archives, who always had an obsession with death. This guy even has brothers, a drunken younger brother. The way that drunken younger brother came to visit while drunk is enough to understand that he was the last to visit. The parents of this body probably aren't alive anymore. Otherwise, with their child being so seriously ill, how could they not come to visit? Could it be that the original owner reached this point because his parents died? Having someone constantly sick like BM Hang in the house is already gloomy enough, and this guy always wants to commit suicide, so it must be even worse. The elder tried to kill his grandson with his own hands, yet no one bothered to show up until I finished swallowing the red thing. Looking at it, it seems like no one around the original owner is normal. Could it be that the Byamchan archives has collapsed? But I don't need to understand this family's background, the important thing here is, then Hugong suddenly sat up shaking his head. He continued to ponder, how did this soul enter my body? As usual, I will try to find out the truth, but, as the Sword Saint said, I have lost everything, including my weight. So, my top priority is to cultivate BM Hang's body enough so that I can move as I wish, and then, I will definitely reveal the truth. What happened to my body? And who is behind this? But hunger pulled Hugong back to reality. But first, you can't do anything without food. I haven't had anything to eat since I woke up, I'm so hungry. Thinking this, Hugong slowly opened his eyes. Then suddenly saw a girl pressing close to his face. The girl panicked and jumped back, flustered. Eldest young master, please forgive me. There was something under the bed, so I was trying to get it out. Hugong sat up, panting, and asked, you were too close to my face, do you have a problem with your eyes? Hugong was frustrated in his heart. Unbelievable. How could I not feel her presence in this room when she was even right in front of my eyes? In my old body, I could not only feel the presence of an insect crawling within a radius of 50 meters, but also tell how many legs it had. Then he casually asked, forget it, what's your name? The girl was stunned upon seeing this. Young master, did the toxins damage your head? Hugong indifferently replied, what? The girl worriedly continued, you really don't remember anything like the physician said? I am Songhua. Hugong observed Songhua for a while, then commented, firm eyes and too agile a body for a maid, does she know martial arts? But that's not important, Hugong needs to eat first. He then rubbed his head and said to Songhua, it seems like I suffered quite a bit of damage, this is not good. I hardly remember anything, so Songhua, go cook some porridge for me. I want to eat some porridge while listening to you tell me everything. Hearing this, Songhua was stunned. She lowered her head and asked Hugong, why are you doing this? Seeing this, Hugong was dumbfounded, huh? Songhua trembled and continued, why? Would you want to eat? Do you want to recover your strength with food? Why do you suddenly want to recover your strength? She panicked and shouted, after recovering, you want to die again, right? Once you recover, young master, you will have the strength to commit suicide again. Are you worried that you don't have enough strength to hang yourself? Am I right? Hugong thought to himself upon seeing this, even this maid is abnormal. Songhua was still annoyed and shouted, other young masters. We are all too tired of you, to the point of wanting to die with you. So please don't rush to your grave, but live a healthy and good life. Live with a purpose, find a reason to live, laugh, have fun, and look forward to a good future. Hugong could only smile wryly and said, Ho ho, yes, you are right, but before doing those noble things, I need to fill my stomach first. But Songhua refused to listen. No, I don't believe you. Hugong helplessly asked, then I'll starve to death? Songhua bristled up again and shouted, you have to eat, how can you starve to death? How dare you act like that? Hugong gave up. Why is it so tiring just to want to eat? But he also understood to some extent why the people in the family were acting so strangely. Considering the fact that she knew martial arts and also took on the work of a maid, and also had to prevent the original owner of this body from committing suicide, she probably witnessed Biam Heng committing suicide thousands of times, so it's no wonder she became so overly anxious. Instead of arguing about something silly like eating or not eating, it would be better to ask her what I want to know. Thinking this, Hugong decided to ask Songhua, I want to ask, who is the current leader of the martial arts world? Hearing this, Songhua became angry again. Why are you asking that? Why are you suddenly curious about the leader of the martial arts world? And it seemed that this was within Hugong's calculations, still bristling up as expected. If that's the case then. Hugong then said, I want to hear your beautiful lips tell me the story. Being praised, Songhua was very touched. Beautiful? She happily told Hugong, okay, since the leader of the martial arts world is a hot topic right now, I will tell you what I know. Hugong replied with a smile. Oh ho, a hot topic? Songhua continued, of course, the leader of the martial arts world is a pig, a genuine pig. He is extremely fat, extremely fat. Hearing this, Hugong was very shocked. What? But Songhua didn't pay attention, and kept talking non-stop. I heard people say that he is so fat that his eyes are squinted and can't open at all. How can someone so bulky even walk? But despite that, he is still the strongest person in the world. It's really funny. There's even a rumor that a year ago, he killed the Sword Saint by using his weight to crush him. How can someone who only eats all day be the leader of the martial arts world? I swear he got to the position of leader because of political power, not because of his martial arts. And the name of that fat leader is. But before Songhua could finish speaking, Hugong stopped her. Forget it. Songhua innocently asked, young master, you look very pale. Biam Heng's body already looks like a dried corpse, and now it's even paler. Hugong casually said, it's always pale. Songhua still asked naively, no, it's still pale, but it was a different kind of pale just now. What's wrong? Hugong scolded, you are so mean, how can you say that right in front of him? I mean, how can you speak ill of him behind his back? Songhua waved her arms and argued. But he really is fat. His belly is this big. Hugong shook his head in dismay, that's because his aura is too outstanding. But Songhua didn't listen, no way. Seeing this, Hugong angrily shouted, his aura is very outstanding. Isn't the leader of the martial arts world a great person who has dedicated himself to maintaining peace and order in the martial world? Then he became listless again. How would you know how great he is? Seeing this, Songhua was very worried. Young master, are you okay? Songhua raised her eyebrows and asked, I don't understand. Where is the charm of a chubby man? With the charm of a chubby man, do you really think so? Hugong sighed deeply, his face turning green, and said, of course, I want to become like him. Hearing this, Songhua thought for a while. I understand, young master wants to become. Then happily ran away immediately. I'll go prepare something to eat right away. Hugong waved his hand and forced a smile. According to her description of the leader of the martial arts world, it seems that I am still in the present time. Could it really be that Biam Heng and I only switched souls? If so, then Biam Heng must be in the leader's body now. Does he have those things? Or could it be suspicions? But I hope it's not what I think. 10 days had passed, and the physician was reporting Biam Heng's health to Biam Chion. Life is truly unpredictable, the eldest young master is recovering so quickly. Byum Hang was finally able to stand on his own. He has been obediently taking medicine according to the physician's instructions, and although he can only eat porridge, he eats 2 bowls every meal. As a result, almost all the bruises and wounds on his body have disappeared. Hearing this, Byum Cheon couldn't help but be confused. Strange, it's not normal for him to be like this at all. The physician reassured him, "Elder, don't worry too much. Look, the young master knows how to take medicine and eat on time. Although he has lost his memory due to the blood essence poison. There is good in the bad, isn't there?" Byum Cheon still said sadly, "I'm afraid I'm hoping for too much. What if he only loses his memory for a short time?" The physician replied, "But I hope things turn out as you say. After all, no one can predict anything in life." Byum Cheon seemed more cheerful and said, "That's right. Who knows, the leader of the martial arts world would end his own life." Hu Gong heard this and couldn't believe his ears but could only lie still. The physician continued, "That's right, it's unbelievable that he passed away due to suicide, not because he was harmed by the demonic sect or his enemies. The strongest person in the world must have his own worries." Then he suddenly noticed something unusual. "Why is the young master grinding his teeth so much?" "What?" Hu Gong ground his teeth so loudly that everyone was frightened. "I had thought about the possibility that Byum Hang would commit suicide after switching bodies, but—" Byum Cheon worriedly leaned closer to his grandson. "It seems like the child is having a nightmare." But he didn't know that Hu Gong's soul was extremely angry inside. "Now it's clear, my soul is just taking Byum Hang's place." Byum Cheon took his grandson's hand and comforted him. "Little one, it's okay, it's just a dream, everything is fine." But Hu Gong still didn't calm down. Could it be that Byum Hang is the one behind this? No matter what. He lost all self-control, sat up, and shouted, "I will kill you, you motherfucking lunatic, how dare you die so carelessly? Are you even worthy of being human for doing that? At least you should have discussed it with me first. I will kill you, even if I have to die with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Gong foamed at the mouth and collapsed on the bed. The physician and Byum Cheon were terrified and speechless. Byum Cheon looked at the physician in confusion. "Did you hear that? He didn't say I want to die, did he? My grandson, who only lived because he couldn't die." The physician also looked at elder Byum Cheon in confusion. "Who once pursued death wholeheartedly?" "Yes, I didn't mishear. The young master wants to kill someone. Someone like him, he wants to kill someone? There's nothing better than that in the world." Both were moved to tears. Early in the morning, a terrifying crying sound came from Byum Hang's room. A gloomy energy filled the entire room. Even Songhwa was a little scared and didn't dare to approach. Hu Gong lay on the bed, not closing his eyes. "So I really can't go back to my old body anymore? But I can't be so discouraged like this." Thinking this, Hu Gong sat up and called out, "Songhwa." Songhwa startled, "Yes." Hu Gong, with a haggard face and teary eyes, said to Songhwa, "Let's train." Hearing this, Songhwa was stunned. She stammered, "Yes." The guard who observed this was also frozen. He immediately went to report to Elder Byum Cheon. After hearing this, the elder was completely shocked. "What did you say?" "Byum Hang is doing push-ups." The guard was also very confused and reported to Byum Cheon. "Yes, eldest young master has been working very hard to train his body these past few days. Although at first, his arms trembled a lot, and he would fall to the ground before he could even do one. But now he can do Byum Bumong consecutive push-ups and is getting better and better." Hearing this, Byum Cheon was dejected. "I really don't understand what you're saying. And why are you only reporting this now?" The guard replied, "Please forgive me. Because his physical condition has always been very bad, I thought he should just train like this. However, he has persisted for several days now. Not only push-ups, but he is also practicing horse stance." He couldn't believe what he had witnessed over the past few days. He's even started practicing splits. The guard's description shocked Elder Byum Cheon even more. "What?" He held his head in worry. "I know my grandson's weak body better than anyone else. Even breathing is torture for him." The guard continued, "But that's not the only strange thing. It seems that the young master is asking for more meals, and the amount of food has also increased significantly. He also insists on drinking more than a bucket of water every day and has been training like this for a few days now. Then he stammered. I think Byum Cheon seemed to understand what he was about to say. Could it be? The guard continued. Yes, just like a year ago. It turned out that a year ago, Byum Hang had suddenly changed his attitude. He looked more cheerful, ate all his meals, and even smiled and greeted the servants, as if he had had a change of heart and wanted to start a new chapter in his life. Everyone was happy for him. However, as soon as everyone became complacent, he hanged himself again. Fortunately, everyone discovered him in time and rescued him in time. But no one could forget the mad face of the eldest young master when he was laughing with blood trickling down the corners of his eyes. Thinking this, the guard anxiously said to Elder Byum Cheon, "This time is even more terrifying than last time. I'm sure the young master is training so that he can end his life in a second. We can't let him get stronger like this, we have to stop him." Elder Byum Cheon pondered, but this time I want to trust him. Although I don't know why he's acting like this, he begged me to save him. And also the time he yelled in his dream that he wanted to kill someone even though his body was trembling. I can't let my fear prevent my grandson from recovering. Finally, he decided to talk to Byum Hang directly and ordered, "I will go talk to him myself, call him here." The guard replied, "Understood." Soon Byum Hang was in Byum Cheon's room. Byum Cheon asked, "How is your memory? Have you remembered anything yet?" Byum Cheon stammered, "I still haven't remembered anything." His whole body was trembling, and he could barely speak, not even a little bit. "Not even a little bit, there's no progress at all. Is that so?" Seeing this, Byum Cheon froze for a moment. Then he asked Byum Hang, "You're practicing splits?" Byum Hang tremblingly spread his legs a little wider and shouted, "Yes, I can't waste a single moment." Byum Cheon was speechless upon seeing this. "What kind of splits is that?" "That's not splits at all. My grandson is just spreading his legs a little wider than his shoulders." But Byum Hang was still trying very hard, and tremblingly said, "My body is currently limp as a noodle. A person can't let their body be like this." But he was really trying his best. Byum Cheon asked Byum Hang again, "What do you plan to do from now on?" Byum Hang was doing push-ups, panting, "I plan to improve little by little. First, is this body. But there are still many things I don't understand, and there are too many things I haven't done yet." Byum Cheon was very surprised to hear his grandson say that. Too many things he hasn't done? What has he ever done besides commit suicide? Byum Hang continued to do push-ups and said, "I know that everyone doesn't have good thoughts about me." Elder Byum Cheon carefully observed his grandson. He couldn't help but be confused. He is doing 7 push-ups? He's also practicing high jumps. He thought to himself, "But he's jumping higher than I thought. But why is he doing this in front of me? He could practice in his own room. It's as if he wants to show me this new side of him." Byum Hang suddenly interrupted his thoughts, panting, "I have something to say." Byum Cheon was stunned. "Yeah?" Byum Hang continued, "Byum Hang is dead." Byum Cheon was stunned upon hearing this. He worriedly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Byum Hang pushed himself up, stood up straight, and said solemnly, what it means literally. The eldest young master of the Byumchan archives. Byum Hang is dead. Because he's already dead, he can't die again. I'm saying this so you don't have to worry that he wants to die again. Byum Cheon was very confused and asked then, "Who are you?" Byum Hang, covered in sweat, confidently said, "I am the strongest person in the world." While his legs were still trembling and he couldn't stand steadily, Elder Byum Cheon didn't know how to react. "Is my grandson crazy?" At night, at a tavern, there was a slurred voice. "Just this cup, okay?" "No, the whole jar is right." The third young master of the Heavenly Passage Archives, Byum Bamong, worriedly said, "But it's very late. Let's finish drinking quickly and go back." But the second young master of the Heavenly Passage Tavern, Byum Yun, didn't listen and said, "Are you following me just to say that? It's ruining the taste of the wine. Just pour the wine for me in silence." He was very drunk and asked Byum Bamong, "But Bamong, I'm very curious." Byum Bamong replied, "What is it?" Byum Yun continued while drinking, "You seem to be very busy lately. I see you going out early every morning." Hearing this, Byum Bamong was stunned. "Yes?" Byum Yun said while gulping down wine, "Don't waste time. Do you think that bastard has really lost his memory? Do you think he's really training his body to become stronger? Do you still remember that laughing incident? It's all useless. In the end, he'll stab us in the back again." Hearing this, Byum Bamong jumped up. But I think this time there's really hope. Even the Grand Elder said this time is different, for the benefit of father. Byung-Yoon said provocatively with a smile. I guess you're going out to greet him and suck up to him, right? Byung-Bumong immediately retorted, it's not like that, I just want what's best for him. Byung-Yoon continued in a stern voice, Bumong, listen, that guy has been a demon for a while now, even if the sky falls, that fact won't change. Don't forget that we almost lost the Grand Elder. We'll only have peace when he dies. Byung-Bumong really wanted to defend Byung-Hang, but everything Byung-Yoon said was true, so Byung-Bumong could only remain silent. Byung-Yoon came over and patted Byung-Bumong's shoulder. Don't look so depressed. The atmosphere is heavy. Let's go drink somewhere else. Byung-Bumong anxiously pulled Byung-Yoon's sleeve, raising his voice. Yoon, please talk to Big Brother. Don't act like this anymore. He's different now. Recently when I was in contact with him, I was even very happy. If you really meet him. Hearing this, Byung-Yoon went crazy and threw the wine cup straight at the wall, shouting, Shut up. Byung-Yoon clenched the table tightly. You're very happy, huh? Angrily throwing the table away. And what are you calling him, Big Brother? He fiercely grabbed Byung-Bumong's collar and shouted, I told you if I heard you use that title again, I would kill you. Suddenly, the tavern became silent. Everyone was frozen. Someone came and patted Byung-Yoon's shoulder, this young master. Byung-Yoon arrogantly turned his head and asked, What? The other person said sternly, The patrons here should sit quietly and drink wine. Then he shouted, Instead of causing trouble in public like this, and swung a punch towards Byung-Yoon. A very powerful punch, but he only punched the floor. Byung-Yoon had jumped onto the chair a long time ago. You think just because I'm drunk I won't be able to dodge your lousy punch? He jumped down and headed the owner of the tavern, shouting, Get the fuck out of here. Don't interfere in our conversation. With just one move, the owner of the tavern was lying on the ground. Byung-Yoon sneered and said, Weak and still trying to be tough. Byung-Bumong silently watched Byung-Yoon. He finally spoke and asked, How long are you going to run away for? Byung-Yoon was stunned. What? Byung-Bumong said sternly, You're afraid of Big Brother, aren't you? Please don't act like a child anymore. I know you're afraid, you don't have the courage to approach him. Hearing this, Byung-Yoon angrily grabbed Byung-Bumong's collar and shouted, You brat! You said I'm afraid of him? But Byung-Bumong wasn't afraid at all, he just looked at Byung-Yoon firmly. Byung-Yoon was annoyed, a worthless bastard like him. He pushed Byung-Bumong away. That's not funny. With a scowling face, if that's the case, then keep your eyes peeled and watch how I tear off his fake mask. At night, behind the house, it seemed that Byung-Hang was working hard to train. 8, 12, 19, 20. 25, you've done 25 consecutive push-ups, sir. Songhwa was overjoyed, happily helping Byung-Hang train his body. Compared to when he could barely walk, his body is now vastly different. 20 consecutive sit-ups. 20 consecutive high jumps, he can now move without any difficulty. Oh my god, he managed to hold the horse stance for a full 8 minutes, but the road ahead is still long. Suddenly, Songhwa took out a stick. Smiling brightly, she said to Byung-Hang, Now let's try a higher level. Then she immediately became serious, highly focused, and prepared. Violently striking once, 1, Byung-Hang quickly jumped high to avoid the blow. 2, 3, this intensity of training seems a bit harsh for Byung-Hang's weak body. But Songhwa didn't seem to notice, excitedly saying, 5, you're doing great. Let's do 2 sets of 10 strikes each. Byung-Hang gasped for breath, jumping and saying, Huff, huff, don't, just 10 more, any more and I'll collapse. Songhwa thought Byung-Hang was talking about her, and was extremely moved. Young master, are you worried about me? I'm so touched, but don't worry. She became even more energetic. I could do this all night. But Byung-Hang could only grit his teeth and jump. I wasn't talking about you. I was saying I'll die if I keep going. Byung-Hang shouted, 10 times is enough, let's rest for a bit. He collapsed on the ground, saying, I'm going to die. Songhwa was stunned, yes. Byung-Hang immediately realized and corrected himself. I mean, I'm exhausted. Byung-Hang trembled and pressed his hands to the ground, thinking to himself, but I can't stop here. Songhwa saw this and ran over. You want to do a handstand? I'll help you hold your legs. She pulled Byung-Hang's legs up, here you go. Suddenly, Byung-Hang saw something, that's he called out, Songhwa. Songhwa happily asked, Yes, young master? Do you want to rest? No, someone's coming, Put me down for a moment. Songhwa helped BM Hang down. Be careful. BM Hang replied, thank you. BM Yoon arrived with a bottle of wine, mockingly saying, what crazy scene am I witnessing here? A man and a woman exercising vigorously together in the middle of the night? BM Hang thought to himself, this must be my younger brother, Yoon, the one who dares to scold even the eldest young master of Tianguan Library, and yet no one dares to punish him. Who else could it be? But BM Yoon didn't even acknowledge BM Hang, spitting and saying, man, now you're trying to learn to stand upside down? BM Hang wearily looked at BM Bumong, thinking to himself, it's good that this guy came. His rude attitude has been annoying me for a long time. Maybe I should teach him a lesson. Songhwa said to BM Hang, do you remember him? He's the second young master of Tianguan Library. Hearing this, BM Hang intentionally shouted, what? That's my younger brother? Then why is he acting like a drunken, uneducated fool? Seeing this, Songhwa panicked. Young master, you're speaking so loudly? BM Yoon angrily asked, drunken, uneducated fool? Did you just call me uneducated? BM Hang wearily shook his head and said, look at your attitude. If behaving like that isn't uneducated, then what is? I know there are many drunkards these days. But I didn't expect my beloved younger brother to be one. BM Yoon retorted, unconvinced, you're the one who's disgusting. You've tried to commit suicide so many times you're practically friends with Yama. I heard you're up to some strange tricks again. This time. He rudely pointed at BM Hang's face. I know you're trying, but it's a waste of time. And don't act like you have amnesia. I know you're just looking for another way to go to the Yellow Springs. Do you know what everyone wants? It's for you to just die already. Just leave quietly. Commit suicide. Hearing this, BM Hang lowered his head, silent and motionless. BM Yoon was also stunned. What's with that expression? BM Hang shrugged and calmly said, it seems you haven't heard of me yet. Making Songhwa extremely worried, he's rambling nonsense again. But BM Hang didn't seem to think so, and ordered Songhwa, bring me the stick. Songhwa blankly asked, yes? Why a stick? BM Hang said sternly, immediately. Seeing this, Songhwa hurriedly ran off, yes, young master. Soon she brought BM Hang a stick. BM Hang swung the stick to test it. Alright, this size should be good. Although it's just a wooden stick, in the hands of the strongest man in the world, it will naturally turn into a divine sword. After many days of training, BM Hang's efforts have paid off. Now I have confirmed that I can use some of my former skills and footwork thanks to the results of my training. Defeating a brat like this is nothing to me. BM Yoon saw that BM Hang was already weak, and now he wanted to use a worn stick to fight him, so he blankly asked, are you crazy? You want to fight with that? But BM Hang's demeanor was extremely confident. Now you're begging for it, aren't you? Come on, let me personally teach you a lesson today. The night was clear and still. On one side was BM Hang, on the other was BM Yoon. The two brothers were ready to fight each other. Seeing this, Songhwa was extremely worried for BM Hang, anxiously. Young master, don't be too reckless. The second young master knows martial arts. But she didn't know that BM Hang used to be the strongest swordsman. BM Hang calmly ordered her, step back. Then he shouted towards the bushes, the 4 shadow guards hiding around here, listen clearly. I forbid anyone from interfering in this fight. Even though you're here to protect me, if you dare to interfere before BM Hang could finish speaking, Songhwa whispered, young master, they're over here. BM Hang awkwardly covered up. Wherever they are, just stay put. BM Yoon was provoked and angrily said, look at the sickly guy putting on a show. Alright then, if you can touch me with that stick even once, I'll call you big brother. He got into position, but just as he rushed towards BM Hang, he shouted, you better prepare to say goodbye to your face. BM Hang also gripped the stick tightly. The two charged at each other. BM Hang swung a simple strike, so BM Yoon easily dodged it. Is that all? This is easy to dodge. But immediately, BM Hang attacked in another direction. It turned out the previous strike was a feint. BM Yoon didn't have time to react and was hit directly. The strike was so powerful that BM Yoon flew far away like a ball, and the stick also broke in half. BM Yoon painfully screamed. He was bewildered. What was that? How did he do that? Was it just a coincidence? BM Hang leisurely carried the stick and stood in front of BM Yoon, asking, what's wrong? Does it hurt enough to cry? Call me big brother. Byum Yoon angrily got up. Of course, I'll call you, big brother, you dead dog. Is that all? That's normal, I should have addressed you like that anyway. He was unconvinced, pointed at Byum Hang's face and shouted, but if you want me to respect you as my elder brother, I'd rather bite my tongue and kill myself. Byum Hang raised the stick and asked, still not awake, kid? Then he struck Byum Yoon's hand. No choice, I have to give you a little more massage. Byum Hang took the opportunity and beat Byum Yoon relentlessly. Byum Yoon couldn't do anything, resentfully enduring the blows. Wait, something's wrong. Was it just a fluke? Songhwa was extremely worried, pleading, young master, please stop. Byum Yoon was taking a beating but still couldn't believe it. The first strike and the current strikes are all coincidences? Ridiculous. Byum Bamong worried that Byum Yoon was injured but couldn't do anything. Big brother, you don't need to go so far. And Byum Yoon still didn't understand what was happening, but if it's not a coincidence, then what else could it be? Not long ago, he was no different from a walking corpse. How could he become this strong in such a short amount of time? He glared at Byum Hang. Remembering what Byum Bamong had said at the tavern, he's different now. Recently when I interacted with him, I even felt very happy. Gritting his teeth, angry, don't lie, he can't possibly change. In the end, his true face will still be exposed. I can't be fooled like that. He was filled with murderous intent. Byum Hang was also a little surprised, that is. Byum Yoon put all his strength into his hand, wanting to strike back at Byum Hang. I will never believe you. Demon, Samsara fist. I will send you to eternal sleep. But Byum Hang still easily dodged this amateur attack. Seeing this, Byum Yoon was extremely bewildered. But he still rushed forward. Byum Hang held the stick in his hand, clicking his tongue. TSK, you leave me no choice, if you really can't maintain your sanity. Suddenly, Byum Hang smiled sinisterly, then I'll have to use another way to awaken you. Seeing this, Byum Yoon was extremely bewildered. Another way? What is this guy planning to do? What does he mean? But without letting Byum Yoon wonder for long, Byum Hang directly poked the stick at his younger brother's crotch. Byum Yoon was stunned, suddenly turning to stone. The eggs were broken in half. His soul seemed to leave his body, screaming in agony. He collapsed on the ground, hugging his quail eggs. Byum Bamong was completely shocked, not daring to believe his eyes. Byum Yoon cried out miserably, bro. Having his reproductive organs destroyed by Byum Hang's poke, Byum Yoon could only lie feebly at his older brother's feet, trembling, moaning in pain. Beside the tree, Songhwa covered her mouth and watched with amusement, while Byum Bamong, standing outside the battle, witnessed the scene and fearfully shouted, Senior brother. Byum Bamong anxiously asked, Senior brother, are you alright? While asking, he wanted to approach Byum Yoon to check on him, but suddenly Byum Hang pointed the stick to block his way to the battle. He said, Bamong, step back. Beneath my feet is Byum Yoon, writhing in agony. It really looks quite painful, truly pitiful for Byum Yoon. Byum Hang continued, I'm not finished yet. Hearing that, Byum Yoon panicked, fearfully thinking, what next? He secretly cursed Byum Hang in his head, damn bastard. And then, just after he finished cursing, a heaven-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by Byum Yoon's heart-rending scream, Aaaaaaa. Done, Byum Yoon was beaten to the point of stupidity, thinking to himself, damn it, I didn't even tell him to stop because I was too busy screaming. How can I escape this situation? Sure enough, Byum Yoon lay slumped on the ground, disheveled and unresisting, only knowing to hug himself for protection, enduring the beating from his older brother. While being heart-wrenchingly beaten, he tried to frown and think of a way, how to stop Byum Hang's actions, how to save himself. Fortunately for him, Songhwa ran over from beside the tree, tightly embracing Byum Hang's arms, hoping he would come to his senses. She shouted, he's going to die. Stop it. He's so shocked he's immobile. Byum Hang was really beating him so enthusiastically. He was going crazy. He ignored Songhwa's words and said, let go of me, I'm going to kill him, causing Byum Yoon to startle in fear. Hearing that, Byum Yoon quickly sat up and knelt down, shouting loudly, Senior grand brother. This time, that call made Byum Hang stop, his eyes widening in surprise. In the meantime, Byum Yoon thought, Songhwa is stopping him, I must seize this opportunity. Vowing on his manhood, I'm about to die, so I must find a way to escape. Thinking like that, he immediately bowed and begged, Senior grand brother, please be generous. I was wrong, senior grand brother. These words from BM Yoon surprised everyone. He thought to himself, damn it, I have to call him senior grand brother to save my life. Seeing this, BM Hang didn't beat him anymore, but only loudly said, what the hell are you thinking? Do you know who I am and you still dare to be disrespectful? Hearing that, BM Yoon broke out in a cold sweat, timidly speaking. At the same time, he remembered someone's words. That person said that it was strange. He claims to be the #1 expert in the world. It seems he's lost his mind. Don't make things too difficult for him. Treat him carefully, understand? It turned out those were the words that BM Cheon instructed BM Yoon. Deeply remembering those instructions, BM Yoon softly said, brother. Then he thought, remembering the elder's words, and finally. BM Yoon shouted forcefully, brother is the #1 expert in the world. After hearing BM Yoon say that, both BM Hang and Songhwa were stunned, especially BM Hang, so shocked that he stood motionless staring at him. The scene at this moment looked so humorous. Perhaps that's why BM Hang slammed the wooden stick hard against the ground, laughing heartily in BM Yoon's face, ha ha ha, making BM Yoon also not understand why his brother was laughing. He awkwardly laughed along, ha ha ha. Who knew BM Hang would say, you've lost your mind, haven't you? Let me beat you some more to wake you up. Hearing that, BM Yoon's face darkened, terrified and sweating, he asked back, what? Yet in response to him, BM Hang coldly said, lie down. Seeing the situation like that, BM Yoon tried to stop him, panicking, wait a minute. But BM Hang remained indifferent, raising the wooden stick high and saying, still daring to argue, it seems you still haven't woken up. BM Yoon immediately retorted, no. BM Hang continued, it seems you think I'm joking? Seeing that his brother didn't have a hint of joking in him, BM Yoon helplessly put his hands down and lay down on the ground, calling out heroically, yes sir. Seeing that, BM Hang asked, how many? BM Yoon replied, 5. But BM Hang didn't seem satisfied, and changed it, saying, make it 7, remember it well while I'm beating you. Like that, BM Yoon could only cry ho-ho in his heart. He angrily thought, why ask me then? After that, BM Hang used all his strength and swung the wooden stick once again forcefully. It was true, this strike was so strong that it created wind, to the point that the wooden stick wanted to break into pieces, taking a direct fatal blow to the buttocks. BM Yoon could only clench his teeth, moaning in pain. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore, and under the moonlight shouted a heaven-shattering scream, stirring up the entire forest. Ay. But then, that beating also came to an end. Returning to his room, BM Yoon flopped down onto his bed. He lay face down on the bed, pointing his swollen buttocks towards the ceiling, and murmured in complaint, damn it, my whole body is aching. After that, he angrily complained, saying, how could he strike someone like that? However, BM Yoon suddenly thought, but he remembered the moment when he decided to call his older brother senior grand brother. BM Yoon thought to himself, even though I called him senior grand brother to save my life, yet I was still beaten to such a tattered state. Pondering to himself for a moment, BM Yoon continued to think, how many years have passed since I vowed that I would never call him senior grand brother again. I used to call him that when I followed him when I was young. At that time, the brotherly feelings were truly deep, both of us were happy, living together harmoniously. BM Yoon continued to think, at that time, he was known by everyone as a talented person, the person I respected the most. For BM Yoon, that was the reason why, when the family suffered misfortune because of him, he was naturally more disappointed and angry than anyone else. BM Yoon at that time could only watch the family's castle sink in the sea of fire under BM Hang's hands. He thought, I believed that he would come to his senses. I waited, but in the end I gave up after many disappointments. After that, BM Yoon sat up, raised his hand, looked around, and then dejectedly pondered. He thought, unexpectedly, I would be beaten by him. BM Yoon remembered the image of BM Hang beating him without mercy, causing him to be in so much pain that he was half dead, unable to resist. BM Yoon thought to himself, and he hit with strength that even a martial arts practitioner like me couldn't withstand. BM Yoon continued to think, he has learned martial arts? He can reach that level in a short amount of time? He may be a talented person, but while thinking halfway through, Suddenly the voice of the youngest brother Biem Bumong rang out outside, calling, "Senior brother!" causing Biem Yun to startle and say, "Come in." As it turned out, Biem Yun saw Biem Bumong, his face covered in tears, looking truly miserable. He immediately panicked and cried out, "Why are you crying? What happened?" Seeing that, Biem Bumong replied, "Senior brother, please forgive me. I was too foolish not to recognize your generosity." Hearing that, Biem Yun asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" At this time, Biem Bumong cried even louder, saying, "I have a different view of you. You let senior grand brother beat you to increase his courage, right? You let him attack so much." Hearing that, Biem Yun helplessly thought, he misunderstood. How could I beat him? Biem Bumong continued, "You allowed him to hit one spot repeatedly." Not only that, without hearing Biem Bumong finish speaking, Biem Yun was startled and thought, "Wait a minute." Then he jumped up, rushed to grab Biem Bumong's clothes and shouted, "What are you saying? I let him beat me? You saw it that way?" At this time, Biem Bumong even stopped crying, blankly replying, "That's right." Hearing that, Biem Yun surprisingly thought, "It can't be, the way he attacked didn't look like anything to them? There are still some other thoughts. Not just a difference, right, between us." While Biem Yun was focused on thinking, Biem Bumong continued to cry again, asking about Biem Yun, "Is your butt still alright?" I cried non-stop when I saw it being beaten. But Biem Yun, standing next to him, still didn't pay attention to his younger brother's words, but was still focused on thinking about Biem Hang. He thought, his ability is extremely different. Is he really the talented person of Tianguan Library? At this time, Biem Bumong next to him wondered, "Did you lose your mind when you let him hit your butt?" He continued to cry and heartbreakingly said, "With the position as your junior brother, I can't ignore this." Hearing that, Biem Yun blankly asked back, "What?" The conversation between the two brothers looked truly humorous. At this time, Biem Bumong gritted his teeth and resolutely said, "I will take revenge, believe in me." Seeing that, Biem Yun asked back, "What are you planning to do?" After it dawned, the sunlight was dazzling, the castle appeared brightly, and there a voice of someone being beaten and one relentlessly striking rang out. It turned out that on the courtyard in front of the castle, it was Biem Hang and Songhua. At this time, Songhua rested her chin on her hand and spoke up, saying, "I was very worried about you, but then I was worried about the second young master." And Biem Hang was still diligently doing push-ups, thinking while doing them. Remembering himself from last night, beating people tirelessly, Biem Hang thought to himself, "There's a problem with those strikes last night. My endurance has increased quite a bit, but I can't make simple strikes properly. Unexpectedly it takes me so long to sober up." Biem Hang just continued to do push-ups like that, sweat dripping down, his breath becoming heavier and heavier. He continued to think, "My soul is still not integrated with Biem Hang's body. That means I can't adjust with the soul, essence and thoughts of this body. Soul and essence I can improve with my efforts. As for essence, the main problem is thoughts. Biem Hang's soul, there's no way for me to know his memories." Escaping from the stream of thoughts, Songhua, sitting on the stairs beside him, had been attentively watching her young master do push-ups, then looking into the distance, and said vaguely, "The third young master won't come to greet you today, will he? Because you were so heavy-handed with the second young master." However, Biem Hang said with certainty, "He will come. I'm sure he's very happy about last night." Seeing that, Songhua asked in confusion, "Why?" Hearing that, Biem Hang replied, "Bumong is a smart and kind child." He remembered every time he faced Biem Bumong. He continued, "Many people I've met don't have such clear eyes." But Songhua immediately said, "You rarely go out. Where did you and your many people meet them?" Causing Biem Hang to feel guilty, and he had to fall silent. After that, he made up a reason, saying with a trembling voice, "I met them in books." Who knew he would be laughed at by Songhua, saying, "You read books and know about that? How hilarious." However, at this moment, the two of them didn't notice the outside of the door. Biem Bumong, with the determination to take revenge, opened the door wide, standing right in front of the majestic door. This caused both Songhua and Biem Hang, who were still happy, to suddenly startle, stopping in confusion and turning over. Biem Hang blankly called out, "Bumong." Who knew? Biem Bumong, with the clear eyes and Biem Hang's words, were gone. He appeared with an angry face, eyes filled with hatred, shouting, "Damn bastard!" While shouting, He pointed at Biem Hang accusingly. Seeing him like that, Biem Hang only worriedly thought, why is Bumong, a smart and kind child, acting like this? Not stopping there, Biem Bumong didn't hesitate, running straight to Biem Hang's face, pointing at his face and saying loudly that Biem Hang, your senior grand brother, and you do that? Second senior brother deliberately let you hit him, so why did you hit his butt? Because of being spoken to so rapidly, Biem Hang raised his hand, hoping the youngest would calm down. Helplessly saying, Bumong, calm down, but Biem Bumong didn't bother listening, saying, I can't. After speaking, Biem Bumong immediately, without any respect, held a nunchuck in his hand, swinging it powerfully in the air, aiming at Biem Hang resolutely. Bravely saying, I will show you what will happen if you dare to look down on me. I will repay 100-fold what you did to second senior brother. Witnessing such a savage assault, both Songhua and Biem Hang were terrified. In disbelief, Biem Hang thought, it's the first time I've seen someone use a nunchuck like that. Unexpectedly, Bumong practices it. And Songhua was no less worried, whispering to Biem Hang, what are you going to do with the third young master? At this moment, Biem Yun arrived, seeing the scene of Biem Bumong threatening to hit Biem Hang, using the nunchuck to swing it around non-stop. The appearance of Biem Yun made Songhua and Biem Hang flustered in surprise, but without bothering to pay attention to them, Biem Yun approached Biem Bumong, who was still diligently swinging the nunchuck. He punched his youngest brother in the head, causing Biem Bumong to want to bite his tongue, startling him and causing him to cry out with a ugh sound. And Biem Yun, after hitting him, said in disgust, little brat, who uses a nunchuck at this time? How many times have I told you that those who use nunchucks in the martial world are all stabbed in the heart with a sword? If one paid close attention, they would see that Biem Yun's eyes were swollen and red, looking truly pitiful. At this very moment, the three Biem brothers were gathered here, making Songhua scared, her face turning pale, and she whispered, the second young master is also here. Don't tell me they're planning to take revenge on you. However, Songhua was still worried halfway when a familiar voice rang out, senior grand brother. A truly respectful tone. It was precisely the voice of Biem Yun. He was very sincere, bowing his head and saying, I've come here to pay my respects. Did you sleep well last night? Biem Yun had never been like this before, causing everyone who heard it, to panic, their eyes wide in surprise. Mixed with surprise was joy. Biem Hang thought to himself, I guess that what happened yesterday caused him to wake up. Thinking like that, Biem Hang also felt it was reasonable, and happily replied, it seems we both slept well. Witnessing such a scene of brotherly affection, Songhua was very happy. Biem Hang playfully continued, looking at your swollen eyes, I know it. Sure enough, Biem Yun also cheerfully laughed loudly and continued, saying, ha ha ha. Thanks to you. And Biem Bumong, like he was left out, rubbed his head where Biem Yun had punched him, blankly looking at his two brothers. The sky was still as blue as ever. Biem Yun said, let's talk about something else. There's a place I want to go to with you. Biem Hang asked in confusion, At this time, at the place of the elder Biem Cheon, light from outside the door shone in. The old man was also very surprised to see who had come. He said, come in. As it turned out, the place that Biem Yun brought Biem Hang to was precisely the place of the elder Biem Cheon. Biem Yun approached Biem Cheon, politely saying, paying respects to great-grandfather, while Biem Hang was still standing outside looking inside, thinking, there's someone in the bed. At the same time, the person on the bed also saw Biem Hang. He, with a thin and gaunt face, sunken eyes, disheveled hair and beard, but said happily, it's been a long time. Hasn't it, Hanger? I heard that you're much healthier now. It turned out this was Biem Hang's uncle, the father of Yun and Bumong. His name was Biem Gang. Seeing that, Biem Hang also softly replied, yes, uncle. However, in his heart he thought, Uncle Biem Gang, the reason why he can't come to see me is because he himself is unable to. Why is it so hard to find a normal person in Tianguan Library? While he was thinking, suddenly Biem Gang grabbed Biem Hang's hand and gripped it tightly, shouting loudly, excellent, causing Biem Hang to startle in shock. He continued, finally, this day has come, I'm very happy for you. Hearing that, Biem Hang also shyly replied, I'm happy if uncle is happy. More importantly, while speaking, Biem Hang secretly thought, his hand is too weak. He continued, where do you feel uncomfortable? I have amnesia. Hearing Byam Hang speak, Byam Gang stopped, his eyes widening. He softly turned his face to the side, his face darkening, feeling guilty and breaking out in sweat, with difficulty saying, Byam Gang said, "It's not that I'm sick or anything, it's just a mental illness, I'll get better soon." Noticing his abnormal expressions, Byam Hang thought, "He's avoiding my gaze, this person." Finally, Byam Hang came to the conclusion that he was afraid of Byam Hang, but he said, "Mental illness. It seems it's because of Yoon." Causing Byam Gang to be surprised, while Byam Yoon startled and jumped back. In the end, Byam Gang happily chimed in, saying, "Ha ha, that's right, it's because he's possessed, and starts drinking day and night. How can I get better? If he continues to do that, please teach him a lesson on my behalf." Byam Hang replied, "Of course, uncle doesn't need to worry." After that, he said, "Then I'll take my leave, you two can talk." After everything was settled, the two brothers went out to the outside of the room. Byam Yoon said, "Older brother, are you planning to go back to your room? Since we're going the same way anyway, let's go together." Byam Hang also generously said, "Okay, let's go like that." On the way, the two brothers were truly harmonious and talked very enthusiastically together. Byam Yoon was saying that, but Byam Hang wasn't focused on listening. He was immersed in his own thoughts. He thought that after meeting Byam Gang, he was even more certain that all the ghosts of Tianhua Library originated from Byam Hang. Recalling Byam Gang's behavior, Byam Hang thought that his uncle couldn't look him in the eye when speaking. And not only Byam Gang, but almost everyone in the family reacted similarly. In conclusion, Byam Hang pondered what had happened to Tianhua Library, and to Byam Hang. If he could discover the reason, perhaps he could restore Hang's memory. Byam Hang's train of thought was interrupted by Byam Yoon's urgent call from the side. "Brother, elder brother, elder brother, elder brother." He thought Byam Hang was still distracted and hadn't heard. Byam Hang was startled, turned around, and looked blankly at Byam Yoon. Seeing that he had heard him, Byam Yoon said, "What are you thinking about so intently? You don't look too good." Byam Hang replied, "Nothing, just thinking about some random things." At this moment, Byam Yoon smiled and said, "Thinking about some random things? Are you thinking about when we were little?" Byam Hang helplessly replied, "My current memories are already chaotic enough, how can I remember anything from when I was little?" Hearing this, Byam Yoon still stirred things up, laughing and saying, "Before, whenever you were deep in thought, you would always hide in the study." Byam Hang asked back, "The library?" Remembering the old days, Byam Yoon recounted, "That's right, Bamong and I would often go there to find you." When they arrived, they would see Byam Hang sitting on the windowsill, staring into the distance, lost in thought. Then, Byam Yoon said sadly, "But after you changed, we saw you less and less, let alone meeting you in the study." After that, Byam Yoon said amiably, "So I hope to talk to you more like this." Before the words were even finished, Byam Hang, who had been listening attentively, suddenly smiled widely and said loudly, "That's right, the study. Maybe there are clues to my memory there." As soon as the idea occurred to him, Byam Hang immediately abandoned Byam Yoon and ran ahead quickly, saying, "Yoon, thank you, see you later," leaving Byam Yoon stunned, only able to remain silent and helpless. Then Byam Yoon softly uttered, "Elder brother, impossible." The scene shifted to Elder Byam Cheon's room. Byam Gang sat on the bed, trembling, while Byam Cheon, facing him, said softly, "Now do you believe it? Hang's personality has completely changed." It turned out that Byam Gang was trembling and clutching his chest, heartbroken from crying. Elder Byam Cheon also stood up and went to Byam Gang's side, comforting him. "Therefore, it's time for you to let go of everything and recover." Replying to Byam Cheon was a sob accompanied by Byam Gang's joyful words, "Father, finally I can breathe again. It's as if the burden in my heart has been lifted. I hope Byam Hang's memories never return." Just as he was wishing for this, Byam Yoon hurriedly ran in and said, "Grandfather, we're in trouble." Then, he delivered the bad news to Byam Cheon and Byam Gang. "Elder brother has gone to the study to look for clues about his memory." Hearing this, both old men had to widen their eyes, sweating profusely, and shouted in unison in fear, "What? If he recovers his memory in that place," and Byam Hang had already set foot in that place, the study. He thought, "I understand now, so this place." It was a study that preserved traces of Byam Hang. The room was spacious, clean, and contained a great deal of information and materials. Standing before the massive treasure trove of books, Byung-haeng was delighted and determined to think, hopefully, there will be clues to his memory. Meanwhile, Byung-cheon and Byung-gang worried, he will definitely try to commit suicide again. Peeking in from outside the door, Byung-haeng said, "This place is Byung-haeng's private study?" After going inside, Byung-haeng looked around and said, "How long has it been abandoned? It's full of dust." Walking along the bookshelves, Byung-haeng suddenly saw a book that was not neatly arranged. It stuck out from the row of books, drawing his attention. Byung-haeng quickly picked up the book without hesitation, saw the title of the book was Winter, and muttered softly, "Winter." Then, he opened the book, flipped through each page, and said, "Because this book has the least dust, is it because it is read more often than other books?" Then Byung-haeng voiced his suspicion. Perhaps the fact that it was placed upside down also has a purpose. While reading, suddenly the book fell apart, scattering papers that caught Byung-haeng's attention. It seemed that the papers were letters. Byung-haeng bent down to pick up the pieces of paper and thought to himself, "What's this?" After picking up all the papers, neatly stacking them in his palm, Byung-haeng thought, "They look like letters." Then Byung-haeng guessed that the dates of sending were different, but it seemed to be from the same sender, the sender being Ju-young. Does Byung-haeng have contact with outsiders? Could this person have helped exchange Byung-haeng's soul? He decided he would keep it to read carefully later. Saying this, putting the book aside, Byung-haeng looked around again, wondering, is there anything else? Then, he casually pulled out a book with a dark brown cover that stood out. But unexpectedly, just as he pulled one book out, the entire bookshelf containing it shook as if it was about to fall. And sure enough, the entire bookshelf fell directly in front of Byung-haeng, startling him, catching him off guard, and surprisingly fearfully said, "What's going on?" Then, not even in time to brace himself, Byung-haeng accepted being crushed by the bookshelf, raising his hand to protect his face, yelling furiously, "Damn it!" But the bookshelf fell in such a way that it passed right through Byung-haeng, which he didn't expect. Escaping from the panic, after the fright, Byung-haeng was stunned, blankly asking, "An illusion?" Then he looked at the book he had pulled out earlier, thinking to himself, "It seems placing the book in the right direction activates the trap." Then, the scene gradually changed, to a winter day, snow falling heavily on the road, white snow clinging to the dry branches. In that desolate, unfamiliar place, Byung-haeng stood blankly alone, and softly said, "Is that why the book is called Winter?" At this time, the book lying on the snow slowly and magically floated up behind Byung-haeng, while he trembled, saying, "I can't believe it's so cold, so real." Looking down at his cold, red hands, Byung-haeng lamented, "At this rate my hands will freeze." Suddenly a sweet, gentle voice rang out, "Haeng, are you cold?" Then Byung-haeng saw his image return to his childhood self. He softly uttered an "ah" sound. Then he called out joyfully, "Mother!" when he saw the kind, gentle, and beautiful woman in front of him. The woman said, "Let me see your hands." Then she took Byung-haeng's red, cold hands, and said with distress, "Oh dear, they're all red." After that, the woman said worriedly, "You must be very cold, are you alright? Let's go back." Byung-haeng rolled a snowball and insisted, "I'm fine, it's nothing for a man." Hearing this, the woman smiled and said, "Haha, men get cold too. I know better than anyone how fragile you are." Then the woman took out her gloves and gave them to Byung-haeng, saying, "Here, take these." Seeing this, Byung-haeng worriedly said, "But then your hands will be cold." Seeing this, the woman waved her hand and said, "You're not planning to go back before you finish the snowman, are you? If you're worried about me, hurry up." Then, looking at her son's snowman creations, the woman wondered, "Why did you make 3 snowmen? Is this our whole family?" The woman happily and joyfully continued, "Haha, it really looks like us. Let your father see it too." Byung-haeng asked in confusion, "What?" Then the mother shouted, "Haeng made this snowman," interrupting the woman. Byung-haeng quickly said, "Wait, don't tell father yet," and ran after his mother. Leaving Byung-haeng now, he went to the snowman and softly uttered, "Hoo hoo." Looking at the 3 happy snowmen, Byung-haeng thought, the whole family, huh? It must be a happy memory. After that, winter was about to pass, the scene of falling flowers was romantically sentimental. The book had taken Byung-haeng to another place. Byung-haeng softly thought, "I've come to another time." Then a voice rang out, "Did you see the flowers blooming today?" The voice came from a room. The other person replied, "Of course, I saw them." As soon as I saw them, I immediately thought of you. Byum Hang saw the mother coughing in the hospital bed. The father worriedly said, "My love, are you all right?" The woman said, "Yes, I'm fine. More importantly, it's wonderful to see the plum blossoms blooming, with our whole family. Haha, spring is coming soon." The father said with heartache, "My love." Then said, "When spring comes, let's go see the flowers blooming." The mother happily replied, "I'd love that, haha." Then, turning to her son, she called, "Hang, come here." After the son came, the mother was stunned and asked, "Oh dear, Hang. Why are you crying?" Byum Hang's face was full of tears. The mother smiled gently and said, "Hang, mother loves you." And for some reason, Byum Hang himself, the one with a different soul, also shed tears of sorrow. In the dream, Hugong saw the young Byum Hang crying and sobbing, holding his mother's hand. His mother smiled, gently caressing him. "Why are you crying?" lovingly said. "Hang, mother loves you." At that moment, Hugong suddenly woke up. Curiously reaching out to touch his face, "What's this? Tears? Ah, I understand now. The remaining fragments of Byum Hang's memories in your body have been activated. If I continue to follow this stream of memories, I might be able to remember everything." At that moment, the scene suddenly changed again. A dark room appeared before Hugong's eyes. The memory has changed. "What is this?" Elder Byum Cheon collapsed on the ground, tears falling profusely, crying helplessly, "Why? Why did even you sever ties with the world like this?" Hugong approached the table. "I'm gradually remembering now. This is the memory of 10 days after Byum Hang's mother passed away." Seeing the man sitting at the table, Hugong thought to himself, he completely aged to this extent in just a few days. Perhaps having to endure the loss of his wife caused him to die of grief. On the table was a letter with a plum blossom drawn on it by Byum Hang's mother, with only one sentence in the letter, "Hang, I'm sorry." So this was the moment when Byum Hang had to endure being without father or mother. Suddenly, Hugong turned his head sharply. Outside the door was the young Byum Hang. Byum Hang's uncles and brothers also ran in. The uncle anxiously asked, "Father, what happened?" Byum Bumong and Byum Yoon worriedly asked Byum Hang, "Big brother, are you?" But as soon as he looked at Byum Hang's face, Byum Bumong was stunned. "Oh, Byum Hang's face now has no vitality. His eyes have become empty." Hugong, with tears streaming down his face, tremblingly called, "Byum Hang!" The scene suddenly changed again. Byum Hang walked under a large plum tree. Byum Yoon and Hugong secretly followed him. Byum Hang stood still in front of the tree, muttering, "Mother, father. You two promised that you would watch the plum blossoms bloom with me every spring, right? Like the plum blossoms vying to show their beauty, where are my parents? Why aren't you here with me?" Then he teared up, took out the knife. "Or are Mom and Dad watching flowers together somewhere else?" He smiled happily, pointed the knife at his neck, then, "I'm coming to see you too soon." Seeing this, Byum Yoon rushed over in panic, hugged Byum Hang. "Big brother, what are you doing? Stop!" Byum Hang fell down. The knife also flew away, stuck in the ground. Byum Yoon's face turned pale with fear, tears streaming down his face as he asked Byum Hang, "Why did you act so recklessly?" But Byum Hang smiled, his eyes empty, madly saying, "Reckless? I'm just going to where I should be going." At that moment, the fragment of memory shattered. "This is I remember everything now." Hugong's consciousness gradually returned to reality. Hugong began to hear the calls, "Big brother, Hang, young master." Then he woke up suddenly. As soon as he opened his eyes, Hugong saw his grandfather, 2 junior brothers, and the maid Songhua beside him. They anxiously asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Hugong sat up, laughing coldly, scaring everyone to the extreme. Hugong laughed loudly, scratching his head and saying, "Ha ha ha ha, have you not read books for too long, so you all came here?" Byum Yoon was overjoyed and replied, "Ha ha ha ha, very funny, senior brother. Senior brother, we were so worried because you fainted." Byum Bumong also breathed a sigh of relief. But grandfather was still very worried and asked, "Hang, are you really all right?" Hugong stood up and said calmly, "Of course I'm all right. I simply got caught in the formation and had a long dream." Byum Cheon worried, "That's why I asked if you were all right." Hugong adjusted his clothes and said solemnly, "It seems that I have successfully recovered my memory." Hearing this, everyone was extremely shocked, and also afraid that if Byum Hang regained his memory, he would stubbornly demand to commit suicide like before. Suddenly, Hugong clutched his head and cried out in pain, "My head!" causing everyone to panic. "Young master, big brother, hang!" Suddenly, Hugong laughed and said, "Everyone who regains their memory has a headache like this, right?" Everyone fell silent when they saw this. Songhua angrily scolded, "Young master, you're joking too much." But Hugong interrupted her. "Songhua. Biem Bumong, Biem Yun." Hearing this, Biem Hang's two junior brothers were overjoyed. "Yes, I'm here." And grandfather, Biem Cheon, was so moved that he couldn't speak. Hugong said solemnly, "I'm all right. Everyone doesn't need to worry anymore. I will never commit suicide again." Everyone was very surprised and moved to tears after hearing this. Songhua and Biem Bumong hugged Biem Hang and sobbed. Biem Yun and elder Biem Cheon hugged each other. "Finally, I can leave in peace." The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Hugong stretched and woke up, the first morning after regaining Biem Hang's memory. Hugong stretched his muscles and bones, truly refreshed, feeling like a few days straight. Taking a deep breath, his body was as light as silk, and his mind was clear. Hugong's body was now full of energy. That's right, now he could finally do that. Hugong opened the window and called, "Listen up!" Immediately, the guards were present. "Yes, young master," Hugong said to the guards, "from now on, I will meditate every day, so you are not allowed to let anyone into the room until I am done. That includes my grandfather, remember that carefully." The guard, hearing this, hesitated with some doubt and responded, "Understood, young master." Hugong, seeing his attitude, thought to himself, "The answer is really dull, it seems they are still a bit worried." But Hugong didn't care much and immediately closed the window, preparing to practice. But thinking too much is useless, there is only a way to gradually rebuild their trust. Hugong sat cross-legged, starting to meditate, but the important thing now is to stabilize his Qigong first. When he regained Biem Hang's memory, it meant that his soul had completely merged with him. Now the Qigong core had opened, and gradually formed internal energy. And he had also discovered a truth while exploring Biem Hang's memory, that Biem Hang didn't know anything about this exchange, nor did he have any memory of the soul swap. Although many problems arose through the letters he exchanged with Jiyang, Biem Hang was completely unrelated. It may be due to external forces, but if so, it would not be easy to catch someone who could cause this to happen. So now he must concentrate on cultivating to return to his former level first. But anyway, this is something he has done before, so it only takes 5 years or 10 years at most. Then this body can be equal to himself in the past. With the supplement of the 4 immortal medicines, precious herbs and a mythical creature, it will soon be done. And fortunately, this place is very suitable for improving his level. Not to mention that Lianghua Library, famous in the Jianghu, is an impenetrable fortress, as wide as a mountain. The trap formation is from the inner wall, the outer wall, even the gap under the city wall, and each area is designed with separate hanging traps. So no place is safer than here. Moreover, the old family has inexhaustible money. As long as Biem Hang wants it, not only mountain ginseng but even water parsley can be bought. He will use everything he can. He has no intention of living under the identity of the young master of Tianghua Library, Biem Hang. No matter what anyone says, he is still Hugong, not Biem Hang. But while meditating, Hugong was disturbed by the noise outside. But what? It turned out that everyone was worried, so they were secretly watching Biem Hang outside the window. Making Hugong confused, what are these people doing here? Biem Cheon looked at his grandson meditating, very confused, but why does his face look so bright? And it seems that Biem Hang's uncle also has the same question. Father, I'm also wondering about this. His skin was always dark and ugly, but now it's beautiful, like a young girl. Biem Cheon was still not used to Biem Hang's sudden change. Why do I feel worried even though this is a good sign? Biem Bumong reminded grandfather, you're speaking too loudly. Biem Cheon asked, huh? Really? Biem Bumong replied, yes. Suddenly, Biem Yun sneezed loudly, making everyone freeze. Under the angry eyes of his grandfather, he smiled apologetically, ha ha, sorry. But Hugong had already noticed their presence. He ran out and opened the door, causing everyone to fall silent. Biem Hang smiled and said, hello grandfather, and uncle too, making everyone very surprised. Grandfather Biem Cheon worriedly asked, Hang, why did you suddenly start practicing and wait to eat and drink, is something going on? Seeing this, Hang was not surprised, thinking to himself, they still don't completely believe me. Yesterday they witnessed my change, and it's not surprising because the original owner betrayed them. Then he immediately rushed into a stance, practicing hard, making everyone stare in disbelief. While practicing, Hugong said to Cheon, "Grandfather, I have really changed. I have remembered everything, ha ha." Cheon was very happy, excitedly saying, "Really? You remembered?" But he suddenly remembered what happened before. His face turned pale. As if he had realized the worry on Cheon's face, Hugong comforted him. "I'm still the same person as yesterday, you don't need to worry about me." Hearing this, Cheon couldn't believe his ears, tears in his eyes moved. "Hang, are you really alright?" Everyone hugged each other, crying and sobbing. "Father, grandfather." Hugong stood frozen in a corner, very confused. "Do I need to cry with them? What am I doing?" Hugong stood by the windowsill, observing everyone. Looking up at the sky, thinking, after getting Hang's memory, looking at Tianhua Library, I understand why it is known as one of the 3 great libraries. But what is even more amazing is that I know all of those formations. I will use this wisdom for good purposes. Now then suddenly, Hugong called, "Grandfather." Cheon, still teary-eyed, replied, "Huh? What's wrong?" Hugong pointed to the table in the room and said, "I have something to say to you, please come here." Hugong had already realized the truth, because Hang, for many years through poetry, had gradually declined. He needed to uproot the rotten things in Tianhua Library, and regain his strength. What he needed was. Hearing his grandson's request, Cheon was very shocked. "Immortal pills?" Hugong continued, "Yes, I'm gradually becoming stronger, and I want to be even stronger." Cheon, hearing this, couldn't help but be overjoyed, slapped the table and stood up. "Okay, don't worry, I will find every way to get you immortal pills. Also not forgetting to tell Hang, for now, just use the ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum in the library, they are hundreds of years old, so the medicinal materials will not be bad." Then he quickly left the room. "Wait for me, I will personally choose precious medicines for you." Hugong also came out to see Cheon off. "Yes, grandfather." Seeing his 2 junior brothers also standing outside, Hugong asked, "What are you doing here?" Yoon smiled awkwardly and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Hang." But before he could say anything, Hugong interrupted him, "It's just in time, I have something to tell everyone." Bumong heard this and was extremely excited. "Really? Tell us, brother." Yoon was also a little surprised. "What's the matter?" Hugong said to Yoon, "I want you to check on the situation of the Qianhua book vault for 3 days and report back to me. I'm not talking about internal affairs, but external businesses, and the prominent families and fortresses nearby." But before Hugong finished speaking, Yoon interrupted, "No need," he said casually, "the chief manager will naturally know the family's situation, so just ask him." This made Hugong bewildered. "Huh?" But Yoon didn't notice anything unusual and continued to speak innocently, "But he's out negotiating business now. He'll be back in 10 days, then you can ask him." Hugong was speechless and couldn't say anything. Hugong thought to himself, Guakdu, according to Hang's memories, is a trustworthy person who helped the chief manager of the Qianhua book vault when it was declining. But this method won't work. How could the second young master of the Qianhua book vault know nothing about his family's assets? But Yoon still didn't understand the problem and continued to ramble on. "Moreover, if you're right, I'll share the burden with you. It seems like you're practicing empty moves. I'm curious as to why you've become so strong." Suddenly, Hugong interrupted Yoon. Yoon. Seeing this, he was extremely excited. "Yes, Hang." Immediately, Songhua brought over a whip. Hugong took the whip and said, "Lie down." Yoon was bewildered. "Huh?" Hugong took the whip and, while whipping his younger brother, scolded, "Who is the master of the Qianhua book vault? Is it you or the chief manager? Have you become so drunk that you've forgotten who you are?" Yoon cried out in pain. "AAA, I will investigate myself." Hugong scolded, "Pathetic. Go now." Yoon, clutching his aching buttocks, walked away resentfully. "Damn it! I just started walking normally again." After Yoon left, Hugong called out to his youngest brother, Bumong, "You've had a talent for array formations since you were young, right?" Biam Bamong was startled and replied, "Yes." Hugong asked sternly, "How many array formations are deployed within the family's territory?" Biam Bamong turned pale and stammered, "I'm sorry, but—" Hugong didn't care and asked again, "How many?" Biam Bamong was sweating profusely and said awkwardly, "Including traps, I think there are over 100 array formations." Hugong said, "Bamong?" Biam Bamong answered blankly, "Yes?" Hugong picked up the stick again and said, "Lie down." Seeing this, Biam Bamong grabbed his older brother's leg in fear and begged, "Hang, please spare me. I will work harder from now on." But Hugong was very fair and wouldn't spare anyone. "I guess you've been busy hanging out with nunchucks, right? Lie down." While whipping and scolding, 124. You're the youngest, but how can you not grasp the family's situation? What's the point of your talent? Seeing this, Manhwa was a little worried. "I hope I'm not next." Hugong finally spared Biam Bamong and said, "I'll give you 3 days. You can find someone to help you. I want you to investigate all the array formations and traps deployed inside and outside the family's territory. Reinforce them immediately if necessary, and if it takes too long, let me know. And check carefully whether they can be activated and coordinated with each other." Biam Bamong replied tearfully, "Yes, Hang." Paper and ink were already laid out on the table. Hugong took a sip of tea and said to Manhwa, "Take a writing brush and record what I say." Seeing this, Manhwa was bewildered. "Me?" Hugong replied, "Yes." Manhwa asked blankly, "Why me?" Hugong replied, "Didn't you want me to assign you work?" Manhwa didn't quite understand, but still replied naively, "Ah, yes, I did." Hugong then read out, first sentence, to Ju Yang. Seeing this, Manhwa stopped and asked, "Wouldn't it be better if young master wrote the letter to Yang himself? The letter won't be credible because the handwriting is different." Hearing this, Hugong thought to himself, "It's because my handwriting is also different." No matter how much he practiced, his handwriting couldn't be the same as Biam Hang's. It looked similar, but it was still different upon closer inspection. A person's handwriting was like a sign of identification, and there was a limit to imitation. Hugong unconsciously stared at Manhwa, "And before I send the letter, you will report the contents of the letter to the clan head." "I don't want to explain anything about the contents or my handwriting, so you have to write it." Hugong took another sip of tea and continued, "Didn't I mention it? I want to see your handwriting." Manhwa stammered, but seeing Manhwa's worries, Hugong said, "It's okay, it's just a letter inviting Ju Yang to the Qiangua book vault." Hearing this, Manhwa's eyes lit up. "Really?" Thinking about seeing Yang again, Hugong asked, "Are you that happy?" Manhwa said proudly, "Of course. He's like a jade tree facing the wind, he's the best." Seeing this, Hugong was stunned. "Oh my god, the best." Manhwa excitedly urged, "Young master, tell me what to write quickly. I'll write it beautifully." But Hugong wasn't paying attention. He sat on the chair and sighed. "If we're just talking about appearance, then you're right. But according to the letters exchanged between Ju Yang and Biam Hang, he has impure thoughts. If she knew the secrets of these two lunatics, she probably wouldn't be able to say anything good about them. Moreover, the chief manager won't be back for another 10 days. It's ridiculous. How dare he be so leisurely and carefree?" In a dark room, 2 attendants reported to the chief manager, "The first young master of the Qiangua book vault has changed." But he didn't believe it, as he meticulously wiped the leaves of a plant. "It seems you two haven't understood him. It's easier to change rivers and mountains than to alter one's nature. The first young master hasn't changed at all. I'm sure he's just pretending to have forgotten everything. I've been helping him and waiting for so long." Then suddenly, he picked up the potted plant. Waiting too long makes one want to take action. Therefore, he threw it straight to the ground. With a sinister look in his eyes, he said, "I should help him a little more." It seemed he was plotting something. In a simple, ancient room, as Biam Hang, dressed in grey clothes, was sitting cross-legged on the ground cultivating, a strong scent suddenly rose up. Biam Hang's expression immediately changed, his face darkened, and he sweated. "Ugh, I can't stand it anymore. What is this foul smell?" Biam Hang, remembering the old man with the strong scent coming from his mouth and body who was dragged out of the latrine pit after being cleaned with water, said, "It's been a long time since I've smelled such a strong stench. It's so foul that it can't even compare to the breath of the stinky-mouthed heavenly hound." one of the beggar clan's elders, or the smell of the assassin who died in the latrine pit. Byung-haeng turned over and stood up because he couldn't stand the foul smell that was gradually filling the room. He said, "I can't sit here and smell this anymore." Byung-haeng recalled, "One of the 3 defensive moves I have is diverting acupuncture points, which means moving acupuncture points. It's as if there's a force flowing through the acupuncture points on Byung-haeng's body, and he can move them. If an opponent attacks Byung-haeng's acupuncture points, he can use this move to deal with it." He confidently predicted in his mind that as long as he maintained the state of diverting acupuncture points, he would be able to easily avoid the opponent's acupuncture point sealing moves, and he could also seize the opportunity to counterattack when the opponent was careless because they thought they had hit his acupuncture points. But there was one thing he needed to be careful and mindful of, because he could only use this move for a certain period of time. It seems I can only last for 15 minutes now, but being able to use diverting acupuncture points is already satisfying. Byung-haeng suddenly called out, "Songhwa, are you out there?" The little guard Songhwa came in from outside, her mouth covered with a cloth, and reflexively covered her nose. Opened the door and asked, "Did young master call me?" Songhwa opened the door, and the foul smell rushed up to her brain, making her dizzy and lightheaded. She had only been covering her mouth with one hand, but now she was holding both hands tightly over her nose and mouth, as if no air could enter. Byung-haeng froze and looked at the guard, wondering, "What's wrong with you?" The 2 of them left the room. The outside was just as foul as the inside. Everyone was wearing masks, trying to isolate the smell from their noses as much as possible. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, causing the 2 to turn around at the same time, "Look what you've done! How are you going to take responsibility for this?" Byung-haeng asked Yoon, who was scolding Bamong, "What's the matter?" Yoon replied, "Hang, it's just." Yoon recounted the event to Hang. Bamong was trying to repair the array formation at the east gate, and it seems he damaged a part of the array formation used for ventilation. Bamong was sweating cold and said in a panic, "No, I didn't do anything strange." Bamong tried to explain to his 2 brothers that he didn't know the array formation was damaged because he had almost never been to the east gate, and that was why he tried to fix it. Byung-haeng asked Bamong doubtfully, "But why does it smell so strongly?" Bamong became flustered again, and hurriedly, earnestly explained, "Please believe me, because there were several people there with me, so they can prove that I'm not lying, Hang. Please believe me." Byung-haeng carefully reconsidered that there was no reason for Bamong to lie. Although he was a little foolish, he never lied, and he wasn't that kind of person. Bamong showed hopeful and very pitiful eyes, and secretly prayed in his heart, "I hope you believe me, Hang, I'm telling the truth, please believe me." Byung-haeng continued with his train of thought. He considered carefully, "Besides, he's quite talented when it comes to array formations. Even if I did something, the result wouldn't be much different." In the end, Byung-haeng chose to trust Bamong. He turned to his brother and said, "Bamong, check carefully and make sure to get to the root of the matter." Then he turned to Yoon and instructed carefully, "I want you to help Bamong." Seeing this, Yoon obediently followed his instructions. "Yes, Brother Hang." After speaking, Byung-haeng turned and left with the guard. Seeing this, Yoon asked, "But Hang, where are you going?" Hang replied, "I have something to deal with a hurried look on his face. On the nearby street, people were bustling about. Hang seemed to want to find a reasonable excuse for his escape. He thought to himself, "I'm not running away because of the smell. I just want to understand the details of the martial world and what the Martial Arts Alliance is doing after my death in the previous life." The street was crowded with people, but there wasn't a single person Hang knew. He lamented, "Even so, I don't see anyone I know." Because Byung-haeng met a few people from the famous sects before he became depressed. "I thought I could at least meet a familiar face." He then said to Songhwa, "Find something to quench our thirst." She, like Hang's little tail, obeyed and replied, "Yes, young master." Byung-haeng thought to himself, "I guess I can't find any more information now." The 2 of them quickly went to rest and quenched their thirst at an inn on the street. The 2 of them sat at a table, and the guards sat at a smaller table. Songhwa then gave her guess about the origin of the mysterious foul smell. "Young master, could the foul smell be from some kind of plant growing in the area?" Byum Hang wasn't sure, he replied. I'm not sure. It could be due to outsiders entering the residence, like beggars from the beggar clan. Manhwa seemed to be enlightened. One word from her young master made her understand. She stood up abruptly, a little too excited, and shouted, "That's right. The beggars of the beggar clan are really dirty." "Wait, do you know the beggar clan?" Byum Hang was a little speechless and helpless with the guard's excitement. Then, he folded his arms and pretended to be humble. From books. Everyone was silent, but in their hearts there was great admiration and respect for Byum Hang. He really reads a lot of books. Manhwa cheerfully exclaimed, "Aha!" After a while of talking, the food arrived. Manhwa's eyes lit up when she saw the food. She was truly a girl who never grew up, always innocent and carefree. In contrast to her, Byum Hang focused on observing his surroundings. He looked to the side and suddenly recognized people he knew. He thought to himself, those people. Jiang Yi, the second young master of the Flame sect, and Shimin Hian, the third young master of the Shimin family. I don't remember who that young lady is. They're not very close to Byum Hang. But they're probably close enough for me to learn about the current state of the martial world. Byum Hang absent-mindedly, attentively looked at them and thought to himself. Hoo-hoo, I won't be tactless and spoil their good time, I'll let them talk happily for a while. Meanwhile, Manhwa had noticed him and looked at Hang with a puzzled expression. Suddenly there was a loud shout that made both of them turn around. "Call the owner here immediately." "How can there be a mosquito in the soup?" The man who was shouting was large, with a fierce and cunning face. He kept shouting at the short waiter, causing the waiter to cower. "Are you trying to deceive people? You put it at the bottom of the bowl, and made me eat it all before I saw it." The waiter bowed his head in fear to apologize, hoping that the man could have mercy and forgive him. "Please forgive me, sir. I told the staff to be careful. But they must have missed it. I apologize. We won't charge you for that part, and we'll also give you a free bottle of wine." The man kept nagging and wouldn't negotiate compensation. His attitude and words were not kind at all. "This isn't just a matter of free food," the waiter said, flustered, not knowing what to do. He stammered, "What then?" The hooligan immediately, as if waiting for it, gave a sky-high compensation price, 10 taels. "I'll let this matter go if I get 10 taels." The waiter couldn't believe his ears and asked in panic, "What?" 10 taels, sir." The man lost his temper and patience, and switched to threats, with a murderous expression on his face as if he wanted to eat the waiter alive. "Don't talk nonsense and compensate me for my physical and mental damage. Do you want to close down?" Byum Hang sighed in boredom when he heard this, thinking to himself, there are always people like this. Then he ordered Manhwa to take action. The hooligan lost all patience, drew his sword from its scabbard, and held it to the waiter's neck as fast as lightning, making him turn pale and his soul fly away. He said loudly and arrogantly, "I think you'll change your mind now, right?" The waiter was too scared to speak. This. Manhwa stepped forward and called out to the man, "Hey!" He replied, "What?" Manhwa enthusiastically and friendly continued, "It seems you're obsessed with mosquito soup. So my young master wants to pay 10 taels for you." Then she held out a heavy bag of money, which must have contained the value of 10 taels. Byum Hang calmly sat and picked up pieces of food to put in his mouth. Manhwa took care of everything, thinking to himself, "I hate being disturbed when I'm eating. I want to live peacefully for now." Then Manhwa stood in front of the waiter, pushed the sword away from his neck, and helped him escape imminent death. She smiled gently and said to the hooligan, "So please don't make a fuss anymore, and I hope you recover with this money." The hooligan was also cunning. He didn't take the bag of money and left silently, but stood and pondered for a while. He looked at Byum Hang, who was eating deliciously, and the guards, and thought to himself, "Oh ho, not only are his clothes luxurious, but his skin is also white and looks delicate. His guards don't look very strong. More importantly, if they were really strong, wouldn't he have paid me already?" He revealed a cunning and sly look, and shamelessly demanded more money. He said on second thought, 10 taels doesn't seem enough. I think 30 taels would be better. At this point, Manhwa had reached her limit. She forced a smile to hide her killing intent and couldn't speak. At this time Byum Hang spoke, "You not only don't know your place, But you're also greedy. The hooligan was stunned and a little surprised by BM Hang's words. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and asked, "What?" BM Hang, still holding the chopsticks, tilted his head and smiled mockingly at the man and asked, "Songhua, what do you think?" Songhua, as if she was about to vent all the anger she had been suppressing, smiled through gritted teeth and replied with a dark face, "I agree, young master." The hooligan didn't understand what was happening and said, "What are you saying?" Then he was choked by Songhua. She choked him, lifted him up and threw him far away. He gasped for breath and struggled to get up, saying as he breathed, "This bitch, you're dead. You messed with the wrong person. You'll soon." Then he was kicked by Songhua and flew out of the window from the second floor of the inn and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked by this scene. BM Hang said to Songhua, "Well done, let's go." She happily replied yes, and turned back to say to the waiter, "Please use this money to repair the damage to the inn." Then she hurriedly followed BM Hang, who was going downstairs. "Young master, wait for me." "Young master." Just as they reached the bottom, BM Hang and his group were immediately stunned when they saw that the hooligan's gang of brothers had come to take revenge for him. It was really too fast and sudden. The one-eyed leader pointed and said loudly, "I can't believe our gang of brothers was beaten to the ground. Who did this to him?" BM Hang turned pale and casually pushed the responsibility to Songhua, letting her bear all the blame alone. The pitiful little guard who always listened to her young master was betrayed by him. He said her. Songhua was immediately startled, her face drained of blood, and cried out, "Young master." She trembled and thought to herself, "I'm his guard, I'm just carrying out the mission of a shadow guard." Even so, BM Hang calmly hid behind his guards. In contrast to Songhua, she had to risk her life to rush forward and shouted at the hooligans, "Watch your mouths! How dare you speak like that? Do you know who he is? That guy attacked first. This is the consequence of being disrespectful to my young master. You better get out of here right now." The hooligans were still not scared or frightened by Songhua's childish threats. They contemptuously said, "Nonsense. Brothers, catch them." In the end, if it couldn't be resolved with words, then it would be resolved with force. Both sides rushed to fight, both sides full of killing intent. The group of the second young master of the flame sect saw the loud commotion outside and peeked through the window. "Why is it so noisy outside?" "That's right, it looks like there's a fight." And suddenly they recognized BM Hang's identity. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, that person is the first young master of the Qianghua Book Vault." In the end, it had to lead to a fight. Because she was too powerful, Songhua repeatedly gave them a beating they would never forget, repeatedly slapping and kicking them straight in the face. BM Hang thought to himself, although there are more of them, Songhua's martial arts are very strong, and there are also 4 escorts, so she should be able to handle it neatly without hurting anyone. "BM Hang, don't you recognize me?" Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. Shimin Hyun, the third young master of the Shimin family, and Jiang Yi, the second young master of the Shining Flower sect, stood side by side and respectfully greeted their long-lost friend. "Long time no see, Hang." Jiang Yi and Shimin Hyun, BM Hang was also overjoyed, because it had been a long time since they had met again. "My health has only recently improved, so I haven't been out of the house for a long time. I'm very happy to see you." BM Hang said, "Don't reminisce here, let's go to a tea house and chat slowly." The two of them froze. On the other side the guards were fighting fiercely, but BM Hang was still calmly inviting them to drink tea and chat. The two of them exclaimed involuntarily, "What?" But they also smiled wryly. "Okay, let's go." Somewhere 2 young ladies walked beside them, and suddenly BM Hang extended an invitation. "If you don't mind, join us." The one on the right said, "Okay, I'd be happy to." To the surprise of her friend beside her, the two of them seemed to be very familiar. They thought to themselves, "Is that the first young master of the Qianghua Book Vault, the one who is known as the genius among geniuses? I heard he looks like a zombie, right? The one with pink hair is the daughter of the lord of the Baekwa Manor, Myo Garyang, and the other one is the daughter of the leader of the Blue Moon sect, Ban Gyoin. He doesn't look bad, but he looks better than the rumors. If we go with him, can we learn more about him?" Behind these 2 young ladies is another young lady who is fighting hard with those Jianghu people, but they're still calm. Finally someone said this thought out loud, "But BM Hang, is it okay to leave your guard here?" Hang casually replied, "That's what guards should do." Songhwa was stunned when she heard this and chased after him. Wait! But life was cruel to her. Songhwa was punched in the face by someone when she chased after her young master with tears in her eyes. "You dare to be distracted!" And Hang silently gave a thumbs up and disappeared. They had already gone to a mountain villa to order wine and meet to chat. There are many conflicts in the martial world today, but it's not time to turn against each other yet. I'm guessing everyone is being more cautious. Shimin Hyun continued, "I think it's because they can't believe the leader of the martial arts alliance is dead. It's as if he could suddenly appear anywhere." Jang Yi also covered his mouth. "I really can't believe he's passed away. His shadow is too big, it's too much of a loss. He must be so strong that he's ascended to become an immortal. He's not someone who can be defeated by the demonic cult or Gwi Wun Song." Jang Yi spoke with a happy face, sometimes even blushing. "The only flaw he has is that he's chubby, but that attracts a lot of people. I'm one of them." Hang also blushed and raised his hand in agreement, wanting to say, "You have a good eye." These two people were really something. Ban Gyoen beside them was truly enlightened. She said, "People often say that you shouldn't believe rumors. I only see this saying is true when I met you. I didn't think you were a learned and talented person who cared about the martial world." Everywhere is the martial world. Hang looked straight at the tea he was drinking, suddenly looking very mysterious in his words. "Wherever there are people, there is the martial world." Before long, the birds wanted to return to their nests, and the sky wanted to disappear. Hang said, "It's late. I'm glad to have met such upright people like you." Shimin Hyun stood up and asked, "Hang, are you going back now?" His eyes seemed full of regret. The conversation was so short. "Tomorrow, I have to return to my maternal grandfather's house. I think we can chat more." Hang just smiled. "If we're destined, we'll meet again." After speaking, Hang left. Behind them, Shimin Hyun and Jang Yi smiled brightly and said goodbye. "Let's have a drink again someday. Have a safe journey, Hang." Hang walked on the road and only waved his hand in helplessness. Ho ho, these little friends, I didn't expect them to shout so loudly. Inside there were 4 people left. Jang Yi said, "Now that the peerless talent has returned, we'll probably hear more rumors about the first young master of the Chien Book Vault in the future." Ban Gyoen, who was standing up and looking at Hang leaving, also enthusiastically supported, "That's right. I wonder what achievements he will achieve in the future." She looked at Hang's smiling face down there, such a friendly person, a genius but like an ordinary person. "Perhaps, we might meet again at Tianlong Peak." Hang had completely left. As he walked alone, Songhwa caught up with him. He noticed, but it didn't matter much. He said, "Songhwa, why does the Great Hall smell so bad?" Songhwa was completely speechless, remaining silent for a while. Hang turned back, seeing Songhwa frozen again. He asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Although it was difficult to answer, with her bewildered expression, anyone could tell where the smell came from, yet he still made her answer. She had no choice but to say, "That bad smell, it's from the thing that just crawled out." At this point, Hang still didn't understand what was happening with Songhwa. He looked at Songhwa with a confused expression. "Crawled out? What do you mean?" Outside the house, Hang's 2 brothers were already covering their noses with cloths. Yoon said, "Hangxiong, you're back? Good thing, the stench has lessened." "What on earth is it?" Yoon casually said, "Oh my, have you heard about the thing that crawled out of the ground? A truly mysterious creature." As he spoke, Yoon squinted, looking very mysterious. But before Yoon could dawdle, Hang immediately guessed what it was. Annoyed by Yoon's slowness, Hang yelled straight into his face, "Bring the Lujiaozong snake here." Lujiaozong snake, this stench originates from a mysterious creature of the dragon family, one of the 100 unusual beasts, a serpent with a hexagonal crest on its head, a red body, and green blood. Once you drink this blood of the Lujiaozong snake, you can increase your internal energy and become immune to all poisons. But the deadly characteristic of the Lujiaozong snake is, it smells really, really bad. Because it's unbearably stinky, even if someone forces themselves to drink its blood, they'll vomit afterward because of the terrible taste. Another problem is that if the blood flows out, the effect will be halved. So, to achieve the maximum effect, it's best to drink the blood directly from its body. Stepping into the hall, the stench directly hit the nose. The entire family was lined up, covering their mouths with cloths, because the smell was too overpowering. But how could this level of difficulty stop Byung-haeng? Byung-haeng took 2 pieces of paper and blocked his nostrils, trying to cut the snake in half. Seeing the snake about to be cut in 2, one person rushed out, excuse me, I have an emergency. Zufu could only call back in vain, Isher Pion, where are you going? Seeing that, the less courageous ones, Byung-haeng's 2 brothers, also jumped out one after another. I have work that Hang assigned me. I love you, Zufu. Even someone as timid as Songwan knew it was difficult and retreated. Tribe leader, please excuse me. Zufu could only curse in agony, these idiots. They abandoned everything to escape. But as soon as everyone left, Byung-haeng spat out the snake. It wasn't cut in half yet, but Byung-haeng had sucked all the blood out. Hiya. Seeing that, Zufu inquired, Hang, the smell is awful, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine, Byung-haeng said with a smug look, as if it was nothing. Zufu was overjoyed, but he was just like the cowardly bunch, risking his life to run outside, escaping the strong odor. That's good then. Then he ran away. Byung-haeng was speechless at these people. Who could stand such a terrible smell? I'm going to die, but I have to endure it and try to absorb it. My chances of regaining my original strength in 5 years will increase. Tam Sa Bao, surely this old body of mine knew quite a bit. Lu Jiaozong Snake, Mei Xia Chao, and Diang Tang, these 3 are considered the existence of sin, also known as Tam Sa Bao. The effect is higher when a person can absorb all 3. I've never heard of the whereabouts of Mei Xia Chao and Diang Tang, but the efficacy of Tam Sa Bao can be compared to the 5 great unusual beasts. I must have the other 2 at all costs. Yoon, I know you're there, come here, Byung-haeng called out from inside the room. Yoon heard it and jumped. Hang. Then Byung-haeng tiptoed in, acting very apologetic. He immediately asked, what did I do wrong? Here, Byung-haeng shoved the snake right in Yoon's face. As soon as Yoon saw it, he screamed terribly, as if he saw a real snake. Yoon's face was filled with fear and disgust for the snake. Why are you telling me to throw it away? Byung-haeng scolded, what are you talking about? This thing is so valuable. How can I throw it away? Yoon took it in his hand, looked at Byung-haeng and said, then why give it to me? Byung-haeng said, I want you to dry its skin in the sun for 4 days and in the shade for 7 days, then divide it into 10 parts and store it away, understand? Yoon asked, but what is its skin good for? Byung-haeng replied, according to ancient books, when a person feels weak and tired, it has an excellent effect in curing the disease. When fighting a lot and losing strength, it helps restore physical strength. Snake skin can also treat poison, and before he could finish, Yoon couldn't stand the smell of this thing anymore and interrupted Byung-haeng. Alright, I'll do it right away. Then he thought to himself, there are many things with similar effects, why is he using this? Byung-haeng also added, and bring me rice balls that can last for 5 days. Yoon wondered, not understanding what this elder brother wanted to do. What are you planning to do? According to ancient books, to maximize the effectiveness of the Lu Jiaozong snake, you should minimize your food intake, so for the next 5 days I won't see anyone. Ancient books all day, ancient books. Byung-haeng has never read a book before, it's really strange. Hearing it again, Yoon couldn't take it anymore and interrupted for the 2nd time. Excuse me, I won't ask anything else, I'll find a sunny place to dry it right away, Yoon. After speaking, Yoon ran out in one breath. There was still a guard standing there, Songhua, unable to escape the fate of being called by this unfamiliar Byung-haeng. Songhua, can you hear me? Yes. Songhua, I have something to assign to you. Tell Zufu to find Mei Xia Chao and Diang Tang for me. Although the unique fragrance from Byung-haeng's mouth was really strong, she didn't dare say anything, only asked, what are Mei Xia Chao and Diang Tang? Byung-haeng closed his eyes. You just need to say the name and Zufu will know. If you've heard my words, then you can go now. As soon as he finished speaking and opened his eyes, there was no sign of Songhua in the hallway. It was 100% certain that this fragrance was too unique, so everyone wanted to leave as soon as possible. Everyone left, staying away from this fragrance that made their guts ache, leaving only Byung-haeng there, only complaining, they're so heartless. Time passed quickly. 5 days after absorbing the Lu Jiaozong snake. In Byung-haeng's private room, A strange blue light was emitted, probably because he had just absorbed the nose-clogging fragrance, so he broke through. For 5 consecutive days, Byung-Hang finally succeeded in breaking through. He let out a breath, surrounded by a blue aura. "I'm up 2 stars, Byung-Hang smiled smugly. "I didn't expect it to be so fast, so happy." Byung-Hang tried looking at the patterns on the ceiling, and sure enough, everything became too clear. Byung-Hang also confirmed, "My eyesight has also increased by 1 level." Suddenly, he heard someone's voice, "Yoon-seong, can I eat something?" Yoon's voice was quite loud. "Did I forbid you from eating?" Hearing that, Byung-Hang also felt that his hearing had also increased. But increased hearing isn't necessarily a good thing. He continued to hear his second and third brothers outside. "It's not that. But Byung-Hang-seong and you both have to eat rice balls." "How can I eat normally alone?" Yoon comforted, "Endure a little more, today is already the 5th day." Byung-Hang felt helpless with these 2 blood-related brothers and thought to himself, "Why are you 2 so stupid? I'm the one who ate the Lijiazong snake, why are you eating rice balls?" Thinking it over, even so, these 2 brothers weren't bad. The longer they were together, the more childish they became, to the point of being cute. Byung-Hang stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself after 5 days of just cultivating. His clothes were dirty again. "The toxins in my body are eliminated after my body, soul, and mind are united as one." Byung-Hang saw something on his face, so he looked more closely in the mirror, and suddenly felt that he was handsome. "Oh no. Before I found this face unfamiliar, but now I'm completely used to it. It's unbelievable, it's just that it looks more pleasing to the eye." Byung-Hang raised his arm. "This body is still too thin. To look majestic when wielding power, I have to make this arm a little fatter. I'm up a level, so my efforts must have also increased. Is there anyone to test it on?" That thought flashed, but suddenly dimmed. No, if things get messy again thinking of everyone's reaction, that would be troublesome. Sufu would definitely open his mouth and say, "Are you sick?" That little servant girl would cover her face in surprise, and that younger brother would probably prepare for a big fight. "Why are you doing this?" "Hoo-hoo, do you want to fight me?" Just thinking about it made him shudder. If that's the case, should I try whole body technique? Starting with the right hand. Byung-Hang raised his right hand. And suddenly the bones jumped very quickly, one bone stacked on another, one place filling another, looking like someone was about to have their hand chopped off. Whole body technique allows the user to adjust joints, but it looks like adjusting billions of cells in the body at once. It was originally used to squeeze into tight places. But if there's a tight place, just destroy it to expand it. What's the point of manipulating bones? That's what Byung-Hang used to do before he died. In fact, it's much more effective when used on others. It will disrupt the tendons and bones of the opponent. After using it for a while, Byung-Hang's arm became much smaller. It seems he had hidden some arm joints. It's quite good, except for being too slow, just like a 2-star. This situation reminds me of that guy again. He was Spa Gol of the Vajrayana sect, wearing the same outfit and hat all year round. One day, he happily went to show off to Byung-Hang, alliance leader. "I'm researching a new technique, have a look." "Ha," he roared, "it seems to be a high-level technique, it looks really fierce." He smugly said, "How is it? I can instantly turn into air." "It's much more advanced than whole-body technique, isn't it the legendary divine skill? When using this technique, I can hide everywhere." Byung-Hang was completely despaired, not just disappointed. Byung-Hang said, "Hey Pa Gol, wouldn't it be easier to kill all those who are chasing you?" Yeah, as expected of a strong person. Pa Gom and Byung-Hang were not on the same level. Pa Gol realized that. Byung-Hang still wondered, "I still don't understand why he learned that useless technique." Because the two didn't get along, he immediately left. Suddenly Songwa's voice came from outside, "Young master, I brought clothes for you to change into. Come in." She asked, "Have you finished practicing?" Byung-Hang took off his clothes and replied, "Yes, my body feels much lighter." Byung-Hang reached for the clothes Songwa was holding, and at this moment she dared to hesitate. Young master, what is it?" "I was called to attend the gathering of the guard team, so I have to go for a bit." Byung-Hang tidied up his clothes and said, "You don't need to report such things to me." Songwa laughed loudly, looking very certain. "Come on, I'm like your shadow after all." Byung-Hang was speechless, urging her, Go quickly, you'll be late. Then see you later. In front of the BM family's courtyard, solemn flags of the servants were erected. All the servants were gathered in neat rows, solemn and serious. I'm sure you all know that the eldest young master has changed and is no longer the person he used to be. He is the heir to our book repository, representing the Tianhua book repository. Therefore, he will have to interact with outsiders with high reputations. Therefore, our guard team not only needs to protect him but also needs to maintain his reputation. Furthermore, the people we just faced belong to the Guanghui sect. There is information that they are targeting the Tianhua book repository to wash away that humiliation. Remember, we must not only protect the eldest young master but also everyone in the Tianhua book repository. That is why we exist. The commanding voice was very firm, worthy of the captain. Details. Before he could finish, a soldier nearby rushed over to report. He whispered something in the captain's ear. The captain deliberately spoke loudly so that everyone could hear. The eldest young master is looking for me? Did he say why? No. Songhua heard it but found it hard to believe. He's looking for the captain? This has never happened before. She was suspicious of this action, but it was suspicious of BM Hang. I said there was a guard team gathering. Is it urgent? I should have stayed by his side. What's going on? The captain of the guard team bowed. The eldest young master is looking for me. Excuse me for a moment. Hopefully nothing serious. But the captain's face when he left was really serious. But Songhua didn't act. To the place where BM Hang was sitting comfortably reading in the room, reading a lot of books. It was piled up on the table and BM Hang was still reading. Suddenly there was someone knocking on the door, making a noise that BM Hang also noticed. It was the servant outside of BM Hang speaking. Eldest young master, it's the captain of the guard team. BM Hang thought to himself, the captain of the guard team? Didn't Songhua say there was a gathering? Hang said, what's going on? The captain of the guard team spoke up. I have something important to report to you. Come in. He bowed his head and stepped in. BM Hang thought to himself, BM Hang has never had any special contact with this person. Hang confronted the captain. I heard Songhua say there was a gathering. The captain calmly replied, that's right, but this is an important matter so it can't be delayed. Feeling hard to understand, BM Hang asked with crossed arms, what important matter? The captain smiled, I want to actively support you more. His face looked really cunning. BM Hang thought to himself, support? But I didn't ask for anything. After speaking, he placed the knife on the table. BM Hang really didn't understand what he was planning to do. The knife was neatly placed there. His hand moved away, as if wanting to hand it to BM Hang. He smiled sinisterly, don't you want to die? We will help you. The vase fell to the ground, breaking into pieces, the sound echoing like a gust of wind and then stopping immediately. But what about the eldest young master not eating blood poison? Maybe he doesn't just want to die together with the family head. The voice of the leader came out. Before, I always hoped he would die sooner. But now thinking about it, it's good that he's not dead. If the young master commits suicide at this time, the Tianhua book repository will immediately and completely collapse. After thinking for a long time, he didn't say anything more. Beside him was the captain of the Tianhua book repository's guard team. He looked at him looking worried, so he said, your complexion is terrible, what's wrong? The captain said, I heard the second young master say that the young master has gone to learn martial arts. The leader looked really handsome, strangely dashing. He said, strange, then why are you guys worried? It's nothing. Although he said that, deep down they were still very worried, sweat covering their cheeks. It wasn't clear what they were worried about. To calm the captain, he said, haha, you two are too careful. Don't worry, even if he learns martial arts, he's nothing compared to you guys. And you two are very reputable in the book repository. They won't suspect anything. Our plan will go smoothly. He patted him on the shoulder, showing great trust. You must remember very well that he must commit suicide. If we openly kill him, things will be very troublesome. But if he resists, just cut his throat directly, then just say that he committed suicide. Hearing this, the way he intended to do it was really cruel, making the captain shudder with fear at his handling. He continued to pat the captain's shoulder. No matter what the captain thought, he still had to do it. Don't worry, this is easy, he said. If it's so easy, why don't you do it? Returning to reality, the knife was still on the table, the captain then said. Are you unhappy seeing the knife? This is the right time. Byung-Hang also realized that the reason he gathered the guard team was to separate Manhwa from me, giving him the opportunity to talk to me alone. When did this conspiracy start? And how deep has it gone? Byung-Hang's eyes suddenly turned dark black, with light green pupils, looking like a demon. But Byung-Hang needed to take the initiative. It seemed like people still thought he wanted to die, but tough luck for them, that wasn't true anymore. The team leader chuckled smugly. Haha, why resort to such a weak solution? Team leader of the guard, I'm not the person I used to be. At this moment, Byung-Hang's mood looked truly terrifying. But this team leader was stubborn, not knowing when to back down, knowing defeat but not surrendering, only leaving behind a provocative statement. Is that so? If that's the case, then you'll just have to sit still. He immediately used 2 fingers to poke at Byung-Hang's body. Byung-Hang also showed surprise, unable to resist. In that moment, Byung-Hang still noticed the difference between the surrounding acupoints he was targeting, Zhongwan and Chiman. These 2 acupoints could paralyze the entire body. He laughed and said, the villains always get overthrown because they talk too much. Byung-Hang, you're really unlucky. When you wanted to die you couldn't, but now that you want to live, you're going to die so easily. The guard team leader found it strange to hear Byung-Hang lament about himself so strangely. You talk about yourself in a very detached way. You really want to die, huh? But he continued smugly, like I said, this is the perfect time for you to die. Think about what will happen if you commit suicide right now, when everyone believes you want to live on. It'll be a complete collapse. The family head will die, your uncle will die, and the 2nd and 3rd young masters won't be able to live sober lives. They'll drink to get through the day and hide away in corners. Everything will end like that. As he spoke, the guard team leader laughed very despicably. Unable to listen to that nonsense any longer, Byung-Hang said powerfully. You talk too much. The team leader was caught off guard. Huh! Before he could recover, Byung-Hang continued, you're probably not acting alone, are you? Is there someone else behind this? Byung-Hang's indifferent attitude made the team leader lose his composure. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, what's wrong with you? After hearing what I said, you should realize that nothing will change. The team leader's agitated mood only made Byung-Hang laugh even more. He laughed genuinely, haha, look at your eyes. After that, the team leader became somber and panicked by what was happening before him. I've changed my mind. Byung-Hang stood up as he spoke, which made the team leader's eyes widen in surprise. He stammered, how can you move? I've already struck your acupoints. Contrary to the other's impolite attitude and actions, Byung-Hang only said calmly, aren't you going to lower your voice? Although surprised, the team leader quickly calmed down because he had known that Byung-Hang practiced martial arts, only he didn't know the level of his skills. He immediately drew his sword and attacked Byung-Hang, laughing mockingly, what a surprise! You actually have such strange martial arts. But as he spoke, the sword in his hand pointed straight at Byung-Hang's neck and stabbed down. Byung-Hang wasn't running on fumes either. Inside his body was the leader of the martial arts world, the strongest hero in the land. How could he passively submit to these petty tricks? His hand was placed under the table, and he flicked it upwards, striking the tip of the team leader's attacking sword. The tip of the sword touched the table. He didn't hesitate to chop the table, obstructing his view in half. Byung-Hang stood with his hands behind his back, watching and offering a benevolent reminder, don't destroy my belongings. At this moment, the team leader truly felt fear. Cold sweat poured down like rain. Where did his agility and confidence go? Damn it! But having started down this path, he had to continue. No matter what, I have to kill you today! He held his sword and charged straight at Byung-Hang again. But surprisingly, the sword was just a feint. The real attack towards Byung-Hang was his other hand. Seeing this, Byung-Hang didn't lose his composure at all. He just thought curiously, what is that hand going to do? Judgments flashed through Byung-Hang's mind with images of terrifying monsters, dragons or tigers. But none of them were right. A kitten? That's right, they were just cute cats. How could such a simple move touch Byung-Hang? He dodged the attack skillfully. But the foolish team leader still didn't realize this. Haha, you're just lucky. But let's see how long your luck lasts. As he spoke, he pointed the sword straight at Byung-Hang. It was truly a perfect combination of hand and sword, but his opponent wasn't an ordinary person. His opponent was the leader of the martial arts world. Hang could easily evade that sudden attack. He said reluctantly, "I'll give you 15 minutes to try your best in that time." How could the foolish team leader understand? He said smugly, "Young master, you're too greedy. You want to live another 15 minutes? Along with that, another sword strike was launched towards Hang. Hang raised his hand, using his sleeve to block the sword. With just a few simple movements, Hang deflected the team leader's sword, without even needing to touch it. So when the team leader lost his balance and charged towards him, Hang quickly raised his hand. He quickly struck 2 acupoints on the team leader's body, and showed him what real acupoint striking was. The team leader immediately retreated and clutched his back. He thought to himself, "Luckily, the young master didn't strike my vital points." But that speed the team leader began to realize the danger. When I heard stories of him beating the second young master to a pulp, I thought it was just a joke. Was that real? Meanwhile, Hang stood calmly, waving his hand. "What are you doing? Don't tell me you're done already? Normal martial arts don't seem to be working?" He began to use his internal energy. Red streams of energy surrounding his body. And he began to utter threatening words as if comforting himself. "It seems hard to make you commit suicide, huh? Then I'll just kill you." He used his power to attack directly towards Hang. That was the power of a team leader. If Hang's body hadn't been transformed, the only outcome would have been death. But now it was different. That sword couldn't touch a single hair on Hang's head. And the series of attacks didn't stop there. Countless hands appeared everywhere in front of Hang. With his current abilities, Hang could easily avoid those attacks lightly without expending any effort. The team leader used all his strength, but still couldn't attack a single hair on Hang's head. He worriedly thought, "I don't understand. How can he leisurely avoid my attacks like he's taking a stroll in the park? He's still within my sight, so why do I feel like I can't reach him?" While the team leader was lost in his thoughts, Hang laughed and said, 15 minutes have passed. It's time to teach you a lesson. Come here and let me teach you." As he spoke, Hang's hand also reached out in front of the team leader. The team leader tried to resist by pushing out a palm strike right in front of him. But how could things be so easy? Hang immediately went behind the team leader, his hand swiftly striking all the acupoints on his body. The team leader trembled and asked, "What's going on? You can strike my death acupoints, but you're striking unimportant ones. What do you want? Do you want me to join your side?" The team leader was really delusional. Hang sneered and said, "You're really funny? I want someone like you on my side? You have to have the qualifications to join my side. Not just any small fry can get in." Hearing Hang say that made the team leader even more angry. After all, he was an expert. Hang continued to smile and said, "Don't talk nonsense anymore. Just lie down after being beaten." As Hang spoke, he waved his hand. Along with that, the team leader also spat out blood and repeated Hang's words unconsciously. "Lie down." Hang's smile was now like a devil's. "See? You shouldn't have been so arrogant. You should have realized how strong your enemy was from the beginning." At this moment, the team leader could only earnestly beg the young master to spare him, but nothing could change anymore. Red blood flowed all over the floor, staining the entire space. Hang spoke up, "I'll ask you one more time. Who ordered you to do this?" While the team leader, or rather the pile of mush in the corner, was begging for forgiveness, Hang quickly told him to wait a moment, or be quiet. Someone was approaching, and Hang could sense them. "Who is it?" There were 2 people. By the time they got closer, Hang had recognized them. It was Yoon and Bamong. He called out to the 2, "You two, come here quickly." The 2 kids were happy that Hang welcomed them before they even arrived. Yoon said excitedly, "Hang, how did you know we were coming?" Bamong answered happily, "Hang must be waiting for us." Walking to the door, Yoon said cheerfully, "Hyung even opened the door to welcome us?" At the same time, Bamong had also seen the pile of flesh in the corner of the room. He asked, "Elder brother, what is that? That pile of meat looks like a monster." "What is it?" Hang answered gently, "That's Cheon Gyun." Yoon was very surprised. "What? Chief Cheonggyen? The other person, Bamong, seemed more anxious. He rushed over and said the team leader had a stroke, right? That's a terrible disease. We have to take him to the doctor immediately. Yoon also echoed, I think we should do that too, Hang. Hang was a little helpless. That's not it. After that, Hang continued to return to his somber attitude and asked the team leader Cheonggyen, now, tell us the reason why this happened. Who is the ringleader, and who else is involved? In this? Yoon asked Hang with a bewildered look, what are you talking about? Cheonggyen kept begging, please save me, I made a mistake. Please save me. I'll say everything, please save me. Actually, the Grand Manager is the one behind everything. There are a total of 8 people involved. That's me, the deputy team leader, and 6 other guards. There's 1 person from the scholar's side and 5 people from the guard team and the librarian. After understanding everything, Yoon angrily slammed the table. How dare the Grand Manager do something like that? How can someone do something so cruel? While he was extremely upset, the finger pointed back at him. He's not the only one responsible. What were you doing during this whole time? Hang angrily scolded, during this whole time, I was negligent. But what were you doing when things like this were happening in the house? Bamong said blankly. We've probably been a little negligent lately too. Hearing this made Hang shut up. That's right, Hang is the culprit for all of this. After that, Hang continued, Bamong, I want you to activate the outer trap system and lock the library. You can't let an ant leave this place. Hearing this, Bamong asked, do we need to tell grandfather about this? Hang replied, it won't be too late to tell him after we handle this properly. Next, Hang assigned a task to Yoon. But before Hang could finish speaking, Yoon volunteered, I'll use the Black Heaven Lightning formation deployed in the training area to capture those accomplice guards. The Black Heaven Lightning formation is a formation diagram that can engulf an entire area in darkness immediately with lightning strikes everywhere. And it will make it impossible for people to recognize the person next to them. But Hang immediately dismissed the idea. He said, there's no need. There aren't many of them, there's no need to make such a big commotion. The most important thing is that you capture the leader of the revolt, the Grand Manager. These small fries will think they've escaped, so it will be easier for us to catch them. After that, he continued to ask, do you know if any of those traitors Cheonggyen mentioned have any weaknesses? Yoon also focused to ponder weaknesses. After that, Yoon suddenly came up with an answer. Oh, there's one person named Jang Muguk. I heard that he loves his family very much. Alright, then he will betray the others to protect his family. After that, Hang said to his 2 younger brothers, let's begin. On the training ground, the meeting between the guards continued. The deputy team leader, who was chairing the meeting, talked incessantly while thinking, the team leader is late, there probably isn't any problem, right? He didn't know that the team leader had just suffered a painful ending and that he would soon be the same. Suddenly, a move from the sky struck straight down. Everyone scattered and looked around at what had been dropped along with that move. Everyone discussed among themselves, what is that? What just fell from the sky? It was a lump of blood, or rather a pile of mush, but it was still saying it was a person. A series of different speculations were put forward. Standing in the crowd, Songhwa quickly recognized the voice. Songhwa worriedly thought, team leader, that's the voice of the guard team leader. He went to see young Master Hang. What on earth happened? If something happened to the young master, what am I going to do? While she was tearing up, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, that lump of meat is the team leader. It's young Master Yoon's voice. Accompanying him was Hang. He's safe. He had a stroke when he tried to kill Hang. Seeing Hang approach, Songhwa happily ran to him. Young master, you're safe. Not paying attention to Songhwa, Hang turned to mock the deputy team leader. Why do you have such an expression, deputy team leader? As if you've seen a ghost. And these 6 guards too, is there something wrong with you? Looking at the scene, Songhwa understood what was going on. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Damn it! After that day, the situation quickly stabilized again. The guard team, accomplices in the Grand Manager's plot, surrendered without any resistance. Hang thought to himself. They must be very panicked because they were expecting Cheon Gyun to appear instead of me, who should have been killed. But that Grand Manager, I can't believe that he actually stole half of the assets of the Thousand Autumns library. I just wonder how valuable it is. How to get back the books and treasures that have been sent out? It's really a headache. At the same time, Yoon came to knock on the door. I brought Jang Muguk with me, Yoon called out. He brought the guard into the room, and the guard's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Of course, now that the matter had been exposed, he was very afraid. Byum Heng spoke. I heard that you have a very beautiful wife and a lovely little daughter. Having only heard that, the guard Jang Muguk collapsed and begged. Young master, I have committed a crime worthy of death. I was too selfish and forgot the grace that the family bestowed upon me. Although I was threatened by them, I still committed a crime worthy of death. My crime deserves to be punished 10,000 times. If you say I should die here, I will commit suicide immediately. But please, my wife and daughter are innocent, they did nothing. They are completely innocent, so please spare them. Hearing Jang Muguk beg repeatedly, Byum Heng smiled awkwardly. He said, What are you rambling on about? Do you think I will kill your wife and children? Jang Muguk panicked even more. No, I'm not right. I know you're not that kind of person. Jang Muguk thought to himself fearfully while kneeling before Byum Heng's terrifying face. He's not the weak bookworm he used to be. He turned the team leader into something that doesn't look human at all. I can't believe he's so calm. He's even worse than the cunning old foxes in Jianghu. Jang Muguk continued to say firmly, Young master, please tell me what to do. I will do everything. I will never let you down. Byum Heng said, Then can you bring the Grand Manager here by tonight? Jang Muguk hurriedly agreed. Please rest assured, this is a very easy task. All right, I'll wait for you. But Jang Muguk, you must know that there are times when things don't go as you want, right? Like when you hesitate or change your mind. The same goes for me when you're about to soften. Remember, I can change my mind. I'll try not to do anything noisy here, but if I want to, I might do something terrible. Jang Muguk pledged firmly. I will definitely bring the Grand Manager here. Byum Heng replied, That's right, make sure you deliver the goods to me from here. And remember that he must be alive. A clear and breezy moonlit night at the bamboo pavilion by the lake. Reflected in the water was an old man. He asked, Is the young master dead? And received a definite answer from his subordinate, Yes, sir. The Grand Manager continued to ask, Did the young master commit suicide or did he die at the hands of the team leader? Jang Muguk calmly replied, The young master committed suicide. Hearing this, the Grand Manager pretended to be sad. Oh, why did the young master have such dark thoughts? How will those who admired him live on? How could he leave on his own like this? Crocodile tears flowed. How can I live with this eternal sorrow? It's all because I'm not good enough. I couldn't take care of him properly, it's all my fault. After that, he chuckled and asked, How's my acting? Jang Muguk replied according to his wishes, Your acting, Grand Manager, really moves people to tears. The Grand Manager laughed smugly at hearing this. Haha. That's right. Everyone in the Thousand Autumns library will be saddened. I should also show a lot of grief. But the Grand Manager wasn't stupid either. He immediately noticed the abnormality. Why is it you who is reporting such important news? Jang Muguk was a little afraid, but still answered steadily, You and I are in the same boat, so what's so strange about that? The Grand Manager was still suspicious. You said you didn't want to show your face because of your wife and children, but you're here, wandering outside the library on a day of such great change. That's really suspicious. Because he was prepared, Jang Muguk still maintained his composure. Hey, things should be normal, even if the team leader ordered me to do this. I would decline. But today is a special day, isn't it? I think I need to prove that I'm not a burden. At this time, the Grand Manager had dispelled his suspicions. He laughed heartily. You're quite cunning, aren't you? I like that. He laughed, ha ha ha, things are going to be busy soon. I'll have to organize funeral after funeral. All right, let's go to the Thousand Autumns library to cry. Ha ha. Tonight is a full moon and they immediately went to the Thousand Autumns library. A person came out to open the door. His tears were too genuine. But wait a moment, the person opening the door looked a little familiar. He opened the door and grinned. Catching the Grand Manager is like catching gold. It was Biam Hang. He had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as he saw Biam Hang, the Grand Manager was full of question marks. How is he still alive? Why is he standing here? He assumed he was hallucinating. Biam Hang's friendly smile, but next to him were his two younger brothers who looked really scary. Something must be wrong. Sweat drenched his forehead. You didn't expect this. Did you? Catch the Grand Manager. The words were as cold as a knife stabbing into his heart. What a misfortune, doing evil leads to this ending. Before long, Biam Hang's Grand Manager had been hung upside down in the warehouse. His golden face was bruised beyond recognition. Until now, the Grand Manager didn't understand what was going on. He had said that the young master was dead. Grandfather Biam tried to tell Hang to be gentle with him. Little one, we don't belong to the demonic sect, nor are we bandits. How can we be so cruel? Biam Hang still stared at the Grand Manager hanging like a pig up there. As he spoke, Grandfather, just go outside, I've already been very lenient with someone who intended to kill me. Hang's grandfather thought it made sense. That's right, but don't kill him. Hanging upside down, he certainly wouldn't have a future. He thought, even the elder couldn't persuade him. Is there really any scenario in his mind where I won't be killed? Just as her grandfather stepped outside, Manhwa quickly grabbed the piece of wood. All right, young master, the elder has left, so can I continue to beat him up? Manhwa's eyes sparkled like pearls. Biam Hang, upon hearing this, felt like coughing up blood in frustration. He pointed at her. I told you to go outside. Why are you still standing here? What are you doing with that piece of wood? Manhwa didn't seem to care much. She cupped her flushed cheeks and proudly said, I'm your bodyguard, hee. So it turned out that his bruises weren't Hang's doing, but the result of this unleashed bodyguard. Biam Hang sighed, holding his head in his hands. This is going to be troublesome. I'm speechless. He called out, Guak Du. The sect leader. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly remembering he wasn't the sect leader anymore. But everyone else was also surprised. Sect leader? You shouldn't use that title anymore. Now Biam Hang is just Hang. To cover up, Biam Hang coughed a few times and said, as I see it, there's no smoke without fire. Explain yourself. The suspended chief steward acknowledged that it was indeed a brilliant and insightful observation. Having said that, he also knew he couldn't escape, and revealed the culprit. It's the Black Brigade. The Black Brigade? Biam Hang pondered. Are they also martial artists? Never heard of them. Manhwa whispered something into Biam Hang's ear, causing him to say, Stay away from me. Specifically, she had said, Young master, why are you acting like you have the entire martial world in your grasp? The chief steward continued without hiding anything. The Black Brigade is a secret organization under the Shimin clan and the Manhwa sect. Everyone was surprised, except for Biam Hang, who remained calm and listened. The Shimin clan was one of the 10 great clans, and although the Manhwa sect was smaller, they still had a reputation in Anhui. Biam Hang thought back to his former friends who were descendants of the Shimin and Manhwa sects. There wasn't anything particularly suspicious, but it wasn't entirely unexpected either. The Tianhua library was now like a piece of cake on a table being torn apart. Moreover, the chief steward of the Shimin clan, Shimin Chunam, was not a good person, Biam Hang thought. But I don't know what the Manhwa sect leader is like, as I've never met him. Then he said to the chief steward, I told you to tell the truth, but this is a good story. Are you trying to fool me? The chief steward, having nothing left to lose, denied it. If I wanted to lie, I would have made up a more convincing story. Who would be stupid enough to point fingers at the Shimin clan and the Manhwa sect in northern Anhui? Because we couldn't make you and the elder commit suicide one after another, they resorted to the next best tactic, entrusting the task to the Black Brigade. The Black Brigade overturned the Tianhua library. The Shimin clan and the Manhwa sect will shift all the blame onto the Black Brigade. To carry out this scheme, they modified a trap in the dungeon and disabled it. Biam Hang immediately connected the dots. The hexagonal sex serpent appeared at that exact moment. The chief steward continued. But because I wanted to minimize the damage to the Tianhua library, I immediately opposed this plan. Because I have the insignia to negotiate with the Shimin clan, they won't be able to refuse if we present it. After a while of confessing everything, the matter finally came to an end. The chief steward was still hanging there. Hang and Songhua left. As soon as they reached the door, Songhua asked, "Young master, do you think the chief steward was telling the truth? I can't believe that righteous sects like the Shimin clan and the Lanhwa sect would want to usurp the Tianhua library." She continued, "That insignia could also be fabricated. Even if it's real, they could simply deny it's theirs." Hang calmly replied, "This needs to be verified, so you and Zhang Mujak should go to the chief steward's residence to look for the insignia." Songhua's face fell. "As you command." Hang turned back, smiling brightly. "I'll keep the bait they can't resist." Hang's face was full of confidence. This made Songhua beside him puzzled. Bait? Soon, evening arrived, and dawn shone on the rooftops. Hang calmly walked to the desk in front of the courtyard. Everyone had gathered. Hang sat down in the chair. All the guards in the Tianhua library had assembled. They shouted in unison, "Please give your orders, young master. We are at your service." Hang felt happy inside. I wonder if it's because they heard about the chief steward. Everyone seems to be in high spirits now. These people were trustworthy. They were the ones who remained loyal to the clan no matter what happened. They were the ones the chief steward couldn't bribe. Hang slammed his hand on the table. Everyone paid attention. He shouted, "Good. That's the spirit of a warrior." The whole team echoed, "As you command, young master." But their morale dropped by half. Hang said cheerfully, "But no fighting today." Everyone had big question marks hanging over their heads. Hang continued, "I want everyone to go out, spend a day outside, and return tomorrow night. I only need you to do one thing. Go to the taverns, inns, and markets, and spread the rumor that the Shimin clan and the Lanhwa sect have formed the Black Brigade and are plotting to seize the Tianhua library. Make sure that by tomorrow evening, everyone in northern Anhui is talking about this. Understood?" Of course, they understood. They were always assembled for fighting, and now being assembled to spread rumors was simply too joyful. Moreover, this was to protect the Tianhua library. They all cheerfully responded, "As you command." Hang thought to himself, if the Shimin clan and the Lanhwa sect are really behind this, the rumors will force them to withdraw. They will also come forward to explain. If the chief steward lied, I can easily cover it up because it's just a rumor. At that moment, Songhua and Zhang Mujak rushed in. "Young master!" Their faces were pale. As they arrived, Zhang Mujak collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. Songhua was in better shape. Hang asked, "Did you find the insignia?" Zhang Mujak immediately kowtowed. "That I apologize, great young master. The chief steward's residence was empty. We couldn't find anything. The place where the insignia was kept was ransacked. And the insignia is gone. Please spare my family." "It's true, young master. That was our chance to find a clue," but Hang replied, "Whether we found the insignia or not isn't the point. The point is that someone wanted to erase the traces." It seems the chief steward told the truth. Songhua and Zhang Mujak were momentarily dumbfounded, not understanding Hang's intention. Hang thought to himself, "I just need to wait for the rumors to spread." In an inn, people were gossiping. "Have you heard the news? I'm sure you've heard rumors are just rumors. There's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill and overthink it. But something is definitely going to happen. As the old saying goes, there's no smoke without fire." On the roof of that inn, someone was listening to the conversation. Inside the inn, the conversation continued. "Are you suspecting the Shimin clan and the Lanhwa sect? Aren't they the ones who will benefit in the end? Even a prestigious place in the martial world like the Tianhua library is suddenly involved. Something big is definitely going to happen. What's going on?" Elsewhere, two children were talking. "But it's simple. The Shimin clan and the Lanhwa sect just need to go to the Tianhua library to clear up the misunderstanding. They should join forces to catch the bad guys like the Black Brigade and punish the chief steward." After hearing that, the person left. He flew over the wall to a place where two people were sitting. The young boy jumped down and asked Big Brother Kai, "Do you know what I saw?" Xianji, sitting there, said, "Oh ho, our cute little guy is back. What did you see?" The boy's eyes lit up as he recounted, "I saw the people spreading the rumors going up the mountain all night. where the Tianhua Library is located. Xianji asked in surprise, "What?" An Engi looked over with a smile and said, "Damn, that's shocking news." Hearing Engi curse, Linji grabbed his clothes and shook him. "Why are you cursing? We beggars may not be clean, but we're not vulgar. You better stop saying those vulgar words, or I'll beat you to a pulp." Engi, still smiling, replied, "All right." Then Linji continued, "But the Tianhua Library, which has always been low-key, is spreading rumors." The boy added, "That means the rumors are true." Engi smiled mischievously. "They must be scared, haha. Typical scholars." Wenji picked his nose and then put it on his forehead. Then he grumbled, "Don't be stupid and cause trouble with the Shimin clan and the Lanhua sect. If anything happens to the Tianhua Library, you two will be the first suspects." The other two, seeing his forehead, covered their faces and laughed. Seeing them laugh, Wenji brushed his forehead and continued, "I hope so, but I don't know if the Tianhua Library can catch that big fish." The boy asked, "Big fish? You mean the Shimin clan?" Engi, hearing this, asked in confusion, "You idiot, why don't you think it's the Lanhua sect?" Hearing this, the boy asked worriedly, "Huh? But there's no proof, right?" Wenji replied, "The Tianhua Library will take care of that themselves. They're a clan of geniuses, aren't they? And the eldest young master of the Tianhua Library has really changed into a different person." Then all three said loudly, "If that's the case, I'm on the Tianhua Library's side." "Me too. Me three." Elsewhere, a voice said, "That means we can't get them back." Inside, Biem Bamong was sweating as he thought about the 3 items. 3 books on formations, 2 paintings, and a Qinghua porcelain vase. Most of the items that the chief steward stole are at the pawn shop, so we can easily retrieve them. But these items, I don't know where to find them. Biem Yun, standing beside him, said, "If it wasn't the Shimin clan, then it must be the Lanhua sect that took them. Since they are all priceless items, I'm sure they would want them." As he was speaking, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Hang, this is a good opportunity to expose the true faces of the Shimin clan and the Lanhua sect and beat them to a pulp." Bamong agreed. "That's right. They're rotten to the core, despite their outward appearance. How can we let them off the hook? They need to be punished." Biem Hang leaned on the table and looked at the other two. "I want both of you to tell me how you think we should eradicate them." Hearing this, Yun looked away evasively, while Bamong also remained silent, looking down. Seeing this, Biem Hang sighed, thinking, "These two act like we can do something, but the situation is still pretty hopeless. Not to mention the leaders, both factions have many powerful martial artists." Suddenly, Biem Yun slapped his thigh with a loud smack. Both of them looked at him. Bamong smiled and asked, "Did you just come up with a brilliant plan?" Yun looked away. My knee just itched." Bamong said in surprise, "Unbelievable. Hang is right here, and you're still acting up. You've got guts." Yun stammered. "No, it really itched. Did you come up with any plans?" Biem Bumong's eyes sharpened. "I do." Yun asked, "What plan?" Bamong replied, "Report them to the Martial Alliance." Hang, surprised by the plan, asked, "Huh? Doesn't everyone belong to the Martial Alliance?" Yun said, "But Bamong, the strongest person in the martial world, that chubby guy, is dead." Bamong asked, "So what if the fat sect leader is gone? There are still many powerful martial artists in the Martial Alliance." Yun lowered his eyes and frowned. "But will reporting them solve anything? After all, the Shimin clan and the Lanhua sect have more influence than us." Bamong looked at Hang and asked, "We won't know unless we try, Hang. What do you think?" Seeing Hang covering his face and struggling to speak, Bamong asked, "Hang, what's wrong?" Biem Hang, on the verge of tears from frustration, stood up abruptly and pointed at the two before him. "You pitiful fools! Instead of trying to solve it yourselves, you only think about asking others for help. That's why you're always at the mercy of others." Then Hang sat down and continued, "I will handle this myself. So tell me everything you know about the Lanhua sect and the Shimin clan." As he was speaking, there was a noise. Yun interrupted, "There's a noise." Songhua opened the door and shouted, "Young master." Biem Hang asked, "What is it?" Songhua's face was panicked. "The Lanhua sect. The Lanhua sect leader and his daughter, Ban Gyoen, are here." Outside in the forest, birds were flying in the sky. Gyoen asked, Father, did we come to the wrong place? There's nothing here. The Manhwa sect leader replied, No, this is the entrance to the Tianhua library. We can't see anything because there's a formation here. He looked around. This forest, this cliff, and even the clouds drifting in the sky are all illusions. Saying that, Ban Guan kicked a stone down the cliff. Then a sound echoed. Gyoen asked, Is this an illusion? Ban Guan replied, Yes. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Greetings, Manhwa sect leader. Please come in. After that voice, the surrounding scenery began to change. The sect leader, walking ahead, said, Let's go, Gyoen. Sitting at the table, the sect leader laughed. Ha ha. He chuckled and said, I didn't expect both the clan leader and the eldest young master to come and greet me. I'm so honored. Hui hui hui. I've always been curious about the Tianhua library. Now that I've come here myself, it's truly a beautiful and mysterious place. Hui hui hui. Hearing his laughter, Biam Cheon was trembling with the effort of holding it in. Ban Guan continued, Why are you two so quiet? Hui hui hui. Biam Hang, also trying to suppress his laughter, thought, What's going on? Why is he laughing so strangely? Is he trying to attack my mind with that laughter? The Manhwa sect leader was still laughing loudly. Hui 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 hui. Biam Hang stared at him, thinking, only a crazy person would laugh like that. Is he trying to use that laughter as a mental attack? Hang forced a smile. Sect leader, are you feeling unwell? I don't understand why you're laughing like that. Ban Guan replied, Is there something strange? I've been laughing like this since I was young. Hui hui. Hang thought, you want to play it like that? Then, I'll play along with you. Thinking that, he frowned and chuckled, Bilu bilu bilu. Hearing that laughter, both Biam Cheon and Ban Guang stopped laughing and stared at him in astonishment. Then Ban Guang laughed even louder. Hui hui hui. Such a strange way to laugh. What does that mean? Hui hui hui. Hang thought, not enough to deal with you. Then he said, Why is it strange? I always laugh like this. Bilu bilu bilu. Ban Guang roared with laughter. Hui hui hui. That's how you laugh? Why are you frowning while laughing? Hui hui hui. I've never seen anyone laugh like that. Hui hui hui. Hang asked, Really? Bilu bilu. Biam Cheon, listening to the two of them laugh, desperately tried to hold back his own. Please stop. Biam Hang was about to chuckle Bilu, but was drowned out by Ban Guang's laughter. He thought, We've been talking for more than 2 hours, and he's still laughing like that. Maybe this really is just how he laughs. Then Hang sighed and stood up. Please excuse me. Ban Guang, seeing this, raised his hand and asked with a laugh, Hui hui hui. Why don't you stay? Biam Hang, walking away, was deep in thought. They said Lady Ban is at the Feng Hua Pavilion with Yun and Bamong. It seems like the Manhwa sect isn't involved in this incident. His laugh is a bit strange, but he still has an air of straightforwardness and profoundness, not like the kind of villain who stabs you in the back. He doesn't even realize how creepy his laugh is. I don't think he knows how to use schemes. He even brought his beloved daughter here, probably to show everyone that the Manhwa sect is innocent and has no ill intentions. I can't conclude anything yet. I just need to get information from that chief steward. Right now, I need to get information from Ban Gyoen first. Biam Hang walked over, curiously asking, What are you all talking about so happily? Yoon turned around and cheerfully greeted him. Ah, you're here. Bamong quietly called, Hang, come here. Biam Hang walked over, smiling and asking, Lady Ban, have my brothers been polite to you? Lady Ban smiled gently and replied, Yes, they've been very courteous and knowledgeable, so much so that we lost track of time while conversing. Yoon, flattered by the compliment, chuckled. Lady, you're too kind, ha ha ha. Biam Hang sat down and started a conversation with Lady Ban. I still can't believe those rumors about the Manhwa sect colluding with the Shimin clan. You must have been surprised. Lady Ban chuckled. Ho ho, not really. I was quite excited when I heard the rumors. I thought I could use it as an excuse to visit the Tianhua library. My father wanted to go alone, but I insisted on coming along, ho ho. I see. It's wonderful that we could meet again thanks to the rumors. Biam Hang finished speaking and sighed in relief, thinking, thank goodness she doesn't laugh like her father. Yoon spoke softly, Hang, Lady Ban here is very knowledgeable. She told us about a fascinating inheritance technique. We were completely captivated by her words. Byung-hang, intrigued, replied, "Oh really? I want to hear about it too." Lady Ban politely chuckled. "Ho ho ho. You flatter me." Inwardly, she observed Byung-hang, Yoon, and Bamong. She had noticed this during their previous meeting as well. "I haven't sensed any demonic energy from the eldest young master of the Tianhua Library. Not only does he seem healthier than our last meeting, but his behavior and words aren't excessively gloomy or shallow. It's quite comfortable to talk to him. Moreover, look at the close relationship between the brothers. Lady Ban, what are these rumors surrounding him and the Tianhua Library about?" The call of Lady Ban startled her out of her thoughts. Yoon, seeing that Lady Ban didn't respond, scratched his head sheepishly. "It seems I asked too difficult a question." Gyoin, having been lost in thought, didn't know what was going on and gave a strained laugh. "My apologies, she screamed internally, but I didn't even hear the question." Byung-hang sighed. "Yoon, it's normal for her to be flustered by such a question, isn't it? An inheritance technique isn't something she can just hand over to you. How could she show you its effects after just a few hours?" Yoon replied, "That makes sense. I was asking too much." Lady Ban, having figured out the question from their dialogue, answered enthusiastically, "I've heard it's not entirely impossible. Based on what my father told me. Among the legendary inheritance techniques, there's one called the delayed activation technique. Once you perform this technique, the effect will only appear much later, as if it's triggered at a specific time. It sounds very interesting, doesn't it?" "Wow, is that even possible?" Yoon nudged Byung-hang triumphantly. "See, Hang?" She said, "It's possible." Byung-hang just coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. "Ahem." Lady Ban chuckled softly. "Ho ho ho. Of course. But I said it's just a legend, so there's not much information about the delayed activation technique." Bamong also spoke enthusiastically. "Even if it's just a legend, there must have been someone who witnessed it, right?" Yoon turned to tease Byung-hang. "I'm sure our all-knowing elder brother thinks so too." Byung-hang, hearing this, replied, "Ahem. Are you guys making fun of me again? I don't want to see your faces. Go away." Yoon immediately led Bamong away. "Then we'll go ahead. Come on, Bamong." "Yes." Byung-hang cleared his throat with relief. "Ahem." Lady Gyoin sat beside him, amused. "Ho ho. What did you want to ask me? It seems she knows I intentionally sent them away. Not bad." Byung-hang thought to himself, then said, "I'm trying to smooth over this incident discreetly. However, I've been stuck in the Tianhua Library for too long, so I don't know anything about the Shimin clan. Could you tell me everything you know about them?" At the end of the meeting, the Manhwa sect leader laughed loudly. "Farewell, Hugh. Eldest young master, I'll invite you over next time." Gyoin also spoke up. "Thank you for your warm welcome, even though we came here rather abruptly. We hope to see you again." The Manhwa sect leader looked at his daughter thoughtfully. He said worriedly, "Gyoin, about the eldest young master. Isn't he a bit strange?" Gyoin asked doubtfully, "What do you mean, father?" The Manhwa sect leader replied softly, "He looks normal, but his laugh is quite creepy. He laughs like Bilu Bilu Bilu. But he doesn't even realize how creepy that laugh is, Gyoin, why did you stop? Why are you making that face?" Gyoin froze, looking at her father, then, embarrassed, tried to pull him away. "It's nothing. Let's go, father." Byung-hang stood there, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. "We are currently facing one of the 10 strongest factions in the martial world, the Shimin clan. They must think that the Tianhua Library is not capable of opposing them. But if they act rashly because of that thought, they will eventually reveal themselves. The chief steward, he's a living witness. The arrogance of the Shimin sect. All the Tian Luo Di Wang formations of Tianhua Library. Byung-hang's knowledge and skills, coupled with his many years of experience and abilities as the previous leader of the martial arts world. I will use all of them as weapons to ruin the appearance of the Shimin sect. But I still need to improve my skills. If there was help from outsiders, it would have made a big difference. But with the people helping internally. Over here, 3 people are hugging pillars and peeking. Yoon looks at Byung-hang like a fool standing there and whispers that Bamong-hang seems lost in thought. Bamong replies, I guess he's lovesick. Songhwa doesn't understand and asks, what? Yoon says, hating that Songhwa is not perceptive. Songhwa, how can you be his shadow and not notice? We're talking about Miss Ban. After she left, he's been absent-minded. Seeing Songhwa's distorted expression, Yoon asks softly, what kind of face are you making? Songhwa replies softly, it's just that I realize neither of you has ever dated before. Both of them blush and say, what? It's true. Songhwa says confidently, I'm sure young master is planning something big to fight the Shimin sect. Then he gets frustrated and thinks about something else. Yoon, hearing this, asks curiously, oh? What else? Byung-hang, eavesdropping, thinks smugly, as expected of my shadow. Songhwa says slowly, and that is dinner. Everyone is stunned by the answer. Byung-hang, eavesdropping, thinks dinner is always the right answer. His face beaming, he comes out, hoo, you mentioned it at the right time, Songhwa. Let's go eat our fill tonight. Yoon is startled. Hang, you knew we were here? Bamong, with his appetite soaring, asks excitedly, wow, really? The group runs away like the wind. Byung-hang calls Yoon back. Yoon, come here for a moment. The two gluttons had already run off. Songhwa, hurry up, I'm starving. What do you want to eat, third young master? Byung-hang says calmly, I'll give you 2 days. I want you to extend the trap formation to the front of the stone abyss. Yoon asks in surprise, can I ask why? Byung-hang replies, it's nothing serious, just that I want to make sure our defenses are tightened in case of an emergency. Yoon, hearing this, replies, I understand. The sky quickly turned dark. Wherever Byung-hang goes, Songhwa follows. Byung-hang looks at her, somewhat speechless. Just go to sleep. Songhwa, yawning, replies, but I'm your shadow. Later, a voice echoes in the locked room, release the chief manager. The chief manager looks at Byung-hang in confusion. Byung-hang walks past him and asks softly, when you were planning this, were people from the Lanyu sect or the Shimin sect by your side? The chief manager says in fear, No. I only heard the orders passed down from the Shimin sect's first young master. He said the Lanyu sect was also involved in the plan, and I was assigned to destroy the Tianhua library from within. Byung-hang continues to ask, the Shimin sect's first young master, are you sure? The chief manager trembles all over and replies, I'm sure. If he hadn't been the one giving the orders, I wouldn't have gone this far. Byung-hang taps a pressure point on his body and says, I understand. I just wanted to ask you about that. It's nothing. Inside the study, a voice says, older brother, what did you call us here for? Byung-hang speaks to his younger brothers, perfect. I need messengers, so I called you because I need your help. Byung-yoon asks suspiciously, messengers? Byung-hang replies, that's right. I will heed the monk's advice and use messengers. Byung-bamong and Byung-yoon cheer with extreme joy, the monk. This is definitely a good sign. What advice did you receive? Surely it can help the future of our Tianhua library. Byung-hang hesitates and says, the monk told me. Byung-bamong and Byung-yoon's eyes shine brightly as they look at him. The next second, Byung-hang yells, run! He only shouts one word and leaves. Byung-bamong covers his mouth with his hand, and Byung-yoon, not understanding, asks, but run from what? Byung-hang says to them, the Shimin family, what else? He sits there with his arms crossed and starts rambling. Although escaping from the people who almost destroyed the Tianhua library is a bit impossible, if we follow this advice. It shouldn't be wrong. We caught the chief manager, and I've done everything in my power, but we still can't prove the Shimin clan is guilty. Byung-bamong and Byung-yoon sit there with dark faces listening to him. Moreover, if we continue to clash with the Shimin family, we will have to shed blood. That's why I think we should send a messenger as a peace offering and end this matter. The more they listen, the tighter their fists clench until they tremble. In the next second, the two of them explode, stand up abruptly, overturn the table, tear up the paper and ink, and ask fiercely, what the hell? You're dreaming. You dare send a peace offering to the Shimin family? We've suffered too many losses. You think we'll be safe if we let things go? They tried to destroy our entire family. The two of them question Byung-hang, older brother, we, and the entire Tianhua library, have always been trampled on by the Shimin family. Are you willing to bow down to them? Are you afraid of death? Byung-hang calmly asks back, isn't living in peace also an option? The two of them are stunned by his question. Immediately afterwards, the two of them become dejected and apologize to BM Hang. I'm sorry, older brother. Sorry. You fools, he says again, how dare you argue with your older brother? I'm doing this all for you. Suddenly, BM Hang loudly calls out, Manhwa, causing his two younger brothers to be startled and break out in a cold sweat. Manhwa immediately opens the door and replies, Yes, young master. Holding a stick in her hand, she respectfully offers it up. Here it is. BM Hang says in surprise, Huh? What's that stick for? Go clean up. Afterwards, Manhwa has to clean up the mess on the ground while crying and trembling. Meanwhile, BM Hang continues to discuss the plan with his two younger brothers. You must understand my intentions. We will use the messenger plan. The Tianhua library sends this messenger to the leading family of the Shimin clan. Surely you are confused about the rumors surrounding the Shimin clan and the Lanyu sect. This is our fault for not being able to keep this information secret. His pen stops on the paper, and he thinks to himself, we must send a messenger to show that we have submitted to the Shimin clan. We failed at something that seemed easy, and then the chief manager was caught. Rumors appear that they were plotting a scheme. If they see us surrendering like this, they will definitely be willing to end everything. I believe that once the Shimin family receives this letter, they will request a meeting to talk. This will give me the advantage of setting the first condition, just confirming that one thing. BM Hang is still tilting his head and looking out the window, pondering. Suddenly, a shadow guard appears on a tree and says loudly to him, Young master, urgent news. BM Hang asks him, What happened? The shadow guard immediately reports the situation. The chief manager suddenly convulsed. No one did anything to him, but your subordinate doesn't know what's happening. BM Hang, hearing this, immediately stands up and asks, What do you mean? What if he dies? Then he cracks a dark smile. He blurts out the word perfect in his heart. The night before, the time before meeting the chief manager, the dark sky and the moon are high, a black shadow appears. The person is looking at himself in the mirror. BM Hang, looking at his small body in the mirror, thinks to himself, Not bad, the body shrinking rate is faster. I'm glad I invested so much time in the Jing Gong. With this, I won't be able to perform pressure point transference on others with just a touch. I have successfully learned Jing Gong. The rest is add the invisibility technique to Jing Gong. Now that I think about it, I was surprised when Yin asked Ban Gyoen about that. It can be said that the invisibility technique is still considered a Ho Shui Fa by some people. He remembers the words Manhwa said, I heard that it's not entirely impossible. According to what my father once told me, among the legendary pressure point techniques, there's one called Ho Shui Fa. He thinks, but in reality, too few people know about this skill. I don't think you knew what she was talking about. There's a reason why the world doesn't know much about the invisibility technique, and that's because the target will never know when they've been hit with the pressure point transference. If I can take advantage of the frozen time when using the invisibility technique, I can completely retaliate against the Shimin family silently. However, to be safe, BM Hang thinks as he leaves the room, I need a target to practice on first. He goes and orders the servants, untie the chief manager. In his heart, BM Hang thinks, it seems that Jing Gong and the invisibility technique combined very well. Then he orders the shadow guard, find out exactly what happened. The shadow guard replies, understood, and leaves immediately. BM Hang continues to think. With the frozen time, no one will be able to detect anything. I have prepared everything I need. Thinking of this, he smiles. Just wait and see, Shimin family, I will definitely make you pay for your actions. A hint of smugness and confidence is on his face. North of Anhui, the main residence of the Shimin family is a very large and spacious area with many pavilion-roofed buildings. In the study, someone is asking, Sir, what does the letter say? The one asking is the Shimin family's strategist, Baeknak, a thin, old man with a bald head. The person opposite him laughs and replies to him, Haha, it seems that even the Tianhua library is scared out of their wits. They want to meet and apologize for the false rumors. The one who just spoke and is rolling up the letter is the head of the Shimin family, Shimin Chu. He continues, It's a pity we haven't completed all the planned schemes, but now even the master of the Tianhua library has changed his mind, we have no other choice. The messenger from the Tianhua library has also arrived, so we should end everything. At this time, a young man enters from outside the door and respectfully greets the Shimin family head. Father, you called for me? Oh, the Shimin family head hands over the letter and says, Perfect timing, come and read this letter. The Tianhua Library has sent an invitation to meet and apologize for the rumors. I will assign this matter to you, act cautiously, but I advise you to receive them and force them to depend on you. This young man is the young master of the Shimin family, Shimin. After reading the letter, he replies respectfully, Yes, I understand. Afterwards, the Shimin family head instructs, One more thing, don't meet him outside, but invite him to the main house. The pressure from the main house will make everything easier. Then he says to his father, Would it be better if we invited all the children of the other families and organized a feast? If they want to pretend that nothing happened, they will take advantage and then retaliate against our clan. Hearing this, the Shimin family head laughs heartily and says, Ha ha ha, good thinking. I'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Clutching the letter in his hand, an extremely angry voice rings out, I can't believe the self-proclaimed noble Shimin family can be so despicable. Byung-chon says, grinding his teeth in anger, on the surface they are polite and refined, but their real intentions, although we are not involved in the ongoing matter. We will forgive you for the rumors that implicated us, isn't that what he means? The chief manager standing next to him coughs nonstop, cough cough, those coughs. Byung-bamong and Byung-yoon are also very angry and curse, they think they can do whatever they want if they have power? How dare they hide the truth? I can't believe there are such shameless people in the world. Those idiots. I don't believe they are human, they are worse than animals. And they have their son answer the letter instead of the clan leader. Who do they think they are? Over here, the group is burning with anger. Byung-hang just sits in silence reading the letter. He slightly curls his lips into a smile and thinks to himself, They are also inviting the children in the family, surely they are taking the opportunity to humiliate me, forcing me to apologize for that event. All the better, the more people, the easier it is to perform Xing Ti Gong. Byung-chon, on the verge of tears, asks Byung-hang, Hey, don't you see anything after reading the letter? He looks speechlessly at the group who are crying and making a fuss. Looking at them trembling and hugging each other, Byung-hang thinks to himself, I guess I have to go along with them. Immediately afterwards he stands up and yells, Those damn Shimin family are making me angry. If I keep sitting here, I'll die of anger. Leaving such a sentence, he turns around and leaves alone. I need to be alone, don't look for me. The others watch his departing back with tears streaming down their faces and say, It's so heartbreaking, he's the older brother, so he doesn't dare to shed tears. As for Byung-hang, he is wandering around the streets. Samwa is worried and doesn't know where to go. Where should I go? Young master, will you reject the Shimin family's invitation? He smiles and teases her, What's wrong, are you worried? Samwa replies, Yes, there are so many people, surely they won't dare to do anything, but I'm afraid you'll be humiliated. Byung-hang, hearing her say that, laughs and says, Haha, don't worry, I have my own plans. Samwa follows behind dejectedly and replies, Yes. The two of them go to the famous taverns. This place is famous for braised pork belly, and the Shanghai-style fried shrimp over there is also excellent. Byung-hang asks Samwa, What do you want to eat? She immediately replies excitedly, I want fried shrimp. In the end, he chooses, Let's go eat braised pork belly. Making Samwa speechless, not understanding why he asked for her opinion. The two of them dine at a large tavern. Samwa, looking at the attractive dishes on the table, exclaims, Whoa, it looks so delicious. Young master, thank you for the food. Then Samwa happily enjoys the food. Outside on the main road, the passers-by have to cover their noses and exclaim, It seems like there's a stinky smell. It's not because the streets are dirty. Up in the corner, there are two people with ragged clothes, dirty faces, and a foul smell all over them, sitting huddled together. Looking at Byung-hang and Samwa eating happily. A person upstairs says, while we are sitting homeless on the road, that rich man over there is eating braised pork belly, because they are rich and we are dirt poor. Black hair grabs short hair's collar and says, I don't like the way you talk, say another word and I'll kill you. Short hair replies fearlessly, It's because you're feeling inferior. Coincidentally, a saying in my family is that the people who threaten to kill others over one word are the ones who deserve to die. See you later. His face darkens and he pulls out a knife from his person. Black hair continues to scold, you have a bunch of family-inherited principles, I should have killed someone first. Short hair says again, I don't know if the Tianhua library is trying to forget everything. The other replies, if so, then it's disappointing. Short hair says, people can't do anything, just the Shiman family is enough to tire out those librarians. Black hair replies again, they really don't have brains. Black hair tilts his head and asks irritably, why do you keep talking like that? You dare to look down on me? But short hair trembles and points forward and says, hey, look! Black hair looks in the direction short hair is pointing. Huh! Short hair trembles and hugs his body and says, I'm clearly using the invisibility technique. But oh! Upstairs, Hang was smiling as he looked towards them. The short-haired guy said uncertainly, it seems like he's mocking us. Songhua, seeing him constantly looking out the window and smiling, asked Gongzi, is there something amusing? Songhua followed his gaze and looked down below, but didn't see anything. Hang instructed Songhua, after paying for everything here, remember to buy the most expensive bottle of wine. Songhua asked, from this establishment? Hang replied yes. Holding the expensive bottle of wine, Songhua walked behind him, thinking to herself, there's so much wine in the library, why is he buying something so inferior? Suddenly, a shout rang out, stop! Immediately, a group of people dressed in black appeared, surrounding the two of them. The black-haired beggar pointed and said, why don't we have a little chat? In his heart, he wondered about the identity of these people. Who are they? Two brothers from the beggar clan blocked Hang's path, starting trouble. You kept staring at us as if you wanted to say something important, but then you walked away. Do you like causing trouble? Seeing the two boisterous figures, Songhua gave a dry laugh, trying to smooth things over. These two, it seems like you've mistaken us. We don't know any beggars like you. The two of them scoffed, maidservant, shut your mouth. Xiaoyi, let them know. The spotlight shifted to Hang. The leader said unhappily, we didn't give you permission to stare at us like that. Moreover, you were sneering. Why such an attitude? Hang, not wanting to argue with trivial people, knowing the enemy and knowing himself, bowed apologetically to the beggar clan brothers. If my gaze made you uncomfortable, please forgive me. There's no specific reason. I just happened to see you two resting by the roadside and thought to myself that I should remember the faces of such high-level experts. The two beggar clan brothers were pleased with Hang's flattery, thinking to themselves, he really saw us. I was wondering why he went to that braised pork restaurant. It turns out it was to attract our attention. The leader stepped forward, rambling, however, talking for a few sentences, it seems like you know us. I didn't know that Tianguan Library and our beggar clan had any connections. Though it's a bit impolite, you look very familiar. The leader brought his rough face close, observing every line on Hang's face. Then he asked suspiciously, have we met somewhere before? At this moment, Hang recalled when he was Hugong, of course we've met. Xianji, the chief disciple of beggar clan leader Guanu Xingye. I've met him before, always through Guanu Xingye. At that time, Xianji was still very young and naive and was being introduced by his Shifu Guanu Xingye. This is my disciple. It's probably your first time meeting. After the greetings, Xianji silently assessed Hugong from head to toe. Seeing Xianji staring at him intently, Hugong felt a bit awkward and asked, is there something wrong? Do you have something to say to me? Saying this, Hugong patted his empty stomach. Do you want to have a race with me to see who's faster? Xianji's extremely nonsensical question made the old Shifu Guanu Xingye's face turn as green as a banana leaf. While Hugong was extremely surprised but somewhat amused by the young man's question, the old Shifu Guanu Xingye, for the sake of face, didn't hesitate to use the rule of kicking with his dominant foot, scolding Xianji, are you crazy? Hugong still remembered this story very clearly. Although they didn't meet often, with such an impressive introduction, of course he remembered him. Looking at Xianji's current appearance, Hugong assessed he looks a bit rough, but perhaps this guy is the next clan leader, a martial arts expert with a great influence on the alliance. If I can use this to influence the beggar clan, it will be very helpful in dealing with the Shiman family in the future. After completing his plan, Hang began to greet them warmly. Haha, whether we know each other or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I've had a stroke of good luck today. Though it's not much, I've prepared some good wine for you too. Perhaps I'll need your help in the future, so we'll definitely be meeting for a long time. At this time, Song Hua was shocked to realize that BM Heng wanted to buy good wine for this reason. Xiunji took the wine jar from Song Hua's hand and praised, "I like this kid." At this time, the two of them put the matter aside and introduced themselves. "I am Xiunji, branch leader of the beggar clan. And I am An Engi." Xiunji, now happier, teased, "Why did you only buy one jar? I thought you were very rich." BM Heng seized the opportunity and said, "It's because there isn't much good wine here. If you are willing to visit Tianguang Library, we would be happy to treat you to many kinds of rare wines." The two beggar clan brothers then put their arms around BM Heng's shoulders, becoming friendly. Oh, then why not go?" BM Heng gently refused. "Can we do it later?" "What?" Xiunji was confused. "You were so enthusiastic about inviting us, but now you're refusing?" BM Heng slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Turning around and walking away, he left a message, "Now is not the time. I have to go to a banquet at the Ximin family." At this time, the family members were busy preparing and arranging things in time for departure. "Don't forget anything." BM Bamong held Song Hua's hand, earnestly instructing, "Song Hua, remember to take good care of brother, don't leave his side for even a second." Song Hua raised her fist, firmly reassuring the two young masters, don't worry. If anyone in the Ximin family dares to be unruly, I'll let them know what a celebration is." BM Heng sighed and said, "That won't happen, stop worrying and get in the carriage." BM Heng got into the carriage, not forgetting to say goodbye to the two brokans. "See you later, Yun Bamong." BM Bamong's eyes widened, on the verge of tears. "Yes, I wish you a safe journey." BM Yun was more reserved, saying, "Take care, big brother." Both of them stood for a long time, watching BM Heng's carriage disappear into the distance. At this time, BM Bamong spoke, "Do you think big brother will be okay? I hope nothing happens on the way." BM Yun patted BM Bamong on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, big brother isn't like ordinary people. Everything will be alright. Besides, didn't you say we have good news?" BM Yun pulled out a letter from his chest. BM Bamong happily exclaimed, "Ah, Zhu Yang sent a letter saying he'll be visiting soon." BM Bamong's mood also became happier, anticipating the arrival of the person named Zhu Yang, the second son of the governor of the treasury, the richest man in the Jiangbei region. He's Big Brother's only close friend. When Big Brother is busy with work, he sends letters to inquire whenever he has the chance. Their friendship is the most enduring thing in the world. "Do you think we should keep Zhu Yang's upcoming arrival a secret?" BM Bamong asked. BM Yun smiled and said, "Yeah, Zhu Yang said he wanted to create a surprise, so he begged us to keep it a secret for him." BM Bamong ran after him, happily saying, "Okay, I'll try to keep my mouth shut as much as possible. If we can handle the Ximin family well, then the future will be much smoother." On the side of the Ximin family's villa, the deep and melodious sound of a jing zither came from a small courtyard. The musician playing the jing zither was very focused. The person lying down, propping himself up with his hand and enjoying the music, was Ximin, the young master of the Ximin family. The other person said, "You seem to be in a very good mood." Hearing this, Ximin laughed and said, "Haha, of course. Laochen, every time your zither music sounds, it's like I'm admiring many magnificent scenes right before my eyes. It's truly wonderful." "Thank you, Hyandi. I wonder what scenery you've seen. I'm very curious." The person playing the zither was Pyo Laochen, Ximin stepbrother. That Ximin propped his chin up, leisurely recalling the scenes he felt. It's the scene of those lowly people begging for their lives. Because all the family treasures and wealth in the house have been stolen. And so much land and gardens have been burned to ashes. What a beautiful scene of the human world. Ximin was satisfied with what he had done, shedding blood, robbing, and extorting from the unarmed common people. Laochen was also unfathomable, his expression very calm as he said, "I wish I could admire that scene with you, Hyandi." Ximin smiled coldly, looking at Laochen. In Ximin mind, he wanted to say this in response to Laochen, "It's the scene of your entire family collapsing. You can look into the eyes of your enemy, and call him Hyandi so affectionately, how foolish. Images of everywhere submerged in blood and fire. As if it has nothing to do with the person playing the zither at this moment. This is the future that will fall from your high platform. Together with Tianhua Library, Even if they are considered one of the 3 major libraries, even if they know the truth, they have no choice but to bow their heads and admit their mistake. While he was lost in thought, a servant came to report, "Young master, the guests have arrived." "Oh, I'll personally go to welcome them." Shimanung walked away, not forgetting to remind Lao-Chen, prepare to perform while at the banquet. Lao-Chen bowed and respectfully clasped his hands, not forgetting a few flattering words. "Of course. It's an honor to be your older brother. I'll try to perform as well as possible." Shimanung was extremely pleased with Lao-Chen's obedient expression. "I'm glad he knows how to bow his head and obediently submit to me." The carriage stopped. They had arrived at the Shiman family. Byung-Hang got out of the carriage. Looking around, surveying the situation, but little did he know that Shimanung's next evil target was Tianhua Library. Xiaoyi, Zhang Yi and the others were overjoyed to see Byung-Hang again. "It's so great to see you again. Long time no see, Byung. How have you been, Xiaoyi?" Byung-Hang also became extremely happy to see them again. Ban Xiaojie, Miu Xiaojie and Zhang too. A chubby guy suddenly came over from somewhere, putting his arm around Zhang Ye's shoulder and greeting him enthusiastically. "Ha ha ha, so I've actually had the honor of meeting the famous eldest son of Tianhua Library in the rumors. It's a pleasure to meet you." Byung-Hang looked blankly at the others. "Who are these people?" Ben Gyoin said enthusiastically. "Allow me to introduce you." The chubby guy eagerly introduced himself first. "I am Wang Sohun from the Continental Treasury." The person who seemed more serious clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Dan Kongmu of the Iron Silk Troop." And the thin, green-clad person who is distant from everyone is Mok Gung of the Olga sect. Byung-Hang looked at them in surprise, thinking to himself, the Continental Treasury, the Iron Silk Troop, and the Olga sect? Wait, the Iron Silk Troop? Byung-Hang recalled the past. Wasn't it that the leader of that troop once offered to present me with a sword? At that time, I refused because I already had 3 treasured swords on display in my study. I didn't expect to meet a member of the Iron Silk Troop in this situation. While Byung-Hang was deep in thought, Wang Sohun came to his side, assessing him. "However, you look completely different from what I imagined." He looked him up and down, stroking his chin, judging Byung-Hang from head to toe, making Byung-Hang break out in a cold sweat. "Me?" Wang Sohun finished his observation and burst out laughing. "I thought you would be like those scary, taciturn old men, but I didn't expect you to be such a calm and polite person." Byung-Hang also had to think to himself, assessing Wang Sohun, this dumpling face doesn't care about his image at all. But looking at his attitude and expression, he probably doesn't have bad intentions. On the surface, Byung-Hang still laughed haha with Wang Sohun, but in his mind he thought, "I'm quite worried because I heard that there's some kind of business agreement between the Continental Treasury and the Shiman family, but it seems there's nothing to worry about anymore." While everyone was laughing and talking happily, Mok Gung felt uncomfortable, standing alone to one side, saying, "Humph, those reckless Tianhua Library people." Mok Gung showed a clear attitude of disdain, saying, "At least you should show some sadness or something. It's you who pushed the Shiman family into unfounded rumors beyond control. Do you think you're very welcome at this banquet?" Ben Gyoin was angered by Mok Gung's words. "Mok Xiaoyi, surely you're not deliberately trying to cause trouble? Saying that is too rude." Mok Gung shrugged indifferently. "Rude? No matter how you look at it, it's all Tianhua Library's fault. Even a 3-year-old understands this, don't you?" Byung-Hang stepped forward, gently placing his hand on Ban Gyoin's shoulder to stop her. "Come on, Ban Xiaojie." On the contrary, Ban Gyoin was very worried about Byung-Hang's reputation. But Byung-Hang looked at him and smiled coldly, saying, "Indeed, this place is not suitable for discussing matters." In his heart, he scorned, "The Olga sect, I heard they are a sect that follows and flatters the Shiman family. It looks like they are a loyal dog. Barking so badly, you must have eaten something rotten for lunch. Everyone, shouldn't we go? Staying here will risk being bitten by a mad dog that's broken its leash." Byung-Hang's sarcastic remarks successfully angered Mok Gung. He could only point his finger, stuttering and scolding, "What dog, mad dog, you just called me." Ben Gyoin turned away, covering her mouth and laughing secretly. "Serves you right for being such an impolite and arrogant person." In Mok Gung's feeling of being humiliated as a dog, Wang Sohun added a few more stones. It's a dog. What a profound metaphor. Ha! The others could only cover their mouths, not daring to laugh out loud, lest they offend Mok Gung's pride. Wang Xiaoyi, you shouldn't laugh so loudly. It seems like everyone has gathered. Shimenung put on his most friendly face to welcome the distinguished guests. Thank you very much for not minding the long distance to come here. Now, please come inside for the banquet. Wang Sohun laughed loudly, greeting him magnanimously. Ha ha, Shimen Huin, how have you been lately? In contrast, Mok Gung, just like a loyal dog, bowed respectfully. Greetings, young master of the Shimen family. Everyone entered one by one, all warmly welcomed by Shimenung. When it came to Biam Heng's turn, he still smiled brightly and greeted him first. This must be our first time meeting. In his heart, Biam Heng was cursing Shimenung, you two-faced beast. Young master of the Shimen family, Shimenung. Shimenung, with a honey tongue and a dagger in his heart, smiled and said, Welcome to the eldest son of Tianghua Library. Biam Heng also clasped his hands in response, according to etiquette, pleased to meet you, Shimen Xiaoyi. Inside, the banquet tables were full. This room looked extremely luxurious, with a dominant blue color scheme. Biam Heng looked at the young master Shimenung, who was eating and drinking happily. But he wasn't happy at all. He wondered what Shimenung, that guy, was plotting. Biam Heng looked at his every move. He kept thinking wildly. He thought this guy would embarrass himself in front of many people, but there had been no movement so far. Could it be that he would let it go so easily, or what was he planning? The second young master of Manhwa court, Jiang Yi, stood up and announced, Distinguished friends. While raising our glasses, I would like to present a special skill here. He wanted to show everyone his performance. Only to see Jiang Yi holding a cup of wine in his hand. Everyone, please focus your attention on my cup of wine and Sister Mio's empty cup. A woman opposite him also raised an empty cup. Only to see the second young master of Inghua Pavilion slowly and skillfully swirling the wine glass. Jiang Yi flicked his hand, and the golden drops of wine shot out of the glass. It landed perfectly in Mio's empty cup without spilling a single drop. The two people beside Mio were surprised and exclaimed, Oh, Lord Hyo Yun's flying knife skill is indeed superb. Seeing this performance, Biam Heng also praised endlessly. He clapped his hands non-stop, thinking to himself, Ho, these two are truly extraordinary. The woman Mio used Qi to cover the wine glass to prevent it from spilling, truly outstanding. Then, others successively presented their unique skills. Mio Garyong presented a song. Ben Gyoen struck acupoints on the wine glass. This girl gracefully struck 6 acupoints on the body of the cup. The droplets of wine flew up and crackled like firecrackers before disappearing into the void. As for Shimenung, he performed a sword dance with a drop of wine on his sword. He danced with extremely graceful sword movements. Shimenung's body was so agile that the drop of wine could not escape his palm. Everyone praised his skill. One drop of wine is truly intact. As expected of Shimen, brother. Biam Heng also clapped from the side, but he only paid attention to why this sword kept pointing at him. What, is it implying that it will stab me to death? Mok Gung demonstrated his ability to heat wine. He trembled so much that anyone who saw it thought he was performing with heart but lacked the skill. Wang Sohan and Dan Kong Mu performed invisible sword. One wielded an invisible sword, and the other wielded 2 axes, dancing a few very skillful moves. It was the male lead's turn to perform. He was very confident in his ability. Ho ho ho, Biam Heng confidently spread out his hands and said, How about I demonstrate the acupressure technique I learned from ancient books when I was young? This technique is called Heavenly Hand, using the hand of God to strike. Then Biam Heng approached Wang Sohan to use him as an experiment. At first, he criticized Biam Heng for pushing him, but after a few seconds, Wang Sohan was ecstatically happy, raising his hands and whimpering, This is definitely the hand of God. After a round of massage, the Wang Sohan became shiny and flawless. From now on, I have been reborn under Biam, brother's hand. The onlookers were stunned. Heavens, look at Wang, brother's complexion. Then, the crowd rushed to get massaged. Biam Heng could only smile wryly. Ha ha, everyone, calm down. I will do it for each of you one by one, but first. The next turn should be the host of the banquet, Shimen, brother, what do you say? Then everyone looked at Shimenung, who was standing motionless behind. Shimanung was also not polite and stepped forward to sit in the chair. Ha ha, thank you, BM brother. Then leave it to me. Everyone looked at him with envy. BM Hang's eyes turned cold and sharp. He thought to himself, although I don't know what your intention is in inviting everyone here and acting like nothing happened, but my purpose has been achieved with this, so of course I have to take good care of you. First, I have to combine stealth with body adjustment technique. Only to see BM Hang's hand pressing on the acupoints on his body. Shimanung felt startled. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his mouth kept moving. Hio, hiya, BM, brother, wait a moment, this. Seeing this, Jiang Yi said, oh my, Shimanung, such a rule-abiding person, has become so unrestrained? Wang, brother, is definitely not bragging. While BM Hang was massaging, Wang So-han suddenly shouted, stop, BM, brother. What are you doing now? Wang So-han looked at BM Hang with a murderous expression. What's wrong, Wang, brother? He could clearly see it. Hearing this, BM Hang was startled. Could it be that this guy has discovered my body adjustment technique? Before he could adjust his emotions, Wang So-han pointed at Shimanung, who was looking high, and said, you pressed twice or 3 times more than me. Why is only Shiman brother treated specially? I know that there is a big difference somewhere. Seeing that this guy seemed gloomy, BM Hang thought to himself, what is this bun talking about? He quickly waved his hand to explain, don't worry, Wang, brother. Because Shiman, brother, hosted the banquet, I just care about him a little more. Hearing this, Fatso didn't make things difficult for him anymore. But Fatso Wang So-han also made a condition, next time we gather, we must go to my continental treasury. Hearing this, the people around laughed and said, ha 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 ha, Wang, brother, so that was your purpose. Ho ho, you suddenly shouted and scared us all. Mak Gum, who was behind, didn't like BM Hang, so he said, what's so good about that kind of guy? TCH. After a day of unrestrained fun, the time had reached late afternoon. Everyone happily waved goodbye to BM Hang. Then next time we gather at the Continental Treasury. Don't forget, especially BM, brother, remember it. BM Hang happily waved goodbye to everyone. He thought to himself, ha ha, these kids are finally reluctant to let go. As they walked away, his eyes also darkened. So until the end, nothing happened. I thought Shimanung would prepare a separate seat, so I had prepared a plan to catch him off guard. BM Hang turned around and walked away. Anyway, I have achieved my purpose. He said to Songhua beside him, Songhua, let's go back. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, calling BM Hang. BM Hang turned around and recognized the person as Shimanung. He said to him, before leaving, can we talk for a moment? Then the two strolled and talked. How do you feel about today's banquet, brother? Very interesting, thank you for inviting me. Shimanung sneered, fortunately you liked it. I have something to say to BM, brother. I originally intended to say it before the meeting, but I was afraid it would ruin the mood. So I'm saying it now. BM Hang looked at the person, now he's showing his true colors. BM Hang also replied, and I have something to say to Shiman, brother. In the hallway of the mansion, BM Hang said in a firm voice, I will hand over that chief manager. These words made Shimanung a little stunned. BM Hang added, the chief manager's 3-inch tongue has damaged the reputation of the Shiman family. His eyes were full of confidence. Shouldn't he receive the corresponding punishment from the Shiman family? Seeing this scene, Shiman was a little stunned and flustered. Ah, yes. BM Hang stepped forward, walking and saying, our side has interrogated him, but his mouth is not easy to pry open. Although it seems like we are pushing the responsibility as the Shiman family, perhaps the chief manager won't be able to withstand it anymore. But definitely don't refuse, and I hope you will take on this difficult task. After hearing this, Shimanung said nothing. He thought to himself, how could the mouth of the chief manager at the Heavenly Quadrangle Library be unpriable? But the Heavenly Quadrangle Library let the chief manager go, the only witness, He revealed a wretched smile. Ha, this bastard, how scared is he? Shimanung turned to say to BM Hang, it just so happens that we also need to summon the chief manager to answer for his crimes. He doesn't know that the Heavenly Quadrangle Library has saved face for our family. He thought to himself, is all that the brain of a genius can do is ask for help. He nodded in response to him, then as soon as I return, I will quickly deal with it to prepare to hand over the chief manager in the next day or two. Shimanung was happy. Biam, brother, you are truly with this, our Shiman will become even closer. With that beginning, I should become sworn brothers with you. Shimanung reached out his hand, intending to shake hands with Biam Hang. What do you think, Biam? Brother? Will you accept my sincerity? Hearing this, Biam Hang felt a little goosebumps and thought to himself, become sworn brothers, brothers with the guy who intends to destroy the Heavenly Quadrangle Library? He quickly waved his hand and said, "Ha, Shiman, brother, you said sworn brothers? Ha, you have overestimated someone insignificant like me too much, ha. Shimanung also replied, seeing your reaction, it seems that you don't like my proposal. Ha. He patted him on the shoulder, it seems that I was too hasty. We will talk about the matter of sworn brothers after we finish dealing with the chief manager's affairs. But I want you to know, Shiman, the old fox, put his hand on his chest and said, in my heart, I already consider Biam, brother, as a brother. Biam Hang laughed after hearing this, ha. On the surface, he was very angry. Stealth body adjustment technique, what? Should I just kill him here? After talking to Shimanung, Biam Hang sat in the carriage and returned. He sighed softly as he left. Manhwa, who was next to him, then encouraged him, young master, you have worked hard today, haven't you? Fortunately, nothing happened. Because you have worked hard today. Let's go eat something delicious when we get back. Oh, that's a good idea. Suddenly, a blonde, curly-haired child stuck his head out of the carriage and said happily, delicious food? I want to eat too. Seeing the child suddenly appear, Manhwa shouted in fear. Manhwa quickly asked the child, who are you? The child also happily replied, hello. He raised his hands. I am So Cheongi. Then, the kid Cheongi looked at Biam Hang with admiration and said, you are the genius Biam Hang, right? Senior brother branch leader told me to follow you. Hio. Biam Hang was a little smug. Where did your senior brothers go that you are the only one here? Cheongi also honestly replied, my senior brothers are sleeping on the road. The boy continued, I slept on the road before I came. We sleep on the road in shifts, UI. Biam Hang imagined the scene and felt tired in his heart. Why do you have to emphasize being on the road? Is he a beggar from the beggar clan? Biam Hang suddenly became unusually refreshed. He said to Cheongi, please convey my words to your senior brothers that today, please sleep on the road near the Shimin family. Cheongi asked in surprise, why? Because there might be an interesting scene at the Shimin family tonight. Hearing this, Cheongi's eyes widened. An interesting scene? Night fell at the Shimin family. The buildings were dark, and everything was silent. Shimanung was sitting soaking in the bathtub, holding a jar of wine in his hand. Then he put it down next to him. Shimanung thought to himself, Continental Treasury, Blue Moon Sect, Fire Performance Pavilion, etc., even the Olga School, all gave wine like this. 100 Flowers Manor only had a package, a bit stingy, but still good. He grabbed a box. Shimanung opened the box. Iron Scripture Troop, oh ho. Looking at the treasure in front of him, Shimanung thought to himself, 12 needles, This will definitely please my mother. The guy closed the box. Moreover, from now on, the fragrance emitted is agarwood. Shimanung picked up a larger gift. He took a deep, refreshing breath. The Heavenly Quadrangle Library used precious agarwood to make the gift box, wanting to show us the good about them? When I proposed becoming sworn brothers, his face was full of confusion and fear. His expression was like Ryo Chan's. Shimanung happily thought to himself, that guy will soon be like Ryo Chan playing the 7-string zither. He will have to knead and serve the bodies of this person and that person, serving the Shimin family with his acupressure skills. Shimanung opened the gift box and looked at it. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, the gift from the Heavenly Quadrangle Library is 3 books. Through the chief manager, I have obtained 3 volumes of True Enlightenment books, but it seems that they haven't noticed. And the title of that book seems to be Transformation Creation Royal Court Formation, 8 Desolate Dao Monster Beast Formation, 6 Yang 9 Dragon Formation. After reading these titles, he felt an ominous premonition. He hurriedly opened these books. But the insides were empty. Shimanung was like a ghost, staring and thinking, empty, All 3 volumes are completely empty. These bastards from the Heavenly Quadrangle Library, what is their intention? The guy stood up abruptly. I have to report to my father immediately. Shimanung's eyes revealed his pupils. No, tonight's banquet has just ended well. There is no need to upset him. Thinking about it, he already took the book. So it could also be that he is willing to give it to me. Yes, maybe it's not a symbol of dissatisfaction. I have to be generous and tolerant of this resistance. But I don't know what kind of storm this small resistance will cause. The guy tore the pages of the book into pieces. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell. Shimanung suddenly sensed something. The guy suddenly fell backward, his eyes wide open. A whooshing sound of water came, and he had fallen into the water. On the surface of the water, only ripples could be seen. Then, a moment later, patches of blood appeared, and bubbles floated on the surface of the water. Shimanung's body was covered in blood. He roared like a pig being slaughtered, as if attacked by some force. His whole body twisted and convulsed, and the sound of water splashed desperately. Outside, the 2 servants didn't react. Shimanung seemed unable to speak. He continued to squirm, and fresh blood spurted everywhere as his body was drained of its tendons and bones. When the blood was almost exhausted, the guy fell into his pool of blood. His eyes were full of resentment, writhing red and indescribable. The image of a person appeared, echoing in Shimanung's mind. That night was the most chaotic night for the Shiman family. The young master of the Shiman family, Shimanung, was assassinated. Who on earth did he offend? The Shiman family was terrified at the sight of the blood splattered on the floor. The condition of the eldest young master is not chi deviation, but someone has interfered. To be able to strike acupoints to that extent is clearly a master. Can you guess who did it? Shiman-ju stood looking at his son's tragic state, his face as dark as could be. The person next to him couldn't help but anxiously say, "Please don't hide anything and just tell us. Whatever it is, we need to know so we can prepare a plan accordingly." Shiman-chu was still lost in his own thoughts. If it's an enemy of the Shiman family, there could be many, or none. But they've never left a trace until now. Where exactly did we get caught? Seeing that he still didn't speak, the person turned his head and said, "I can't guess whose method it is, but I believe the family head will definitely find the culprit. First, I'll stay at the Shiman family and try to heal the young master." Shiman-chu said coldly from behind, "Thank you. I won't forget this kindness." That man walked out of the door and said, "Then I'll prepare and come back later." Walking down the corridor, he revealed a terrified expression because he knew that the person who acupunctured him was no ordinary person. Hundreds of roots have been inserted into the 7 acupoints of the young master due to some kind of interaction. I can't diagnose this condition of shrinking bones and distortion with my own knowledge alone. Today, the young master only held a banquet for guests. At the banquet, I heard there was no trouble at all. If so, then this, the back acupoint, the greatest possibility is the back acupoint. If it's the back acupoint, then whether they were acupunctured today, yesterday, or even some time before that, they wouldn't know they were acupunctured. Shiman family head, who have you gotten involved with? Outside was a desolate night, and a voice rang out, "Senior brother has been in there for a long time and hasn't returned yet." The Shiman family was still in chaos. The speaker was So Cheong-gi, and An Engi, standing beside him, replied, "Could it be that senior brother has been caught by that Shiman guy? What can we do? I'll have to become the next branch leader." The person they were just mentioning, Cheong-gi, appeared on the roof and asked, "Sounds like the next branch leader, huh?" The 2 turned their heads and recognized him as senior brother. Cheong-gi just returned and recounted, "The young master of Cheonghua Library was right. There was a super interesting thing. The eldest son of the Shiman family is completely crippled. No different from a lump of meat." So Cheong-gi was interested. "Wow, how did that brother know this would happen?" Cheong-gi shook his head. "You can go there and ask him. We've seen everything, now let's go to Cheonghua Library." The 3 jumped away with the joyful shouts of the boy. "I want to go to Cheonghua Library quickly, 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 fly up." An Engi asked unhappily, "Third brother, can't you shut your mouth?" A moment later, a strong fragrant smell spread in Cheonghua Library along with exclamations, "It's so delicious! Brothers, this is the first time I've had this kind of meat. Hey, BM brother, bring some wine here, remember the last time you only gave me 1 bottle and disappeared." Looking at the attitude of the people here, the three beggar clan brothers wondered, what's wrong? Why are everyone's eyes like that? Biam Bumong couldn't help but shout, please be polite. Big brother is the heir to the library, representing the family. How can you be so rude? An Engi gritted his teeth and threatened him, this kid isn't afraid, huh? Do you know who I am to dare to raise your voice? Biam Bumong replied without fear. Whoever you are, you must maintain etiquette. An Engi clicked his tongue, this kid doesn't know how scary the beggar clan is, huh? Want to die? Bumong's face darkened, cracking his knuckles, big brother, I can't help it, I have to teach these people some manners today. Biam Hang folded his arms expectantly, oh, I'm waiting to see. An Engi also uncomfortably cracked his neck, little young master is really fearless, huh? Now you say I'm wrong and bring the wine here and maybe I'll forgive you. Biam Bumong sneered, twirling the hockey stick in his hand, I'll show you what etiquette is. At this time, the beggar clan's big brother, Xianji, passed by and called Biam Hang, young master, let's take a walk to digest. Biam Hang didn't think much and nodded okay. When the noise behind him was gone, Xianji spoke, how did you know that guy would be crippled? Biam Hang replied karma, perhaps. His answer made the clan leader laugh loudly. He said, don't be like that, just tell me. There's some master protecting Cheonghua Library, right? I'm very discreet, just tell me once, who is it? Biam Hang smiled faintly. If the branch leader said that person is a master, then can we ask that person to wipe out the Shimin family? Then I'll have a reason to call the beggar clan later. Xianji stroked his chin and thought, is that so? Sounds possible. But if that's the case, he looked at Biam Hang with a dangerous gaze. Did the young master do that to Shiminung? As he spoke, he released a stream of energy. That energy rushed towards Biam Hang, who smiled faintly at him. Then he asked, you said I did it? Only to see that the energy didn't touch Biam Hang at all. Xianji was extremely surprised. My inopportune eyes were reflected back. At this time, his eyes were like cracked mirrors. Seeing him clutching his face, Biam Hang asked casually, are you okay? Xianji raised his head and smiled faintly, haha, so it's you, you've attained the secret skill? Was your near-death experience just deceiving the world? Biam Hang responded to his question with an enigmatic smile. Then he slowly walked away and said, please follow me, I'll show you something. Arriving at the room where the manager was imprisoned, he said to Xianji, that guy colluded with the Shimin family to embezzle from our library. Not only him but also others. I've expelled them all. Xianji laughed with interest. I knew it would be like this. I had a feeling I'd caught a big fish. Biam Hang was slightly surprised to hear this. You knew? Did the branch leader discover the Shimin family's ulterior motives beforehand? Xianji turned his head and replied, I was going to dig but couldn't find anything. It seems the Shimin family is related to the Taijia's Hang massacre. With this opportunity, that matter might be clarified. What are you planning to do now? Biam Hang replied, tomorrow I'll invite the Shimin family head over. Xianji asked curiously, the Shimin family head will come just because you ask? Biam Hang smiled confidently, if he sees the letter and items I send, he can only come. But until then, Zhuwungi has to invite the masters. The masters are closer to the master than me. The branch leader also knows those people well. First, the scene returns to the gloomy Shimin family. Military advisor Baek No bowed and reported, family head, we have collected the torn pieces of paper and restored it. Shimin Chu said in a low voice, so what exactly is that book? The military advisor replied, it's 3 volumes of formation manuals taken from Cheonghua Library, but the content is not recorded. Shimin Chu's face turned extremely dark, and he asked through gritted teeth, what did you say? Do you mean the Cheonghua Library people are playing with us? The military advisor replied tremblingly, it seems that way. Also, a letter and a large wooden box were sent to the typing escort agency from Cheonghua Library. Then the large box was brought in, and Shimin Chu thought unexpectedly, from Cheonghua Library? He loudly ordered the servants, open the wooden box. The lid of the box was slowly lifted with an iron hook. Inside was the mushy pile of meat of that traitor, and the pungent smell spread throughout the room. It stinks. Family head, this is. Shimin Chu's face was cold, it's exactly like Moon Woong. He quickly read the letter that Biam Hang had sent, Shimin head, look. God does not sit idly by in the face of your cruel actions, so your eldest son Shiminung has received his due. Our library has also changed its mind according to God's will, so we will not hand over the manager. However, because we had an agreement, instead of the manager, we hand over 2 accomplices, the chief escort and the deputy escort. If you see the 2 of them, even a fool would understand what it means, right? What path is left for my son? Signed, Young Master of Cheonghua Library. As expected, Shimin Chu roared loudly, those Cheonghua Library people, those bastards. He quickly gathered his strength and called out, Black Core. Tonight, Cheonghua Library will disappear. A group of people carried a barrel in the dark night. Shiminung led the group towards Cheonghua Library. His expression was extremely cold. Standing on the hill, he shouted loudly, Is Cheonghua Library prepared for the Shimin family's attack? A laugh echoed throughout the mountain. Ha 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 ha. I asked the escort agency to send a letter of reconciliation and gifts. Why are you so full of murderous intent today? Byum Heng asked mockingly. Shimin Chu's face was cold. Stop talking nonsense. Did you do something to my son? Byum Heng smiled faintly and asked, Shimin family head, do you want to believe that I did it? You, as a father, are the one who harmed Shiminung. Aren't you coming to me for revenge and to find what you want? Shimin Chu laughed coldly. Your mouth is really leaky, isn't it? Keep talking as much as you want. You won't be able to do that after tonight. Shimin stood in the air and asked him, So tonight you're planning to destroy Cheonghua Library? Are those the black-clad people standing over there? You call them the Black Corps and sweep away Cheonghua Library? Then the Shimin family appears at the last minute and expresses regret before swallowing. The entire library? Shimin Chu coldly drew his sword. Your mind doesn't seem to be crippled, huh? But no matter how cunning you are, you can't escape. From now on, I'll show you what hell is like. Just then, a voice interrupted them. He, Shimin family head, you're going too far. Someone who used to never say such arrogant words. If those are sincere words, then today I can broaden my horizons about your blade. The speaker was the Blue Moon cult leader, Ban Guang. Seeing him, Shimin Chu was extremely surprised. Blue Moon cult leader. Why are you here? The Blue Moon cult leader chuckled. I'm not the only one here. The Black Corps members were startled and looked behind him. Over there. 2 people loudly condemned. Shimin family head, how can you be so shameless? Shimin family head, unexpectedly, you said it yourself. These 2 were the Flame Fire Pavilion Master, Jang Imin, and the 100-Flower Manor Master, Mio Unreal. Other people also expressed their disappointment. Before witnessing this scene, I always trusted you. It's really scary. I was even planning to marry into your family. That was the Bow Manor Master of the Continental Bank, and the leader of the Iron Silk Corps. A person with a white beard walked out. All the big shots gathered here, making Shimin Chu's face turn pale. He recognized, it was Shimin Bong Elder. He was clearly banished elsewhere. How could he be here? When I took over the family, he stopped me, so I expelled him. How did they find him and bring him here? Xianji took the opportunity to tease. Haha, young master, look at the Shimin family head's uncontrollable surprise. It seems the people you told me to bring really are big names. Huh? Byum Heng smiled politely and replied, It's all thanks to the beggar clan's help. Xianji said, Shimin family head, what are you going to do? Looks like you have nowhere to run. Kneeling down before getting into trouble is also a wise move. Shimin Chu was silent for a moment, then lowered his head and laughed. Look at that smug look. To be honest, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. But I didn't come to confront Cheonghua Library empty-handed. He pointed his sword and loudly ordered, Prepare the heaven-shaking thunder. The elders were a little surprised. Heaven-shaking thunder? Shimin Chu sneered, confident with the ammunition behind him. Cheonghua Library, you are the heavenly fortress of the world, covered in miraculous formations. But you can't withstand a large amount of heaven-shaking thunder. Explosives can turn palaces into ashes with just one. Shimin family head, are you planning to level this mountain? What's wrong? Are you scared now? Someone clapped their hands. Byum Heng stood on high and spoke. As expected, I thought you would come empty-handed, so I was quite disappointed. So it's heaven-shaking thunder. Our library will happily accept that gift. Please share the rest of the story after you fall. Shimin Chu frowned, forcing a smile. Fall? What nonsense are you talking about? Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. Along with the screams of the Black Corps members, family head. The ground suddenly cracked open. The group quickly lost their bearings and fell. Shimin Chu gnashed his teeth in disbelief. This is impossible. This is clearly a fantasy. He quickly swung his sword, trying to hold onto the cliff to avoid falling further. After finding a foothold, Shimin Chu turned his head and called to the soldiers, "Everyone calm down. This isn't reality. This is just a formation illusion. Calm down." Unexpectedly, someone fell from above, screaming, "Family head! Family head, save me!" Shimin Chu quickly raised his hand to strike. "No! I can't! If that guy falls on me, I'll get hurt." So he ruthlessly pushed the person away. And that action inadvertently caused his sword to slip from the cliff. He quickly lost his footing and fell. Looking at the bottomless abyss, he thought, "It's still okay, the ground is still far away. The height of Cheonghua Library Mountain isn't that high. If it were really a mountain, I would have hit the ground several times already. This shows that everything is an illusion." He once again shouted loudly, "Don't be deceived. This formation is just deceiving our senses." The elders standing above stared in astonishment. "Young master, is this what you mean by saying they're falling? This is truly a wonderful sight that cannot be explained with words. Only to see that the Black Corps members falling down are actually just lying on the ground in terror." The elders were extremely interested. Calling Cheonghua Library the heavenly fortress of the world is indeed not wrong. Byung-hang silently thought, "Yun did well when I told him to expand the formation from the cliff to the entire mountain. Cheonghua Library is hidden within the formation and illusions, but they don't know that the formation is all over the mountain." At this time, Shimin Chu, who was in the falling motion, shouted, "I see it. The ground is right here." His subordinates, like the living dead, trembled and mumbled, "No. Don't." They stood up, then slammed their heads to the ground again. The two elders were extremely surprised. Impossible. How can they die while in an illusion? It's definitely impossible to escape the illusion. One person spoke, "It's because the spirit and body are one. Even though they are in an illusion, they can't disbelieve the sight of themselves falling before their eyes. The moment they accept that the illusion is reality, they must have suffered a great shock." A few minutes later, Byung-hang quietly ordered, "Guards, collect them." The guards stepped forward. Yes. The elders began to whisper to each other. The young master of Cheonghua Library didn't hesitate at all, as if he knew everything that would happen. How could it be? The reason for calling us here wasn't to protect against the Shimin family, but to show us the true face of the Shimin family. Shimin Bon elder couldn't bear to look at his people suffering on the ground. He turned his face and called to Byung-hang, "Young master. Among them are some critically injured people who are barely breathing. Then they must suffer even more pain. So can you help them go peacefully?" Byung-hang nodded, "Of course." The subordinate understood and stepped forward to help one of the dying men up. Then he put a knife to his neck. "Release." The elder turned his face away and said to Byung-hang, "Thank you." After the incident, everyone held a meeting. Seo Moonbong bowed his head and said, "It's really embarrassing, so embarrassing that I just want to find a hole to crawl into." Seo Moonbong's expression wasn't good at all. He continued, "Seo Moon-ju was originally treacherous and would abandon anyone who wasn't one of his people. So I only thought he was trying to consolidate his power in the family, but I didn't expect that after I was kicked out of the elder position, he would be so cruel." The 100-Flower Manor master continued, "Who here has any face left? If it weren't for the young master, my family would definitely only feel regret that another group of villains was running rampant." The Flame Fire Pavilion master, Jang Imin's, expression wasn't good either. He also bowed his head and said, "Looking at Seo Moon-ju's actions and words, there must be many people who still don't know. It's really shameful to be proud of being a righteous sect but only putting on a bystander's act." Seeing the atmosphere seeming tense, the Beggar Clan's branch leader, Xianji, quickly spoke to end it. "Okay, the sighing or the praising should all be stopped. It's past midnight. Everyone quickly discuss and clean up." Then everyone unanimously discussed finishing this matter. This isn't a trivial matter, it's a very serious matter and needs to be dealt with right now. They discussed mobilizing the families and sects if they want to quickly control the Shimin family. They must make a list of the people to be targeted. Looking at everyone actively discussing busily, Byung-hang was reminded of those times in the Martial Arts Alliance. At that time, he often had to attend boring meetings. He still remembers those faces clearly. That made him want to return to the Martial Arts Alliance. But Hang quickly pushed that thought aside. No, I'm only at the second realm, how can I go there? Among my 3 great guardian artifacts, only Ji Noyet is still intact. The fierce battle with Hyo Woon is still in shape, so there's no need to rush, take it slowly. Suddenly someone called Hang, causing him to jolt awake. Young master, what do you think? Hang was confused. He thought, what's wrong? Are they giving me the decision-making power again? They should take care of this themselves. But that's right, I'm the one who led to this and I'm also involved. Hang raised his hand and said loudly, just do what everyone has discussed. I believe you all have outstanding abilities. So this matter will end without any problems. Xianji, after hearing those discussions, shook his head. Okay, everything is good, but why aren't you all worried at all? You all are as calm as someone who has experienced all kinds of hardships. He sighed again and looked towards Hang. Could it be that all geniuses are like this? TSK, ha 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 ha, it's really tiring dealing with this old man. Xianji thought in his heart. Confronting the Shimin family, who is ranked last in the top 10, what is that? That kid definitely needs more Jianghu experience. Now that the decision has been made, let's go. But a shout interrupted Hang. Ga! Everyone around was shocked. What's that scream? So Cheonggi rushed in from somewhere and announced, Senior brother, everyone. Those Shimin guys are exploding. Cheonggi recounted with an unbelievable voice. His eyes were bloodshot. It seemed Zunang's senior brother's words triggered his potential. Everyone was panicked. Triggered potential? What the hell? Quickly go see what the situation is. Yes, I'll go right away. Yoon asked Hang from behind, Big brother, what's going on? Hang didn't know how to answer either. He thought, triggered potential, indeed, Seo Moon Ju. Potential eruption. This martial art is like the final embers of life. By extracting all the true origin, true chi, and internal force in one go, it temporarily explodes the power to 2 or 3 times its original internal force. Blood flow is hindered by dilated meridians and helps to forget the pain. It is indeed a perfect last resort for cases with no way out like the Shimin family. Hang turned to tell his junior brother, Yoon, be sure to control the families of the library along with the garrison troops. Then stay by the side to protect grandfather, understand? Yes. Hang went outside and asked everyone, what's the situation? Young master, 2 maids discovered him and immediately approached. A subordinate replied, yes, I beg to report the situation. We subordinates are loading the remnants of the Shimin family onto the carriages at the North Gate Square. Then Seo Moon Ju convulsed before, and then those who were slightly injured also erupted. Their potential. All the sect leaders and family heads sent their guards to participate. Although we are at an advantage in terms of numbers, the situation doesn't seem good. Once they don't know pain and are several times stronger, they are really monsters. That Seo Moon Ju is being attacked simultaneously by 3 people from above. The swords plunged down and hit him. But he wasn't injured, and he strained himself to counterattack and blow those people away. When Hang and the others moved to the battlefield, Seo Moon Ju and his men were like bloodthirsty men. Even in that form, his aura was still very aggressive. Seeing this scene, So Cheonggi couldn't help but shout, "You're not just going to stand and watch like this, are you? Can you activate something magical from Cheonghua Library to end it?" Biam Bamong beside him replied, "There are no formations there. But because they are fighting, there's no way to activate the formation." So Cheonggi turned around with expectant eyes to look at Biam Hang. "Young master, big brother, please take action. I mean, senior brother said that you might be extremely strong." He didn't pay attention to those words and stared at the battle, considering the maintenance time of the potential eruption, even if it's long, is only half an hour. As time passes, they will definitely destroy themselves. The Iron Silk Corps leader was fighting with one person and had his sword knocked away. He was horrified, unexpectedly, the attack power was terrifyingly strong. Biam Hang looked at this scene from above. But in the meantime, the number of injured family heads and sect leaders will increase even more. The old man without a weapon will hardly be able to escape that guy. He had to close his eyes and wait for death to come near. Suddenly there was a sound, bang. Very loud. The Iron Silk Corps leader opened his eyes. Biam Hang stabbed the Shimin family member behind him. There was no other choice. After that scene, BM Hang turned around and asked Hang, "Are you okay, Iron Silk Corps leader?" The old man collapsed. "Young master." BM Hang carefully pulled out the old man's sword. "Lend me your sword for a moment." Then he rushed forward and darted towards the group. This situation must be resolved quickly. It's best to aim for the AI abdomen acupoint, where the potential is released. BM Hang just passed by one person and made a sweet sword cut. His blood began to erupt like a waterfall. Then this guy, then that guy. BM Hang passed by every evil faction member. He gave each one a cut, and there was no way to resist. After resolving those minions, he advanced towards Seo Moon Ju. When that guy saw him, he turned his head and said, "Fighting me head on now? You're really brave." Then from his two palms emerged a sky-high flame of chi. When BM Hang rushed forward, Seo Moon Ju punched him directly. The collision emitted an earth-shattering explosion. Everyone who saw this scene was horrified. "Young master." But it seemed Seo Moon Ju's strike had no effect. BM Hang was without the slightest injury or harm to his body. He launched his ultimate move, creating countless illusions of his body and pointing his sword towards Seo Moon Ju. Seo Moon Ju gnashed his teeth and said bitterly, "The wind caused by my palm force was easily broken by him." But before he could regain his senses, this guy was slashed in the face by BM Hang, with a line drawn from top to bottom. That guy's eyes went white and blood spurted from his mouth. At the moment he fell, everyone rushed forward to check the situation. Seeing the situation just now, a few people froze on the spot. How can it be reversed? I will no longer believe in those rumors. That's right, even though I heard the branch leader say he was practicing martial arts. I didn't think it would be to this extent. Wow. Everyone around congratulated and admired BM Hang. Haha, it's because Seo Moon Ju had consumed a lot of strength beforehand, so I was able to defeat him. Haha. No way. Speaking of this majesty, it's really not an exaggeration to say that a god has appeared in the Jianghu. The Iron Corps leader was secretly considering beside him. The sword art and the way the young master moves is completely different from the image of Cheonghua library that I thought. When Jui Wungi talked about the young master, I thought he was exaggerating. It seems that it's not an exaggeration. I really look forward to the young master's future actions. Everyone shouted, "Well, how about we try to clean up Seo Moon Ju's remaining forces at the Shimin family now?" Whoa. The scene was transmitted at the Shimin family. A young man stepped into a room. Around him were swords and burning torches. The man said, "Big brother, can you hear the noise outside? The famous families in northern Anhui have gathered their forces and rushed here." Shiminung trembled and said, Rio, father." That person continued, "The family head went to Tianhua library to avenge you, but it seems he failed and they will come here soon." The deformed Shiminung became agitated. "Rio Jan," he said to his younger brother, kill me? With this appearance? No, I'd rather die than fall into the hands of Tianhua library. But Rio Jan didn't think so. "Brother, why are you giving up your life? Good things are hard to come by." The younger brother patted Shiminung. "You don't know what's going on, do you?" The younger brother grinned slyly. "Brother, how does it feel to become a cripple? Looking at your appearance, I can't stop laughing. Are you in this mood?" Ha! Ha! Seeing his younger brother like this, Shiminung was furious and roared, Rio Jan." Rio Jan continued, "Don't worry, for my joy, I will take good care of you for the rest of your life." Ha! Let's live together for a long time, brother." The younger brother smiled sickly, and ruffled Shiminung's hair as if he wanted to devour him alive. The next day, at noon, after attacking the Shimin family, the news that it was easy to control Seo Moon Ju's forces was spread. Tianhua library heard this news as if there was a feast at home. Everyone cried and laughed in joy and cheered. BM Hang sighed and looked at the cheering people. A few days later, Seo Moon Bang came to send the treasures of Tianhua library that Seo Moon Chu had taken away and gold ingots as an apology. According to the investigation results, Seo Moon Ju was involved in the extermination of 5 families and sects in total. Seo Moon Bang promised to apologize to them and help repair and rebuild. BM Hang sat opposite Seo Moon Bang and thought to himself, almost sealing the door for about 10 years, he must have to endure years of bone-piercing patience. He is indeed responsible. Next was the reception of Zhuang Zhupu of the Daoying Ku, Continental Silver Vault, who brought a small wooden box with the sincerity of repaying the prevention of the marriage with Xiao Moon Woon. Zhuang Zhupu held the box in his hand and said to him, "A few days ago in Tianghua Library, I heard that you are looking for spirit medicine, although I don't know if you will like it." Zhuang Zhupu said as he opened the box, "This is Lingi Chao, spirit evil herb, but I am worried that many people cannot drink it." Biam Heng's expression suddenly darkened and he was covered in sweat, causing Zhuang Zhupu to panic and stammer, "De, Gongzi, why do you have such an expression?" "I'm sorry." After the six-corner sex snake, even if the other three evils spread the news, there would be no response, so I am also racking my brains trying to find them. But now I have found Lingi Chao, one of the three evils. Zhuang Zhupu was about to take back the wooden box and said, "It seems I have to go back and prepare another gift to bring." Biam Heng immediately rushed to hold the wooden box and said, "No need." Holding the wooden box in his hand, he happily said, "This is the best gift." Zhuang Zhupu didn't understand why his expression changed so quickly, but could only say, "Haha, that's great." Then, and then again, Zhuangzhu Baihua and Gijianhua came. "Can't you come all at once?" Zhuangzhu Baihua secretly told me, "Lan Yujiao, Blue Moon Sect, will come later because they haven't prepared a gift yet. I wonder how top-notch the gift they plan to prepare is." Ben Guang happily said to his daughter, "Hihi, Kyoin, come with me to Tianghua Library. Other families have already visited Tianghua Library, so we can't not go." Gwen agreed but asked doubtfully, "Yes, but recently something happened, so it's a bit strange to go empty-handed, isn't it?" Ben Guang replied, "I have already prepared the gift." Gwen asked curiously, "What is it?" Then he suddenly pointed at her and said, I will do everything to pair you with De Gongzi." Gwen was immediately petrified by these words. Ben Guang was still rambling there. "Not only Tianghua Library, the more I know De Gongzi, the more I find that appearance is really surprising, so shouldn't I be closely bound?" But Gwen had long since run away. "I will go there slowly." When he found out, the person was nowhere to be seen. The beggars came at night, without any so-called gifts, just empty-handed. "Open the door, Tianghua Library, we are here." Cheongi cheered happily, "Brother." These guys cut the meat and slept soundly before leaving. "Brother," Biam Bumong asked with a dark face, "Brother, should I teach you etiquette again? Even the beggars have come, so the visit must be over." But Tieji Tuanzhu, Iron Will leader, and his son Dan Kangmu came together. Dan Kangmu was very happy to see him again. "Long time no see, Biam Xiong. This is the first time after the banquet of the Shimin family, right? I have heard my stepfather mention that matter a lot." The Dan Kangmu who was once very calm at the banquet last time now treats him like a friend in need thanks to saving the Iron Sword leader. Tieji Tuanzhu brought 3 wooden boxes containing swords. "I owed you a favor last time. I remember you don't have a sword, so I brought 3 swords to repay you. Choose one that you like." Looking at the 3 swords on the table, Biam Heng thought to himself, "Tieji Tuanzhu also once sent a letter expressing his intention to offer a sword to me. This is indeed a continuation of fate." "The first sword," he said as he held up the sword to admire it, "the uniformity of the forging is amazing, the weight distribution is also excellent, the hilt is heavy, and the weight decreases by 30%, 50% as it goes up, and the weight of the body to the tip of the sword is light. It is indeed a sword that everyone wants." Tieji Tuanzhu said happily, "Haha, you flatter me too much, you should also take a look at the other swords." The second sword, Biam Heng caressed the sword and exclaimed, "It is a harmonious combination of flexibility and firmness, it is truly amazing. If you infuse qi into it, the elasticity changes rapidly. With a soft sword, you can perform a variety of moves. If you perform gorgeous sword techniques, it becomes even more beautiful. This sword is a famous sword that everyone is greedy for." Tieji Tuanzhu said happily again, "Ha ha ha, is that so? It's really exciting." When he looked at the third sword, Biam Heng was a little surprised. He thought to himself, "What kind of sword is this? The scabbard and hilt are both old, there's no way he would bring a sword that someone has used before. Let's take a look with the purple spirit eye." He stared at the sword. Gradually he could see every line on the sword, including the dense scratches. Tieji Tuanzhu asked him a little excitedly, "How is it?" Biam Heng smiled and said, "This sword is very beautiful, I like it very much." Tieji Tuanzhu was a little disappointed to hear this. "Oh, is that all?" Biam Heng replied, "Yes." Tieji Tuanzhu pointed to the 3 swords on the table and asked him, "Then which one do you want?" Biam Heng replied, All three are a bit much for me, if there is no problem. I will take the first sword. Tieji Tuanju looked at the sword in his hand and asked disappointedly, May I ask, why not the others? Biam Heng replied, All are excellent, but the first sword is more suitable for me than the second sword. Tieji Tuanju asked again, What about the third sword? Biam Heng hesitated and replied, That sword. Isn't it a masterpiece that you spent your whole life making? It wouldn't be right if I chose the third sword just because I happened to save you. You should find the owner of the sword that you had in mind, or let it become a family heirloom. Hearing these words, both father and son of the Iron Will leader were extremely surprised. Tieji Tuanju grabbed his hand excitedly and said to Gongzi, I believe you will recognize it. Can you tell me more specifically? He slowly drew the sword out of its sheath and said, This sword's ordinary appearance is the pinnacle of splendor, but its true value will be naturally displayed when it is in the hands of those who use sword qi and possess inner strength. If you infuse qi into it, no matter what the sword is, it will become sharp and can cut everything. The other surfaces of the sword are structured so that the forging has different durability, accelerating the flow of qi. Moreover, this colorful layer is a trace of Xian Tai, mystic iron, that has been added, not just randomly hammered on. In addition, the distribution of Xian Tai is arranged like a formation, further harmonizing the durability and elasticity. Sword qi is of course, besides, when the sword's strength is discovered, its power will be increased. It's amazing that you have forged such a sword, so I can't accept this precious sword. Tieji Tuanju was silent after hearing him say that, while Dan Kangmu admired. Biam Xiong, you explained it as if you witnessed the entire forging process. Amazing. Suddenly Tieji Tuanju said, That sword is the sword I made for Hugong, who is known as the #1 person in the world and the #1 swordsman, which also surprised him. Tieji Tuanju said that, I put all my effort into making it so that it could receive recognition and not be pushed back by the 3 swords that Hugong possessed. But Hugong left this world. The owner of the sword cannot be someone else, he said firmly. You should take that sword. Biam Heng was also very surprised. Tieji Tuanju smiled happily and said, I have been looking forward to seeing how much power this sword has when it is in your hands, although you are passionate about learning. So there may not be a day you hold a sword, but who knows, from a small starting point, it may reach its peak at some point. Biam Heng looked at the sword in his hand and thought to himself, so this sword is what he intended to offer back then. This world is indeed full of surprises. TSK, what a magical fate, he finally smiled softly. Raising his head, he clasped his hands and thanked Tieji Tuanju. Thank you, Tieji Tuanju. After Tieji Tuanju left, Biam went with Yun and Bamong to find the family head Biam Chion. Biam Yun began to grumble. Tieji Tuanju is really narrow-minded. Bringing 3 packages and giving the oldest one, isn't it all nonsense? Biam Bamong said, What is Dalian Ku thinking, bringing Ling Yi Chow? It's clear that they can't eat it themselves. So they brought it, Biam Heng thought to himself, these kids. The family had discussed dealing with the Zongguan, chief manager, and those who participated in the conspiracy of the Shimin family in a place where everyone gathered. They discussed ending it by dismissing those who participated reluctantly. Okay. Announcing the North Anhui alliance proposed by Zhuangzhu Baiwa, Biam Bamong said happily, Then that's great. I thought it was useless because even the martial arts alliance didn't show their faces. But it succeeded, Biam Heng said. I think so too. It's been 3 months since Hugong died and the alliance has too much to deal with. Other branches of the alliance have their minds elsewhere. He thought to himself, I have also thought about the alliance, Biam Heng said. After finishing the Shimin family's affairs, Seo Moon Ju's network can't just sit still. There will also be resistance from the maternal relatives. Not right now, but they are capable enough to act to threaten our main family. Moreover, the Shimin family also has internal power struggles in the dark, so building an alliance can also curb the opposition forces. Furthermore, our Tianhua library will assist the alliance with formations. The library can control the surrounding areas. What do you think? Then, no matter what happens in the families, our library can easily respond. At the same time, it's like having a key to enter and exit anywhere near the formation. Biam Chion agreed very much and said, Ho, that's really a good idea. Then it seems we need to send a quick response to the alliance. Biam Yun also laughed and replied, Ha ha ha, doing so, our family might even become the #1 family in the world. The sky gradually darkened as night fell. Many people appeared on the street carrying weapons. Someone said, really, there are rumors that the person who contributed the most to the downfall of the Shimin family is De Gongzi of Tianhua Library. Although Tianhua Library is not a mysterious place, you have to be moderate when talking nonsense. I heard that the martial arts of a scholar who only knew how to read books is on par with Gizhu Yanhua or Jiang Munin of Lan Yujiao. Inside the tea house, a group of people sat idly chatting. Where there's smoke, there's fire. He played a big role in this event, so everyone is talking about Tianhua Library. Life is really unpredictable. De Gongzi of Tianhua Library, who is rumored to be dead, is mentioned so much. Outside the railing, there was a figure standing. Man Parkja said to the person, anyway, there must have been something wrong. The situation has changed. I hope this matter ends here. The person asked him, Man Xianxing, are you still uneasy? Man Parkja immediately explained anxiously, no, just confirming, and it's too late to kill. What if I regret it later? The person replied firmly, I won't regret it. Man Parkja shook his head and said, I'm going to catch an innocent person. I really shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. The person turned his head and said to him, everyone doesn't know my friend, that's why they do this. What can I do? Let me show you this. Looking at the letters on the table, the person said, these are letters that my friend sent. Man Parkja looked at them with disbelief. These aren't inquiry letters? It's really a beautiful day. The birds are chirping. The flowers are blooming. Are you kidding me? The person told him, now try stacking the 6 letters in order and see. Man Parkja was a little skeptical. Stack them up? Suddenly his eyes widened as if he had realized something. The person kindly explained, this is the coded letter between Biam Hang and me. The content of the letter is as follows. To Ju Yang, I am alive, but I am a dead man. When I exist, the family cannot escape sorrow and darkness. When I no longer exist, the sorrow of those who are precious to me will stop at that time. In your promise of hope, I have requested a gift from you. The day I want to meet you outside, the day I go out, hand me into the hands of Qing Fu, and you stay in a secret place. No one can know the secret of my death. You just need to leave in secret. Biam Hang, Ju Yang asked him, now do you see Biam Hang's wish? Man Parkja immediately became happy, his face beaming like flowers. If you have this, you should have said so sooner. Don't worry, the Qing Fu organization will arrange it well. Wuji Sha Fu, limitless murderous assistant, will never stop as its name suggests until it succeeds, Ju Yang said lightly, then I look forward to it. Man Parkja was like being splashed with a very cold water, said, looking forward to it. Looking forward to this matter ending and you will also die. Ju Yang smiled slightly and replied, yes, I said it at our first meeting, but how can I kill my friend and live? I also have to die to be a proper person, etiquette with Tianhua Library. Man Parkja said, in my opinion, you and Biam Hang are all 3 not sober. Please say that I have no losses. Ju Yang didn't answer but just said, it's dawn, now before sunset. I and De Gongzi of Tianhua Library must die. He turned his head and smiled slightly. Cheerful voices rang on the street. Brother, Hongwei's shop is ahead. I wonder how delicious the new dish will be. Aren't you looking forward to it? Biam Hang replied, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's been a long time since we went out together like this. It's really good. Songhua, who was behind, was also happy. I heard that just eating one bite will make you forget all the worries in the world. Biam Yun also said happily, haha, I'm really glad you're happy. Biam Yun squeezed his hand excitedly and said, today, I will let you taste the most wonderful flavor you will never forget in your life. Biam Hang thought to himself, little brat, you're unusually proud. A few days ago, he kept begging me to go out. At that time he also said, brother, Hongwei's shop has a new dish. Let's go eat it. Is the new dish of Hongwei's shop that delicious? If not, then what? Biam Bamong and Songhua were very excited and could hardly wait. I skipped breakfast for today. Let's go. Biam Bamong suddenly pointed to a roadside stall and said, ACH, brothers, look over there. They are selling wooden dolls. Biam Bamong and Biam Yun were immediately attracted and stopped to look. Yun Hyung, do you remember us playing fighting games with this when we were young? Of course I remember. At that time you, Biam Hang complained, don't be distracted, let's go. Looking at the 2 people playing happily, he realized that they didn't seem to hear him. Biam Hang didn't bother to wait for the 2 of them and said to Songhua, let's go, Songhua, we have to go ahead and reserve a seat. Songhua looked at the 2 people playing intently and hesitated. Then she suddenly said, even so, shouldn't we go with the young masters? I will immediately go and invite them. Byum Hang looked back in surprise and blurted out, What? Manhwa excitedly ran towards them cheering, Young masters. Byum Hang could only helplessly stand and watch. The three of them happily played with the wooden dolls in their hearts, those ugly things. Hey, how can you carry these things around? Suddenly he felt something. It was murderous intent, someone was aiming at him. He began to look around at the street and the surrounding people. Where? Who is it? First, eating bananas, then an old woman walking on the street. Wondering if it was that old woman, but when he saw her trembling legs, and that whole person walking unsteadily, he immediately denied, no, not the old woman, just someone pretending to be an old woman. Immediately after that, he used the purple spirit eye. He saw irregular steps, but there was order in the irregularity. The spine looked like it was bent, but the basic tendons and bones had been straightened. Moreover, inside he could see sunken teeth, not the characteristics of an old person. Finally, he was sure that it was a middle-aged woman. Even when making eye contact with him, the direction of approach did not change. If it continues like this, she will launch a hidden attack when passing by his side. He kept guessing in his mind, is it a killer hired by the remnants of Seo Moon-ju? If not, then it is Ju Yang, but I sent a letter telling Ju Yang to come to Tianhua Library. But there is still no reply. No, there will be time to find out the things behind in the future. Now dealing with the assassin is more important. It seems that not only that old woman came to kill me. Then he noticed another person, that cripple over there. Then the tall and thin middle-aged man over there. Even the nose-picking guy behind, a total of 4 people. A highly skilled assassin organization? I dealt with them all in the past, so these guys are new, then let's see. Byum Bumong noticed him standing there blankly. Byum Hang just thought, how high is their martial arts? And flew up. Byum Bumong thought that his brother was rushing to hit him, and hurriedly apologized in fear. Brother, I'm sorry, we are not fascinated by wooden dolls anymore. Byum Yun, who was happily playing, also noticed. Manhwa also thought the same. That's right, I came to call the young masters. But things were not as they thought. Byum Hang rushed to attack the old woman behind them, causing her to scream in pain. The old woman was knocked away by him. Manhwa screamed in horror, Ah, young master, what are you doing to an old woman? The 2 younger brothers also exclaimed in panic, Brother. Manhwa looked at the old woman and stammered, Are you okay? Byum Hang went to check the situation and said, She's dead, Manhwa. Then he discovered something. Wait. This guy, he's wearing a mask. In the next second, Byum Hang rushed to attack someone else. The target was immediately sweating, thinking to himself, this guy is too different from the information. With an attack to the abdomen, the person's expression immediately twisted. His whole body was covered in sweat, thinking to himself, I was sent to kill De Gongzi of Tianhua Library, but why is he attacking us? Moreover, his martial arts are so strong. Looking at the hand placed on his abdomen, blood spurted from his mouth. Immediately, the remaining people hiding around rushed over. Byum Bumong shouted worriedly, Brother, watch out behind you. 2 masked assassins rushed over holding knives. Byum Hang dodged the 2 knives that they slashed on the ground. His feet stepped on the tip of the knife. His hands controlled the arms holding the knives of the enemies. In the next second, the knife was deeply inserted into the assassin. His face twisted in pain and blood flowed from inside him. The remaining people turned green immediately. He rushed to try to attack Byum Hang sneakily. But immediately, he turned around like a tornado. Rushed quickly towards the person behind. His figure flashed past the tip of the sword like a gust of wind. The tip of the sword was controlled. Innumerable sword tips attacked him. He hadn't even realized what was happening and stammered, What's going on? But his body was already covered in wounds. Before falling, he said, I stabbed the fatal point. Byum Hang also realized that a needle was stuck in his neck. Blood started to flow from his mouth. His whole body couldn't bear it, and he knelt down, but he still tried to stammer his last words, mission, complete. Finally, he fell at his feet. Byum Hang pulled the needle out of his neck with a dark face, thinking, a poison needle? Thanks to the blood of the Lujiao, poisons can't penetrate, but I still have to be careful. Anyway, their mission failed. He threw the needle on the ground as if nothing had happened. Byum Bumong, Byum Yun, and Manhwa rushed over anxiously, calling out, Young master, eldest brother. The 3 of them worriedly asked, Eldest brother, are you alright? Who are these guys? Were they targeting you? Where are you hurt? He turned to the three of them and asked, Was this your doing? The three of them were stunned by the question. Huh? What are you talking about? Byum Hang questioned with a dark face. Haven't you been constantly asking me to go out for the past few days? Explain yourselves. What's going on? The three of them stammered in fear. Ah well, eldest brother, the thing is I don't know anything. Byum Hang angrily asked the three of them, Why is Ju Yang-huan nearby? Without saying a word. I clearly sent a letter. Byum Yoon took out a letter and said to him, Ju Yang-huan's reply is here. So he told us not to say anything and just lead you to Hong Mi shop because he wanted to surprise you. He saw the letter and yelled, What? Then he used the Xylin Yen and looked up at the high building, discovering that there were two figures standing on it. The two people who were discovered were immediately shocked. Ju Yang's whole body trembled as he laughed drily, ha ha ha. He thought to himself, that Byum Hang who wouldn't die even if he wanted to, actually killed someone to survive. Then he covered his face and pretended to cry, Man Xianxing, can you believe it? My friend killed someone to save himself. The other man replied, If you're moved by that, you'd probably throw a party after killing 10 people, right? Then he pointed in that direction and said, But Ju Gongzi, this isn't the time to be moved. Ju Yang turned his head and asked him, Then what should I do? Man Park Jia asked. Don't you see over there? The eldest son of Tianghua Shuku is running over here with the intent to kill you. Besides, where did you get the idea that he wanted to die? That's why I said you should investigate carefully. Ju Yang still optimistically replied, Haha, it's just that this little one is happy and excited, that's all. He spread his arms wide, looking very cheerful and excited, and said, Byum Hang, my friend, come here quickly, fly into my arms. Byum Hang jumped up high, stepping on the rooftops and heading towards Ju Yang. In the moment when the two people faced each other, Byum Hang slapped him hard across the face. Ju Yang's cheeks were burning red, and tears were falling. In his heart he thought, Byum Hang, you've really regained your spirit to this extent? How touching. A hand of Byum Hang descended on Ju Yang's cheek. He was knocked away by the slap. Byum Hang said angrily, There's a limit to being foolish. I sent a letter explaining everything, so at least you should have confirmed it and done something, shouldn't you? Are you a sane person or are you out of your mind? Byum Hang grabbed Ju Yang's collar, shaking him and scolding him. Man Park Jia didn't dare to step forward to dissuade them and could only stand outside saying, Byum Gongzi, it seems like Ju Gongzi has fainted. Byum Hang recognized the person standing next to him. Man Park Jia. Man Park Jia stuttered in shock. Why are you staring at me like that? Are you going to hit me too? He was a Jianghu figure who specialized in taking money and solving problems. Oh, a well-known source of information. I've used him a few times before, of course without paying a dime. Did Ju Yang find assassins through this guy? Although he was sweating profusely with fear, he still pointed at Byum Hang, trying to deny responsibility. That side requested for help to die happily. Not to be treated like this. They were always asking to die, to kill people, but now what are they making a fuss about? He thought frantically, that's right. Blame it on someone else. This body, this wretched outcome, was all Byum Hang's doing. He clenched his fist and said to Byum Hang, What, want to fight me? Huh! Huh! In his heart, he secretly hoped. I wish this wretchedness would end here. Byum Cheon was also angry and slapped Ju Yang, scolding him angrily, Are you finally sober or not? You've been exchanging letters with assassins wanting to die. My eldest grandson has decided to live well, what if something goes wrong? Byum Yoon had to hold him back. Grandfather, calm down, otherwise you'll hit him a few more times. Suddenly his whole body trembled, and his tone of voice did too. You be quiet. How could this? Almost a big thing happened. Ju Yang turned his head to look at him. Not only is he my eldest grandson, Ju Yang is no different from my own grandson. I almost lost both of you, he said, and tears started to fall. You've suffered so much to get to where you are. Now you and my grandson are both all right. There will be good days ahead. Finally, he tremblingly stepped forward and hugged Ju Yang. Ju Yang closed his eyes, feeling the warmth from him, and softly called out, Teacher. Byum Hang stood on the side, looking at the two of them, feeling deeply moved, and breathed a sigh of relief. At night, at Tianghua Shuku, Ju Yang said to Man Park Ja, although the help to die happily failed, everything has been resolved. What a relief! Man Park Ja reminded him. Ju Gongzi, the thing I explained, it seems you don't remember it clearly. His face turned dark and said there's still a problem. Ju Yang looked at him and asked, Huh? What are you saying? A drop of sweat ran down from his cheek. He said seriously, have you already forgotten? The one who accepted this commission is Wuji Shabu. Wuji means endless. Wuji Shabu are those who have strength, but also those who never give up, true to their name. No matter what happens, they will definitely not give up on their target. Ju Yang widened his eyes and stammered, so that means BM Hang is still. Then he became cheerful as if nothing important had happened and said, then please ask for the contract with Wuji Shabu for me. Man Park Ja replied, that's not possible. The atmosphere between the two became stiff. Ju Yang tried to force a smile and said, haha, I understand. We have to return twice the amount of money we paid, right? Man Park Ja poured a bucket of cold water on him. I said it's not possible. The so-called Jianghu has many who don't know what's good for them. Money isn't everything. You also see money as dirt, and just decided to die together. Didn't you? Ju Yang's attitude was still nonchalant as he asked, even so, Man Xianxing will have a way, right? Man Park Ja exploded and shouted, I didn't say that. I didn't answer either. In short, either BM Hang dies, or all the assassins of the Limitless Assassination Unit die. If all the assassins die, even the leader of the Limitless Assassination Unit will show up. Man Park Ja is very worried. Suddenly Songhua says, isn't that a big deal then? Ju Yang smiles evilly again. Man Park Ja, not knowing what kind of trick he's planning, asks, What are you planning to do now? He says, if we have to resolve the entire Limitless Assassination Unit to end this, then let's just eliminate the Limitless Assassination Unit. Assassin organizations aren't anything good anyway. His attitude and tone suggest this is very easy. Man Park Ja's face darkens, and he stammers, Are you serious? Ju Yang says, Gather all the masters in the world with double the bounty to hunt down the Limitless Assassination Unit, forming an organization under the secret name Extermination Squad. And the Heavenly Protection Corps to protect BM Hang until we eliminate them all. Man Park Ja disagrees, saying, Haha, you really are just saying nonsense, but then he sees hope. However, if you have the financial resources, it's not impossible. Okay, I'll take care of attracting forces. Ju Yang immediately passes the buck to him, yes, thank you again this time. Also, keep this a secret from BM Hang. Man Park Ja, dizzy and still not understanding what's happening, scratches his head and asks, Huh? What were we talking about? Ju Yang smiles brightly, Ha ha ha, this is crazy. Huh? Are you cursing me now? He thinks to himself, BM Hang, that's wonderful, isn't it? You used to always insist on dying. But now you've changed this much. Today, I was sure I was going to die, but I unexpectedly gained a new life. Then the two continued to discuss. Anyway, to implement this plan, I have to return as soon as possible. Travel expenses are also money. I just arrived and I'm already leaving. I don't know when the assassins will come for BM Hang, so Mr. Man, please be prepared to leave early tomorrow morning. Okay, I understand. The next morning, at the Cheonghua Library, BM Hang leads the group to see Ju Yang off. He says, You're already leaving? You could have stayed a few more days. Ju Yang covers his mouth and asks, BM Hang, do you want me to stay longer? But both Mr. Man and I are very busy. He cheerfully walks over and pats BM Hang on the shoulder. We can meet comfortably later, so I'll come find you anytime. BM Hang's face darkens, secretly telling him to get lost quickly. Ju Yang Hyung, Mr. Man, have a safe journey. Finally, he sees them off. Watching Songhua happily wave goodbye, saying, Come again next time, BM Hang thinks to himself, They're gone. Now I have some time. He calls his two younger brothers into the room. Yoon, Bumong, I have something to tell you. Come to my room. BM Yoon asks suspiciously, Yes. BM Yoon asks Songhua, What's going on all of a sudden? Songhua, have you heard anything? Songhua crosses her arms, with a tone as if she knows everything. Saying, What else could it be? Of course. Then she says extremely excitedly, It's punishment time. No matter what his intentions are, The eldest young master almost died this time. How could he forget about that? Now you two, please hurry along. Byum Bumong says with a fearful face. Songhwa, you asked me to go outside too. Byum Yoon calls out to him. Bumong, let's go. We'll definitely get punished if we're late. Inside the study, Byum Hang is waiting for the two of them. On the table is the wooden box he received earlier. He thinks to himself, now is the time to use the lingy herb. I want to quickly raise my realm. Among my defensive techniques that are still intact, only Di Shui remains. Su Yun and Tong Ji are almost formed. Moreover, after eating the six-horned serpent, I'm immune to all poisons. If I use other methods instead of using poison to counterattack, it might be very dangerous. In this state, if I encounter enemies or a well-designed threat, it will be difficult to survive. Poisonous yangworm, one of the remaining three evils, has been notified everywhere by our ancestor. So I hope there will be good news. Byum Hang is lost in thought when his two younger brothers enter. Big brother, we're here. Byum Hang speaks, calling them over. Yeah, come here and listen. Looking at their apprehensive expressions, he feels a little helpless. These guys, he tells them both to sit down. Then he says, from today, I will use the lingy herb. I won't be able to go out easily for a while. So Yoon, from now on, you will be responsible for the family and handling everything for about Byum Hang months. Discussing the alliance with Northern Anhui and classifying formations, even promoting it. Byum Yoon, upon hearing this, exclaims in surprise. Me? Byum Hang says as if it's obvious, our ancestor is old, and our uncle still can't walk properly. Wouldn't it be too much to give it to them? Byum Yoon lowers his head a little dejectedly, saying, but how can I decide on such important matters? Byum Hang comforts him, saying, I believe you have the ability to do it. Byum Yoon looks at him in surprise upon hearing this. Big brother, he thinks to himself, I didn't even know big brother's feelings. I was worried about getting beaten. Immediately, he shines brightly and respectfully clasps his hands, saying, I will do my best not to harm the family. Byum Bumong is also excited beside him. Great. Bumong is very good at formations, so ask him for help. If there's anything particularly important, just come find me. I remember, I also got praised by Big Brother. In the next second, his expression changes, and he says, now, let's get down to business. Songhwa. Songhwa, carrying a very large stick, immediately appears. Yes, young master. Holding the stick in his hand, he says, you can praise me, but I still have to punish you. I was going to let it go, but seeing that you're wearing thick clothes here, I can't ignore your sincerity. Byum Bumong and Byum Yoon immediately cower in a corner, hurriedly saying, Big brother, I won't hide anything anymore. Please spare me. Big brother, me too, help. Byum Hang doesn't let go, hitting them both with the stick. They're wearing so much that it's difficult to walk. Anyone who looks at them would think they have a cold in the spring. The two are beaten and scream like ghosts and wolves. Big brother. After dealing with the two who are lying flat on the ground, Byum Hang speaks up, saying, Songhwa and the guards, listen up. Songhwa says yes, and the shadow guards appear behind the window frame. He asks, the stench of the lingy herb is no less than that of the six-horned serpent, so I plan to stay inside the winter formation for a while. You are my guards. So you must be worried. Do you want to come in with me? Songhwa exclaims in surprise, no way. The shadow guards also shake their heads frantically with dark faces, answering, no, we don't have any worries at all. The space suddenly becomes quiet. Byum Hang turns to look at her and says, Songhwa, is that how it is with you too? I always believed in your loyalty. Songhwa hurriedly waves her hand in response. I never had anything called loyalty from the beginning. Byum Hang angrily scolds, you impudent kids, all loyalty has weakened. The shadow guards giggle upon hearing this, but in his heart he thinks if it were like before, something unimaginable would happen. Leaving that person alone would be aiding their death, no different from being an indirect murderer. Now, the thing to worry about isn't dying, but who they're going to kill. Finally, Byum Hang says, then, see you in Byum Hang months. Before leaving, the group wishes the young master a safe journey. The scene quickly shifts to a snowy mountain region. It's been over 20 days since using the lingy herb. The speed of the entire gong has become indescribably fast. A pair of feet step on the white snow. Byung-Hang walks slowly, step by step, on the cold snow. The more I continue, the more I can completely control my muscles, internal organs, blood vessels, cells, and nerves. Moreover, there is an effect worth enduring the stench of the lingy herb for. The gong has reached the early stage of the third level of the invisible Qianquan mind technique, and increased sensitivity. The higher the realm, the more I will resemble an ordinary, knowledgeable scholar. The three great defensive skills have now become complete again. Di Shui temporarily changes the position of the acupoints, and the duration of maintenance increases from 1/4 of an hour to 2/4 of an hour. The dispersion of Suyun is even more refined. Tongji can now be used. Tongji is to pass on the impact through the place that is struck. For example, when breaking a roof tile, if the Shan Zhanyo technique can break the remaining roof tiles, while the first roof tile remains intact, then Tongji will transmit that impact to any other place, be it land, water, or other people. The dispersion of Suyun is not effective against every attack. Tongji is the strongest technique for self-defense. In life, facing a large number of opponents, it is not just simple self-defense. With just 2 of the 3 great evils, there are already these functions. I'm really looking forward to the time when I get the poisonous young worm, the last of the 3 evils. Byung-Hang searches his person, pondering, in that case, right now, it's indeed an excellent sword. No less than the 3 divine swords Fan Kuai had. It must be. This is the sword that was made for me from the beginning. Ancient traces are engraved everywhere on the sword. Although it was passed down late, it is also the heart of the TAC leader, wanting it to look like the oldest. To reach the realm of the past, I need to unite the divine sword. Thanks to the TAC leader, I got a good sword. In fact, finding my favorite swords in the martial arts alliance is too far-fetched. I must continue to familiarize myself with this sword. Let's see. The name of this sword is Ling. The name Ling is good. If I hadn't regained my spirit, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you. After naming the sword, Byung-Hang speaks up, calling it, Ling, come to me. Byung-Hang steps away, waiting for the sword spirit Ling to come to him, but waits, and still doesn't see it move at all. Byung-Hang is a little embarrassed and angrily shouts, ordering, come here. But the sword spirit Ling remains the same, not moving even a bit. Byung-Hang is furious and roars, I told you to come here. You're not listening to me from the start. How can this be considered okay? Why isn't there any reaction at all, huh? After scolding the sword spirit Ling for a while until he's tired, Byung-Hang softly lowers his voice. Okay, this kid seems to still be shy. It's okay, we have plenty of time. But 10 days have passed, and it still hasn't come. Byung-Hang looks at the sword spirit Ling, wanting to go crazy, and asks it, we've been together for more than 10 days and a month. Why haven't you come yet? You just need to come. But the sword spirit still doesn't move, like an ignorant object. Byung-Hang can't help but sigh helplessly. Alright, you damn brat. I have to go out. Seeing Byung-Hang come out of the barrier, Songhua happily runs over. Wow, young master, you're finally out. I really missed you. Byung-Hang looks at Songhua a little surprised. Huh? Songhua, why are you waiting for me here? Songhua responds, not only me, but even the branch leader of the Anhui Martial Arts Alliance has been here for 3 days, waiting for you. Byung-Hang asks blankly. The branch leader of the Anhui Martial Arts Alliance? Who is it? What's his name? Songhua replies, I heard it's Meng Yanmeng. At this time, Byung-Hang says oh and says, it's that guy. Songhua hears Byung-Hang's tone and knows that he doesn't know who's come but still pretends. 2. She thinks, young master, you're pretending to know again. He's had these strange habits since drinking the blood rain poison. The stiff girl says yes, and also, there's another piece of news. About 15 days ago, a letter was sent from the Medicine King sect. The family head was extremely happy after reading it. Byung-Hang is a little excited upon hearing this and asks, you're saying it's from the Medicine King sect? The Medicine King sect, that kind of belonging, if it doesn't exist in the Medicine King sect, then it doesn't exist in the world. This is a sect specializing in medicine. If a letter was sent from the Medicine King sect, then it must be about the poisonous young worm. Could it be that I will get the 3 evils so quickly? Songhua laughs and says. Hee hee, you're very happy, young master. I'll prepare a bath for you so you can quickly meet the family head and the guests from the Martial Arts Alliance. Outside Byung-cheon's study, Byung-hang respectfully speaks up. Grandfather, it's Byung-hang. Byung-cheon hears this and says, oh, come in. Byung-hang enters the room and immediately says, I heard there's a letter from the Medicine King sect. Byung-cheon responds, yes, you come here and take a look. Among the 3 places I sent letters to, the reply from Yangwon Gate is the fastest. You'll know once you see it. Instead of providing information about the poisonous young worm, they want you to go directly to the Medicine King sect. I don't know what their motives are. The letter says, to the family head of Cheonghua Library, the poisonous young worm you mentioned is in Medicine King Valley. We don't ask for material things, but if the eldest young master of Cheonghua Library comes directly, we will present the poisonous young worm as a gift. Byung-hang reads the letter and falls into deep thought. Sure enough, they have the poisonous young worm. Byung-hang softly asks, is this all the content? Byung-cheon sighs and responds, yes, I'd rather they asked for treasures or other material items, there's nothing to worry about, but Byung-hang immediately interrupts him, saying, it's nothing. If they had other intentions, the letter would be full of lengthy and saccharine words. In my opinion, they are facing some problem and hope that I can solve it. So grandfather, please rest assured, I will go directly as requested by the Medicine King sect. Byung-cheon asks hesitantly, huh? What if they have some plot? Then he shakes his head and says, no, you just go. He's not a kid who listens to me anyway, but remember to carefully observe everything around you. Byung-hang laughs loudly in response. Ha ha ha, yes. Because there are also guests from the Martial Arts Alliance, I will take my leave. Outside the corridor, Byung-hang walks silently. In a room, a man is standing there. Byung-hang enters and greets, you've been waiting long, right? I am the eldest young master of Cheonghua Library, Byung-hang. The man hears the voice and turns around, laughing loudly in greeting. Ha ha, eldest young master, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. You are indeed as bright as I've heard. I am Mong Yen-mong, the branch leader of the Anhui Martial Arts Alliance. Good sword Mong Yen-mong. Byung-hang thinks to himself, yeah, so it's this kid. I've met him a few times at the annual general meeting. He's always smiling and leisurely, a guy who's always smiling and saying good. His nickname is also good sword. Good things are definitely good things, I'm also good, ho ho ho. Mong Yen-mong laughs and says, ho ho, it's really amazing to see a famous figure. Byung-hang asks in surprise, I've become a famous figure? Mong Yen-mong immediately responds. Of course. Your deeds have spread throughout Anhui. Instead of being surprised by the nature of the Shimin family, everyone is more surprised by the eldest young master of Cheonghua Library. Today, seeing you in person. It's true that the genius has awakened and reversed the world, ho ho. Byung-hang's mouth twitches, saying, reverse the world, huh? The greeting of the Martial Arts Alliance must be reversed to be seen, right? Mong Yen-mong awkwardly laughs and says, ha ha ha, this is just a greeting. It's my negligence, I'm really sorry. Byung-hang asks seriously, what brings you here? Mong Yen-mong says annoyedly, just thinking about this is a headache. A big riot has broken out in southern Anhui. So I don't have any spirit. Suddenly, some strange guys jumped out and caused trouble, so I've been very troubled by resolving it. One guy doesn't know where he got a chance and excitedly challenges and defeats the sex, and then Tianqian suddenly jumps out and causes trouble. Everyone says, don't do that, but it's useless. Byung-hang asks suspiciously. Tianqian? Why would they do that? What trouble have they caused? Mong Yen-mong doesn't care much and says that matter doesn't concern you. Oh, but do you know Tianqian? Byung-hang knows he's slipped up and clears his throat, saying, cough, I've heard of them. Mong Yen-mong doesn't pursue it further and sighs in frustration, saying, how boring. I knew it. Byung-hang asks again. What's the reason you came here? Mong Yen-mong remembers the goal he came here for upon hearing this, saying, nothing else but recruiting talent, inviting you to the Martial Arts Alliance. Byung-hang is a little stunned, thinking to himself, not long ago, I was still the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, and now I'm being recruited to the Martial Arts Alliance. Mong Yen-mong is still praising the Martial Arts Alliance, trying to woo him. The Martial Arts Alliance isn't a place where anyone can come if they want, but I won't let go of an outstanding talent. Like you? It's such an honor for a genius to be recognized by the Martial Arts Alliance. For the sake of the world, please give full play to your natural talent. This is because the strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance recommended you. Byung-haeng gives a forced smile, thinking to himself, ha, wait a minute. If it's the strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance, his image crumbles, and he stands up, asking out loud, is it Jigelhai? Mong Yun-mong is surprised to hear this and asks, oh ho, do you know Jigel strategist? Byung-haeng regains his composure and softly says, cough, I've heard of Jigel strategist's outstanding talent. Mong Yun-mong glances at Byung-haeng and says, you have a really strange habit. Byung-haeng pretends to be stupid and asks softly, huh? What are you saying? Mong Yun-mong says naively, it's just saying that you suddenly know her, so you can't be recruited. Byung-haeng can only give a forced smile, ha. Mong Yun-mong continues, well, that's the thing. Speaking of Jigel strategist, I'll just say that it's a pity that even if you come to the Martial Arts Alliance, you won't be able to see her. Byung-haeng asks softly, huh? Why is that? Mong Yun-mong responds, Jigel strategist has left the Martial Arts Alliance. Byung-haeng is a little unexpected to hear this. Byung-haeng remembers when he was still Hugong, the little Jigelhai toddling and running towards Byung-haeng. Great uncle. Byung-haeng laughs with delight, stretching out his arms to greet the little girl. Ha, little girl, you know how to toddle now. Come here. With a thud, Jigelhai trips and falls. Byung-haeng is shocked to see this. Jigelhai. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Jigelhai vaguely responds, great uncle, Hai is too tired to walk now. Byung-haeng feels sorry for the little girl and says, I know, I'll carry you. Instead, give great uncle a kiss, how about that? Jigelhai is a little speechless upon hearing this, saying, I know. Seeing the little girl come closer and kiss his cheek, Byung-haeng laughs loudly and happily. Ha. But while laughing, Byung-haeng bursts into painful sobs. It turns out Jigelhai didn't kiss him but bit him straight on the cheek. Byung-haeng cries out in pain. Hey, little girl, I told you to kiss, not bite. Byung-haeng painfully hugs his face, tears welling up in his eyes. Even if I come to the Martial Arts Alliance, I won't be able to see you. The little girl smiles triumphantly. Hee. Back to reality, Jigel strategist has left the Martial Arts Alliance. Byung-haeng says despondently, is that so? Mong Yun-mong explains, because of the shock of Hugong's sudden departure, she's like a person lost her soul, to the point of not eating or drinking. Because the alliance leader is Jigel strategist's great uncle, no different from family. Byung-haeng falls into contemplation upon hearing this. Jigelhai must have recognized me the earliest. Even if I see it, I can't believe it and can't understand it. Even if it's just for one day, I will die. But since it was suicide, she must have been shocked. Jigelhai, because I didn't have time, I couldn't pay attention to her. I should have checked how my niece-like grandchild was doing. Mong Yun-mong continued, in short, the position of strategist taken by Mo Yong-kwak is also an outstanding figure. Byung-haeng asked softly, where will I be in the martial arts world? Mong Yun-mong replied, I hope you will join the Dark Department. If you ask what the Dark Department is, hearing this, Byung-haeng thought to himself, Cipher Decryption Department. Because the forces in the martial arts world use their own ciphers, this is an organization that plays a role in deciphering their secret documents. All members of the Dark Department are people with extraordinary brains. Of course, they also want to recruit geniuses from the Heavenly Passage Library. Mong Yun-mong continued to invite, if you are a genius from the Heavenly Passage Library, you will surely be at the top of the Dark Department. How about it? Let your innate talent blossom in a larger world. Byung-haeng bluntly refused, I refuse. Huh? Mong Yun-mong unwillingly asked, why? Byung-haeng said calmly, Jigelhai is not in the Martial Arts Alliance. Mong Yun-mong jumped up and shouted, no way. What kind of reason is that? Although strategist Jigel is very beautiful, there are many other beauties in the Martial Arts Alliance. Byung-haeng asked in disbelief, really? Mong Yun-mong replied a little guiltily. Well, that's not exactly true, but is that important? If it's you, the future is bright. If you join the Dark Department and prove your ability, you can become a strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance in the future. Byung-haeng pondered slightly, a strategist. The peak is not the leader of the martial arts alliance, but only the position of strategist. I'm losing interest. Hearing this, Mong Yanmong broke out in a cold sweat. The leader of the alliance Biem Hang laughed loudly. Ha ha, that's right. Mong Yanmong was heartbroken and added a condition. Okay, fine. If you come to the martial arts alliance, you will have special items such as the 9 transformation pill, which is a precious elixir that I only receive once every 10 years. That's super special treatment, isn't it? Are you interested now? Biem Hang pretended to think and said, It seems the branch chief forgot that this is the Heavenly Passage Library. Hearing this, Mong Yanmong also said, Oh yeah, if it's the Heavenly Passage Library, there are plenty of elixirs like the 9 transformation pill, hic. Haha. Don't be too heartbroken, I am very grateful for your offer. Biem Hang patted Mong Yanmong on the shoulder to comfort him and said, Even if it's not this time, if there's an opportunity, I will need to go to the Martial Arts Alliance. You never know what will happen, right? Mong Yanmong said a little sadly, Okay, I hope you will think carefully by then. The two waved goodbye and left. Biem Hang sighed and thought to himself, Now, until I get to the Medicine King sect, I have to reorganize the internal affairs. The next day, a new person was appointed to the position of Chief Escort and Deputy Chief Escort, which had been vacant due to the General Manager's incident. Li Lim, with his thoroughness in everything, handles work flawlessly, has leadership ability, and top-notch martial arts. Deputy Chief Escort Chung Kong is kind and upright, and has excellent adaptability, serving as a bridge between the Chief Escort and the guard team. The young master has understood their appearance since when? With his discerning eye and steps to this day, the Heavenly Passage Library of the future no longer needs to worry about anything. For the Heavenly Passage Library, the guard team is willing to give our lives. For the Heavenly Passage Library, we swear to become an unbreakable shield. Biem Hang was a little embarrassed and thought to himself, How long will they shout? In the following days, the guard teams were instructed on sword formations that could deal with enemies systematically. The younger brothers were taught how to protect themselves, teaching general footwork. Yoon, Celestial Light Toad Palm. Bumong Free Flow Staff. And in order for the brothers to train quickly, I have prepared a type of medicine that is good for the body. Hearing Biem Hang say this, Yoon and Bumong rejoiced and exclaimed, As expected of Big Brother. You have thought of everything. Big Brother, we are very curious, tell us quickly. Biem Hang smiled mischievously and said, It's a spirit object that I have specially prepared, Songhua. Songhua appeared with a box and replied, Yes. Both Yoon and Bumong suddenly felt uneasy. But is there a spirit object in the Heavenly Passage Library? Big Brother, is that spirit object perhaps the 6-sided mang that has been dried in the sun? And shade? Biem Hang said calmly, That's right. Hearing this, Yoon and Bumong trembled with fear and quickly begged for mercy. Big Brother, although it doesn't smell bad now, the stench will rise when we chew it. Big Brother, we'd rather just drink other tonics. Biem Hang laughed heartily, Haha, these guys are so excited that they're so moved. Then while I'm at the Medicine King sect, you brothers must work hard to cultivate. Let's go, Songhua. The two remaining miserable men cried and wailed, Big Brother. Big Brother. Let's go. Leaving the Heavenly Passage Library, Songhua happily sang on the road, World, are you listening? We are going out. Looking at the gloomy sky outside, Biem Hang thought to himself, Is it going to rain? It's too cloudy. Rain is fine, snow is also good. At this time, a bird flew across the sky. It plunged straight down to a place in the forest. There was a letter on its leg. A masked man took the letter from its leg and read it. After reading it, he immediately ordered the people behind him, The young master of the Heavenly Passage Library has set off for the Medicine King sect. In 30 minutes, I will break through the pine forest. Hearing this, those people dispersed to set up an ambush. The masked man smiled fiercely and thought, Hee, that last time was just luck. This time will be different. Once a please is forever a please. Young master of the Heavenly Passage Library, your time is up. In the carriage, Biem Hang couldn't help but ask Songhua, Can't you not sing that song? Songhua asked innocently, Why? At the spot where the masked man was standing, there was a strange noise. He looked around uneasily and thought to himself, What's going on? Suddenly, his eyes widened and his head was covered in sweat. A shadow suddenly rose from under his feet and attacked. He quickly dodged and cursed inwardly. Damn it, what is this? Things are bad. Looking at the person who came, he knew things were not good. A fatal blow pierced straight through his head. Dust flew in the sky. Corpses lay scattered on the ground, and an evil laugh rang out, Kaka Kaka. The young master of the Heavenly Passage Library is ours. In the forest, the carriage was moving quickly. Yang So, who was driving the carriage, looked inside and said, Young master, we are about to pass through the pine forest. The road is a bit bumpy, so the carriage will shake. Please be careful, young master. Byung-haeng said, Okay, you be careful too. Songhwa said worriedly, Young master, why doesn't your face look good? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Byung-haeng frowned and said, I don't know, but now. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud shout, Ah! Ah! Then there were many loud laughs, Ha ha ha! He he he! Ha ha ha! The guards asked loudly, Who is it? Who is it? That person transmitted his voice, Who am I? The loud noise made the horse panic, causing Yang So to try to hold the reins. That voice came again, You asked me? The great pressure made Songhwa gasp for breath, gritting her teeth and thinking, This voice is full of powerful inner strength. If this continues, my internal organs will be turned upside down. I must quickly circulate my qi. While she was struggling, Byung-haeng placed his hand on hers. She calmed down and breathed evenly, saying, Young master. Haeng smiled reassuringly, It's okay. Haeng stood up and walked outside. Songhwa stopped him and said, Young master, it's too dangerous outside. Byung-haeng still went, saying, You stay here. Haeng stepped down from the carriage and said, Yang So, you step back too. Yang So replied, Yes. He went out and spread his arms, saying, I'm really curious, which one is welcoming us? Please show yourself. That voice replied, You ask who we are? We are the Heavenly Craft Troupe. Then many people began to appear. Heaven in Heavenly Passage Library. Craft in Young Master. Heavenly Craft Troupe. Then everyone landed. They posed and said, Are the ones who protect the Heavenly Passage Library Young Master. The end, the sentence ended, which was also the moment the formation was completed. After hearing this, the surrounding air immediately fell silent. Both Songhwa and Yang So were shocked to see this. Byung-haeng pursed his lips, silent and unmoving. He thought, Why are they here? So Cheongi waved happily, saying, Brother, I'm here. Senior brother is also here. Angie also spoke up, Hey, Byung-haeng, wasn't our appearance just now cool? He wondered, How did the beggar clan become the Heavenly Craft Troupe? Byung-haeng sweated and said, Everyone is protecting me like this, and I'm very grateful, but I need an explanation. Who will represent us to explain? At this time, an old man came out and said, Ahem, if we are to have a representative, it is appropriate for this old man to stand up. Someone behind him called out, Wait. Those two people went up and held the old man's shoulders, saying, If we are to have a representative, then we should invite Jiem Chiak, the immortal, to step back. After that, 3 people with hats went up and said, The three of us should explain. After that, the girl went up to stop them and said, That's not right. It seems that you have drunk something wrong and are not sober. My dialogue has ended, so I am the right representative. The 2 people at the beginning shouted loudly, My dialogue is also just death, so I must be the one to explain. After that, everyone quarreled, I have more than one word than everyone else, so I have to give way? Oh ho, it's really painful. When did the martial arts world become without respect and order? Young people these days really don't care about the elderly. I have enough respect for the elderly, but the old man just keeps complaining about age. After that, Angi shouted loudly, Everyone stop. This issue has already taken up several hours, and now you are arguing again? Byung-haeng thought, Oh ho, Angi is going to resolve this situation? Angi continued, If everyone continues like this, then let's just draw lots. Hearing this, he thought unexpectedly, I can't expect anything from you people. So Cheongi, you explain. Cheongi, who was sitting, unexpectedly received a voice transmission from Byung-haeng. The boy excitedly looked at him and thought, WOA, Big Brother also knows voice transmission. That's right, with that level of strength, it's only natural. So Cheongi transmitted back. If you ask how this has come about. Alright, so that's how it is. That's why that guy Ju Yang was in such a hurry to leave. Infinite Kill Squad. Once please is forever please. Zhu Yang will kill the entire Infinite Kill Squad. Has gathered martial arts experts to form an extermination squad, established the Heavenly Craft Troop to protect himself from the Kill Squad. He looked at the chaotic people in front of him and asked, but Man Park Jia chose members who are abnormal? Really crazy. So Cheongi immediately stood up and smiled, saying, Hey, Heavenly Craft Troop, everyone. Stop it now. I have just explained it. Ha ha ha. Someone heard this and called out loudly. So Cheongi. Then Ongi came and grabbed Cheongi's collar, shouting, You forgot the Heavenly Craft Troop's promise? You dare act alone again? Cheongi said in a hoarse voice. Ongi, hero, I forgot for a moment, I'm sorry. Seeing this, he continued to think, the future of the beggar clan is truly bleak. After that, he stepped forward and smiled, saying, Anyway, this is our first time meeting, please introduce yourselves a little. He thought, well, although most of them are faces I already know. The old man laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, this old man is GM Chiakja. With this old man by your side, you will not be injured. Hang thought, GM Chiakja plays the flute more than he speaks. Why did a flute-playing madman appear? The three people just now also introduced themselves. We are the demons subduing three heroes. We do not spare our lives for chivalry. Where there are the three heroes, there will be no evil demons and heretics. We promise to protect the young master completely. Hang thought, these guys initially had a spirit no different from the beggar clan. So they only play in groups. Next, the two people who stopped GM Chiak just now said, We are the Boundless Mountain Twin Heroes. In the Heavenly Craft Troop, there is no need for others. As long as we are here, you will have longevity. He still thought to himself, just looking at their faces, you can tell that these guys are evil demons and heretics. Even so, I don't know if it's because of their faces, but they seem more trustworthy. Introducing herself to the girl, My honorable name is Miao Bingbing. I've heard my father and younger sister talk about you a lot, young master. Ha ha ha, being protected by me. BM Gongzi is truly blessed. He sighed, thinking, why does this girl keep mentioning her honorable name? Oh, father, younger sister Heng asked, your father is? Miao Bingbing replied, the master of Baiwa Manor. He thought, doesn't resemble them at all. Next, we are disciples of the beggar clan. I am Un Angi, and I am So Changi. After the introduction, BM Heng stared at them with a chilling gaze. Then Heng turned to the carriage and said, let's set off. Yang So responded yes. As they were leaving, a voice called out, there's still more. Heng turned his head, wondering, what is it now? Cheongi looked over and asked, GM Jijia, are you going to play the flute? GM Chiakcha said, not you little beggar. Before we depart, we need to confirm something first. Then he walked up. He spread his arms and said, everyone in this position, this is the first meeting between the Protector and the Protected after the Tiangong Alliance was formed. He pointed at him and said loudly, know yourself and know your enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. First, we must know the extent of the young master's martial arts cultivation so that we can come up with the best response in case of emergency, right? One of the Wushan twin heroes clapped and said, that makes sense. One of the three demon-subduing heroes smiled and nodded in agreement, I completely agree. Miao Bingbing looked away and added, although I'm not happy that GM Chiaxiansheng is speaking as a representative of the Tiangong Alliance, he's right. Angie shouted, didn't everyone hear what I said? I saw it with my own eyes. What's there to verify? Cheongi also defended, widening his eyes, that's right, I saw it clearly. The others pulled the two brothers aside and said, hey, beggar clan friends, calm down. BM Hang happily thought, these guys have experience now, huh? Commendable. Feeding them cattle was worth it. One of the Wushan twin heroes said, it's not that we don't believe you, we just want to verify it directly. One of the three demon-subduing heroes said, the power to confront the Shimin family head. It wouldn't hurt to let us see it one more time. Engi laughed and asked, so how are you going to verify it? You definitely want to spar. The people around him laughed quietly, indeed, you understand. BM Hang thought. I take back what I said. Feeding him meat is a waste. He sighed even more. Then he regained his composure and smiled. Then he said, well, nothing is impossible, causing the three to look over. Then he pointed to the sky and continued, but it's going to rain soon, so let's postpone it. The whole group asked in confusion, rain? Then, truly, dark clouds gathered and covered the sky. Someone said, just thick clouds, what are you talking about? Before he could finish speaking, heavy rain poured down on everyone. Everyone said, Un Engi Daishia is amazing. He just said something and it rained. Isn't this brother too good at Chiengwa-shuku? Engi rubbed his chin and said, that's right, that Biam Hang. Does he control thunder and rain at will? Cheon-gi, walking beside him, asked Shixiang, why are you suddenly speaking ambiguously? Un Engi Daishia, have you forgotten the oath of the Tiangong alliance? Engi said, you do the same. Cheon-gi replied, got it. Jiam Chiaksha stood in the rain, playing the flute. The Wushan twin heroes flew close and said, Jiam Chiaxianxing, can you stop playing or change the tune? Your tone and appearance are both miserable. The Wuji Shabing should have appeared already, wanting to kill us dry. The three demon-subduing heroes flew behind, grinding their teeth and saying to each other, Dage, we haven't been able to act chivalrously, so we're starting to have withdrawal symptoms and our hands are shaking. This is tense. Why haven't we seen them yet? Qianghua Shuka de Gongzi is heading this way. Wuji Shabing, show yourselves quickly. They're traveling by carriage, so hurry up and appear. Biam Hang angrily thought, I can't kill them all. Truly, not one of them has the right spirit. In the carriage, Myo was eating a pastry and said, so this is the snack at Qianghua Shuku. Songwa tried to stop her, saying, that's the young master's. Seeing this, he felt even more annoyed, thinking, what am I going to do with these guys? After the sky turned twilight, a village appeared in the distance. The carriage prepared to go there. Immediately, pieces of tables were put together. Chairs were arranged evenly. Biam Heng smiled and said, come, everyone, please eat. Everyone said, Gongzi, we will eat heartily. As they were speaking, Jiam Chiaksha shouted, not yet. Cheon-gi turned and asked in confusion, Jiam Zaijiajia, do we need to offer a moment of silence before eating? He said, not that, you little beggar. Cheon-gi asked, then what is it? Then Jiam Chiaksha stood up and pointed at the food, saying, everyone seems to have forgotten what we're here for. The assassins will stop at nothing. How can we be sure that this food is not poisoned? The Wushan twin heroes clapped and said, as expected of a senior, we couldn't think of that. Myo Bingbing rummaged in her clothes and said, with me here, everyone doesn't need to worry about this. I am the expert. Then she pulled out a pair of chopsticks and said, these silver chopsticks will tell us if there's poison. Everyone replied, oh. Then Myo Bingbing picked up a piece of food. She put it in her mouth and ate it. Seeing this, Biam Heng thought in confusion, aren't you supposed to confirm it by seeing if the silver chopsticks change color? You're eating it to confirm it? Then Myo Bingbing picked up a second piece. Seeing this, everyone rushed to grab the food. Songhua, standing beside him, hesitated and asked, are you not minding the poison anymore? After a while, the plate was passed over and said, Biam Gongzi, there's no poison, Gongzi, please eat with peace of mind. He looked at the empty plate, sighed, and thought, since I've eaten everything from the six-horned python to the spiritual evil herb, it doesn't matter if there's poison or not. Moreover, right now, I'm paying more attention to the person over there. He's the only one who doesn't care about the commotion here, as if he's used to us. Even if that guy is from the Wuji Shabing, it wouldn't be strange. As he was thinking, Myo Bingbing said, Biam Gongzi, are you still not at ease? Look, my chopsticks haven't changed color. So please eat with peace of mind. Biam Heng said, it's not that I'm worried about poison or not. As he finished speaking, a group of people appeared behind him and asked, you really don't care about anyone in this village, enjoying your meals so much. Biam Heng thought, it's the guests who were at the inn. They don't seem to be from the Wuji Shabing. The leader among them said, don't you look at the faces of the others? You little snot-nosed brats don't even have manners or etiquette. Jiam Chiaksha trembled with anger and said, now, who's speaking so casually at our first meeting? Cheon-gi, seeing this, looked over and called, Jiam Zaijiajia. Then he flipped the table and shouted, how old are you? Everyone dodged, yelling, ah. Biam Heng, looking at the overturned table of food, sat still, thinking, ah, my food. Jiam Chiaksha was still shouting, when did the Jianghu become so unruly? One of the three demon-subduing heroes stopped him, saying, Senior, please calm down. He was still shouting, I can't let this pass. The remaining two of the three demon-subduing heroes went to the person who had arrived and said, "TSK, how old are you to be speaking so casually to a senior? Just like a bunch of ill-mannered people." The Wushan twin heroes also added, "3 heroes, those guys don't have any rules. We need to use violence to get through to them. We brothers will teach them a good lesson." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Get out of the way." Chiaksha widened his eyes and shouted, "I'm 62 years old. Didn't you ask how old you are?" The man turned to look at his subordinates and asked, "Does the Jianghu discriminate based on age these days?" One subordinate shook his head and said, "Anyway, it's been more than 10 years since we appeared in the Jianghu again. Even so, there's no reason for that to be the case." The man heard this and looked at the chaotic scene, thinking, "No way, there's no such unreasonable rule. Besides, I'm 63, 1 year older than that guy." On this side, the three demon-subduing heroes were still stopping Chiaksha. "GM Chiaxiansheng, what are you doing? We'll confirm their ages before we kill them." Chiaksha, hearing this, seemed even more angry and said, "What? These snot-nosed brats are now blocking GM Chiaksha's path?" Hearing the name, the person on the other side paused, thinking, "Wait, what? GM Chiaksha?" A subordinate behind him spoke up and said, "Dage, there's no way GM Chiaksha, a person once rumored to be polite and refined, would be such an idle bum." Another subordinate just pointed and said, "Look at that, look at that." Following the direction pointed, they saw Chiaksha holding a flute in his hand, thinking, "Jin Xiao? Is that person really GM Chiaksha? If so, then this battle cannot guarantee the final outcome. Although I don't know why he's like this in this place, GM Chiaksha is definitely someone with enough strength to compete with the elders of the 9 great sects. Moreover, it's not a problem with just one GM Chiaksha. The 3 guys are not only restraining GM Chiaksha, who is jumping up and down, but also retorting back. They are definitely powerhouses no less than GM Chiaksha. These 2 people don't look normal at all. They must not be ordinary characters, and I can't even guess what kind of people they are. Because those 2 are beggars, their eyes are a little indescribable, and that young scholar seems to be the key figure in this group. Looking at the 2 people next to him, he must have learned martial arts. I can't grasp the strength of that guy anywhere. Who are these guys anyway? After thinking for a while, BM Hang also stood up. He walked over and said, "Let's go. Isn't this enough? We did cause chaos, so let's go now." The 3 demon-subduing heroes looked at him in surprise, thinking, "That guy isn't planning to fight?" Chiaksha was still shouting, "What are you saying? Dagongzi? We haven't finished settling this yet." The subordinate poked his head out and said, "Wait, are you planning to just run away like this? You have to compensate for causing chaos." The man saw the subordinate speaking and suddenly stopped him, saying, "Wait." BM Hang's sharp eyes glanced back at the group. The man stood in front, shielding his subordinate. The expression on his face now revealed fear. When he saw BM Hang's eyes, he felt like he was being cut through. He hugged the subordinate next to him. Seeing this, he asked, "Dage, what's wrong?" Seeing this, he sighed and turned away. He said, "Let's go." The group followed him, asking, "Where are we going?" Just like that, the 3 demon-subduing heroes said, "What the hell is that? TSK, looks like they're not planning to fight. Hey, beggar friends, stop eating and let's go." Cheongi was still stuffing food into his mouth, saying, "How awful," they dropped all the precious food. Then they left, leaving the chaotic scene behind. The subordinates wiped their sweat and said, staring so intensely, "I thought they were going to do something. Who knew they'd just leave like that? Phew, those guys are lucky. I was originally planning to show them my ruthlessness." "Dage, they've left, aren't we going to chase them?" The man recalled the look in his eyes, thinking, the eyes of that young scholar. The moment I met those eyes, I felt like my whole body was being slashed. If he drew his sword, could I withstand it? That night, at the residence, a flute sound echoed. Someone called, "GM Zaijiajia." Cheongi sat on the roof, asking, "Why didn't those guys rush over just now? And they didn't even chase us?" GM Chiaksha laughed and said, "Haha, that's right. They don't have any spirit these days." Just kidding. Actually, it's probably because they were shocked by the aura of the Qianhua Shuka de Gongzi. Cheongi, hearing this, said loudly, "That's not it. They don't look like the kind of people who are easily frightened. As they were talking, Manhwa suddenly appeared to announce, "The beggar clan heroes, Gongzi wants to see you for a moment." Engi sat up and adjusted his hair, asking, "What's wrong?" "I was just about to take a nap." Cheon-gi beside him, hearing him say that, said, "Shi-seong, you're a chicken head. If he tells you to come, you have to come. Did you forget that Shi-seong told you to always be on standby? You're not a chicken, you're a carp, right?" Engi turned to say, "So Cheon Daixia, you want to die?" Then everyone went downstairs. Engi walked while saying, "Hang, that arrogant bastard. Why did he tell people to compensate? Do they not have legs or hands?" Hang sat before a table of food, smiling and saying, "Come here." Engi was taken aback, "Huh?" He quickly clasped his hands and said, "Great hero, you summoned me." Cheon-gi, standing beside him, his eyes lit up and he replied, "Wow, brother, what's all this?" Hang waved his hand and said, "Don't just stand there, come and eat." After the two sat down at the table, Engi asked, "So this is why you called us? Don't you have something you want to say to us?" Hang replied, "Recently, the Wulin Alliance and the Anhui branch visited Tianghua Shuku and said some strange things. Tianqian caused such a ruckus that I was overwhelmed. Because of that, when the Shimin family incident happened, the Wulin Alliance couldn't help at all." After recounting this, Hang propped his hand on the table and asked, "I'm really curious about how that happened." He thought to himself, "Actually, I'm just curious why those kids are acting like that." Engi listened and looked at him, asking, "Oh, so our young master is hurt?" "That's right, the Wulin Alliance was nowhere to be seen during the Shimin family incident. So that must be it. I heard it was very chaotic. Tianqian, no one knows why the Tianqian Lu Dao are so crazy. They go everywhere causing trouble, but you can't kill them and you can't ignore them, so it's very difficult. Our great hero, why does your face look like a drowned corpse? Are you disappointed that the Jianghu isn't as good as you thought?" Cheon-gi chimed in, "Those Tianqian guys are going everywhere causing chaos, nom. Hang listened and recalled the past, thinking, Tianqian Lu Dao, about 10 years ago they were children with bright eyes. They were clearly quite capable. So I trusted them and handed them over to Tianqian Lao Gui. I didn't know that the next time I heard their names, it would be like this." Just then, outside the dining room, someone was hiding in a tree, eavesdropping. After listening for a while, the person quietly left. Then, under the bright moonlight, the person appeared beside another person who looked like him, both kneeling before an old man. He went to kneel down and said, "Elder?" The old man asked, "Where is the Wan Mian Huan?" The man took a small bag from his clothes and replied, "It's ready." The old man turned his head with imposing manner and said, "The Di Mie Sha Tuan's power is fierce. The Tiangong Tuan has eliminated 9 top assassins so far. If we let them go, they will become a greater threat to our Wu Ji Shabu. Therefore, this operation is very important. The fastest way to make the Di Mie Sha Tuan collapse is the death of the Tianghua Shu Ku's young master. 7 days later will be the perfect time. Kill the entire Tiangong Tuan, including the Tianghua Shu Ku's young master. Don't forget, the fate of the Shabu is in your hands." Then the old man disappeared. The 2 guards replied, "Understood." Hang's group, along with the Tiangong Tuan, began to set out. They were heading to a deserted forest. He silently looked out the window. And he also noticed in the sky, that bird had been following the carriage all this time. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but it's been several days and it still hasn't flown away, so it must be the Wu Ji Shabu. It's not too bothersome, so I'll ignore it. But we're about to leave the Nangong territory, they'll make a move soon. This is also a good opportunity to test the strength of the Tiangong Tuan. So I can find a way to control that group of crazy people. Shooting down that eagle should be enough to test their strength." Thinking this, he spoke and ordered the coachman in front, "Stop the carriage." After Hang spoke, the people showed surprised expressions. "Hunt an eagle?" Jiam Chok Jia was very dissatisfied and criticized. "Tch, this Gongzi, are the rumors that you are a genius all lies? If we catch that bird, the Wu Ji Shabu won't be able to follow us anymore. These past few days, we've been idle and bored." He cracked his shoulders and said, Hang coldly crossed his arms and replied, "That's why I'm telling you guys to catch it. Catching a bird to relieve boredom. and the Wu Ji Shabu will speed up their progress in killing me when they lose the tracking bird. There's no reason not to kill it. Or you guys can't even catch a bird? Biam Heng smiled coldly, expressing his suspicion. His words immediately darkened the faces of the group. They immediately roared and cursed like in a market. How dare you humiliate me like that? Hey Biam Heng, are you looking down on the beggar clan? I'll show you what real martial arts is. This guy's been reading so much he's gone crazy. Biam Heng endured and pursed his lips. I understand these guys too well. The provocative words were a complete success. At this time, Miao Bingbing offered an idea. Okay, how about this? Since the Tiangong Tuan still doesn't have a representative, whoever catches the eagle will become the leader of the Tiangong Tuan. That title made the group feel like they had found the light of truth, leader of the Tiangong Tuan. So the smallest member of the group, number 1 So Changi, was the first to go into battle. He cracked his shoulders and sat up and down several times to warm up. Then he suddenly jumped very high. To everyone's surprise, oh, he's flying up. The bird was startled when it saw a strange object approaching it. So Changi reached out his hand, only 5 centimeters away from the bird. No, bird, come here. The boy failed and lost his momentum, falling back to the ground. Seeing the boy a little sad, the people behind applauded and praised. You're still young, but you're already good. You almost caught it. The beggar clan's Qinggong is truly unparalleled. At this time, senior brother An Engi came over and tapped him on the head. Not bad, but is your head just for show? Were you really going to fly? Changi frowned. Then you must have a better idea, right? So it was number 2, An Engi's turn to go into battle. He swung a few stones in his hand and smirked. Humans are different from animals because they know how to use tools. Cheongi felt very annoyed. Are you calling me an animal? Engi stretched his legs wide into a stance and said confidently, I'll show you what it means to use your brain to think. Then he used all his strength to throw the stone, flying into the sky, towards the bird. The stone was like an arrow being shot up. But it quickly shattered before the resistance of the wind. The people behind immediately took the opportunity to mock him. You're still young, but you're already good. Using your brain is great. Next was number 3. The 2 Vu Sun Song Tin, going into battle together. The 2 silently aimed at the bird circling in the sky. Then very uniformly, without needing to count the beat, they swung their knives. 2 sharp knives flew towards the bird. But before they reached its altitude, they fell to the ground. The people behind echoed, also very good. I didn't expect them to throw knives like that. Then came number 4, the 3 Hang Ma Tam Heap. They quickly formed a very professional formation. Then cleared their throats and shouted one after another, summon. Ling! Pow! A stream of power like a cannon was fired. This time it reached the height of the bird, but still didn't hit it. Missed. What a pity! Then came the only girl here, number 5 Miao Bingbing. She shook her head and shrugged, saying, You guys are really ignorant, watch me. Even birds have to fear my mighty power. She shouted loudly, I am the eldest daughter of the Bakwa Manor, Miao Bingbing. Kneel before me now. And nothing happened. The people covered their heads, looking at her like she was a savage. Is she crazy? Do I really have to go with her? At this time, Gumchiakcha in the back laughed. Mwahaha, even the daughter of the Bakwa Manor can't catch that bird. It seems like I have to accept the position of leader of the Tiangong Tuan. Number 6, Kumjuk entered the field. One of the Vu Sun Song Tin brothers gnashed his teeth jealously. Kumjuk Sr. is famous for his sound control technique. It's obvious he'll win. The little beggar clan boy cheered happily. Grandpa, don't make any mistakes. Kumjuk didn't say much to them, and started to focus on playing the flute. Everyone realized, oh, the bird is swaying. You're so amazing. The music became even faster paced, and the bird also came closer and closer to the ground. Everyone was excited. It's falling. Kumjuk smiled triumphantly. Haha, how could an ordinary bird resist me? I will be the leader of the Tiangong Tuan. Who knew that at this time, Engi would panic and point to the sky. Ha, look! It's flying up again. Kumjuk wanted to vomit blood and shouted, You cunning bird, where are you flying? The other people saw it flying further and further away, and said annoyedly, You really chased it away. It's over. How will the Wu Ji Shabu chase after us now? Kumjuk was angry. How old are you guys to dare speak to me like that? Only Biam Heng calmly observed, then said to them, It hasn't flown away, It's just hiding in the clouds. It will continue to follow us. The people breathed a sigh of relief. Really? That's good. Byung-haeng watched for a while, then turned his head and said, then let's go. I still have a long way to go. Let's go. Oh, and he turned to look at the three Hang Ma Tam Heap brothers, and said in a low voice, I want to talk to you three. That night, they found a place to spend the night. The scene was quiet. Songhwa was bringing water and food to Byung-haeng and Neo Bingbing. Byung-haeng secretly recalled the events of the afternoon. I've understood the martial arts of the Tiangong Tuan. The Wu Ji Sha Bu is no match for them, whether it's an ambush or a direct confrontation. Except for this Neo Bingbing, I don't understand why she was chosen. But she's not good enough to fight the assassins. Because I have ties to the Bakwa Manor, I can't let her be in danger. That's why I asked the Tam Heap to protect her. But then they asked me if I had acknowledged them as leaders. I didn't answer directly. But there shouldn't be any problems, right? Just as he thought this, trouble came to find him. Kumjuk led a group of people to make a fuss and asked Byung-haeng, what's going on? Why did the Tam Heap become leaders? I don't accept it. Byung-haeng sighed inwardly. What is this? He honestly replied, I never said that. Kumjuk shouted again, don't lie. You asked them to protect Miss Mio, and then gave them that position. I'm the strongest person here, why? Neo Bingbing was confused. What is he saying? I don't need protection. Byung-haeng sighed, what a hassle. The quiet room was now filled with shouting. Byung-gongzi, are you listening to me? Byung-haeng indifferently ordered, Songhwa, Master Kumjuk is a little hot, bring him some cold water. Songhwa immediately obeyed, yes, young master. Who knew that just as she turned around, Songhwa suddenly felt her head spinning. Then she suddenly fell down, losing consciousness. The people didn't have time to run over, and also felt their faces turn pale. What's going on? Is this poison? Yawn, why am I so sleepy? But I don't feel anything. Is it sleeping pills? Everyone's eyes were drooping. The whole room fell silent again. Everyone had been drugged by an invisible force. Outside the window, there was movement very quickly. A group of masked people appeared, looking like the Wu Ji Sha Tuan. The leader said, stating the current situation, this drug only lasts for 15 minutes, we don't have much time. One of them quickly approached Byung-haeng and said, don't worry. There's nothing easier than assassinating someone who's asleep. Then he swung his sword, preparing to deal with Byung-haeng from behind. When the tip of the sword was very close to Byung-haeng's neck, a weak voice rang out, wait a moment. The person who spoke was old Kumjuk Jia. He struggled to get up, trembling as he said, Tiangwa Shuku, young master, don't touch him. The Wu Ji Sha Tuan was a little surprised, and one of the Hang Ma also struggled to say, that's right, instead kill us. The masked man was very surprised, Jiam Chiak and the Hang Ma Tam Heap aren't completely unconscious? But then he laughed mockingly, why be so tragic? Anyway, after my team takes care of the young master, it'll be your turn. The Wu Sun Song Hung raised their hands in suggestion, then save us. The Wuji assassins frowned. What's going on? These guys, why did they change their attitude so quickly? Unbelievable. He didn't know that Byung-haeng was just pretending and secretly assessing the situation. Even without consuming the six-horned python, or the evil spirit grass like me. Just mental strength is enough to resist the hypnotic poison. Even so, these crazy guys, this is the first time you've satisfied me. Only with this level of determination can you have the spirit to save lives. At this moment, the leader of the assassins ordered, even so, things still have to be done in order. After the great young master, the person you want to protect. DS, we will take good care of you. He threw out his sword, looked at Byung-haeng mockingly, and said, TSK, you're really unfortunate. Why did you wake up? If you had just continued to end your own life, you wouldn't have reached this point. Byung-haeng replied inwardly, you're really unlucky too. Among countless lives, why did you become an assassin? And why did you have to run into me? At this moment, the assassin received a telepathic message, wait, I'll kill him, that's right. He immediately turned his head and replied to his teammates, does it matter who kills him? The others asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Did we mishear something? The assassin said in a deep voice, no way, just now I heard someone telepathically say that they would kill him in my place. As soon as he finished speaking, his head was chopped off his neck. Right behind Byum Hang, he took him down without even turning his head. And there was no need for Freight to pretend anymore. Byum Hang suddenly sat up, stunning the remaining assassins. The second unlucky person was the one standing closest. An arm suddenly flew away, leaving the others dumbfounded. Only Miao Bingbing was still hugging her pillow and dreaming sweetly. Ah! A piercing scream rang out after he chopped off the other person's hand. He began to look towards the next target. His cold eyes fixed on them as he rushed forward with his sword. The assassin was also ready to grab the hilt of his sword. Immediately, the two blades clashed together, creating a huge force. And Byum Hang's sword, the protagonist, quickly chopped the assassin's sword in half. Very quickly, he chopped it in two. Along with that, before he could regain his senses, he received a chop that split him vertically down the middle. Fresh blood splattered, and the next person fell. They quickly came up with a plan. We can't confront this guy head on. Let's grab her as a hostage. Then they rushed towards Manhwa. Let me catch this guy, the assassin standing near the window said confidently. But he didn't know who he was facing. Byum Hang was lightning fast in blocking the attack. And then attacking him. Preventing the petty person from trying to grab Manhwa. The assassin sighed inwardly. What can I use to deal with this guy's speed? So he quickly took out several darts and shouted to his comrades, let's retreat first. If even the Tiangong Union members wake up and join forces, we won't have a chance to escape. Quickly, countless darts from the assassin surrounded Byum Hang. Byum Hang, without any fear, planted one foot firmly. And with a speed invisible to the naked eye, launched a series of sword strikes. The assassin seized the opportunity to escape through the window. Wu Shan Shuangxing weakly said, Great young master, they're escaping through the window. Byum Hang didn't hesitate for a second and jumped out to chase after them. The assassin who was injured in the battle was covering his wound with one hand while running for his life. His comrade turned around and asked with concern, Let me help you. But he shook his head, No need. I was wrong, you go first. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Byum Hang was right behind him. That's right, you were wrong. Immediately, the other person's head flew off. And silently fell at Byum Hang's feet. Byum Hang looked sternly at the only remaining assassin. And then looked a little puzzled. Looking at the person trembling in front of him with a sword, he asked with interest, You're not running away, but you've decided to face me? You must be dreaming. Byum Hang smiled coldly. Under the moonlight, he looked even more dangerous. With a whoosh, he moved extremely quickly. And the other person was quickly sent to join his comrades. He collapsed, watching Byum Hang's figure leave. Feeling extremely horrified. Why has our Wuji assassination unit become like this? The great young master has only been conscious for a short time, so why? Why? Who exactly did we mess with? After cleaning up the mess, Byum Hang quickly returned to the inn through the window, and then looked a little surprised to see that everyone was sitting and waiting for him. It seems everyone has woken up. Byum Hang began to give instructions, This place is a mess. We have to move to another inn first. You pay for the repairs here and find another suitable inn. Manhwa bowed her head and accepted the order, yes. At this moment, Kumjuk said in a deep voice, Young Master Byum. Thank you. Thanks to you, this old man is still alive. He no longer had an angry expression, but sincerely clasped his hands in front of Byum Hang. This old man is grateful to you. The gratitude cannot be expressed in words. Please accept it as a token of my sincerity. Byum Hang was flattered and retreated slightly. Soon, the three people arrived. We, the three heroes, have never encountered so many crises, but we have never been so helpless as now. We will repay your kindness twice over. And your favor 10 times over. We will never forget this favor. The Wu Shan brothers also bowed, Great young master, thank you very much. The beggar clan members clamored, Hey, Byum Hang, I've heard about it. Thank you? Brother, thank you, brother. Miao Bingbing said seriously, Young master, our gratitude cannot be expressed in words. So, what do you think about nominating young Master Byum as the leader of the Tiangong Union? The others immediately shouted, We agree. Good, we agree. Brother, be our leader. Seeing the constantly changing situation, Byum Hang looked scared. The others stood in front of him, clasping their hands and saying, Please become the Union Master of the Tiangong Union. Seeing this, Byum Hang sighed and then smiled helplessly. He nodded in agreement, If everyone wants it this way, then I will become the Union Master of the Tiangong Union. The others were overjoyed and immediately revealed their true colors, becoming a noisy market, shouting, Tiangong Union! Tiangong Union! Leader! Leader! Heng sighed inwardly. These guys are back to where they started. At this moment, he clapped his hands to restore order. Okay, I will issue the first order as the Union Master of the Tiangong Union, so please listen carefully. The others were excited. Oh, we're already getting our first mission. What kind of mission is it? We're really looking forward to it. Heng continued with a smile. I will order everyone as the Tiangong Union Master. From this moment on, I will dismiss everyone from the Tiangong Union. Upon hearing this, the others immediately turned to stone. Huh? What does that mean? One night, inside a room, someone reported, Vice Sect Master, you summoned me. The Vice Sect Master replied, since it's just the two of us, let's talk freely, Huazhong. The great young master of Tianhua Academy has sent a letter saying he will arrive in 2 days. This man was the Vice Sect Master of the Medicine King Sect, Yonghuan. Tianhua Academy is faster than I thought. If that's the case, things will be a little troublesome. What do you plan to do? This young man was the head of foreign affairs of the Medicine King Sect. Yonghuazhong. Wan said in a deep voice, the strength of Lanhua Academy alone is enough to solve the difficult problem. Even so, we can't let Tianhua Academy enter our home now. If young Master Mook of Lanhua Academy finds out, it won't be a good sight. The story was like this. The Medicine King Sect possessed the solitary young insect. In exchange for it, they needed the help of the great young master of Tianhua Academy. Nothing else but solving the difficult problem, which was to accurately decode the ciphertext. Initially, the Medicine King Sect invited young Master Mook, the genius of Lanhua Academy, one of the 3 major academies, to decode the cipher. But not receiving a reply from Lanhua Academy, they requested help from Tianhua Academy as a second countermeasure. However, 10 days ago, Lanhua Academy unexpectedly contacted the Medicine King Sect without any prior notice. Because there was a problem with the carrier pigeon. Lanhua Academy's reply letter could not reach them. Now, they had accepted the commission from the Medicine King Sect. So, I have commissioned both Lanhua Academy and Tianhua Academy twice. If Lanhua Academy finds out the truth, they will misunderstand. I'm also worried that it may become an obstacle to young Master Mook, who is diligently decoding the document. So he instructed, Huazhong, you'll have to make a trip. Huazhong bowed his head. Yes, I will arrange for them to return smoothly. Unexpectedly, Wan shook his head. No, let them wait outside. Huazhong asked in confusion, yes, is it necessary to do that? Wan stroked his chin and said, although I also hope that young Master Mook will finish it, we don't know what will happen. Huazhong frowned and said, it seems it won't be easy to tie down the great young master of Tianhua Academy. Wan smiled faintly, and handed over a document. We have to make it easy, look at this. It was a letter from the great young master of Tianhua Academy. The content of the letter was as follows. It's me, the great young master of Tianhua Academy. I'm coming to Changchun County soon, please prepare to welcome me. Huazhong said in a deep voice, as you can see, he's a person without etiquette, so if we overwhelm him with our aura, it will be easy to handle. Bringing Hyung AK geometry and Dan Han Su is enough to intimidate him, right? Wei Yuan's expression darkened as he read the letter. Yes, I understand. As he prepared to go out, Wan suddenly spoke. Oh, what are they doing? Huazhong immediately understood what he meant. If it's those kids, they are under house arrest and obediently staying in the prepared place. Huazhong nodded in satisfaction. Okay, there's a limit to what we can do to stop them. In this situation, if even they become agitated, it will become chaotic. Huazhong firmly confirmed, don't worry, I will check to make sure before I leave. The next morning, on Heng's carriage, his subordinate reported to him, young master, it seems we'll be arriving at the Medicine King Sect soon. Heng silently looked out the window and pondered, time is long and short, but if I get the solitary young insect at the Medicine King Sect, I will have finally obtained the 3 evils. But asking me to come directly as a condition is a bit time-consuming. If she had designated me, she would have given me a problem I could solve as a condition. He crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Now that there's no Tiangong Union, let's just enjoy this moment of peace and quiet. Just then, Someone outside the carriage suddenly shouted to stop. Please stop. A moment later, at a rest stop, Byum Hang's voice rang out from inside, full of courtesy. We'll arrive tomorrow, but I didn't expect the Medicine King sect to prepare to welcome me so early. Yonghua Zhong, leading two people with grim faces behind him, smiled. Haha, since the great young master of Tianghua Academy has called, of course we have to come. What is the Medicine King sect that we wouldn't obey? Byum Hang was slightly surprised. Did I call? But he still pretended to smile and said, although I didn't expect to be welcomed so much. Hua Zhong asked with a slightly annoyed tone. Then was the content in the letter about preparing to welcome you a joke? Byum Hang's expression darkened. It seems my subordinates made a mistake. What? It turns out the letter was incorrect. I'm really sorry for being careless and not checking it carefully. Manhwa in the back looked wronged and kept shaking her head. Hua Zhong secretly assessed him. His shamelessness is beyond words. His expression is bright, his words and actions are proper, but his words are strange. Is there any subordinate in the world who would write a letter at will without the permission of his master? The subordinate doesn't look like it either. Even when he sees Hyung AK Geometry and Dan Han Su, he doesn't flinch. Could it be that he despises our Medicine King sect? Thinking this, Hua Zhong became even more angry. He must believe in his own strength, and that's why he's so arrogant. He crossed his arms and said to Byum Hang, more than that, the reason I came to welcome you in person is partly because of the letter, and partly to ask for your understanding. Although I also want to take you there immediately, but currently our home is undergoing internal arrangements, so unfortunately, we have to ask you to wait outside for about 2 days. Of course, if the situation improves during that time, we will take you there immediately. Byum Hang might not see the intention behind it, chuckling inwardly. Look at that, the tone is like sympathy, but he doesn't have the appearance of someone asking for my sympathy. In the letter that Yao Wangmen sent, there was a clause stating that Tian Keishuka's eldest young master must directly visit, which meant that there was a difficult problem that required the brain of Tian Keishuka's eldest young master. But instead of talking about hospitality, drawing out the time this month and taking it so easy, it means someone else has come to replace me. Although I don't care how many people they call, if the person who came before resolves the difficult problem, then the Duyang Chong will become distant to me. If that's the case, then I can't sit still. Daring to overwhelm me with the power of books, I can only show them the difference in strength. Just in time, they have returned. At this moment, noisy voices rang out from outside. I must cut your throat now. I spent so much money and got this appearance. That maiden from the workshop is truly an unscrupulous person with a smiling face. Hua Zhong frowned in doubt. Why is it so noisy outside? Several voices continued to argue. Calm down, if you look at it from a new perspective, pink embroidery is also suitable. We also think and say so. Hua Zhong sighed, revealing impatience. Who on earth are these people making such a ruckus? If young master finds it inconvenient, I will drag those fearless fellows outside and teach them a lesson. Those people got closer and closer to them. Pink embroidery. Anyone who sees it will think it's a woman, a scary woman. The two gang Beggar and Gi proudly pointed to their clothes. Look at the golden radiance of ours. From now on money and fortune will pour in. Niu Bing Bing scornfully sneered. Beggar, think about it a little. If just one word could bring all the fortune in the world, then dogs and cows would have embroidered gold. Upon hearing this, the group of Hua Zhong frowned. What's with the beggar? How is that unmarried maiden together with beggars? The two brothers, Wu Shan Shuang Xiong, roared in anger. We said to embroider dark blood color. There must be fresh blood color in the word. Why is it pink first? The two subordinates were startled upon hearing this, realizing, Wu Shan Shuang Xiong seniors, why are they here? Heng Ma San Xia also quickly joined the fray. Don't tease these guys anymore. Look how embarrassed the Shuang Xiong are. Haha, luckily our color is quite beautiful. The other two turned pale. They are Heng Ma San Xia. Aren't they the Heng Ma San Luan who were originally murderous maniacs but feared being forced into becoming common enemies of the martial world? So even if they wear human skin and kill people, it's only to kill those who are worthless. Wait, you two pay attention to the old man behind. Jiam Chiak Sr. Senior, why are you with these people? Jiam Chiak Sr. is a person with martial arts strength close to the level of an elder of the 9 great sects, and also has some connection with our Yaoang men. We must quickly go over and greet him. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Biam Hang, whom they originally looked down upon, loudly ordered the group, "Hey, you over there, be quiet." The Huazhong group was so frightened that their faces turned green. How dare this scholar be so rude? I should have realized it from the moment I wrote that letter and sent it. Do you know who they are? So he immediately transmitted his voice to remind Biam Hang, "Eldest young master, please be careful with your words." Biam Hang shrugged, saying bluntly, "Why are you suddenly transmitting your voice? Besides, there's nothing I can't say. They are making such a ruckus without permission." Huazhong anxiously gnashed his teeth and transmitted his voice to Biam Hang, "Eldest young master, you probably don't know how famous those people are, that's why you're like this." "They are." Before he could finish speaking, Biam Hang shrugged, looking disdainful, "It doesn't matter whether they are experts or not, because I am better, so it doesn't matter." Huazhong trembled with anger. "It's not because I care that I reminded you," Biam Hang replied with a faint smile, "so it seems the chief doesn't know who I am." Huazhong widened his eyes and transmitted his voice, "Who are you? Aren't you Tian Keishuka's eldest young master?" Biam Hang said with a cold gaze, "Actually, I am." Huazhong stared intently, dripping with sweat, waiting for him to continue, "The leader of the great Tiangong Tuan." Huazhong was stunned. Tiangong Tuan. I've never heard of this name before. But he quickly startled and turned his head, exclaiming, "Ah!" Looking at the clothes of those people. Piecing them together, they just happened to say, Tiangong Tuan. Biam Hang took the opportunity to show off. "I also know that it's only when someone isn't a troublesome matter. But even if it's disbanded, they still call themselves my subordinates." It turned out that the day before, after Biam Hang announced the disbandment of the organization, the group reacted very strongly. "Young Master Biam, the dismissal is invalid. How can you abandon the 8 elders who are founding heroes and the strategist Miao Bingbing?" "That's right. It's invalid." "Invalid? The laws of the Tiangong Tuan were also established by us." He could only sigh. "Even if I give them freedom, they don't want it. I have no choice but to accept them." At this moment, Huazhong could no longer maintain his composure, and began to sweat profusely. Tian Keishuka's eldest young master, who exactly are you?" Biam Hang folded his arms and replied, "We will be meeting for a long time, so let's get acquainted. Let me introduce you, this is Tiangong Tuan, my subordinates. Let's continue the conversation we were having earlier." Everyone went into the courtyard and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it's really vast." Yong Huazhong led the way and then flusteredly said, "We would be very grateful if the members of Tiangong Tuan would stay in this back courtyard for a while." Angi happily replied, "Don't worry about that, we'll be lying here." Biam Hang glanced back at the guide and thought, "Even so, it's fortunate that the Chief of External Affairs is more sensible than expected." Leading us to the back courtyard. "Although there's a bit of dissatisfaction, it seems we have to wait for a while. But what is this incense smell?" After that, he went back to report, "I have first led the Tiangong Tuan to the External Affairs back courtyard of our sect." "Well, okay, let's just leave it at that," the chief of Yaoanggu said with a headache. "It's been 5 days since we started decoding Mok Gongzi's secret code. Keep it a complete secret until then." Yong Huazhong replied. "Of course. But even though it's the same with Lanhua Shuyuan, those guys are also a problem." The Tiangong Tuan were suspiciously asking what the incense smell was. Remembering when they were led into the courtyard, everyone covered their noses and asked, "Cough, cough, what's this smell? Why is there no medicine smell in Yaoang men, only incense?" After finishing, Huazhong asked, "How about arranging an opportunity to meet those guys?" The chief of Yaoanggu said, "An opportunity to meet?" Huazhong replied, "Yes. On the Tiangong Tuan side, there are gang disciples who must have heard about the rumors of those guys. Also, Jiam Chiaxianxing has a relationship with that person. On the contrary, he might welcome them and get along happily." The chief of Yaoanggu agreed after hearing this. "That's right, if that's the case, then you arrange it." Huazhong said, "Understood." That morning, he left the courtyard and slowly walked up the mountain. Up here, there were offerings and smoky incense. The people inside asked, "Do you have any news you want to tell us? Could it be that that person has arrived?" Or did you hear news that that person is still alive? Yong Huazhong said, It's not about anything else, but Tianke Shuka's eldest young master and his subordinates, the Tiangong Tuan, have arrived at our sect. Please be polite to them. Those Tiangong Tuan are only cooperating in name. There are also some who are not benevolent. You may be in danger. That person reached out to take a sword and asked, Chief, have you forgotten who we are? They should be the ones being careful. Not us. Let's go. Having more guests to pay their respects will also make that person happy. After saying that, they planned to leave. Then Yang Huazhong quickly ran to the door and stopped them, saying, Stop, please wait a moment. There's no need to act so hostile. I will go first and talk about paying respects. Can you temporarily wait until then? At the courtyard where everyone was staying, Hang asked, Then what's the matter that the chief has come here for? Huazhong said, Well that. Eldest young master, are you uncomfortable anywhere? Biam Heng replied, There are more than one or two places. Huazhong stammered and replied incoherently, Yes, that's right, yes. Heng unhappily said, The chief said that this place was specially arranged, but the four directions are mountains, no different from a place of exile. Huazhong laughed and said, Haha, young master is saying it's exile? It's a place only for distinguished guests. Since young master has said that, then you must be dissatisfied. As I said before. Because our sect is arranging. Heng asked, I still haven't heard the answer to the question of what that matter is and when it will be finished. Huazhong frowned and replied, I can only apologize. He thought to himself, now is not the time to clarify. Lan Hua Shuyuan and Tianke Shuku, both of these places must not know of each other's existence. While he was thinking, Jiam Chiak Jia appeared behind Heng and said loudly, You. Where did you learn your manners? When the leader asks, you must answer properly and stay on topic, right? Everyone in Tiangong Tuan also came out and said, Big brother. Tiangong Tuan leader. Since he asked, how dare you not answer? I can't believe Yao Wang Men looks down on us in this way. Anyone who sees it will think you are the number one sect in the world. Haha, is this Yao Wang Men's challenge to Tiangong Tuan? This is interesting. While they were talking, Angi appeared in the middle and said, Everyone, why are you doing this? Please calm down. Look at the chief's attitude, polite from beginning to end. He must have his reasons. Besides, everyone has said that they like this back courtyard. Little brother also likes it, right? Cheongi thought of the food and replied, Yes, I like the quiet. It's great to barbecue here. Let's barbecue later. Myo Bing Bing appeared right after and said, Stop nagging about the meat. If you keep eating like this, you'll become as fat as Hugong. Cheongi looked at her and sighed. That, elder sister, seems like you'll be ahead of us. After that, they continued to make a fuss. Can't these guys keep their mouths shut? Kim Xiao, your grandfather, is also an elder. Don't treat me like a child. Oh ho, so what? I'm the standard of the martial world. Why are you yelling at me? I'll never become as fat as Hugong. You really are a child. Huazhong silently thought. It's noisy again. This level is enough for the eldest young master to scold. Biam Heng sighed. Then he slammed the table and shouted, Quiet! Be quiet! After that, everything became quiet. Heng propped his hands on the table and asked, The chief is having difficulty mentioning the private reason of Yao Wang Men, so let me say it for you. Is it that someone has come to Yao Wang Men to replace me? Hearing this, Hua stammered as if he had been found out. Yes, young master is saying a replacement. What does young master mean by that? Biam Heng said, Yao Wang Men specially invited me here. There's no reason for Yao Wang Men to be curious about my appearance, and it's not difficult to guess that there's some reason why it can't be anyone but me. Perhaps it's a case that needs me to solve. But isn't it strange? In reality, the chief welcomed us and told us to stay outside, trying to stall for time. After going inside, you let us stay in this back courtyard like an isolated island. To this extent, it seems that I am someone's backup plan. What do you think, Chief? Huazhong looked at him with difficulty, thinking, I didn't expect that he would break through from the front like this. He's saying exactly what I'm thinking on the inside. Now that it's come to this, even if I try to justify myself, it will only make things more embarrassing. Moreover, judging by his attitude, it's clear that he will get up immediately if I say a single word wrong. Suppose that Tianke Shuka's eldest young master leaves like this, and Lan Huashiyuan's Mak Gongzi fails, there couldn't be a more difficult situation. At that time, if we ask for help from Tianke Shuku again, it will definitely become a joke, and even if there is an exchange, it won't stop with just the Du Yang Chong. What should I do? After thinking for a while, Hua Zhong looked serious and said, if young master is asking why things are like this. After saying everything, An Gi, who was standing and wondering, asked, what are you saying again? Are you restless because you're afraid of becoming a double request? What's so great about it? Chiak Jia looked over after hearing this and said, so you're worried about this? Hang Ma San Xia shouted loudly, Shu Tiangong Tuan, why don't you understand things like this? Miao, standing next to him, said gently, please don't blame him too harshly. From Yao Wang men's perspective, they have been worried about how much everything is the fault of the messenger pigeon not flying to its destination. Hua Zhong thought to himself, phew, it's a good thing that compared to the usual actions of the Tiangong Tuan, their reaction is not too violent, and they are even listening to my explanation. At this time, everyone left. Biam Heng said, first, I apologize on behalf of the Tiangong Tuan for their rudeness. I will pay special attention to the words and actions of the Tiangong Tuan. The important thing now is, he thought to himself, is the Du Yang Chong. Then he said, to solve the difficult problem of Yao Wang men. I understand the chief's difficult situation. However, please also tell me everything. Is keeping me here to cross-verify? Hua Zhong replied, that's right. He said. Then how about doing it this way? The reason for me to wait has also disappeared, so don't waste time anymore. Give me a chance to look at the documents. No one knows that I and the Tiangong Tuan are in your sect. And Lan Hua Shuyuan won't discover our existence. Hua Zhong stopped after hearing what Hang said. Then he immediately stood up and bowed, saying, thank you for the deep concern of eldest young master. He thought, now is definitely the best time for him to know about our existence. Then he smiled brightly and said, eldest young master, there is one more thing I want to say. Has young master heard of the Tianqian Lu Dao? Hearing the familiar name, Biam Heng asked inwardly, why are you suddenly mentioning the Tianqian kids here? After thinking, he said, I heard the beggars say it, but what about the Tianqian? Hua Zhong smiled and said, there's nothing else. Those Tianqian Lu Dao are currently in our sect. Hearing this, Biam Heng stood up and slammed the table, asking loudly, how? Explain clearly. Why are those guys here? Suddenly, a sound from outside interrupted, Chief, isn't it enough to talk with the Tiangong Tuan? Dung dung dung. Cheon Gi, hearing the sound, said, it's dung dung. Then the Tiangong Tuan pushed open the door. Biam Heng looked inside. Seeing many people in black clothes standing there, the Tiangong Tuan said loudly, over there are the lingering mourners of Tianqian. It's really as amazing as the rumors say. I haven't seen it until now, why is it like this now? Wow, are they really carrying all these things? Hey, who among you is Biang Peng? Dung 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 dung, who is brother? I really want to meet brother Dung Dung. Hang, standing behind, thought, if they don't pay their respects, they will act violently and linger. What exactly does lingering mourning mean? Chiak Jia pointed down and said, leader, look. It's so considerate to come to pay respects, so we can't not go. They are not evil, just pure souls. An Gi, standing next to him, added, that's right, as a person of the martial world, we have to pay our respects. Ah, the leader has only been traveling the martial world for a short time. So he probably doesn't know who they are remembering, right? It's the Martial Arts Alliance leader and outstanding hero, Hu Gong. Nowadays, how many people are willing to mourn for 3 years? Surely Hu Gong, who is watching in the afterlife, must also be heartbroken and red-eyed. If not, then since hearing that Hu Gong told his master to bathe, I have had a good impression. Great! Let's go visit! Haha, if Hu Gong was still alive, he would have told his master to wash more clothes. What a pity! Chiak Jia went over and said, I also once received Hu Gong's grace. Remembering Hu Gong's advice back then, he told him, GM Chiak Jia, you need to let go. Aren't you just imprisoning yourself? He said that when he felt pressured by limitations. Hu Gong gave him advice and told him to let go of everything. He started living carefree and became who he is today. Someone asked, isn't Geometry Chiaxiansheng living too carefree? The people behind him also stepped forward, cupping their hands and saying, we almost got beaten to death for telling Hu Gong to take it easy, But he truly is the number one person under heaven. So of course we respect him. We also think like the three heroes. Although we've never had the chance to meet him, his strength deserves respect. The people in black said to each other, Diji, their visit is simpler than we thought. Diji Tianqian didn't answer but looked up at the place where Hang was standing. He asked, Does Tian Kushika have something to say to Tianqian privately? Hang looked down with his arms crossed, saying, What I want to say is that these things are really ridiculous. The people who were mourning below looked up in surprise and said, Corps leader. Zhong, standing behind, was also shocked and said, First young master. That Diji glared and asked, What did you say? Diji Tianqian asked, What did you say just now? That we're ridiculous? The first time Tianqian and Tian Kushika met, they didn't have anything in common. His words were indeed rude. I'll listen to the reason, Hang said with a smile. Reason? It's just tiring to talk to a bunch of idiots. The people in black behind him had already drawn their swords, waiting. Diji of Tianqian stopped them and asked, So what's the reason? Hang laughed and said, Then go ask Hugong. He's probably ridiculous too. Hearing this, the Diji was so angry that his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He asked, What? Angi ran up to Hang's side, stopping him, saying, Diji, this isn't something to get angry about. Zhong also hurriedly said, That's right, first young master. There's no need to go this far. Hang frowned and said, Okay, fine. I'll let people know the reason. Even if they are filial children, they can't force others to mourn for their lost parents. If they do, they must be fools eager to boast to the world that they are filial children. Aren't you trying to show off to the Jianghu your connection with the number one person under heaven? So how ridiculous and absurd is this? If you keep doing this, you will be hated by others, and one day, cold corpses will be found on some hill. Someone, upon hearing this, angrily jumped up, preparing to attack. The group in black shouted loudly, Yong Yong. Angi exerted internal energy and said, Impudent. Then the two attacked each other. The person in black was pushed back. But everyone around Hang was already preparing for battle. The Hongma three heroes said grimly, Listen carefully. Even if you're Tianqian Lao Zhu or whatever, we'll only say this once. If you point your swords at the Tiangong Corps leader one more time, we'll exterminate you all today. Wu Shan Shuangxiong also cracked their knuckles and said with a laugh, Haha, what's the big deal about the three heroes? Just kill them all here. Is that okay? The Corps leader seems to value them quite a bit, so it's a bit difficult. Haha, that's right. One of the people in black came out and said, Diji, they're people you can't talk to. Diji of Tianqian glared up, but he didn't say anything, looking straight at him. Then Diji turned away and said, Let's go back. Everyone looked after him and said, Diji, Yong. Watched everything without saying anything. Later, they were eating grilled meat. Someone asked, But what did he say just now? That the Corps leader values those Tianqian people? The Hongma three heroes pretended not to understand and asked, Huh? Really? How would I know about the Tiangong Corps' military affairs? Myo, seeing him like that, angrily asked, Are you mocking me now? The Hongma three heroes said, Haha, you noticed that so quickly? You useless thing, useless. Angi said while eating, Military advisor, don't you know? It's because the Corps leader is worried about them. Myo turned and asked in confusion, Worried? Angi said, Even when facing the Shimin family head, the Corps leader was very calm. But today he's acting like he wants to devour those Tianqian people alive. Hearing this, Myo became even angrier, breaking his chopsticks and saying loudly, That's why I'm asking why he's worried about that good-for-nothing. Angi replied, He's afraid they'll die. He's afraid that the Tianqian six paths will die. If they keep setting things up like this everywhere, they'll die. Myo was confused. Huh? Cheon-gi, who was eating, turned and asked, Elder sister, have you forgotten where we are? Then the young boy replied, It's the Jianghu. Chiak-ja also nodded and said, In the Jianghu, there are many cases where small quarrels turn into feuds. Wu Shan Shuangxiong also said, That's right. Although we don't have any connection with Hugong, we came to pay our respects because we have goodwill towards him and don't have any objections. But if a dispute arises one day because of Tianqian's actions, the outcome will not be good. The three Hongma three heroes laughed loudly and said, That's right. Most people don't have any patience when they think of Tianqian. If they keep lingering and forcing people to pay their respects, Then even if Tianqian Lao Zu is a master behind them, they will still run into fearless people. What the Tianqian Six Paths must know is the reality of the Jianghu. Diji disregards that and helps them realize that reality. Miu turned her head back and said, the core leader is a more sentimental person than I thought. She looked at the silent villa. On the table was a letter. Hang asked, is it this? But looking at the condition of the letter, it seems to have been made recently. Huazhong replied, yes, this is a copy. Biem Hang, upon hearing this, said Guzhu. In the case of the original being an ancient book, the material of the paper and the patterns could be part of the code, so there's no need to make things difficult. Huazhong smiled and said yes, but it's no different from the original, so there's no need to worry. He looked in another direction, wondering, why are you so confident? Then he said, I understand. Then let me take a look. He looked at the document, and thought to himself, in the end, I still have to use this genius brain. Let's see, it's ancient script. With Biem Hang's brain and knowledge, he could easily decipher ancient languages. Time slowly passed into the late afternoon. While Huazhong anxiously drank all of his tea, Hang's cup was still full. He nervously stared ahead, afraid to make any noise. Then he asked Degongzi, how is it? Have you deciphered it yet? Hang said, please be quiet. Huazhong thought, he's so focused that I'm getting in the way. Could it be? Biem Hang's hand trembled as he held the document. He was confused inside, thinking, damn it, I don't know a single word. This won't do. My poison yang worms. Maybe I need more time, or maybe I can't use this kid's head properly. If I just sit here like this, my poison yang worms will be separated forever. I have to look more closely, even if it's just one word. Biem Hang stared intently, thinking, when he suddenly saw a character wriggling on top of the document. He looked closely and thought, huh? When that character stopped moving, he guessed, it seems like the character moved. Is it an illusion? I'm not sure if it moved. If I look at it, will it stop moving? If that's the case, then relax and don't look at it, he thought, and relaxed his mind. At first, the document remained unchanged. After a while, the characters in it lit up. Then they flew up. The characters swapped places with each other. This character swapped places with that character. The characters formed sentences. Then they flew to one point. Then they created a complete document. Suddenly, a voice called out, Zi Gongzi, Degongzi, startling him and making him open his eyes wide. Huazhong, standing beside him, saw that he had regained his senses and said, Degongzi, are you all right? You haven't moved for a small hour, so I was a little worried. Hang looked over and said, Guzhu? As for deciphering the document, unfortunately, I've only found Neo Fenuita so far. Even if it's late, I will definitely send the solution within a month. Then he asked, but Guzhu, who was the one who created this document? Huazhong scratched his head and said, we just happened to get it by chance. There's nothing to say. Hang said, that's right. If I knew who wrote it, I could have solved it through that process. Anyway, this is another matter. If I may, I would like to meet with the Yeoangnan sect leader and send my regards. Is that possible? Guzhu replied, the sect leader is currently in seclusion. Even we can't meet him until the seclusion ends. Biem Hang, upon hearing this, said, so that's how it is. It seems I don't have the luck to meet a noble person. Then Huazhong went to the door and said, then I'll take my leave. Gongzi, you've worked hard. I'll come again next time. After he left, the people of the Tiangong Corps all gathered outside the window. They rushed to grab the document, saying, this is a document recording the treasures of Yeoangmen. It must be a treasure. Maybe it's the #1 martial art under heaven. Quickly analyze it. Let me do it. I said let me do it. Elder sister, it'll tear if you keep doing that. Biem Hang went to the window and stood there, thinking to himself, what a ridiculous bunch. The Yeoangnan sect leader is in seclusion? The author of that coded document is the Yeoangnan sect leader who is in seclusion. Biem Hang sat and pondered in the room, recalling old memories. I, the Yeoangnan sect leader, express my heart. Let the world hear me. Although everyone writes that the Jingong Dan is my life's masterpiece, the truth is different. The brightest masterpiece of my life, the greatest treasure of my life, is not the Jingong Dan. That thing cannot be compared to anything else. It's unique. If you look, just by looking at it, you will gain abundant vitality. If you touch it, you will know what joy is. If you ask when I was happiest in my life, I can say it was when I saw the treasure, and the treasure smiled at me and came to me. Then you can smile and bring it here. Where the shadow of the medicine room shines under the moonlight, there, 1 and 375. Byung-hang couldn't help but fall into contemplation, saying, a supreme treasure? A treasure even more precious than the Jingongdan? The thing that brought me back from the other world. Moreover, just looking and touching it has an immediate effect? But if it's the Yeoangman sect leader, then it's not impossible. Byung-hang remembered when he was Hagong and had talked to the Yeoangman sect leader. Yes, what did you say just now? Byung-hang couldn't help but sigh and say, hey, didn't you hear? What are you addicted to every day, you drug addict? What are you so fascinated with? The Yeoangman sect leader slowly picked herbs and replied, I'm thinking about medicine. Byung-hang worriedly advised, even if you're fascinated with researching medicine, you should stop experimenting on yourself. You might get poisoned. Take it easy. What are you going to do if there's a mistake? How many times have you almost died before? The Yeoangman sect leader still replied, I'm fine. I have to experiment myself to know from beginning to end and record it. Byung-hang was a little speechless, saying, even that record, you write it in code that only you can read. Who else can understand it after you're gone? Byung-hang thought to himself, looking at the code on that paper, the writer is indeed the Yeoangman sect leader. But there's a question. Given the current situation of the Yeoangman sect leader, if the Yeoangman sect leader is still conscious, it's unreasonable to entrust it to outsiders. Surely there's something wrong with his body. When I asked if I could meet the Yeoangman sect leader, that ambiguous reaction from the Guju was clearly hiding something. What exactly is going on? The important thing now is to grasp the current situation of Yeoangman. Byung-hang slammed the table and stood up, calling out loudly, Songhua, prepare paper and ink. Soa Changgi, standing to one side, asked with interest, Diji, what are you going to write? The Hongma 3 heroes came over to eavesdrop, saying, if you write it out one by one, that kind of code isn't anything special. Haha, if we put our heads together, we can solve it before dawn. Myo Bingbing looked at Byung-hang writing in amazement and exclaimed, Guild leader. Big brother, you've already solved it? But our guild leader Gij has already solved it all, so why pretend not to understand? The Yaowang men will be so sad. But the content is a bit. The Yaowang men entrusted us to decipher the code written by the Yaowang men's leader. This must be it. That thing. Song Shan Shuangxiong said excitedly, isn't this the immoral situation where one is blinded by treasure and can't see anything else? What are you hesitating about? Big brother? Let's turn the Yaowang men upside down tonight. That's right, even parents and children fight over property, and this is a treasure even more precious than the Jingongdan. What else is there to say? Byung-hang was a little speechless and said, everyone is overthinking it. There's nothing special about it. He thought to himself, however, it's certain that something has happened to the Yaowang men's leader. It's hard to see that an immoral situation has occurred here. If something like that really happened, there's no way they would welcome us or Tianqian as guests. One of the Hang Ma San Xia exclaimed loudly, what are you guessing? Big brother doesn't know about the Jianghu, that's why he's saying that. Unimaginable things happen all the time. That's the Jianghu. Have you forgotten about those Wu Ji Shabu with their crazy belief that one time is a request forever? Byung-hang fell into thought upon hearing this. Ah, the Wu Ji Shabu. The extermination team has been assigned to those Wu Ji Shabu. So far, there's been no special news. After finishing things at the Yaowang men this time, I must deal with the Wu Ji Shabu's side. Byung-hang smiled and said to everyone, hearing what you said, you're right. We can't see through people's hearts. We must grasp the situation at the Yaowang men, so tonight, we'll have to trouble Mr. Jin Xiao and the guy Bang. I'm counting on you three. Song Cheung-gi excitedly replied, we brothers will do anything, big brother. Byung-hang calmly stated his plan. First, Mr. Jin Xiao, use your sonic attack to shake the hearts of the Yaowang men and make them speak their minds. And during that time, the two Gai Bang brothers will go and gather information about the Yaowang men's leader. Is that possible? The two Gai Bang brothers and Mr. Jin Xiao immediately replied, of course. The Gai Bang can do anything. Naturally. When will we proceed? I can perform right now. Lin Xiao Xianxing said, wanting to do it immediately. Hang stopped him in time. Wait a minute! The sound of the shout rang out. The two Gai Bang brothers had tears welling up in their eyes and said, I miss my mother so much. What's wrong? Why is sweat coming out of my eyes? Hang couldn't help but sigh. What pathetic guys. Humph, looking at these guys, Jiamchiakja's sonic attack will definitely be effective on the Yaowang men. Unangi, Socheongi, come here for a moment. A stream of power shot into the Gai Bang brothers. Both were shocked. The tears have stopped. Is this the hand of heavenly skill that was once displayed at the Shimen family? I thought I was going deaf, but now I can hear the sound clearly. The Hang Ma Sanxia stood to the side and thought, I thought there was no way to stop the sonic attack. I didn't expect that just acupressure could resolve it. Moreover, the guild leader himself wasn't affected by the sonic attack. We also know about acupoints, but does it have this effect? As expected, Big Brother is amazing. Could it be that the guild leader is? Hang instructed the two Gai Bang brothers, the effect will only last for about 30 minutes, so return before then if you hate that appearance. He then pointed to Miao Bingbing who was crying. On the ground, Wowo, Nyang, Father, Garyang, oh Wowo. The two immediately replied, got it. Hang continued, don't do anything silly. Focus on moving. Outside the coordinate of the code, listen to as many stories about the night of the Yaowang men as possible. The two Gai Bang brothers guaranteed, guild leader, we are the Gai Bang. Whether it's day or night, we are experts at gathering information. Don't worry, big brother. We will go quickly and return. Then they flew away. The Hang Ma Sanxia suddenly stepped forward and asked, Guild leader, we have a question. Hang turned around and asked, what is it? The group smiled slyly and said, hee, could it be that in your previous life, you were the leader of the martial arts world? Hang faintly asked, previous life? The Hang Ma Sanxia analyzed meticulously, not long ago, you were still a learned scholar. How could you utilize the Heavenly Skill Guild's abilities so appropriately? You understand Mr. Jin Zhao's sonic attack and the Gai Bang's talents better than anyone else. Moreover, what was that acupressure just now? Guild leader, why don't you answer and just leave? Sigh, how boring. As expected, in your previous life, you were indeed the leader of the martial arts world? Hang froze for a moment, and stood silently. Suddenly, he turned his head, smiled, and said, it's this life. The group thought Hang was joking and laughed loudly. Ha oi, our guild leader admitted it like this. Haha, talking nonsense is indeed the answer to a nonsensical question. Night fell. On a tower, a figure flew quickly. Perhaps the treasure is in the Tsengshuge. The roof of the medicine room and the shadow of the eaves are shaped like arrows. That direction only has the Tsengshuge. So the treasure is books? Also, it seems that the Yaowang men's leader is hiding in the Rodian. How is the leader's condition progressing? Still the same. It doesn't seem like he's in seclusion. Hearing the news the two Gai Bang brothers brought back, everyone couldn't help but ponder, if he's not in seclusion, then what is it? Speak clearly, you guys. Hidden Rua. It seems the Yaowang men's leader is not sober, big brother. He must have been tortured to decipher the code or forced to reveal the location of the treasure. No, it's not that his body isn't healthy. Sigh, saying his body is also right. Hang faintly asked, you said the leader is not sober. What does that mean? Explain it more clearly. Unangi scratched his head and faintly replied, that, it seems like the Yaowang men's leader's mind is not sober. Hang's eyes darkened upon hearing this. They said his mind is unstable. He doesn't recognize anyone, and he doesn't even recognize himself. His mind is in chaos. Why? What's the reason? Is it a side effect of the medicine? Everyone couldn't help but discuss, what kind of Yaowang medicine causes one to be poisoned? That's really pathetic. That's right. If you say it like that, then the Poison King would also die from poison. Who would believe that? Guild leader, what do we do next? Huh! Guild leader, your complexion isn't good. Hang's face was pale and he replied, I have also experienced mental decline before, so I know how difficult a time those people at the Yaowang men have gone through. First, everyone, don't show anything on the outside. Just act as usual. Jin Shao Xianxing nodded and replied, I understand. Hang watched everyone go out together. He fell into silence. That drug addict. He used to experiment with drugs on himself. The end result is that this day has come. I would rather have internal strife within the Yawang men, as the Heavenly Skill Guild said. I would be able to help more easily. Yongike, what can I do for you? Night. Someone couldn't sleep. It was Rong. He kept tossing and turning all night. Until the next morning, when everyone was eating breakfast. Eating grilled beef all the time is too boring. Let's go hunting for wild boar tonight, brothers. Okay, let's wait until it's late. Remember, someone came over. Rong Gidge is here. Tammy walked over with a sullen face. Tammy frantically made signs. Rong. Song Shan laughed and said, although I don't understand what you're saying, you probably haven't eaten lunch yet. Sit down and feast. What's that kid babbling about? Is there anyone here who knows sign language? Tammy angrily wrote words on the ground. Where is your guild leader? The group ate and drank heartily and faintly said, what are you looking for Gongzi for? Where is your guild leader? Enough. Our guild leader is very busy. Sit down here and eat. Tammy continued to write, was it you guys who played the Shao last night? That Shao made me toss and turn thinking about yesterday. It's so uncomfortable. So I have to come and end this situation today. Song Xiong pretended to be scared and said, oh, I'm so scared, so scared. What are you going to do? Kill us all? The Sanxia group took the opportunity to laugh loudly. Vile, you couldn't sleep last night because of that? Then why don't you make up for it today? Ha. Tammy angrily trembled and angrily asked, where is he? So Cheongi ate his fill and said, Fiu, third brother, ignore him and just eat. Tammy wanted to hit someone already. Shut up, you want to die, don't you? Everyone wasn't afraid. Ha, you think we treat you so kindly, so you think we treat you as a friend? Still want to breathe ho? Hawking out prestige again? If you're smart, smile. We like killing lively people. Seeing that Tammy was red-eyed with anger, Song Xiong faintly said, oh. The two entered their stances and looked at each other. So, you won't drink a toast but will drink a forfeit, huh? Just as the two rushed into a brawl, Hang came forward and stopped them. Stop! Song Xiong saw the person who came and called out loudly, Big brother. Song Xiong's head was a little dizzy. He clutched his head and pondered, what was that just now? Sonic art? But that kid doesn't seem to be affected at all. Hang came over and said, calm down. You're so big and you're still going to cause trouble with a child? You bastard! Song Xiong was startled upon hearing the scolding and begged for forgiveness. Gongzi, I didn't intend to kill him. Jin Shao Xianxing also came to persuade, that's right, guild leader. It's clear that Rong was at fault first. Hong sighed and thought to himself, of course I know that. That kid Tammy has to carefully consider who the other party is before causing trouble. If you had met them somewhere else today, you might have died without a burial. Hong curiously asked, but why do you call him Rong? His name is Timmy. Jin Shao Xianxing was shocked and asked, How did you know Rong's real name? I mean Tammy. Oops, slipped up. Thinking this, Hang still said, I asked the guild leaders that. Bullshit. Using sound transmission. Hang stopped him and said, okay, leave this place to me. You guys go and continue eating. Everyone was a little suspicious and asked again, are you sure? Don't worry. I'm the guild leader, after all. Okay, then we subordinates will take our leave. Arguing for so long has made us hungry. The two looked at each other without saying anything. Hang faintly smiled and thought to himself. So nostalgic. The last time I met that kid, he was probably only 3 or 4 years old. Taide at that time was a wonderful older brother. Even though he was just a teenager, he still carried his younger brother around every day without a word of complaint. So, are my brother and I going to part ways? Hang, who was still Hugong at the time, faintly comforted Taide. Don't be sad, little boy. You will meet again. Tianqian will treat you to the same. Don't you believe me? Okay, then let me promise you. First, if you two come to find me, I will indulge you no matter how you want to fight. Second, the next time we meet, I will give you two something. How about that? Are you happier now? And Hang made a sign language, I'm really sorry for yesterday. I was really a bit harsh. Seeing Hang's signs, Tammy was shocked and asked, you know sign language? And finally, I will learn sign language for Timmy. Byung-hang explained, there is a child I care very much about who is congenitally mute. I promised him that I would learn sign language to prepare for the day he and I reunite. Tammy laughed loudly upon hearing this. Haha, really? That sounds so cool. When I was little, Hugong also promised me that. He must be a very wonderful person. That's right, that's why we are talking to each other like this now. But with one condition. Condition? Don't get hurt, don't lose each other, and try your best to learn Tianqian's martial arts. Wait until you are confident in your level, then come and find me. All right. Byung-hang couldn't help but smile wryly. If you two talk quietly, maybe Hugong is still alive. You haven't forgotten him, have you? Oh, so that's what you meant, you scared me half to death. I've heard similar words before, why? Remember this well. Even if you get hurt, even if you're in pain, you brothers must never abandon each other. Hugong instructed that even if one of us brothers is injured, we must not let go of each other. That's why Big Brother has never backed down. Hugong said he would send the master to see the heavens if he dared let that happen. Byung-hang felt a little guilty, thinking, oh crap, did I say that? Sorry. Qian Lao Gui, many apologies. So, Tammy softly said, to be honest, I still can't believe that Hugong has left this world. Then don't believe it. Haha. That sounds stupid. You said you came from the Qiangua library, right? I like you already? Byung-hang heard this and joked, so, does that mean you're not going to kill me anymore? I'm so happy. Ha ha ha. As the two were talking happily, a loud voice suddenly called out, Tammy, what are you doing there? Come up here with us quickly. What are you thinking, coming here alone like that? Big Brother is calling you. In a room, a person was silently sitting with their back to the door. Genius, my foot! That guy is too arrogant and vicious. He just used a few words to agitate the other person's mind to avoid the situation. Anyone could say that. He doesn't know how deep our feelings for Hugong are from when we were little. Because he doesn't know, he dares to say such things. If he were a real genius, he should at least show some respect, not talk like that. I won't be led by the nose anymore. Tonight will be the end for both him and the Qiangong troop. Tide softly called out. Tay replied, yes, Big Brother. Everyone is gathered already, except for Tammy. Tay gloomily asked, what is it? Inside the room, Tay was questioning Tammy. Speak. Why did you do that? Have you lost your mind? Tammy quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Tay coldly said, that doesn't explain anything. Tammy resentfully said, but that person is very good at sign language, and he apologized, and about yesterday too. Tay gloomily asked, is that all? If you see anyone who knows sign language, you'll become infatuated like that? Tammy quickly replied, it's not like that. That person said it's okay, we're doing very well. That person also said Hugong would be very happy to see us grown up like this. He said he was glad that none of us brothers have been lost or injured. That person also said he hopes the future will be like that too. Tay heard this and asked in surprise, why? Although I don't know the reason, just hearing that person's voice made me feel very warm, as if I was being comforted. Although it wasn't Hugong, it gave me the feeling that Hugong was talking to me and that person. Every time he looks at me, his eyes become very gentle and warm. I can feel that he really cherishes me. Big Brother, I'm sorry. Tay heard this and fell into thought. The future will be like that. He hopes that in the future none of us will be injured? Tay saw the hesitation in Tay's heart and said, Big Brother, that scholar is indeed a silver-tongued fox. If we don't make a move tonight. Tay heard this and softly said, Let me think about it some more. Tay stood blankly in the room, calling, Big Brother? Tay stood outside the door, his head aching terribly. Damn it, that bastard! He really makes me remember Hugong. Evening, at the study. Byung-hang was sitting in the room, thinking, now, the six of them need to be even more careful. All that's left now is he used a brush to write on the white paper. A small corner in Byung-hang's memory system. On the white paper, Shursan Healy, 13 Harmonies of Reason, immediately appeared. This helps stabilize a chaotic mind and also helps people calm down. A perfect therapy for the current state of the Medicine King sect leader. Although the Duyang Chong, Soul Yang Worm, isn't worth the effort, at least this is something I can do for him. I'll definitely find the Medicine King sect's treasure and snatch that old man back. from the hands of Yama. Suddenly, someone called him, "Troop leader, big brother." Seo Moonbong poked his head in and asked him, "What are you doing, concentrating so hard?" Byung-hang replied, "I'm drawing a diagram of the magic circle to save the Medicine King's sect leader." Cheongi asked, "The Medicine King's sect leader?" His expression suddenly changed as he thought to himself, "Wait a minute, I'm stupid again. The original owner of this body has no connection to the Medicine King's sect at all. If I say I'm going to help, Cheongi will look at me with shining eyes as if wanting to ask, 'Why do you want to help? How are you going to help?' I bet these busybodies will interrogate me for the reason. Well, I'll just have to make up a story to please them." Byung-hang simply lied, "It's a formation to imprison the Medicine King's sect leader." Cheongi looked at him with great excitement and admiration, saying, "Wow, that sounds so cool. When are we going to start, big brother? Are we going to have to scour all the spiritual herbs and medicines in the Jianghu?" Byung-hang secretly laughed in his heart, "Haha, it really works. Moreover, if that young master from the Manhwa library still hasn't deciphered it, waiting any longer will only waste time." Cheongi asked him, "When are you planning to start?" He kept thinking, "But that's even better. If he deciphers it, it might be even more troublesome. Moreover, if that young master from the Lanhua library still hasn't deciphered it, waiting any longer will only waste time." Rao Kem asked him, "Oh, what's this, big brother?" "We're planning to go hunt wild boars for breakfast tomorrow. Are you excited?" Byung-hang replied, "That sounds good. But listen to my orders now." Seo Moonbong asked suspiciously, "Big brother's orders?" Byung-hang said to them, "We'll find an excuse to kick that young master from the Lanhua library out early, and steal the Medicine King's sect treasure, at the same time. Then we'll imprison the Medicine King's sect leader." The old white-haired man asked him, "Oh, really?" Rao Kem was particularly excited, saying, "Feel free to give the orders, troop leader. We'll complete it at any cost." Looking at their reactions, he thought to himself, "I knew it would work on this group." That evening, at a large mansion, several figures appeared on the roof. Behind the guarding guards, a cold light flashed. The window was quickly opened by someone. Inside the room was a scroll of paper. Inside the room, someone was reading, "For days ago, the eldest young master of the Qianhua library set foot in the Medicine King sect. Not only the Lanhua library, but the Medicine King sect sent the same commission to 2 places." So he still doesn't know who left this letter?" The guard replied, "Yes, sir. Moreover, why send an anonymous letter with such content? Does master have any clues yet?" Jiam Chiakja replied, "It's too obvious. It's a group of people who want to wage war against the Medicine King sect." The guard heard this and was startled, asking, "Could it be, is it a power struggle between the sects?" Mook-young replied, "Besides that explanation, what other explanation is there? Especially when the current Medicine King sect master is not in a stable state." He thought to himself, "Since we arrived here, the only people we've met are the external affairs directors and the vice-sect leader. Why does Mook-gongzi speak as if he knows the current internal situation of the Medicine King sect so well? Could it be that?" Looking at the smiling appearance of his master, he asked, "Have you deciphered the secret letter?" Mook-young waved his hand at him, saying, "I need to rest now. Arrange to meet the eldest young master of the Qianhua library tomorrow." The guard bowed respectfully and said, "Then your subordinate takes his leave." In his heart, he wondered, why does he want to meet that person? Inside the room, only Mook-young remained, sitting and reading the letter. He thought, the Qianhua library's eldest young master. I never expected to have the chance to meet him here. The content of the letter was about the Qianhua library's eldest young master. The world has always said that the Qianhua library is the top of the 3 great libraries, and that the Qianhua library's eldest young master is the #1 genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. Just as I was about to personally verify those rumors, I suddenly heard bad news. That the Qianhua library's eldest young master is already hopeless. I thought I had missed the opportunity, but the recent news I've heard about that person is very surprising." He smiled to himself, saying, "The Qianhua library's eldest young master, I'll show you that I'm the better one." Returning to the Qianhua library, someone was asking the group of people, "Everyone's gone out?" Byung-hang replied to him, "They've all gone boar hunting." "Do you have something you need to see them about?" The person hesitated and replied, No, nothing. Byung-hang then said. That's perfect, I have something I want to talk to you about. Perhaps because he hadn't read a book in a long time, his mind was a little sluggish. The person they asked him, Does Gongzi need me to bring you a few books? Byung-hang replied, I want to see the rows of books stacked in a large library. The person replied, Then let me take you to the Tibetan Book Pavilion. However, only the first floor is currently in use. I don't need to tell you the reason, do I? Although he outwardly said, Of course, I'm the eldest young master of one of the 3 great libraries, after all, in his heart he thought I knew it. The first floor only has ordinary books. The rare ancient books on alchemy are from the 2nd floor upwards. Well, I only need to go to the first floor anyway. So, with your permission, I'll go to the Tibetan Book Pavilion now. I wonder if Vice Sect leader has anything else he wants to tell me. The person's entire head was covered in sweat as he stammered. Gongzi, I still have that about the Manhwa library, although I don't know why he knows about it, but the young master there wants to meet you. His expression turned pale. Byung-hang turned his head to look at him. His lips curled into a smile as he thought to himself, He's acting fast. Mook Young introduced himself to Byung-hang. I am Mook Young of the Lanhua Library. Lanhua Library, Mook Young. Byung-hang also replied very politely, and I am Byung-hang of the Qiangua Library. I never expected to have the honor of meeting someone as famous as you here. Mook Young smiled and said, Haha, Gongzi is too kind. How can I compare to the Qiangua Library? I've heard so many stories about the Qiangua Library since I was young, so I hope that one day I will be able to compete directly with Gongzi. I never expected the opportunity to come so unexpectedly. Byung-hang replied, It's too much of an honor for me. In his heart, he thought, Ha, I knew you wouldn't suggest working together. It's okay, it's exactly what I wanted. Then let's set the fairest standards of assessment together. The 2 people continued to chat. Because Gongzi arrived at the Medicine King's sect 10 days before us, why don't we compare which side takes the shortest time to decipher the code? Alright. Byung-hang looked at him, having his own thoughts. However, this guy looks too confident. His attitude and demeanor are extremely self-satisfied. He wondered to himself, could it be that he has already deciphered it? Outwardly, he asked a different question, So how many days do you think it will take you? Mook Young seemed to have been waiting for him to ask for a long time, immediately asking back, How many days? Haha, guess. How long do you think it will take me? His attitude was extremely arrogant. Byung-hang pretended to be surprised, saying, Could Gongzi mean that you deciphered such a difficult text in just 13 days? That's amazing. In his heart, he thought, I knew this guy was a genius, but I thought he was only at the level of Yun or Bamong. Mook Young very smugly asked, Ha, are you so surprised? Byung-hang also smiled and replied, Of course, I never thought I would meet someone more talented than my brothers. Mook Young immediately seized the key phrase and said in reverse, What do you mean, more talented than my brothers? He bowed his head, pretending, judging by the difficulty of the text written by the Medicine King sect master, I thought it would take at least a month, but in reality it only took 13 days. You're much more amazing than I thought. In Mook Young's heart, he thought, Does he already know that the person who wrote the letter is the Medicine King sect master? Byung-hang still pretended to say, When I get back, I have to tell my brothers to learn from you. Mook Young didn't believe it, saying, So that means he has also deciphered it? Impossible. But the Qiangua Library only arrived here 3 days ago, so that means he deciphered it in just 3 days? Impossible. Maybe he only deciphered a part of it. Knowing that the writer is the Medicine King sect master only by deciphering the first line is enough. Mook Young's expression turned dark. But he still forced a smile, saying, Could Gongzi mean that you have deciphered the entire thing? Byung-hang raised his head, pretending to be surprised, and asked, Yeah, why? His expression became even darker, asking, In just 3 days? Byung-hang waved his hand, saying, Oh my God, no. Mook Young heard this and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, you scared me. But in the next second, he heard him say, I finished deciphering it in just half an hour. Mook Young instantly turned to stone. Mook Young looked at Byung-hang, clenching his fists, his whole body trembling, unable to believe it. Mook Young looked at the monster in front of him, his body trembling constantly. He only spent half an hour? Are you kidding me? There has to be a limit to lying. Mook Young's heart revealed boundless bitterness, but still. He roared like a lion, "Great young master, don't go too far with your jokes. This is outrageous. Half an hour? Do you think I'd believe that?" Seeing the man in front of him cursing, Byam Hang thought to himself, "Damn, who would have thought this guy would glare at me like that?" Byam Hang quickly raised his hand to stop the man's mouth. "Ahem, because you don't believe me, I'll show you the decoded version. Songhua, bring me the paper with the decoded version." "Yes." Mook Young thought, "He's already written it all out." Songhua received the order. "Young master, wait a moment." She rummaged through the cabinet. "I clearly remember tossing it into this drawer, but now the scroll has rolled away." "Where did it go?" Mook Young thought. "Rolled away? Why would you leave important documents lying around like that?" "Ah, found it." Songhua took it and handed it to Byam Hang, who unfolded it for Mook Young to see. "Please take a look, young master. I wrote it in a hurry, so it's a bit messy." He stood. Mook Young thought, "Seriously? This guy even drew random things on it." He took the draft, infuriated. "Let's see if this is actually solved or just empty talk." Mook Young then unleashed his ultimate power. He carefully read each and every word on the paper, not missing a single one. Then he started trembling. "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Byam Hang quickly asked, "What's wrong? Did I solve something wrong?" "No." Mook Young looked at the paper in front of him and replied, "There's not a single mistake." Hearing this, Byam Hang became excited. "Oh, really? That's lucky." This made Mook Young feel completely drained. This isn't something you can complete just by getting lucky. Mook Young's face changed as he thought, now, asking if he finished solving it in half an hour is meaningless. Clearly, he just casually tossed away the treasure of the Yaowang men. Most importantly, the notes on this paper showed that he completely trusts his subordinates. He felt the gap between himself and him was like a supporting character compared to the main character. Mook Young picked up the paper and said, "The letter has been perfectly decoded." Then, knowing how much more talented he was, he had no desire to compete anymore. Actually, this is much better and more relaxing. Because comparing is truly absurd. Suddenly, Mook Young realized something. "So, the anonymous note on the door was actually from you, wanting me to come here?" Hearing this, Byam Hang admitted, "You're very perceptive, young master. Please forgive my rudeness. I just wanted to find the quickest way." Mook Young didn't hold it against him and replied, "Thank you for being honest with me." "So what you want," Mook Young sighed, "is for me to leave immediately, isn't it?" Byam Hang knew he was going a bit too far, but he replied, "Haha, that's right." Mook Young also said cheerfully, "Haha, in the end I lost. But I still have something I want to ask before I leave. It seems like you also see the current situation of the Yaowang men. Do you plan to get involved in the internal strife of my clan?" Hearing this, Byam Hang frankly replied, "Actually, there's no internal strife in your clan. My subordinates are just hunting wild boars for a sale." "Huh?" Mook Young looked out the window. "Wild boars?" Outside, 3 people were happily carrying a wild boar back. "Boss, look at this fat boar." Oh, one person noticed the person at the Manhwa Shuyuan. The other one saw an acquaintance, and said jovially, "Oh la la, it's you, Halu. Long time no see." The subordinate saw this person and suddenly felt goosebumps, calling out, "Senior!" Mook Young was stunned. Their acquaintances? The green-haired subordinate quickly ran out to greet him. "It's great to see you again, senior. What wind brought you to the Yaowang men?" This person smiled. "Ah, we're from the Tiangong Tuan." "Huh? Tiangong Tuan?" "Yes," this person said firmly, "we are the guards of our boss, Shi Tianhua, the great young master of the Shuku." Hearing this, the green-haired guy trembled, remembering Mu Daren's reaction the other day, and the Hang Ma San Xia under his command. Is Yi Gongzi of the Tianhua Shuku really such a big shot? Seeing the green-haired guy's face, one person from the Tiangong Tuan said, "What's with that face? Do you find it ridiculous that we're under him? Get that constipated look off your face." Seeing this tiring reunion, Byam Hang sighed helplessly, while Mook Young thought, it seems that the great young master's subordinates are all extraordinary people. Then time passed until late afternoon, and the 2 people parted ways. Okay, that's enough. Take care. Biam Heng clasped his hands and continued, when you have the chance, please visit the Tianhua Shuku. We will continue discussing the matters from today that are still unfinished. Hearing this, Mook Young sighed softly and replied, are you not planning to participate in the Tianlong Feng this year? Tianlong Feng. This was the first time Biam Heng had heard these 3 words. Biam Heng thought to himself, is he talking about the peace treaty between the 10 great families of the Jianghu? Tianlong Feng? I've attended a few times when I was Hugong, but the Tianhua Shuku isn't one of the 10 great families, is it? Mook Young quickly voiced his doubts. Didn't you receive an invitation from the Nangong family? I saw you on the guest list. I hope we'll meet again there. Biam Heng happily replied. The invitation probably arrived after I left. Let me consider it. He wondered, is the fact that I eliminated the Shimin family making the major families interested in me? Then Mook Young turned to leave. Alright, take care. Watching the people leave, Biam Heng thought, once the news of Mook Young leaving gets out, Yi Yan will definitely send people to follow him. But I've already sent Wu Shan Shuangxiong and Heng Ma San Xie to escort him in case of that. With them along, the Yao Wumin shouldn't even be able to touch a strand of his hair. As long as he returns home safely, most of the questions in Yi Not Hao's mind will be resolved. So let's move on to the next step. At the Yao Wang Men building, Lao Yonghuan shouted, what did you say? Mook Gongzi has already left? Yonghuan pointed directly at Yonghua Zhang. What kind of job is this? A whole group of people should chase after him and bring him back here, and use any means necessary to make him spit out all the information he knows about the secret code document. Yonghua Zhang, with a head full of shaggy hair, explained, I tried, but it didn't work. Mook Gongzi has Wu Shan Shuangxiong and Heng Ma San Xie protecting him. It's as if they knew we would send people after him. What? Yonghuan held his head, trembling. Oh no, this is terrible. The content of that secret code document was originally a treasure that Father wrote during his madness. Father was screaming that we had to find the treasure no matter what, even though he couldn't distinguish anything from anything else at the time. For Father's sake, we have to find it at all costs. The old man quickly composed himself and considered. Mook Gongzi met the Tianhua Shuku's great young master before deciding to leave, and the great young master's subordinates escorted him on the way back. The Tianhua Shuku's great young master clearly, he orchestrated this whole process. At night, in the Zangshuge, Biam Heng greeted Yonghua Zhang with a thick face. Ah, you're here. Thank you for allowing me to use the Zangshuge. Yonghua Zhang looked at Biam Heng, thinking, if Dage's words are true, then he is the mastermind behind it all. Biam Heng said warmly, let's go inside together. Yes. Biam Heng turned back and waved to the Gaigang people. You must remember to maintain proper etiquette. Don't cause any trouble. Don't worry, Dage. Suddenly, a cold voice transmitted into Yonghua Zhang's ear. Why Wu Gazhu? Jiam Chiak Jia was transmitting to Yonghua Zhang. Don't show that you've heard my transmission. Yonghua Zhang was startled and glanced over. Qum Juk Xianxing, what do you mean? He transmitted back. I have something I want to discuss with you, so please return here immediately after guiding the great young master. Keep this a secret from the Tangzhu. Remember to be careful not to let anyone eavesdrop or catch you. Yonghua Zhang looked at him like that, and indescribable emotions welled up in his heart. Does Qum Juk Xianxing have some hidden intentions towards the great young master? What's going on? The Tiangong Tuan clearly seems very close-knit, but could I have misunderstood? Then Yonghua Zhang led Biam Heng to the Zangshuge. Yonghua Zhang looked at Biam Heng attentively and said, and I mentioned that only one floor can be used. How long do you plan to stay? Biam Heng replied calmly. Half a day, or I'll deduct it. I still have to sleep. Yonghua Zhang remembered Qum Juk's gaze and thought to himself, is he just going to sit there and read books calmly in this urgent situation? And why would Qum Juk Xianxing tell me that? Could something have happened within the Tiangong Tuan? Biam Heng suddenly asked, by the way, Gazhu, you don't look well. You seem tense. Is something wrong? Yonghua Zhang was startled, replying, huh? Me? No. It's probably just because I had too much to do today. Biam Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at Yonghua Zhang. Is that so? I thought you were hiding something from me. Yonghua Zhang shuddered in fear. Heng ignored him and turned to go inside. Okay, if you're not hiding anything, I'll go in. Watching Heng's back as he left, Huajong thought in fear, the chill I felt just now gives me a bad feeling about this. I must quickly return to Kyungjuk Xianxing's place. Huajong followed Kyungjuk and went to the place. What the hell is going on? Beside him were Heng's confidants. The person in the middle was Kyungjuk, and he said firmly, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The Tianhua Shuku's great young master is an extremely dangerous person. Huajong trembled. Wu Shan also added, although he solved the document, he hid it and pretended that he hadn't finished. But we weren't fooled easily. We've been pretending to be stupid and creating chaos everywhere. To deceive the great young master. Hearing this, Huajong became tense. Already solved it? But Gongzi only returned here 3 days ago. And why hide it? Huajong slammed the table and said loudly, really? Then why? Kyungjuk explained, why do you think the Tangzhu suddenly wanted to approach the Shuj? Huajong stammered, he said it was to find more clues, but if he's already decoded it, could it be? Exactly, it's because the treasure is hidden in that place. Hearing this, Huajong was completely dazed. Treasure? Father? So the Tianhua Shuku's great young master has really decoded the letter? What he's aiming for is the Yao Wangmen's treasure. Because we can't just stand by and watch, we've intervened, Kyungjuk continued. So the reason Lan Hua Shuyuan left was the great young master drove him away to hoard the treasure for himself, and we pretended to be guards in order to protect Mook Gongzi. That's why you understand now. Our plan is to ambush and assassinate the great young master as soon as he steps out of the Tanshuj. So the Yao Wangmen should also prepare to go with him. Surely, when he makes his move, he will still be holding the treasure. Hearing those words, Huajong became extremely anxious and went straight to Huan, Shixiang. Something big has happened. Huajong pushed the door open and entered. The great young master is plotting to steal our Xiao's treasure. Huh? What are you talking about? Huajong became anxious and said, the great young master has probably decoded father's materials. He entered the library precisely because of the treasure. He's deceiving us. Huan calmed him down, calm down. The great young master is still in the library? We have time to prepare. But where did you hear this news from? Huajong hurriedly recounted the process. The Tiangong Tuan, they pretended to obey the great young master's words. Huan calculated, he has solved the materials and is now in the library. He's much smarter than me. Yes, Huajong replied anxiously, he only had 3 days, so he must be a genius. But he's also very dangerous. Yes, he's definitely suspicious. How can someone do that in just 3 days? Is he even human? Yuan's expression was not good at all. He thought to himself, but there's no way such a genius would reveal his plots so easily. Or is this just a trap to deceive us? Huan turned to look at his little brother. Huan, he said to his little brother, I finally know how to settle all this. Father's materials and treasure. He had a confident expression. We will arrive in time for when the great young master leaves the library. On this side, at the Zangshuge, Heng stayed inside without moving. His face was a bit gloomy, as if he was about to launch something. Heng then sighed, why did I get involved in this useless thing? I did say some words implying that the Yao Wangmen were enemies, but I was just saying it. It shouldn't have broken down like this. It was just because my subordinates couldn't sit still and wanted to show off. I was just acting like that to get them to join in. And now I'm making that Huajong look so scared that he's about to pee his pants. But the Tiangong Tuan people are probably having a lot of fun. In the meantime, at the place of the Tiangong Tuan people, for people were laughing together, pahaha, it's so smooth. Did you see that guy's face? Haha. He believed everything. It's like he's just there for decoration. Kakik, look at me acting like I believe it. We'll perform at the library in a bit. Heng looked around, it's really big inside. I have to see how valuable this treasure is. The place where the shadow of the Yao Wangfang falls when the moon shines only points to one of these books. Heng counted the numbers, 230, 367, and 375. He stopped at that number. Then he took that book out, The Legend of the Jade Rabbit. Hearing the title, Hang was also surprised. You mean the rabbit on the moon? Hang doubted his life. I didn't make a mistake, so this is real? No, Hang flipped through the pages. Perhaps it's another code, let's see. In the picture you see 2 rabbits worth rice. Ugh, Hang couldn't stand it anymore, his face contorted, thinking, maybe I'm too narrow-minded. So what if it's rabbits or foxes? The content is what matters. Calm down and keep reading. The story goes, once upon a time, there were rabbit brothers on the moon. As soon as he read the first sentence, Hang's brain suddenly shrunk. My mind is too limited. The story continues. One day the rabbit brothers had a lot of work to do. The work started when the sun went home to sleep. When the sky said bye-bye and the evening came, they would start working. The 2 rabbit brothers would make rice cakes until dawn. Repeating every day, this will make the moon brighter. Every time the rabbit strikes the pestle, the moon will gain more power. The 2 rabbit brothers took turns pounding the pestle. Bang, 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 bang. It was very heavy, but the rabbit brothers couldn't stop. One evening, the rabbit was curious. He asked his senior brother, why does the moon have to shine? It's so tiring pounding every day, and the rabbit's senior brother replied, look there, can you see those people praying to the moon? I see them, so what's the big deal? A child glanced at the person next to them and whispered a prayer, O moon, I pray that she will like me. I hope it's bright every day so my mother will get better too. The children exclaimed, look at the moon, it's so beautiful. Whoa, it's so beautiful, I hope tomorrow the moon will be as beautiful as this. Both rabbits looked down at the world. Rabbit Junior Brother said to Rabbit Senior Brother, brother, people are praying. Yes, Rabbit Senior Brother replied, that's why the moon has to shine. Then bong bong, the rabbit brothers didn't care about fatigue because they were energized by the prayers. The next day everyone was happy, their wishes came true, seeing their smiles gave the rabbit brothers more strength. The rabbit brothers continued pounding bong bong, that's why the moon is always bright to this day. The rabbit brothers are the best in the world. Ending the story, Hang closed the rabbit legend book again. Hearing this, he seemed to fall into a cave. Haha, where did I go wrong? He looked around again. I couldn't have misinterpreted it because I checked again. The shadow doesn't point to any courtyard anymore. Hang was tired. What did I forget? Let's remember from the beginning. This is where I, the sect leader of the medicine sect, pour out all my heart, so that everyone in the world can hear. The most precious treasure and masterpiece of my life is not the Jingdong Dan. It cannot be compared to anything. It is extremely special. Hang suddenly realized something that touched his heart. Hang stared wide-eyed. Just looking at it will help you recover and get healthy again. If you can touch it, you will know what ecstasy is. If people asked me what the happiest moment of my life is, I would say it's when I look at my treasures, and when they smile at me. Hang picked up a book titled, My Treasures Wawan, Wachum. After reading it, Hang also sighed. I was wondering what treasure was so precious. But it turned out to be this. At night, outside the library pavilion, the crowd outside was talking excitedly. The guards stood proudly. Hang Ma saw that there were a lot of people and said, it's a bigger deal than I thought, we should explain. Wu Shan next to him smiled and replied, sure, keep quiet. We just need to greet the young master loudly when he comes out and crack a joke. It's not too late to explain then. So Cheung-gi saw that the situation was not good and asked Kyung-juk next to him, but what if they attack all day? Kyung-juk calmly replied, don't worry, we'll take care of it. I told the vice-sect leader not to do anything yet. But these people from the Medicine King sect are too serious. I told you not to worry. Suddenly, the door slowly opened from the inside. Here he comes. Kyung-juk happily tried to shout, but suddenly, the people of the Medicine King sect, with their hands gripping their weapons, rushed forward to defend. The people who saw this scene panicked. What's going on? Hey, this won't do. So Cheung-gi held his head in panic. See, I told you so. What are we going to do later? Kyung-juk reached out to Yong Wajong and said, hey, we told you already, we will. Yong Wajong suddenly shouted, Medicine King sect. Sincerely thank the Heavenly Pavilion Grand Young Master. The people below held their knives and shouted loudly. Seeing such a scene, they were a little dazed, changing their minds like flipping a book. In fact, Yong Wan had considered they just see this as entertainment. Huh? Yong Wajong asked, entertainment? What do you mean? I mean, someone as smart as that wouldn't easily reveal his plot. If the Grand Young Master really had a conflict with the Heavenly Craft Union, Do you really think that famous martial artists like Kyung Juk and the three heroes and the Wu Shan twin heroes would really sit still? They would have fought long ago, but they didn't fight. So that means the Grand Young Master told them and they are colluding with each other? Yes, I understand, then we should greet the Grand Young Master. At this time, Byung-Hang came out and saw a scene of hustle and bustle like a festival. Byung-Hang looked at this scene and smiled. He thought to himself, "Ha, what an amazing scene. It seems that the Rabbit Junior Brother has been explained to by the Rabbit Senior Brother." As for the Rabbit Senior Brother, Byung-Hang looked up at Yong-Hwan. He gratefully clasped his hands respectfully towards Byung-Hang. He said happily, "Thank you." The clear blue sky is adorned with pretty white clouds, punctuated by the sound of cheerful laughter echoing throughout the Yawang sect. Yong-Ak ecstatically hugged the book. "My treasure has finally returned to me." Then he began rambling on about the book, going on and on. "Thank you sincerely, thank you. See, that's my child's name, I wrote it myself. My children always wanted me to read to them. I've been looking for this for so long. I'll never forget this kindness." Yong-Hwan gave him a loving look, while Yong-Hwa-jong sniffled. Yong-Ak asked, confused, "Why are you crying? This is a happy occasion. Did something bad happen?" Yong-Hwan said, "Father must be very happy to find it." Yong-Ak held the book close, replying, "Of course, I'm very happy. I'm always happy when I read stories to you children." Yong-Hwan smiled happily to himself, thinking, "I was a little doubtful after hearing the young master's explanation, but I guess this book really is the treasure Father was looking for." Remembering when Byung-Hang took out the book and said, "This is the Yawang sect leader's treasure. It's just a book." Yong-Hwan held the book in disbelief. "This is a treasure?" Yong-Hwa-jong recognized it and exclaimed, "That's the tale of the moon rabbit." Yong-Hwa-jong excitedly opened the book and recounted, "Father used to read this story to us a lot when we were just learning to read and write. Do you remember, brother? I've been looking for it forever." Yong-Hwan still had many questions, asking, "This book holds many memories for Father and us. I didn't expect it to be so important that Father would use a code." "You're not mistaken, are you?" Byung-Hang shook his head, "I'm certain." Byung-Hang placed his hand on the paper covered in coded notes, saying, "If you decipher the code, you'll know immediately. Based on the content and structure of the code, the treasure is indeed the tale of the moon rabbit. You can take it to the Yawang sect leader to confirm." Yong-Hwan replied, "Okay." After Yong-Hwan and Yong-Hwa-jong left, Byung-Hang smiled brightly and said, "The tale of the moon rabbit is the Yawang sect leader's treasure. But I think there's something else more important to him." At this moment, Yong-Hwa-jong discovers something special behind the book. "But my children, when I look at them, and they smile back at me, that makes me happy," Yong-Ak said gently. Overcome with emotion, Yong-Hwa-jong burst into tears and cried out, "Father!" Yong-Hwan calmly realized, thinking, as the Tian-Gua Shuku young master said, "If you asked me what the happiest moment of my life is, I would answer, it's when I look at my treasures and they smile at me. We are the treasures. Therefore, the greatest treasure of parents is none other than their children. Cherish and love your parents." On another beautiful day at the Yawang sect, the Tian-Gua Shuku young master has found the treasure. Now is the time for us to keep our promise. The two brothers, Yong-Hwan and Yong-Hwa-jong, were in the medicinal herb room together researching. Yong-Hwan said, "What the young master wants is the Duyang Chong." "That's right. It's stored in the basement." Yong-Hwa-jong, by the medicine cabinet, was checking the herbs and replied, "I've been thinking a lot since I heard him say he needed the Duyang Chong. Do you think he wants to capture the three evil treasures?" Yong-Hwan calmly continued writing, saying, "I'm not sure. But if it's him, he probably already has two of the three evil treasures in his grasp. The three evil treasures are the Lu Jiao Zong Shi, the Mi Xia Chao, and the Duyang Chong. But since he only wants the Duyang Chong, it's possible he already has the other two, or has already absorbed them." The Tian-Gua Shuku young master. "I didn't have any particular impression of him when I first met him, but that changed. Not only does he have profound knowledge, but his ability to judge and resolve situations is excellent. Even when faced with praise from many people, he remained calm and silent, as if he already knew it was coming." Yong-Hwa-jong peeked out and asked, "Two of the three evil treasures? How is that possible? We haven't even found the Lu Jiao Zong Shi." Besides, no one in the Yaowang sect has been able to absorb the Mi Xia Chao. Just mentioning it brings back that haunting smell. Yong Huazhong placed the towering stack of books next to Yong Huan and hesitantly asked, "But brother, if he gets the three evils, wouldn't he be able to practice the Wu Xian Yu Shou?" Yong Huan laughed and caught him out, saying, "Looks like you really want to show him the Shou Yu Ji. Do you like him that much?" Yong Huazhong jumped back and waved his hands, saying, "No." Then he scratched his face sheepishly and said, more accurately, "I want to see the Wu Xian Yu Shou practiced, even if it's only the first level." "But it could be very dangerous," Yong Huan said. "Of the Wan Xiang Qi Zhou, only the Yi Zhou remains. If he gets the Qi Zhou and the three evil treasures, he'll naturally want all seven. If that person doesn't understand martial arts, he'll definitely go down the wrong path to get the Qi Zhou. And that person will suffer severe damage. Entering a state of Qi deviation is a serious problem. The more knowledge you have, the greater the consequences of making the wrong decision. That's what happened to our father, the man once known as the Yaowang." Yong Huayuan's eyes drooped slightly, a hint of sadness in them. Then, regaining his composure, he waved his hand and said, "This topic is too heavy. How could anyone get the three evil treasures? We're just guessing. I'm going to see the Dagongzi now. Huazhong, prepare the Duyangchong." "Okay." Father was very happy to see the tail of the moon rabbit. "I don't know how to thank you enough." Yong Huan went to see Biam Hang, sitting by the tea table, and expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to you and the Tiangong Don, this place is much more lively now." Biam Hang smiled and said the two words, "You're welcome." Biam Hang said, "Then all that's left is to cure the sect leader's illness." Yong Huan happily replied, "That's right. We'll probably find a solution soon." At this moment, Biam Hang said something that surprised Yong Huan a little. "Fu sect leader, if you don't mind, I'd like to help you." "Help with what?" "Take a look at this." Biam Hang pushed a green book towards Yong Huan. Yong Huan opened the book in astonishment, his hand starting to tremble. This is a formation? Why would you give me something so valuable?" Biam Hang said calmly with a smile, "It's a formation that helps restore the balance of the body and mind. The Yaowang sect has spiritual energy. Combined with that formation, the Yaowang sect leader only needs half a year to recover." Yong Huan accepted the book but was still a little doubtful. "Thank you, but how did you know and prepare this?" "We've kept this very secret." Biam Hang had already anticipated Yong Huayuan's question and had prepared an answer. "I didn't know about this beforehand. I didn't bring this here from the Tianhua Shuku. I only thought of it a few days ago." Biam Hang's answer was full of loopholes. Someone as perceptive as Yong Huan thought, he's only been here for 4 days. That's still too short, even if he started immediately after deciphering the materials. And he's been thinking about this complex formation for the past few days? This is probably the ultimate formation of the Tianhua Shuku, but he's giving it to me so easily. Why? After thinking for a while, Yong Huan concluded and asked, "Dagongzi, why are you being so good to us?" Biam Hang was also in a difficult position, smiling. But inside he was screaming, "Because I'm the Martial Arts Alliance leader Hugong, your father's friend. I can't say that. Oh, and I'm not working for free. I'll give you a chance to repay me. Being good." Biam Hang gave a businesslike smile, subtly reminding him, "You seem to have misunderstood something. Who would be good to others for no reason?" Yong Huan gave a forced smile and realized. Thinking, "I'll definitely give him the Duyangchong, but something of equal value to that formation. He probably wants the Jin Gong Dan." Biam Hang could only laugh and said, "Haha, that's funny. Do you have any Jin Gong Dan here? Most of the stones are probably used for the Yaowang sect leader." "Right. But even if you still have some, you should save them for emergencies." Yong Huan was stunned by Biam Hang's words, not knowing how to respond. In his heart, he was thinking, he's right. After giving 9 to father, we only have 2 left. I should be the one making that excuse. Yong Huan attentively watched Biam Hang drink tea, sighing inwardly. "I don't understand. Dagongzi is being extremely kind to us. He's so young, but I feel like I'm being cared for by an elder." Thinking this, Yong Huan quickly turned his face away in embarrassment. Biam Hang noticed Yong Huayuan's strange attitude and froze for 5 seconds, thinking, TSK, he's about to cry. Biam Heng delicately noticed and politely said, Fu sect leader, you don't need to be so polite. If you want to yawn, just yawn. Yong Huan was confused, huh? Yawn? Yong Huan froze, his face turning red for a moment. Then he regained his usual calm demeanor. At this moment, Yong Huan helplessly asked, Then what do you want? Biam Heng said playfully with a smile, Haha, I want Yuan Ling Dan. Yuan Ling Dan. When fighting a stronger opponent, there are cases where you have to fight your inner strength to the extreme, or even your potential. But in the end, you will injure your meridians, which can lead to paralysis. The Yuan Ling Dan will protect and maintain the meridians in those situations. Therefore, it will allow a person to make a decisive decision in life or death battles. Yong Hua Yuan's face turned ashen as he asked, Are you joining the army or something? Seeing his dark and uncooperative expression, Biam Heng was confused, thinking, What's wrong with him? Of course I prefer the Jin Gong Dan, but I'm asking for the Yuan Ling Dan for the sake of the Yao Wang. Other spirit pills are useless to me because I'm about to get the 3 evil treasures. Biam Heng cleared his throat slightly and ordered, Just to be safe, 30 pills should be enough. At this moment, Yong Huan was even more horrified and said, 30? Are you really going to fight a war? Biam Heng tried to soothe him, just in case. Okay. Finishing the order, Yong Huan stood up, I'll go prepare 30 Yuan Ling Dan for you right away. Please wait a moment, I'll bring them right now. As he stepped out the door, Yong Huan suddenly remembered and asked, Oh right, I wanted to ask you something. What do you plan to do with the Deyang Chong? Biam Heng replied frankly, I want to get the 3 evil treasures. Yong Huan disbelievingly clutched his stomach and laughed, Ha ha ha, you're so funny. Biam Heng crossed his arms and said leisurely, Luckily, I've already obtained and used both the Lu Jiao Zong Shi and the Mi Xia Chao. Yong Hua Yuan's laughter gradually subsided. Then it died down completely. Silence fell in the space between the two, broken only by Yong Hua Yuan's drawn-out HAA. The massive doors slowly opened before Biam Heng and Yong Huan. Before Biam Heng entered, Yong Huan handed over the box and said, This box contains the Du Yang Chong. It will take about 2 to 3 days for your body to fully absorb it. Yong Huan added, If anything unexpected happens, just press the red brick on the left side of the secret chamber. The exit will open for you to escape. Biam Heng happily took the box and replied, Okay. Biam Heng entered the secret chamber in a cheerful mood, still habitually saying goodbye. Thus, the large doors of the secret chamber closed, silencing Yong Huan. Inside the secret chamber, the lights were brightly lit. Biam Heng sat down on the mat that had been spread out, thinking, finally, after a period of time that was neither long nor short, I've obtained the Du Yang Chong. Opening the box, a smell assaulted Biam Heng's nose. The smell is just as disgusting as I expected. But it doesn't look much different from regular beetles, does it? Let's see. Thinking this, he broke open the beetle and heard a sticky, viscous sound with something inside. Biam Heng held the object in his hand and thought, So this is the Du Yang Chong. How strange, why doesn't this part smell at all? Never mind, eating this will allow my body to fully absorb the entire set of 3 evil treasures. So he tossed the whole object into his mouth. Swallowing it and sensing it, the taste is nothing special. Then Biam Heng froze, his eyes widening in horror. Why can't I smell anything anymore? Biam Heng tried to tear his lip to get some blood. He dejectedly wiped away the blood, thinking, I can't even taste the blood. This? Could it be? Have I lost my senses? Outside the secret chamber, blue skies and white clouds drifted by. Huazhong saw Huan come out and greeted De Ge, You're here. Huazhong ran over. By now, De Gongzi has probably swallowed the Deyang Chong, right? How long do you think he'll last? Huan replied, I bet he won't even last half an hour before he runs out. Huazhong was surprised, half an hour? Huan slowly replied, That's the maximum. The stench from the outer shell of that poisonous beetle is so terribly disgusting that even flies and mosquitoes don't bother with it. So how could he absorb it? Although he said he had already absorbed 2 of the 3 evil treasures, I still don't quite believe it. Let's just wait here to greet De Gongzi when he runs out. Huazhong happily replied, Haha, there's going to be a terrifying scream soon. An hour later, they were both astonished. Huazhong said, De Ge, he hasn't run out. Huan, self-hypnotized, said, Maybe he hasn't taken the Du Yang Chong out of the box yet. Let's wait a little longer. Hua Zhang added, but Degu, it's been an hour already. Hua Zhang shouted, an hour is more than enough for him to stop hesitating and decisively open the box. This? Huan thought in silence. Could it be that he's really going to absorb all three evil treasures? Back with Biam Hang, he was bewildered and questioning himself. How strange, my senses are gone. Besides swallowing the Deyang Chong, I haven't done anything else since coming in here, so it must be the cause. Losing both taste and smell, even if my internal energy is about to increase tenfold, losing two senses is too great a loss for a martial artist, and for an ordinary person as well. It really is for an ordinary person as well. Biam Hang was writhing, thinking about the heartbreaking matter. Oh God, then I'll never be able to taste the delicious flavors of good food again. Peanut mixed with gotu cola, oh no. The cons outweigh the pros too much. Sad beyond words, he was like a withered tree inside. Well, I'll accept it. Biam Hang recovered and comforted himself. Haha, but after the long, dark winter night, there will be the bright rays of the sun. Only after experiencing the long night can people appreciate the sun. Biam Hang sat down to calm himself. This is just a small stepping stone for the long road ahead. The only thing to do now is to absorb this Deyang Chong into the body. Biam Hang closed his eyes, focused, sensing the Deyang Chong inside the body. It was breaking its shell, and from within the crack, the true power of the Deyang Chong was erupting, pouring down around like lava, burning the space. Biam Hang knew that originally the Deyang Chong could penetrate into many places in the body, but it did not want to move. The fire rose higher as if answering Biam Hang. He laughed. Yes, I know what you want. Surely the Lu Jiao Zong Qi. And Mi Xia Chao. Now, O three evil treasure, let's blend in together. Biam Hang controlled to let the two treasures penetrate and suppress the Deyang Chong. The three treasures combined and shone brightly in a space. Those rays of light violently shot out and struck the acupuncture points in the body. The body also absorbed those rays of light intensely. Biam Hang was highly focused, wrestling with the three evil treasure in his body to absorb it. From the outside he was sitting still. The power exuded like smoke, Biam Hang also sweating and exhaling a long breath. Successfully absorbed, Biam Hang raised his hand to feel. No wonder the three evil treasure can match the 10 great Bao Dan. My wishing Qiankuan heart technique from 3-star increased to 4-star. Before that, I thought it would take about 10 years to reach 12 stars before. But at this rate, it would be only 4.5 years to finish. Biam Hang also licked his mouth and cheerfully recognized. Oh, my sense of taste and smell are coming back, great. When I get out of here, I have to tell Songhua to cook something delicious to eat. Suddenly something rushed into Biam Hang's nose that was too stimulating, making him unable to stop. Oh my God, where did this sweet, greasy, honey-like smell come from? I thought I would smell the stench of Deyang Chong, but who knew it would be this sweet smell? It did not seem to come from outside. Biam Hang turned his head in surprise. Oh, now I can smell the fragrance of flowers too. Hurt, changed into something terrible, and this smell is a bit like pine resin. Why suddenly is there something so sour? Ah, and here is the smell of the sea. Both fragrance and flavor were changing quickly. Could it be that this is the real use of the three evil treasure? Lu Jiao Zong Shi, Mi Xia Chao, and Deyang Chong are mixing everything in the world. Haha, interesting. If you learn how to control it, it will be useful. First, try to neutralize the smell. I can inhale the scent of all things around, and completely eliminate them. Can I do this trick too? He wondered and put it into practice. He raised a finger. A drop of water was condensed on the Biam Hang's fingertip. That drop of water fell to the ground that was flooded. The ground where Biam Hang stood became a lake that was still. He happily waved and removed that technique, thinking, perhaps this technique is Wahang, so it's enough, in case I'm too greedy to be a mistake. Anyway, it's just a small trick. Then Biam Hang sat down on the mat again. Well, now the rest is to complete and refine this technique, and by the way, I will review all kinds of martial arts that I have learned since possessing this body. There has never been such an opportunity to practice in a quiet private space, so it feels great. Thus, Biam Hang practiced in the secret room from day to night. Wan and Yong Huazhong worried. From the day De Gongzi entered the secret room, it has been 7 days, too far from what was expected. Did something happen? The bright moon hung in the starry sky, looking at the dark secret chamber, which was still silent. Today was the 7th day that De Gongzi had entered the stone cellar. Yong Huazhong worriedly asked, even if it is successful, it cannot be this long. Do you think there is something unlucky? But we can't enter to check if he's still absorbing, so we can't interfere. Yong Huan helplessly sighed, we have no other way but to wait. While the two were about to leave, Yong Huazhong heard the sound and exclaimed, brother, sound! A terrifying gust of wind appeared from nowhere, as if to blow them both away. What kind of wind is this? Behind Yong's brothers, Biam Hang was descending from the sky, saying, Are you brothers waiting for me? Young master! They exclaimed joyfully. Biam Hang was still healthy, smiling and waving at them. It took longer than I thought. They thought to themselves, we just heard the door open. How did he get up here so fast? But Yong Huazhong scratched his head awkwardly and said, We just got here to wait. Yong Huazhong asked worriedly, I didn't see the scent of the poisonous yang insect. Is it a bit too much for you? Biam Hang burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Haha, how could a bug be too much for me? You're too funny, brother. Biam Hang's attitude changed abruptly, and he sighed wearily. All right, let's go back. Cultivating for 7 days is exhausting. The Yong brothers ran after him with 100,000 questions about why, asking Biam Hang. The next morning, when everything had settled down, Biam Hang inquired about the situation. Did anything happen while I was away? A lot happened. Yong Huan began to recount all the events of the past week. We heard all about your achievements from the Tiangong duo. You weren't affected by the sleeping drug from the Wuji assassination squad. Because of the Mixia herb. So, we brought a few Mixia herbs. We have them, but no one can stand the smell. It's a pity you didn't see the scene of us vomiting and rolling around. Biam Hang chuckled. I wouldn't want to see that either. Yong Huan continued. Tian Qian came and took Lei Lu Dao away. I mean, he led them away. He must have heard what they did and seemed very angry. I even thought he was going to kill the Gua family right then and there. The scene was chaotic. Old Tian Qian hit the younger ones on the head with his staff and scolded, If you want to see Hugong that much, I'll send you down there right now. Biam Hang smiled slightly, thinking, well, it's good that he didn't abandon them or anything. Biam Hang looked at his reflection in the teacup, revealing a hint of regret. If I had left the cave a little earlier, I probably would have met them. What a pity. I wanted to chat with them too. But surely one day we will meet again, Yong Huan said, seeing the regretful look on Biam Hang's face. Oh, the eldest brother over there sent a message for you. Hearing this, Biam Hang's face lit up with anticipation. What is it? In his heart, Biam Hang was secretly pleased. Thinking, does he remember the promise when I was Hugong? Does he recognize me? But contrary to Biam Hang's rosy thoughts, a face full of anger and murderous intent conveyed the message. Next time we meet, I will kill you. I am only being patient with you because the person who sent me remembers Hugong. Next time we meet, I will tear you apart. That's what it was. Yong Huan repeated each word of the message. Biam Hang covered his face in pain, trembling and thinking, that's right, who would think I am Hugong in this body? Yong Huan hurriedly comforted him, Young master, don't pay attention to him. He's still young. Yong Huan spoke up, young master, are you going to the Nangong family now? No, I'm going back to the Tianhua library. Yong Huan was surprised, huh? But you're on the guest list for Tian Longfeng. I don't think I'm fit to go there. Biam Hang chuckled and said, and I'm scared too. In his heart, Biam Hang was trying to avoid it as much as possible. Shimen Jia must have already made his intentions known to the 10 great families. If they invite me, it's not out of good intentions. I don't need to go at all. I'm also too lazy. Both of them burst out laughing. Yong Huan didn't make it difficult, haha, okay then. Yong Huazhong suddenly stood up, young master. Then Yong Huan bowed and cupped his hands, saying, we will never forget your kindness. From now on, your affairs are our affairs. Your enemies are our enemies, and your friends are our friends. Biam Hang bowed gratefully in return. Okay. Then I want to take a stroll around here before I leave. Please feel free. Hugong, I like the scent of magnolias. Why? Biam Hang slowly walked along the small dirt road to a familiar place. A place where there was an ancient magnolia tree. Every word of the conversation was deeply etched in Biam Hang's mind, because it reminds me of Unyak, my wife. Did she smell of magnolias? Byung-hang reached out his hand to touch the trunk of the magnolia tree. He put a little bit of his internal energy into it, causing the magnolia scent, already fragrant, to spread even further. Every time I smell magnolias, I think of her. I don't know why. Young AK flung open the window, inhaling the magnolia fragrance. What are you saying? Byung-hang smiled. It was the farewell message that Hugong sent to his old friend. Goodbye, Young AK. On the way back to the Tianhua library, the scenery was beautiful, with the rustling of the wind harmonizing with the sound of the waterfall. Byung-hang's mood was extremely relaxed. Looking out the window, he thought, the Medicine King's sect will now return to normal. Now I just need to deal with Tian Longfeng and the Wuji assassination. Squad. But the accusing voices outside caused Byung-hang's mood to drop. Leader, you have to care a little about the feelings of the people who invited you. Right. They'll cry because they were rejected. Don't you know that if you don't go, Tian Longfeng will be finished? Go, please. Go, it will be fun, trust me, go, please. On the roof of the carriage. The noisy Un Ongi and So Cheongi were begging loudly. Byung-hang thought with a headache, how many times have I said not to go? Why don't these guys listen? Tian Longfeng is a place for the 10 great families, full of delicious food, and talented people, and beautiful women too. There are also some fights between the children of the families. All of those things, it's right that they want to go too. But the 10 great families are a union. They have no reason to like me when I have destroyed sects within their number. If I go, they might smile in front of me, but who knows what they'll do behind my back. I don't want to enter the tiger's den. I don't know about other people, but I'll be extremely obedient. So Cheongi said coquettishly, with flushed cheeks. You know how quiet I am. I'll be extremely obedient. Myo Bingbing immediately retorted, quiet, my ass. So Cheongi pouted and said, can't you cooperate? Just agree with me. I'm angry with you. Myo Bingbing reasoned, if you want to persuade someone, you have to have a reason first. Byung-hang, sitting in the carriage, was trying to calm himself, thinking, hoo, these guys are too funny. The beggar clan has become a scam now. Myo Bingbing is good at talking nonsense. But she wants to teach others. Byung-hang poked his head out of the carriage and said, Yang So, stop the carriage. Let's take a break. Yes, young master. Then Byung-hang looked down at the people, including Lao Jiam Chiakja, the Hangma San Dai, and the Wu Shan Shuangxiong, and said, let's stop and talk. When everyone had stopped, they gathered around Byung-hang and asked, what's wrong, brother? I have something to ask of everyone. Everyone simultaneously gasped in surprise. One person in the Hangma San Dai group, looking dazed, tilted his head and said, why do you keep asking us for help? Don't do that anymore. Byung-hang thought helplessly, is this guy crazy? He must have eaten too much misia herb. That person lowered his head, held his forehead, and said, from now on, order us to do it. That's cooler. He smoothed his hair, his face full of excitement and anticipation. The Wu Shan Shuangxiong agreed, he's right. Just tell us straight out, brother. Jiam Chiakja also nodded in agreement, I agree. It's not like it's just been 1 or 2 days. I'm sad, like you're separating from us. Byung-hang screamed helplessly in his heart, these guys are too much. Why are they suddenly having a contest to see who's more loyal? Byung-hang had no choice but to humor them, saying, okay, I'll give the order then. At that, they all became excited, haha, that's right, give us the order. Byung-hang didn't expect them to be so exaggerated. Wanting to blurt out, hey, calm down, Byung-hang said seriously, I want to completely deal with the situation with the Wuji assassination squad. The Wu Shan Shuangxiong asked in surprise, but isn't the assassination squad investigating us? Byung-hang said, I don't know anyone in that squad, and I don't even know what their skills are. Zhu Yang and Man Bakcha gathered them, so they probably aren't ordinary either. You are the only people I trust in the Jianghu. Byung-hang said it, but he hesitated inwardly, just a little bit. The next sentence caused everyone to gasp in astonishment. I want you all to destroy the Wuji assassination squad. They were extremely eager and excited, saying pretentiously, haha, don't worry, brother. As soon as you give the order, their heads will fly off. Of course, we are very trustworthy. We'll try to take over the assassination squad too. 2 months is enough, BM Hang said confidently. Okay then, that's settled. Unangi, hiding behind a tree, interrupted. Are you serious, brother? Myo Bingbing said. Humph, I'm worried that I'll like them. So Cheongi's eyes started to tear up, saying, Are we really going to be separated? Myo Bingbing sighed and praised herself. So, you left the strong ones and let the trash do the mission. BM Hang clicked his tongue and sighed. TSK, just tell the truth, old lady. Myo Bingbing crossed her arms and said to the Hang Ma Sandai, Are you sure you'll be okay? I'm sure you'll soon cry because you miss us. They smiled and replied, Of course we're okay. You guys stay and protect the leader. The Wu Shan Shuang Xiong came to So Cheongi's side and patted the boy's head. So Cheongi affirmed strongly, I'm okay. I can eat more meat now. Yeah, eat our portions too so you can grow up a little faster. BM Hang said goodbye, promising then I'll see you again at the Tianhua Library. The remaining people also raised their hands and shouted loudly, Goodbye to the mission group. Then we're off. Thus, the Central Circus. The troupe of clowns had split into two. At this time, at the Medicine King's sect. On the tea table, the teacup was still steaming. Yong Huan raised his voice and asked, Why have you come here? The other person explained the reason. You declined the invitation to this year's Tianlong Phone. So I was worried that there might be some friction between us. The person who said this, with a deathly pale face, was the guard of the Nangong family head, Jianling Mu Jiam. The whole space fell into silence, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped the room. Yong Huan silently pondered. TSK, did he have to speak so coldly? He really is still the same. But he and his comrades will be sent to do top secret or urgent missions. Now he's come all the way here just because we didn't come? There must be some other motive. Yong Huan pressed his hand to his chest, saying, Friction with the Nangong family? You flatter me too much. The Medicine King's sex leader is still recuperating, and we have many things to worry about, so it's really a pity that we couldn't attend. Mu Jiam asked, Because of the spiritual medicine? Yong Huan replied immediately, That's part of it. I understand. Mu Jiam's words made Yong Huan's eyes widen in surprise. That spiritual medicine must be related to the magnolia scent that fills the medicine sect. How can magnolias bloom at this time? Yong Huan gave a forced smile, agreeing to let the matter pass. Ah, yes. The spiritual medicine does create a magnolia scent. Hearing Yong Huan's answer, Mu Jiam found it hard to accept, thinking, the reason must be something else. But that's not my business. My task is, Mu Jiam suddenly said. I heard that the young master of the Tianhua Library is here. I knew it. Yong Huan had anticipated this and smiled wryly. How did you know? Nothing can be hidden from the Nangong family. You know, we invited him here to ask for some advice, and he helped us a lot. Even though it was very short, it was a memorable memory. Mu Jiam emphasized the two words memory with displeasure. Yong Huan smiled brightly and said, He left this morning. Mu Jiam thought to himself, This morning? Then it's as easy as pie to catch up with him. Mu Jiam said disappointedly, We invited him to Tianlong Feng, so we wanted to escort him personally. But I guess I'm too late. He must have already set off to our family, right? Yong Huan raised his teacup and replied, No, he said he would return to the Tianhua Library. He said he had to go back and was very sad that he couldn't attend. Mu Jiam only replied, I understand. But in his heart, Mu Jiam knew the truth. I knew it. I came here myself because there was a high chance that he wouldn't accept the invitation. Young master of the Tianhua Library, if the Nangong family summons you, you must obey. You cannot escape. Yong Huan said. The Nangong family head must be very interested in the Tianhua Library. Mu Jiam replied, I'm sorry. I don't have the authority to answer that question. Yong Huan understood and smiled. That must be it. Even without the Shimen family's affair, the young master is still a man of outstanding talent. You seem to admire him very much? Mu Jiam asked curiously. What kind of person is he? Young master. Yong Huan's eyes drooped slightly, remembering. At that time, Yong Huan was wondering, why does it smell like magnolias? Yong Huazhong came from somewhere in a panic and said, Brother, it's from the hidden raw hall. The magnolia tree that the young master touched gave off a magnolia scent. Young master. Yong Huan's eyes widened in surprise. Yong Huazhong said excitedly, young master has attained the myriad fragrances. Yong Huan thought and commented on B.M. Hang's character. The young master is a strange but impressive person. Why magnolias, and why near the hidden Ra Hall? It's like he wanted my father to smell it. Does he know the meaning of this flower to my father? After reorganizing his perception of B.M. Hang, the corners of Yong Huan's mouth curved slightly. Yong Huan smiled gently and affirmed, young master is a good person. In contrast, Mu Jiam, looking at that unique expression of Yong Huan, remained silent for a long time. He muttered to himself, he thought for so long, and only said he's a good person? Yong Huan put down the teacup and said clearly, even if you go looking for him, he won't attend. Once he's made a decision, nothing can change it. And I implore you, don't go looking for him. Mu Jiam affirmed with a murderous aura, he will come to the Nangong family. Yong Huan calmly played his trump card, even if I said that I implore you in the name of the Medicine King sect. Would you still refuse? In the name of the Medicine King sect? Mu Jiam asked in doubt. Mu Jiam's emotions did a 180-degree turn. Are you saying that the Medicine King sect will block the Nangong family? The atmosphere suddenly fell into a stifling silence. And to dispel this atmosphere, Yong Huan gave a bright and confident smile, waving his hand in denial. It's a misunderstanding. We're not blocking anything. I said that because I'm worried. Mu Jiam said unexpectedly, you seem worried that I will harm the young master. Yong Huan was stunned, asking 749 questions. What do you mean? Me? Worried about him? And finally, Yong Huan concluded bluntly, I'm not worried about him. Hearing this, Mu Jiam's face turned as gray as a dead fish. Mu Jiam thought for a while and then asked, so you're worried about me? Immediately, Mu Jiam cursed himself inwardly, nonsense. It seems like he's crazy. If I stay here any longer, I'll only waste time that I could use to catch up with the young master. I have to hurry. Then Mu Jiam quickly took his leave. Yes, I'll take my leave. At a crowded tavern with people coming and going, So Cheonggi asked with great interest, brother, what about dessert? B.M. Heng replied, okay, go buy it. Nyo Bingbing complained, you're too demanding for a beggar. But then Nyo Bingbing quickly joined in, cheering excitedly with So Cheonggi, but I also love sweets. While Nyo Bingbing and So Cheonggi were enthusiastically choosing pastries, Un Angi recognized an acquaintance approaching them. Un Angi welcomed Mu Jiam with open arms. Oh my gosh, who is this? Mu Jiam, still with a cold face, inquired, Un Angi, long time no see. It's been a year, hasn't it? Why have you come here? Un Angi chuckled and asked teasingly, I know. It's because of the young master of the Tianhua library, right? Because of Tian Longfeng today? Mu Jiam replied without hesitation, yes. So Cheonggi came to his side and asked, senior brother, who is this? Un Angi stroked his chin and said, the Nangong family? Nyo Bingbing, who was eating cake, exclaimed excitedly, oh my god, you guys are helping us? Did you guys secretly pray to the heavens or something? So Cheonggi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, are we going to Tian Longfeng soon? Un Angi quickly pulled Mu Jiam away from the two hyperactive people. Okay, come here. How much information did you get before coming here? Mu Jiam said, I just left the Medicine King sect. Un Angi appeared generous and said, then it's simple. I'll give you some advice before you meet the young master. First of all, his personality is terrible. And the story that Un Angi told was twisted. His personality is so bad that the other people of the Tiangong duo all left because they couldn't stand it anymore. We stayed because we're patient. At least he feeds us well. Mu Jiam's face was still as black as soot, with a cold expression. Seeing this, Un Angi had no choice but to offer a plan, saying, if you keep a cold face like that, it won't work. You have to look sad and beg, and then he might say, maybe I'll consider it. Do you understand? Mu Jiam glared at Un Angi with murderous intent and asked, is that all you wanted to say? Un Angi evaded the question and only dared to reply with a yes. Then Mu Jiam turned around and left, leaving Un Angi in a panic, crying and saying, it's over. We won't be able to go to Tian Longfeng. It's all his fault. Un Angi shouted loudly at Mu Jiam, our leader can't be scared into doing things he doesn't want to do. Mu Jiam stood under the inn, looking up at B.M. Hang, who was sitting leisurely, enjoying the scenery by the window. Mu Jiam's scowling face had attracted Biam Heng's attention. Biam Heng was also curious, muttering to himself, "Who is that guy?" So everyone decided to gather at a restaurant. Un Ongi's group stood tensely outside, eavesdropping. Biam Heng spoke first. "You have tried so hard to find me, but I am truly sorry." Biam Heng smiled conciliatorily and said, "Please pass my words to the family head, that if there is an opportunity in the future, I will come to pay my respects." In his heart, he complained, "How annoying, coming all the way here." Jianling Mu Jiam replied seriously, "Young master, it seems that you are misunderstanding something." Biam Heng was confused and asked, "Is there anything to misunderstand?" Biam Heng said, "The situation is just that the Nangong family invited me, and I declined." Mu Jiam replied, "Now, you are misunderstanding that you have the right to choose." Biam Heng laughed and thought, meaning that if they say come to the Nangong family, I have to come, and if they say go, I have to go. Biam Heng looked at Mu Jiam's face, which looked like he hadn't slept in a week, and thought, this guy, he said he's a Jianling? Is he talking about the right to choose in the name of the Nangong family? I don't know if he doesn't have experience in the Jianghu, or if he's never left Anhui. Biam Heng sighed and said helplessly, "You're lucky." He thought, if Jiam Chiakjia or the Hang Ma San Dai, or the Wushan Shuang Xiong were here, he would be beaten like a dog. Mu Jiam still said seriously, "Why must it be so difficult to accept the invitation? To argue about it, wouldn't it be the Tianhua Library looking down on the Nangong family? If you are already in the Nananhui region, even if you refuse, you should go to the main family and directly refuse with proper etiquette." Biam Heng listened to the whole speech and felt even more helpless, thinking, I can't say anything. This is just like saying that I have made a big mistake. He sighed again. Biam Heng returned with an indifferent look and asked, "If I still don't go, what will happen? Are you planning to use force?" Mu Jiam said seriously, "I will respectfully escort you." Biam Heng saw that look in his eyes and returned an almost identical one. Then he stood up, having made his decision. He couldn't continue talking any longer. Biam Heng left Mu Jiam sitting there. He left first and said, "I'll take my leave. Please don't bother to follow." Mu Jiam silently watched Biam Heng's back as he left. Scene changes to that afternoon. The carriage was speeding along the road. The Unangi group, sitting on top of the carriage, complained, "We haven't even seen the Namgung family yet. It's so frustrating." Unangi got angry and shouted seriously, "What kind of way is that to invite guests?" Myo Bing Bing also said dejectedly as she bit into a cake, "It felt like we were going to be impaled." So Cheongi chimed in, "That's right, why create that kind of atmosphere?" Myo Bing Bing continued eating and said, "Moreover, telling us not to follow and then actually not following is really lacking in determination. Still, it's fortunate. If the 3 heroes and 2 champions were there, we'd probably have our teeth knocked out." Unangi looked at her and said, "Aish, even Jian Yuling isn't that stupid." So Cheongi, frustrated and wanting to cry, shouted, "Because of that stupidity, you made me unnecessarily nervous. How are you going to compensate me for my anxiety?" Namgung family. As if answering his prayers, Mu Jiam flew above the carriage like an unrelenting ghost. "What should I do with my excitement? You have to compensate me, Nan Shurjia." Wishes fulfilled, Mu Jiam then flew to the top of the carriage like a lingering ghost. The 3 of them were shocked. Myo Bing Bing even managed to ask, "Are you really following us?" Then Mu Jiam landed on the back of the running horse, angering the coachman. He reached out his hand and placed it on the horse's head. In an instant, the horse was affected and collapsed on the spot. Then the second horse, and the third. The coachman lost control and panicked, still instinctively trying to steer the carriage to a safe stop. As a result, the entire carriage swerved sideways, almost overturning. The carriage and the horses all stopped moving, lying still on the ground. The coachman shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Mu Jiam bowed slightly and said, "I apologize for destroying the carriage and taking the lives of the horses, causing damage to the Tianxia Shuka Grand Young Master. I deserve severe reprimand, so please come with me to the Namgung family." Myo Bing Bing said angrily, "One person banging on a wooden gong and drum is just making a ruckus." Unangi was confused. What's with that unreasonable coercion? Songhua, sitting in the carriage, was also terrified and grabbed onto the seat, calling out in a trembling voice, "Yum! Yum! Master! Hang corrected her. Songhua. Call Jianling in here. And you, go outside and wait. Songhua replied in confusion, yes. While everyone outside was checking on each other, inside, Hang asked, why are you going to such lengths? Mu Jiam replied, to me, I think it's quite respectful. Hang asked, do you use this method with everyone? Mu Jiam replied, that's right. Hang continued, it seems you've never met anyone terrifying before. Mu Jiam agreed with him. Hang then said seriously, well, today you have. Mu Jiam smiled slightly and replied, haha, Grand Young Master is indeed an interesting person, different from his appearance. Hang reminded him, this is not a joke. Hang pointed and said, someone like you. Just touching you like this can end it all. Mu Jiam didn't understand. How can tapping a finger end me? Hang, who could see all of Mu Jiam's vital points, said, burying you alive. This is the first time, isn't it? Mu Jiam's face darkened. I'm going to be buried alive? This scholar speaks so easily. Then he said in a low voice, Grand Young Master, I think you've crossed the line. Seeing him like that and being called shameless, Hang laughed. Hang put on a nonchalant expression and asked, what's wrong? Getting excited at the thought of going to the grave without anyone knowing? Back outside, everyone was talking happily. Suddenly, with a crash, Hang and Mu Jiam broke through the carriage and jumped out. Hang leisurely assessed Mu Jiam's attack. 3rd level palm. He swiftly dodged the attack, knowing it well. But with this body's combat experience, fighting wasn't a problem. He analyzed while dodging. But then Mu Jiam's hand landed on Hang's ribs. With that strike, the two were separated. Hang jumped back to reduce the impact force. Tongji was one of his 3 self-defense skills, which would penetrate and transfer the force outward. Landing successfully, he looked at Mu Jiam again. I deliberately exaggerated being pushed back to conceal my true level. With this level of attack, 2 steps back are enough. Unangi shouted, leader! Hang raised his hand to stop him. Stay there. Mu Jiam, shaking his hand, thought, I clearly struck a vital point. If so, his internal organs should have been crushed, and he should have died instantly. Mu Jiam said. It seems the position of the Tiangong commander isn't just something you receive easily. Hang brushed some dust off his shoulder and replied, is that so? I'm disappointed. So this is how excellent the so-called Hafa of the Namgung family is. And your level is only this much. Successfully provoking him, Jianling Mu Jiam got angry and said, it seems it can't be helped. I will help you remember the etiquette with the Namgung family. I must ask for a leg and then take you back. Hang, also wanting to lose his temper, replied, dream on. Try your best. Everyone was shocked. Hang darted forward, his feet lightly touching the ground. His whole body disappeared, leaving only a blur. The Grand Young Master disappeared. Jianling vigilantly looked around. Oh ho, I can't see him. Huh! Does the Grand Young Master think he'll have an advantage if he disappears from my sight? But, Qin Na technique. Jianling quickly recognized the direction of Hang. He caught the pair of hands reaching out. My nickname 7 throws originated from Qin Na technique. Using Qin Na technique to catch me is still a long way off. Hang quickly pulled his hand out of Jianling's grip. He swung his hand up again, striking Jianling directly on the shoulder. Jianling painfully clutched his shoulder and retreated. He thought in shock, I caught the Grand Young Master's hand, but how did he break free? Hang continued to fly forward, attacking again. Jianling also used his ultimate move, 100 flying strikes, thinking, come here. So that next time I'm caught, you won't be able to escape like this time. Hang smiled inwardly, good. This is a chance to test this body's abilities. A bunch of tentacles grew around Jianling's body. They moved nimbly, aiming to grab Hang. Hang precisely dodged each tentacle. Thinking, Hang reached out and struck one of the tentacles directly. Then he continued to fly straight towards Jianling. The two engaged in fierce combat. Jianling, while fighting, continuously observed and maintained a distance of 1 zhang from the Grand Young Master. But until now, he hasn't been able to catch even the Grand Young Master's collar. Sometimes it's really strange, even effective attacks don't seem to have any effect on the Grand Young Master. Isn't that just like trying to use force to catch a feather blowing in the wind? Damn it! Is the Tianxia Shuka Grand Young Master really this skilled? Songhua stood aside, watching like a fangirl, full of admiration. Oh, young master! Heng, while dodging the tentacles, thought about countermeasures. This guy's moves are constantly repeating, so there's no point in testing Suyun anymore. Heng aimed at Jianling and flew towards him. Jianling looked at Heng with some suspicion. Suddenly closing the distance like that? Heng attacked Jianling directly. Jianling coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. Cough, cough, arg. When he regained his senses, Jianling knew something was wrong. I'm finished. I lost track of him. A blur flashed past. Heng kicked Jianling straight in the face. How much more do I have to dig? Is this much enough? In a daze, Jianling vaguely heard a voice. So, he's unconscious? How long has it been? Well then, let's throw him down. Hey, a cough. Jianling, in a daze, couldn't help but wonder cough, cough, what is going on? Awake? Heng looked down at Jianling and said, that's why I said, why don't you listen to others? When I said I was scary and you shouldn't follow, you should have stopped. Did that mean that the Grand Young Master himself was the scary one? Thinking this, Jianling said weakly, I have offended you. Heng clicked his tongue and said, TSK, it would have been better if you had understood sooner. If so, we could have made an appointment for next time. And look at all this. The carriage is shattered. The horses are all dead. And now you're buried alive. Jianling suddenly felt uneasy. What is he talking about? Are you going to kill me now? You people from the Namgung family? He only saw Heng smile slightly without saying anything. Jianling shouted in horror, What? That's absurd. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Unangi, annoyed, shouted, It's too noisy. Leader, let's fill it in with soil now. Heng agreed, okay. Unangi smiled mischievously and said, Good. Everyone, let's fill it back in. Hearing this, everyone grabbed a shovel and started filling in the hole. Let's fill it back in and sow some grass. This place is remote and desolate. Even after 100 years, no one will be able to find it. Jianling shouted desperately, Stop. Stop. Are you really going to bury me like this? No way, right? You're just scaring me. These little brats. I can't become one of the countless people who have disappeared from the Jianghu like this. The urgent thing is to undo the acupoints. Great. My body is moving. Oh. Suddenly, his body tensed up. Jianling felt that something was wrong. Unangi hummed softly. What's wrong? He's moving. Should we strike his acupoints again? No, let's just bury him quickly. Heng stood aside and smiled inwardly. The whole body skill is working at the right time. Wow, it's amazing. Is that how a human moves? Don't be so amazed, just bury him quickly. Even in his dreams, he probably doesn't know that he was hit with acupoints, and it will take some time for it to show. Jianling struggled painfully, thinking, is it a chi deviation or the Grand Young Master's technique? Jianling recalled, before leaving, Jianling, did you know who the bodyguards beside the Grand Young Master were? I might have heard those names before. The demon subduing 3 heroes and the Wushan 2 champions Jiam Chiak Jia. Jianling said nonchalantly, I'm not afraid of them. The other person shook his head and said, No. The person you should be afraid of is not them, but the Grand Young Master above them. Now, Jianling regretted it endlessly, shouting softly in his heart, at that time, I just thought it was nonsense. The Tianxia shook a Grand Young Master. Dark night. Deep in the forest. A small mound of earth moved slightly. An arm emerged from the ground like a newly sprouted bud. Dark night. Deep in the forest. A small mound of earth moved slightly. An arm emerged from the ground. Jianling crawled out of the ground, covered in dirt like a scarecrow. Ugh, I can almost move my body freely now. I thought it would keep twitching until I died, but luckily it stopped. It seems my body is no longer strange. What exactly happened just now? While he was thinking, a surprised voice suddenly rang out, Wow! This bastard really crawled out. The timing is perfect. Jianling couldn't help but ask vigilantly, Who? Who is it? A group of people laughed loudly, Ha ha! The bastard is stuttering. Are you scared? What did you do to get buried by the Unangi gang, huh? Jianling's face darkened. Unangi! Unangi! Did he tell them when I would escape? No, this was clearly what the Tianxia Shuka Grand Young Master said through Unangi. Jianling sighed and accepted his fate, asking, "Where should I go now?" The scene then shifted to a small restaurant. The group happily celebrated with Jianling. "Congratulations on your resurrection. Congratulations on starting a second life," Miao Bingbing praised, but it was like poking at Jianling's sore spot. "You twitch so well. It's the first time I've seen someone whose acupoints have been struck and still twitch so much. You were spasming like a fish sprinkled with salt." So Cheungi asked excitedly, "How was the atmosphere down there?" "I dug a breathing hole in advance, so it shouldn't have been difficult for you to breathe, right? Did the air rush in with a whoosh?" Unangi sighed and said, "See? That's why I said the leader's temper is terrible. If you flattered and sweet-talked him like I said, your relationship would probably be good by now." So Cheungi said proudly, "That's right. Our leader is scary but a good person." The Yaowang men also acted intelligently with a humble attitude, so they got lucky. Didn't they? Jianling asked doubtfully. "Lucky?" So Cheungi said vaguely, "Well, that's how it is. It's our secret." Songhua went to invite Jianling to the young master's room. "The young master invites you." Biam Heng sat inside waiting. Seeing Jianling enter, he said, "Sit down." Jianling listened and sat down. Jianling's whole body trembled, causing him to curse inwardly. "Damn it! Am I trembling? Does my body still remember the grand young master's scariness?" Biam Heng asked softly, "What are you doing? Why are you looking at me so fearfully? Trembling like that, are you planning to try again?" Jianling panicked and quickly replied, No, that's not it." He thought to himself, "He's pretending to be angry to make me feel more comfortable. Is this concern?" Biam Heng said seriously, "The first time is over. Now it's the second time. I won't be lenient a second time." Knowing that he was at a disadvantage, Jianling bowed his head and replied, "Yes. I was rude. Please forgive me." Seeing the situation, Biam Heng smiled in relief, thinking, he's obedient now. Anyone can learn a lot during their time alone. Even Elder Ngyu of the Qingqing sect, who refused to answer, was buried like this and then became more obedient. I wonder how happy sect leader Dang Myung was. He's probably burying people too. Ha ha! It seems there's nothing better than letting a beast become human by giving them a taste of death. Ha ha! I should start burying them too in the future. Ha ha! Biam Heng pretended to be serious and said, "Indeed you were rude. And remember that I still haven't forgiven you." Jianling obediently replied, "Yes." Biam Heng continued, "Although I'm calling you here now, it's already late today, so let's meet again tomorrow morning." Jianling replied reflexively, "Yes." Regaining his senses, Jianling asked in a slightly stunned tone, "Grand young master, what do you mean by meeting tomorrow?" Biam Heng said with a headache, "Aish, Jianling, don't forget you owe me." "Yes?" Everyone rushed in, shouting loudly. Jianling was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. "Let's go, it's all over now." "Brother, let me explain." "I'm good at that, just leave it to me." "Degongzi, what's going on?" "Get out of here, you beggar!" "I said I'd explain, it's something that Jianling brother will like. We will go to Tianlong Feng. A signboard with a big fish. There are also many other seafood around." Seeing the solemn Tianlong Feng before their eyes, the Socheongi bumpkins couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so big! I really like this place. I've only heard of Longshan-gu. It's so magnificent. How much money did they burn for this building?" Unangi proudly stood aside and said, "You're really country bumpkins. It seems like everyone is visiting Longshan-gu for the first time, right? I've walked back and forth in front of the entrance more than 10 times. You mean you didn't go inside, just to the entrance?" The Socheongi rolled their eyes in contempt. "Well, you're a beggar after all. If you ask why we didn't go to the Nangong Shijiao but stayed here, it's because there was still time to go to the Nangong family, so Miao Bingbing suggested a tour, and everyone agreed, although there was one who disagreed." "How dare you talk to your Shixiang like that?" Jianling asked softly. "Biam Heng de Gongzi, is this your first time visiting Longshan-gu?" Biam Heng replied, "Yes, it's my first time. I didn't even know there was such a place. It's truly astonishing." In his heart, he thought, although I was Hugong, I've been here 3 times. Jianling laughed loudly and introduced, "Ha ha ha, after tasting the flavors, you'll forget the magnificence of the building immediately. Come on, everyone, please come in. I'm really looking forward to what dishes will be served. Now I can go everywhere and say that I've legitimately stepped into Longshangu." Byung-hang slightly raised his eyes and looked at the upper floor of Tianlongfeng. There was a private room with the door open. Nangung Soi sat, resting her chin and looking outside. The two people's eyes met. Byung-hang smiled slightly and thought, that little girl has become even more beautiful. It's been a year since we last met. I didn't know I'd meet her in front of Tianlong. Phone. In the private room, another young lady saw Nangung Soi constantly looking outside and asked curiously, "Nangong Xiaojie, is there someone outside?" Nangung Soi replied softly, "It seems to be one of the Dharma protectors of our family, welcoming guests to dine here." A young master stood up and said, "If it's someone who is being received by the Dharma protector of the Nangong family, then they must be a senior figure in the Jianghu. If we could sit with such a person, it would be a great honor. What do you all think?" Everyone responded in agreement, "That's right, but perhaps they want to talk privately. So it would be better to ask first." Nangung Soi looked at Byung-hang, lost in thought. Jianling seems quite enthusiastic. Just who is that person? Tiangua Shuku de Gongzi? Is that Tiangua Shuku de Gongzi? Ha! I didn't expect to meet Gongzi like this. Gongzi looks so different from what I imagined. Of course, in a good way, so please don't misunderstand. That's right, I've heard many rumors about the genius returning from the dead, or that he caused one of the 10 great families, the Shimin family, to decline. Or about wiping out the Thirsty Fist's murderer, Samakang, he said excitedly. I've also heard rumors about the Shimin family. It's truly astonishing. Who knew they were wearing the mask of a famous family and committing evil deeds? That's right, but is it true that the Shimin family had used his full potential to self-detonate? I've heard about the marvels of the illusion array set up outside Tiangua Shuku. Does it contain mysteries that cause harm? I've also heard that De Gongzi's swordplay is extremely outstanding. Could it be that Gongzi encountered a fortuitous encounter? Surrounded by a group of young masters, Byung-hang smiled awkwardly and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Jianghu rumors are exaggerated, haha. Tiangua Shuku is not a martial family. And I'm not that skilled. The fact that they were able to stop the Shimin family was entirely due to the efforts of the beggar clan heroes and the famous families of northern Anhui. If it weren't for them, this Shuku would have been humiliated. These are the disciples of the beggar clan leader, Unonggi, Socheonggi, and the eldest daughter of Baiwa Zhuang in northern Anhui. Mio Bingbing." Jianling stood aside, listening and just smiled softly. De Gongzi is truly modest. Oh, so those are the people in the rumors. Last night, I heard about the incident with the Shimin family from Tiangong Tuan. It's not an exaggeration at all. Although they received help from others, De Gongzi led everyone and directed the entire situation. The truth about making the Shimin family head submit is not exaggerated. However, if you think about the actual knowledge of Tianhua Shuku, the young masters were somewhat disappointed and said, "Oh, is that so?" As expected, rumors are all exaggerated and embellished. People who don't know will easily think that the power shown on the outside is everything. I would also laugh it off like De Gongzi used to. Nangung Soi stood aside, observing. The young girl next to her transmitted her voice softly and asked, "Jiejia, what's wrong?" Nangung Soi said, "This is the first time I've seen the Dharma protector of our family smile like that. So I'm a bit surprised. His temperament has changed." The girl said softly, "Perhaps the Dharma protector has something happy happening?" Nangung Soi thought and said, "Whether it's something happy or not, we have to confirm what has happened. Jiggle Hai once said so. According to the leader, when a Jianghu martial artist suddenly changes, there are only two possibilities. One is that they were beaten, and the other is that they took medicine." "What? So they took medicine? Yawangmen is not far from here. What are you saying?" "It's that they were beaten." "Sigh, how could that be? Or should we try to check?" At the dining table, Huang Bochongasio said softly, "So the Zhuge family only sent 2 elders to participate in Tianlong Feng this time. It seems they still haven't recovered from the shock, since they once had a special relationship with the martial arts leader Hugong. Not only all external activities but also the military advisor." Jiggle has been hidden ever since he left the league. Byung Hang nodded in agreement, saying, so there's that story. In his heart he thought, just as I guessed, perhaps they still haven't come out of it. Time is the cure. It will probably take more than a year before they can accept it. The children of Tianqian and Jiggle Hai. Byung Hang realized something. They're exchanging voice transmissions. What are these guys plotting? De Gongzi. I have been looking forward to the martial arts strength of Tianhua Shuku, but there is nothing special about it at all, so Ian is very disappointed. By the way, to relieve my disappointment, can I invite Gongzi to a cup of wine? Yang Gyoan of Jianzhou Yan family stood up and invited him to drink. Byung Hang smiled softly and replied, Of course, please, Gongzi. So, it has begun? Ian Gyoan said, I truly expected a lot from the martial arts strength of Tianhua Shuku, but Gongzi said there's nothing special about it, so I, Ian, am very disappointed. So, to relieve my disappointment, may I invite Gongzi to a cup of wine? Byung Hang smiled as he listened. Then he picked up the cup and said, Of course, please, Gongzi. He thought to himself, TCH, so it has begun. Ian Gyoan tilted the wine bottle, preparing to pour the wine. But after a few seconds, not a single drop of wine had come out. Gyoan looked confused and said, Oh, that's strange. It's full of wine, but why won't it come out? He turned to look in another direction, smiling and saying, Ha ha ho ho, strange things really do happen. It's clearly full of wine, so why won't it flow out? I'm so sorry. Hang looked at his expression and thought, this guy's expressions and mockery are still very clumsy. Remembering the past, when I visited Jianzhou Yan family when I was still Hugong, I knew he was a gentle and polite child, but now, because his actions are not in line with his nature, his expressions are so funny. But his skill is quite good. He's using Qiao Jin and Mo Jin. If he can't regulate the strength, whether it's too little or too much, there will be cracks on the wine bottle. Or a few drops of wine will flow out immediately. After thinking, Hang smiled and continued, What can you do? I'm fine. He thought, I know they don't have bad intentions. These kids just want to see my martial arts skills. It seems that the more I sit still, the more they will provoke me. I wonder who will perform what next. Mu Jian, sitting next to him, thought with angry eyes, Crazy, what are they doing now? None of them can compare to Tianhua Shuka de Gongzi. You've never tried dying, and you've never been buried alive, so you wouldn't know. Although I know that de Gongzi won't bury them. It's better to take it easy. Peng Mujiao took a plate of fish and thought, this time, I will play hard. Surely if I tease him now, it will be difficult for him to remain calm. So, Byung Hang looked at the plate of fish and guessed, could it be that he intends to use chopsticks to launch fish bones? Although he's used to using chopsticks. Chopsticks are not weapons, so it will be difficult to make use of them. I hope he succeeds. Moon Griol thought further, more than 3 fish bones, if I strike the acupoints accurately, there's nothing better. Thinking this, he transmitted spiritual energy into the fish bones below. Then, he used chopsticks to launch the fish bones towards him. The fish bones flew straight towards Byung Hang, but he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he watched and guessed where the bones would hit, thinking, oh, the Tian Tu acupoint and the Zhong Fu acupoint. Almost hit me. Just as Hang closed his eyes to enjoy it, Mu Jian quickly stood up to block the fish bones. He opened his eyes and looked at Mu Jian, puzzled. What's wrong? Mu Jian dropped 2 of the bones and said, Peng Gongzi, what are you trying to do now? Are you looking down on the Nangong family? Only you are guests of the Nangong family. Peng Mujiao waved his hands repeatedly, saying, That's not it. I was just testing the prowess of Tianhua Shuku de Gongzi. Mu Jian repeated, testing? Are you not children, and also descendants of famous families? How can you be so rude? First of all, Ian Gongzi's rudeness was wrong. Now, even Peng Gongzi is planning to stand up and test? What do you all think this place is? It's our first meeting, and moreover, it's at the dining table. Even if we're not close friends, there's no need to go this far here. Not a single person intervened, and even Xiaojie Soyi didn't say a word, only sitting there as an observer, which truly disappoints me. How can everyone conspire and be so rude like this? You can't just use the excuse of being young to say that rudeness is not rudeness. You must have never met anyone scary before, right? Cheongi versus Angi, sitting beside him, said, "Well, you've met one today." Suddenly, Byung-hang transmitted his voice, "Hey. Can't you just say what you need to say properly? It's been so noisy from the beginning." While transmitting his voice, he looked at Mu Jian with a face that couldn't be scarier. Mu Jian stuttered in fear, so it's... I'm sure everyone understands what I've said, right? Then, he slowly sat back in his chair. The two sisters, So-yi, transmitted their voices to each other in fear. "Jia, what should we do? It seems that he was really beaten up." "That's right, just how much was he beaten?" Byum was still glaring at Mu Jian, thinking, I still wanted to see the power of these kids. But this guy stood up and ruined the atmosphere, so there's no hope now. What can I do? Thinking this, he spoke, "Ahem, at this point, there's nothing else to do. Since it's our first meeting, I planned to hide my talent, but now I have no choice but to show my talent." He picked up the wine bottle from before and smiled, saying, "I will try to pour the wine that the renowned Jianzhou Yan family couldn't pour. Everyone, please hold up your cups. I will pour each of you a cup." Ian Gyoan was extremely moved by his explanation and said, "De Gongzi." After that, the atmosphere became cheerful again. "Byum Gongzi, have another cup. Thank you for everyone's kindness, but I will stop here today. I still have to go to the Nangong family tomorrow." The next day, Byum-hang set off in a carriage to the Nangong family. After a while, he arrived and got out of the carriage. An announcement was made, "The promising newcomers have arrived." Byum-hang thought happily, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Nangong Shurjia. Inside the Nangong family, someone asked, "Who's that?" Lunji raised his hand to greet and said, "Tiangua Shuka de Gongzi has personally graced this humble place with his presence. How have you been?" Lunji, Angi, and Cheongi embraced each other happily. "My beloved Shidi, how are you all?" Well, he. Mok Young also came out, smiling and welcoming him. "Haha, Byum Xiong, what's this all about? What wind has brought you here?" Mong Yun Mong also came out, smiling and saying, "Come here quickly, De Gongzi. We meet again here. We truly have an extraordinary connection, don't we?" Mu Jian then approached and said, "De Gongzi, please allow me to report the situation to the family head." He replied, "Okay, I know. See you later." After that, everyone stood in place, chatting happily. Above, an old man was standing, observing everything. After that, Hang also returned to the villa, and suddenly he asked, "What? Does the family head want to meet me in person?" Mu Jian replied, "Yes." After hearing the situation, the family head was silent for a long time, probably deeply contemplating about the eldest young master. Arriving in front of the room, Mu Jian bowed his head and announced, "Family head, I have brought Tiangua Shuku de Gongzi." The family head inside said, "Come in." Then Byum-hang opened the door and stepped inside. The family head turned around and said, "You made a rather vicious move. Is the Namgung family not worth anything in your eyes?" Byum-hang replied, "It is true that I went too far, but if I thought of the Namgung family like that, I wouldn't have come here." Namgung-hak said, "I am not one to let the matter rest when my people are harmed." Then he silently stared straight at him. Seeing this, he thought, if the situation isn't resolute, it means good intentions. He seems to be remembering what I said before. Remembering back then, Namgung-hak asked Hugong, "Mingzhu, how can I lead the family excellently? After ascending to the position of family head, I feel lost as if I have forgotten everything." Hugong smiled and said, "Haha, then I will remind you. If you have to strangle someone, smile brightly in front of them. And if it's within your understanding, act as if you will strangle them. Recruit others as if you are acquiring a treasure. The fact that people surround a new recruit means they are surrounding an outstanding talent. Do you understand?" Namgung-hak replied, "I will remember." Currently, Namgung-hak is staring at him with murderous eyes, thinking, the Namgung family clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If you harm a fingernail of the Namgung family, we will chop off your hand. If you cause a scratch, we will behead you. Gratitude and grudges will be clearly distinguished and repaid many times over. What will Tiangua Shuku choose?" Byum-hang had been standing silently, observing his expression. Then he smiled. Folding his hands, his expression was as if nothing had happened. Currently, Namgung-hak is staring at him with murderous eyes, thinking, the Namgung family clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If you harm a fingernail of the Namgung family, we will chop off your hand. If there is a scratch, we will wring your neck. Gratitude and grudges will be clearly distinguished and repaid. Many times over. What will Tian Guashuku choose? Byam Hang smiled favor. Hearing the answer, Nam Gung Hak's eyes paused. Then he turned his face away and said, the Tian Feng Long is coming soon. I will give you a chance. Remember, this means I will be observing you, not that I have forgiven you. He nodded and said, of course. After agreeing, he said, I will take my leave. Then he left. Nam Gung Hak recalled his image, thinking, good. What is that nonchalant attitude? Not at all resistant or servile. Even after realizing that the other party is from the Nam Gung family. He still did that and came here in person, so he is not someone who lost all his spirit because of reputation. Moreover, Mu Geometry was completely defeated by him. That means his current martial arts level is not only more outstanding than the rising stars of the 10 great families, but also surpasses the divine dragons of the 9 great sects. In this generation of young people, who can compare to him? It can be seen that his leadership skills are not ordinary, his ability to integrate is also good, and his relationships are also strong. This only means one thing, a treasure. Tian Guashuku de Gongzi will become an influential figure in Jianghu in the future. One sure way to keep de Gongzi by our side is. He thought of his daughter, Nam Gung So Yi, his beautiful daughter. It's good to have a daughter. Thinking of marrying off his daughter, Nam Gung Hak imagined their wedding, thinking, 5 children are enough, Nam Gung's son, Nam Gung me, it's BM son, BM me. Then he happily said loudly, someone, call the general manager, and So Yi here. After a while, Nam Gung Hak ordered, general manager, prepare the son-in-law. No, not yet. You arrange for Tian Guashuku de Gongzi and his companions to stay at the Biting in the east backyard. The general manager was surprised and asked, are you talking about the east backyard? He said, just do it. Then Nam Gung Hak looked at his daughter and said, So Yi, tomorrow, leisurely take Tian Guashuku de Gongzi for a stroll around the main family. So Yi asked, leisurely? Seeing this, Nam Gung Hak waved his hand and said, if you understand, then leave. So Yi replied, yes. So Yi left her father's residence and sat on a bench, sighing. Her younger sister came over and asked, Sister, what's wrong? So Yi, with a lifeless face, replied, it seems I've been sold off. Her younger sister, hearing this, exclaimed in panic, sold off? Who dares to sell the daughter of the Nam Gung family? After saying that, her younger sister seemed to understand and covered her mouth. Then she looked down at her sister and asked, could it be a political marriage? Who is the other party? The Mu Rong family? The Hebei Peng family? The Huangfu family? So Yi replied, Tian Guashuku. Her younger sister sighed, oh my God, what to do now? So Yi continued, and he told me to leisurely guide him to visit the main family. So Yi's younger sister sat down and asked, he asked you to personally guide him? Has there been a precedent before? So Yi replied, no. No matter who comes, whether their status is high or low. Guiding them is not my duty. No, that's not right. When I was 5 years old I had to guide Hagong. So Yi's younger sister remembered and said, Aish, I thought it was someone else. So Yi continued, not only that, but he also let the people of Tian Guashuku stay in the east backyard. So Yi's younger sister was once again surprised and said, what? Isn't that place only for influential figures in Jianghu or someone like Hagong? Oh my sister, what should you do? This is that matter. So Yi turned to ask, confused, what matter? Her younger sister made a heart gesture and said, the father-in-law treasures the son-in-law. Hearing this, So Yi pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. At the Biyuan, Cheongi's eyes widened and said, wow, this place is the best, it's so great. Angi also said in surprise, how can there be a paradise in the Nam Gung family? Is it really okay for us to stay in this place? It shouldn't be like this for us. People who defeated Jianling Bm Hang also thought to himself, that's right, this is a special place in the Nam Gung family. It's where Hagong stayed back then. Now, with the identity of Tian Guashuku de Gongzi? TSK, there's no better place than this in the Nam Gung family, so it's good. Nam Gung Hak, that guy's personality is really strange. Behind him, Angi and Cheongi were still discussing. Is this that? You darn thing, give me another piece of rice cake, haha, funny, you foolish beggar senior brother. Byum Hang recalled Nam Gung Hak's image from earlier, thinking, anyway, it's been a long time since I've seen him. His family pride is still as high as ever. But his hair is white, and his face has wrinkles. I have become a young man, so I must be compared more. Back then, he even looked in the mirror and praised himself, my skin is so smooth. While remembering, he suddenly paused, young man. He realized, thinking, Nam Gung Hak, could it be that he intends? The people of the Tiangong troop climbed onto the roof and sat down to talk. Byum Hang was walking around and said, Yang So, convey the message through the Nam Gung family that I want to meet Mak Gongzi of the Manhwa Academy. Yang So replied, understood. Then he looked at Songhua hiding and said, I know Songhua is hiding over there. Tomorrow morning bring 2 birds here. She was discovered and blurted out, I've been discovered. Then she obeyed and replied yes. After receiving the order, both Songhua and Yang So left. Byum Hang looked at the lake next to him. He looked down at the water, thinking, anyway, it's really been a long time since I've been here, and also the sound of frogs croaking. Remembering back then, So Yi pulled his hand and said, Lord Mingzhu, today So Yi will take you on a tour of the house. This is the east backyard where Lord Mingzhu will stay. There are many lotuses and frogs, haha. Look, there's a frog over there. Hugong teased with a smile, So Yi, is the house you are introducing to me a house for frogs? Hearing this, So Yi paused. Then the girl turned around and pretended to wipe away the sweat. It's tiring today, so let's stop here. Hugong laughed loudly. What? Ha 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 ha. Nam Gung Hak, who was walking behind, said, young children are curious, so they are easily distracted. Hugong replied with a smile, it's lucky if they are not injured and grow up healthy. Seeing So Yi climbing out to catch frogs, Nam Gung Hak spoke up and said, So Yi, climbing on the railing is dangerous. Suddenly, So Yi slipped. Preparing to fall, Nam Gung Hak shouted, So Yi. At this time, Hugong raised his hand and mobilized his inner energy. That source of spiritual energy surrounded So Yi before she fell into the water. Seeing herself being supported, So Yi opened her eyes wide in surprise. Then the spiritual energy brought So Yi back to the shore. Hugong said, You must listen to your father. So Yi looked at him and said, Lord Mingzhu. Then the girl laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, Lord Mingzhu, do it again. Seeing her like that, Hugong could only sigh and ask, again? Aren't you afraid? Returning to reality, Byum Hang was sitting quietly by the lake, recalling the past when he visited here before. The next morning at the Nam Gung family, So Yi was in her room, combing her hair. She was combing while thinking, Tianguashuku de Gongzi. Not to mention dealing with the matter of being provoked by us, he changed the atmosphere that was stagnant because of Jian Ling's scolding, even pouring wine for everyone. Well, he is also elegant. There are people who stand out even without expressing themselves. De Gongzi seems to be that type of person. Talking and getting to know each other, as my father said, is not a bad thing. The Biyuan in the east was also equally quiet. Songhua, who caught 2 birds, came out. Seeing So Yi, she asked, Nam Gung Xiaojie, why have you come to this place? So Yi stammered, it's nothing special. I came to take De Gongzi to visit the main family. Songhua, hearing this, was surprised and let the 2 birds fly away, saying loudly yes. The next morning, Songhua happily said to Byum Hang, Gongzi, I've caught the birds you asked for last night. Holding a bird in each hand, Songhua excitedly said, shall I grill them? Hearing this, he could only sigh, what are you saying? After saying that, he reached out and touched a bird, silently contemplating for a long time. Then Byum Hang turned around and went inside, saying, all right, let it fly. The maidservant asked doubtfully, let it fly? Yes. Hearing this, Songhua closed the door, answering, I understand. After that, everything was quiet again. Byum Hang thought he would be able to rest, but no. The maidservant Songhua rushed in again, breaking the silence. She shouted, Gongzi, Gongzi. Byum Hang's face turned pale at the violent action of his maidservant. Songhua was so flustered for a reason. Nam Gung Xiaojie had come to find him, saying that she would take him for a tour. Gung So Yi was standing outside the door with an embarrassed look. Hearing that it was the Nam Gung family Xiaojie, Byum Hang was shocked in his heart. So Yi? Nam Gung Hak, that guy. Songhua beside him shouted loudly again, Gongzi, hurry up. Nam Gung Xiaojie is waiting. He could only wave his hand, saying, calm down. Conflicting feelings arose in his heart. Giving me the east backyard was already too much, but I didn't expect, commendable eyes for people. However, with Hugong, this is impossible. Byum Hang leaned against the pillar, calculating. Do you think I'll let it go according to Nam Gung Hak's plan? Songhua beside him reminded Gongzi, quickly prepare. Byum Hang only said one sentence, Songhua, convey the message for me. Yes, he said with great confidence, say that I went for a walk in the Nam Gung family with a young lady last night. Byum Hang thought to himself, and I was really happy during that time. The maidservant Songhua's head was about to explode after hearing this. What the hell? Songhua hurriedly said, Gongzi, what are you saying? Last night, you were chatting with Mak Gongzi of Lan Huayuan all night at Lianqi. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. Byum Hang replied after hearing this. Just convey the message like that. Yes. Thus, the maidservant Songhua had to go outside and recount her master's words to Gung So-yi. Gung So-yi was shocked. With a young lady at night? Who is that young lady? Songhua lowered her head and replied, this servant didn't hear it clearly. I apologize, Xiaojie. Saying that, Songhua's heart was now torn. Although I hope Gongzi will be a couple with So-yi Xiaojie. It seems Gongzi doesn't want to, so there's no other way. Haze. Songhua looked up and saw So-yi lowering her head without saying anything, so she suddenly felt strange. As expected, Gung So-ye's face was red, and she raised her hands to her cheeks, thinking to herself, how can anyone reject my request? I have never even imagined that there would be a guy in this world who would reject me. Anyway, he already took a walk last night, so isn't it natural to comply as if he never went? So, what should I say to my father later? As Gung So-yi was about to leave, a voice called out to her, if you're going, go with us. Only to see two people, Cheon-gi and Unan-gi, walking towards her, radiating the light of the 10 directions of the Buddhas. The two people seemed to have stepped out of romance novels. Unan-gi stroked his smooth hair, and the surrounding scenery seemed to be tinged with pink, full of charm. Unan-gi, with a flower in his mouth, said, Nam Gung Xiaojie, I have dressed up as much as possible so as not to be embarrassed to go with you. Xiaojie, how is it? Cheon-gi beside him continued, is that because we have accidentally overdressed? Without knowing what to do, Songhua and Gung So-yi were petrified after seeing this scene. What are you doing? A little later, a servant reported to Gung Hak, So-yi Xiaojie has arrived at the east backyard. I know. Gung Hak stood on the upper floor, thinking to himself, ho ho, both of them have realized my intention. Moreover, the most beautiful time for a young man and woman is when they don't need to waste too much time. Seeing So-yi gradually walking over, Gung Hak squinted, ho ho, let me see. But he was suddenly speechless when he saw So-yi, his daughter, walking with two idiotic-looking people. Huh! So-yi. Byum Hang, after telling the servant his message, sat in the room thinking. He reached out his hand, and 3 shiny orbs emitted a huge power. The green one smelled like pine trees, the brown one smelled like mud, and the blue one smelled like lianqi. Byum Hang took a deep breath, feeling the aura emitted from the 3 orbs. He felt the power flowing, thinking in his heart, the scent is like sitting on a gazebo on lianqi. Now I have the ability to blend scents, so I have entered Tianxiang Sanzhou, have I? It seems I can create more unique scents in the future. Byum Hang waved his hand, causing the 3 orbs to disappear. For example, adding lingy grass to the 6-cornered snake. Ugh, how disgusting. The image of 2 birds appeared in Byum Hang's head. The sparrows Songhua released are 220 zhang to the east. This level is not inferior to tracking techniques or Wanli Xiang. Even within 400 zhang, I can grasp everything like a small village. Byum Hang walked around the room. As for a large town, I can sense the bustling areas and the suburbs. He went outside to admire the wonderful scenery, so I hope to sense at least the vicinity of 400 zhang. Suddenly, a voice sounded, brother, below. The 2 beggar brothers waved happily, brother, we're back. What are you doing there in a daze, Thursday din brother? Unangi said with an urging tone, don't stay in the courtyard all the time. Let's go see the rewards that the winner of the martial arts contest will receive this time. So Cheon-gi beside him happily continued, we just saw it with So-yi Jiejie. The rewards looked delicious. Looking at the 2 people, Byum Hang was speechless. These guys are walking around with So-yi, oh, what a state. Then everyone went to see the upcoming rewards. So Cheongi turned around and happily said, "Meet, we're here again." Cheongi went to the bird and continued, "My brother Biem Hang has also come, so please fly in a cool way." Myo Bingbing reminded after seeing this guy so excited, "You two beggars. Meat? What is meat?" "This is a bird." A bird with brown feathers, looking 8 or 9 parts like an eagle, was perched on a tree branch, closing its eyes as if it were sleeping. Biem Hang immediately recognized that it was a Sei Huangdiao, a type of eagle. He had only seen it in the Sichuan Tangmen and perhaps the King Kong Thua. The Sei Huangdiao suddenly woke up, revealing its jade-green eyes. It flapped its wings, causing So Cheongi outside to be delighted. It opened its eyes. It's the first time it opened its eyes. "Meat, are you crying?" "Aish, this old man." Biem Hang saw those eyes and thought, its eye color is blue. The birds I've seen all have a fiery red color. Is it a hybrid of a hybrid? He noticed that the arrangement and gloss were also different. Biem Hang saw that there was nothing special, so he said to everyone, "We've seen the meat, so let's go back." "Everyone say goodbye to the meat." So Cheongi sadly replied, "Brother, are we going back already? Then, meat, take care. I will visit you again." Biem Hang looked at the bird, thinking, it doesn't matter whether it's a soul master or not. He waved his hand, "I'm not taking this bird home to raise either." Then everyone went outside, and the scenery was already getting dark, but the two people still looked very energetic. Cheongi happily shouted, "I'm so hungry after seeing the meat. Let's quickly go eat dinner." Biem Hang looked up at the brilliant sky in front of him. The scent has been cut off in the vicinity of 400 jang? The scene was transmitted at night in a certain place. Crows were flying overhead. A person was sitting under a tree, and a drunkard approached. He looked at the person sitting under the tree and asked gruffly, "Hey, who are you? Why are you putting on a miserable look?" He slapped the head of the person sitting under the tree and scolded, "If you have money or not, take it all out here." Seeing that he didn't answer, the drunkard felt insulted. He kicked the head of the young man in a series of kicks, shouting as he hit, "You have to answer when others talk. Are you looking down on me?" The young man woke up from the pain, and the drunkard cursed again. But he realized that under that guise was a person with a grotesque face looking up at him. He says, "I don't know who I am, but I know who you are." Shouting, this guy is dragging the old drunkard, "You are my dinner today, cough." The drunkard was lifted up, trembling and saying, "Save me, save me." The monster mocked, "The world is so beautiful, the food has said it all. Food, who do you think I am?" Then this guy strangled the person in front of him. "Who am I?" Around the drunkard, tens of thousands of faces appeared, smiling in a ghostly way, repeating the words "Who am I" continuously. They echoed in his head, making him burst into tears and beg for mercy. "Why do the words keep repeating? Please stop." The monster ignored him and started gnawing on the prey in front of him. "Anyway, I'll make you taste good." Only to see blood splattering everywhere. Soon after, the drunkard was just a dried-up corpse that was thrown away. The monster opened a bottle and sighed. "I heard the daughter of the Nangong family is very beautiful. What does she taste like? She must be very delicious." The monster poured something on the corpse, causing it to evaporate. "I have to save the best for last." This guy smiled and then inadvertently shouted, "It must be delicious. I want to eat it quickly, he he he." This morning, the day of the banquet, the dining tables were decorated in the courtyard and arranged very solemnly. The guests were present and began to chat lively, raising their glasses and drinking together. Biem Hang sat alone at a table in the middle of it, sighing, "Too many people, it makes me feel terrible." He looked up at the sky and thought, "Anyway, it seems the birds have flown far away. I can't smell the fragrance anymore. I would be very happy if they flew back into range." At this time, a person appeared at the next table and asked, "First young master, are you waiting for someone?" "I am Meng Yanmeng, the chief of the Anhui branch of the Wuling Alliance. The one who came to the Tianke library before and wanted Biem Hang to join the Wuling Alliance." Biem Hang smiled meaningfully. "I'm waiting for some sparrows. But maybe they won't come," Meng Yanmeng asked suspiciously. "Sparrows?" Then he burst out laughing. "It seems the young master is very close to sparrows. Introduce us someday." Biem Hang sipped his tea leisurely. "Although I can't guarantee it. I'll try to talk to them." Meng Yanmeng laughed loudly. "Then I thank you, young master. I have something to say to you, someone I am grateful for." Biem Hang pondered. The chief is truly a man who doesn't know how to give up. Meng Yanmeng scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, have you guessed something? But in this era, The Wuling Alliance really needs talents like you, young master. Heng was a little suspicious when he heard this era? Has anything special happened? He asked. Is Jianghu in chaos? Meng Yanming said recently if we're talking about big events. There have been a few. For those in a hurry, half a year is a long time. Now that the death of Hugong has been confirmed, those who used to be timid are starting to bare their fangs. Those who had been suppressing their anger have jumped out. Disputes between sects are becoming more frequent. Among them are absurd ones like the Linglei sect. Have you heard of the Linglei sect, young master? Those people are always angry. Heng recalled the enthusiasm of those people when he was Hugong, the alliance leader. This is the most powerful explosive this time. Alliance leader, always angry. It's something I've never seen or encountered, on the contrary. Although they are explosive experts, they are gentle kids. Meng Yanming continued, but I don't know if it's because the Wudang sect has displeased them, or if they have some kind of resentment, but it seems they think that now that Hugong is gone, they have to blow up the Wudang sect, so they dug under Wudang Mountain, and buried a large amount of explosives intending to blow up the entire Wudang Mountain. But many problems have appeared. The mountain has many large rocks, digging is impossible and it has stalled, and then they continue to argue, things like I've dug this much. Why have you only dug that much? Do you want to die before Wudang? Saying I'll kill you first and then Wudang, and then saying let's all die together and let the explosives in the tunnel blow. They haven't dug much. Heng darkened his face and cursed inwardly. These crazy people are only good at talking nonsense. Meng Yanming shook his head. The mountain shook violently, so Wudang realized what was happening. Although they are always angry and confused, they must first find the people of the Linglei sect. At this time Heng spoke up and asked, where does it hurt? Meng Yanming was confused, huh? Looking up, he saw Heng's dark face reminding him, you should have some restraint. Meng Yanming scratched his head awkwardly, then I'll take my leave. I still have to meet some people. At this time Heng also happened to see two newcomers. It's So Yi, but the banquet is at its liveliest. Why does she have that expression? For some reason, through her, Heng saw the expressions of his subordinates at that time. So he couldn't help but laugh, spitting out the tea in his mouth. So Yi blushed and turned away angrily. What is it? That person didn't apologize. Why is he laughing? Let's go get some fresh air, Yang sang. Let's go. Heng secretly defended himself. I didn't mean to laugh. But somehow the dressed-up appearances of those kids appeared. He thought absent-mindedly and saw a suspicious person over there. Heng immediately opened his heavenly eye. He looked closely and realized that person was a disguise artist. An interesting guy has sneaked in, the Nangong family, and they let a disguise artist infiltrate Heavenly Dragon Peak? They're not managing tightly enough. Aren't there other guys? I hope there's only that one. Heng glanced around. The person cooking, the person pushing the cart. The old man praying. Then the person pruning the trees in the garden. That swordsman walking normally, a total of 5 people. A disguise artist hiding among the swordsmen of the Nangong family? That's absurd. What's their purpose? Are they the limitless assassination squad coming to assassinate me? Or are they targeting the Scarlet Oreo? Or are they investigating or having a secret meeting? Whatever it is, Heng stood behind that man for some time, glancing to the left, then to the right, confirming no one was watching him. Standing this close, when he turns around, it can be seen as an accidental encounter. Now you will become the 3rd sparrow. If the purpose of these guys is to assassinate the first young master of the Tianke library, then they will follow me closely, the 4th sparrow. But even when passing by, there isn't the slightest tremor, let alone a fluctuating aura. The 5th, 6th, 7th sparrows, Heng deliberately walked past all of them, thinking suspiciously, their purpose isn't me? Returning to the banquet table, Angie was chewing on a roasted chicken leg and turned his head to ask him, where did the leader go? Heng said, Kong Angie. Go call your senior brother here. So Changi, you go call Meng Yanming. The two of them received the order. Okay. After a while, the people he needed to call were all present, sitting in 2 rows in front of Heng. He smiled outwardly, raised his glass and said, it's a little boring eating alone, so I called everyone here, let's eat together. But he secretly transmitted a message. There are 5 disguise artists on the banquet grounds. The others were surprised. Disguise artists? 5 people? If that's the case, then they must have ulterior motives. Meng Yanming transmitted a message and asked, First young master, shouldn't we first capture these disguise artists? Biam-heng transmitted, It's hard to say. There are disguise artists even among the swordsmen of the Nangong family, so it's not a simple matter. Meng Yanming was confused. The Nangong family? Could it be from the Nangong family? Biam-heng frowned. No, they don't necessarily have to be, Meng Yanming asked again. Are you saying that because we don't know their purpose and who they are related to, we can't act rashly? Biam-heng smiled faintly. Well, it's also possible that nothing is happening, so there's no need to take it too seriously. And at this time he sensed that one sparrow had left the banquet grounds. So he transmitted a message to everyone. One has just gone out. I plan to catch him and proceed after finding out the whole picture through him. And everyone else should keep watch on one of the remaining ones inside. Don't get too close or show any attitude. Even if one of them leaves, don't chase after them. Just ignore them. The others nodded while tearing at their chicken legs. Understood. The scene shifts to a crowded street. An old man with a cane walked through the crowd, still very prominent in the eyes of a master. He looked old and frail, walking with difficulty. But as soon as he passed by, he instantly turned into a tall, burly man with a fierce face. So Yi and her maid were at a tea house not far away, talking to each other. That's right, sister. I couldn't believe that he laughed as soon as he saw me, really, just thinking about yesterday. The other person returned to his room and lifted his cloak. Then he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. And at this time, Biam-heng was outside the door, staring at him through the crack in the door. He slowly raised 2 fingers. Then quickly used them to pry the door open. The man heard the movement and turned his head vigilantly. Then he jumped up and stepped back, asking, Who are you? After seeing Biam-heng, he turned pale and recognized him. You, the first young master of the Tianke library? Biam-heng asked coldly. You, who are you and why are you hiding in the Nangong family? The man thought to himself, unexpectedly, the person who recognized my disguise was this white-faced scholar from the Tianke library. He provocatively said, If you're not afraid, then come on. Biam-heng replied coldly, I don't like to be long-winded. Quickly, who are you? What is your purpose? The disguise artist was a little surprised. You guys? So that means he recognized more than 2 of us. The one with super disguise. His talent is truly amazing. Now I want to know the martial arts of the first young master of the Tianke library even more than exposing my identity. Maybe his martial arts like eye technique and body technique are also amazing. He smiled coldly and said, You're very curious about me, aren't you? Biam-heng replied, You just missed your chance. I'll give you 30 moves. Then he held out his hand. This old man will only use one hand, so go all out. If you can touch my collar in 30 seconds, then I will agree to anything you want. Biam-heng sighed when he heard this. The man said smugly, Of course, I'll give you the first 3 moves. Before he finished speaking, a sharp force rushed towards him. In the small room, dust flew everywhere. Then the man was hit with a palm, his face swollen and tearful, flying far away. Biam-heng continued to give him another kick. The maid next to So Yi said in shock, Ah, sister, several people flew out of the building opposite and fell down. So Yi sighed, The Nangong family is so close. And someone dares to cause trouble? Who is it? Immediately after, the maid shouted, The first young master of the Tianke library. It's that person. I don't know what the other person did, but he was beaten badly. Biam-heng dragged him out in front of the surprised people around him. Then, without letting the other person breathe, he grabbed his collar and dragged him away. Using the speed of light, he jumped several times, moving on the roof. So Yi was sitting inside, shocked beyond words. After a while, in another fresh place, the disguise artist was kneeling on both knees, cowering and saying, So, I am Guan, an elder of the Hidden Shadow Gate. The disguise was actually at the request of the Nangong family head to evaluate the promising juniors. Biam-heng asked again, The Hidden Shadow Gate, at the request of the Nangong family head? Guan asked happily, Does your excellency know the Hidden Shadow Gate? Biam-heng recalled, I remember hearing So Hyangek say, Is that so? So compared to their disguise skills, their martial arts are super terrible, so I broke the game for the kids? At this time, Guan shouted again, In short, it's all true, there's no conspiracy at all, your excellency must believe me. Biam-heng awkwardly reached out, I believe you. But I'm just asking this, although I've found 5 of you, how many people are actually mixed in? Go-on asked with a swollen face. We only have 4 people, maybe you mistook one person. Byung-hang was stunned when he heard this, realizing something. Go-on shouted again, Hick, why are you looking at me with that expression? I'm at this point, why would I lie? If you're suspicious, you can come back to the Nangong family with me. He fearfully covered his face, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any movement, so he peeked his eyes to see. He found that there was no one in front of him, looking around in confusion. Where did he go? With the speed of a super-speed train. Byung-hang flew to stand on a large tree. He closed his eyes and spread his strength. Then let it cover the entire Nangong family. Quickly confirming that the number of people remaining in the Nangong family was 3. Where did the other one go? South. The last disappearance was at the Longshan Pavilion in the south. If he was an elder of the Hidden Shadow Gate, he should be in the north like Go-on. An unknown disguise artist. Fortunately, he escaped so easily. But sooner or later we'll meet again, then I'll let you know your luck has ended. Back to this side, Nam Gung-hak stood above and announced, at the banquet, a competition for you has been prepared, which is to find the disguise artist. The search for the disguise artist will be conducted in 4 days, including today. The people who assist in this disguise distinction competition are the elders of the Hidden Shadow Gate. This competition, in addition to simple assessment, is also a meaningful time for each of you. Remember that our expectations are also very high. Now if you have anything you want to ask, ask. At this time, a person raised his hand. May I ask how many people from the Hidden Shadow Gate are participating? Nam Gung-hak said in a deep voice, I cannot answer that question for you. The reason, I believe you can guess. There was another question, is the level of disguise the same from the first day to the last day? Nam Gung-hak said, not the same, today is the first day, the level is extremely high. Tomorrow is high level, and the 4th and final day is the lowest level, so the level of disguise will decrease in order each day for 4 days. The young people began to discuss, then the comparison will be clearer. But finding it sooner is more honorable, if it's late, it will become a stain. Nam Gung-hak smiled inwardly above, ho these guys, if I said that the elders of the Hidden Shadow Gate have already started mingling, they would be very surprised. He clapped his hands and continued, come on, there's something I haven't told you, everyone will be quite surprised after hearing it, which is... Just at this moment, a subordinate rushed in anxiously, family head. Nam Gung-hak frowned suspiciously, Fei Lu Jian, to be so rude as to interrupt me, what exactly is the matter? Fei Lu Jian arrived and whispered in his ear. The old man frowned. What? The first young master of the Tianke Library has found all the elders of the Hidden Shadow Gate? That afternoon, an angry shout rang out, family head, why did you do that? Why didn't you tell the first young master of the Tianke Library beforehand? Even if you only told the first young master the key words, he wouldn't have stood up, and I wouldn't have been in such danger. At least you should have told me that the martial arts realm of the Tianke Library's first young master is higher than the information we received, Goa shouted angrily and wept. If I knew his level, I wouldn't have provoked him and would have told him the inside story as soon as we met, then I wouldn't have been blown away, wouldn't I? Nam Gung-hak's head buzzed and he held out his hand. Elder is right, I was not thoughtful. Go-on was still not relieved. Moreover, do you think only I was blown away? Look at my teeth. At this time, Nam Gung-hak couldn't bear it anymore and coughed a few times. Go-on calmed down and retreated. Oh heavens, what reckless things have I done to the Nam Gung family head? At this time, Nam Gung-hak said with cold eyes, more than that. Elder, don't you have anything else to say? In my opinion, it seems like there is. Go-on looked elsewhere guiltily at this time. Haha, I seem to be done with that. He sighed inwardly. Could it be that wordless pressure is telling me to keep babbling? Nam Gung-hak stroked his chin at this time, his face serious. So I understand, he recalled. It was the second time. Jian Ling was also beaten by the first young master of the Tianke Library. But when he explained about the first young master, there was no resentment at all. And this Go-on is similar. What exactly is it? Could it be that he bewitches others? If so, then I must be bewitched too, because I intended to have him marry So Yi. At this time, Go-on said in surprise, Ah, family head, I remember now. Nam Gung-hak held out his hand and said, just say it directly. Go-on frowned. The first young master of the Tianke Library said some strange things. He asked how many people were mixed in, and then said that he found 5 people, so I said that the first young master must have been mistaken, as soon as he heard that. He disappeared right in front of me. If our hidden shadow gate hadn't received a request, who would dare to disguise in the Nangong family? Nam Gunhak's face turned cold after hearing this, and he slammed the table. What did you say? Go on blankly, huh? Then his face turned pale as he realized, could it be? Everyone has realized the truth that the Nangong family was infiltrated by outsiders at the Feng Wang assembly, after hearing Zhui Engi say the whole situation. Immediately, he ordered a thorough internal inspection to find the outsiders, but it was difficult to catch the tail of the suspicious outsiders. That fact has made the family heads of the 10 great families and the leaders confused. Some believe that the reputation of the 10 great families is shaken, and some admire the first young master of the Tianke library. Some others try their best to criticize the Tianke library. Mo Rungjin stood silently in a corner, then couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration, ignoring the others arguing loudly in the room. Around that time, Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son returned, after talking with the family head. And that day, Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son left the Nangong family. The son said again. Mook Young asked about the situation. How is it now? Mo Rungjin lay on the bed and replied, there's no chaos. Everyone is dissatisfied with Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son, some support him. Mook Young calmly continued. Is that so? Which side are you on? Aren't you also dissatisfied because the protagonist of Tian Long Feng isn't you but Biem Hang? Mo Rungjin of the Mo Rung family sat up and retorted, are you joking? I'm hearing this from you. How could I dare compare myself to Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son? Mook Young of Lan Hoa Shuyuan continued to leisurely wipe leaves, listening to Mo Rungjin pour out his feelings, seeing Jiam Chiak Xianxing, Hang Ma Tam Heap, Wu Shan Xuan Xiong as subordinates. Just today's events are already outstanding. Moreover, his residence is in the eastern backyard, you understand, right? Mo Rungjin lay down again. But those shameless fools don't know gratitude, saying things like he's whimsical, or because he's a genius with no manners, or because he's treated specially by the Nangong family so he's arrogant and leaves. Just hearing it makes me annoyed. Besides, do you know what annoys me more? Mook Young replied, of course I know. You've told me several times already. Mo Rungjin recalled and wanted to cry out in frustration. That's right. I couldn't meet the eldest son at Long Tiange. Even at today's banquet I didn't get to greet him. Tonight I was so happy to be with him and be able to talk comfortably. But he disappeared. What is this, in the end? Mook Young smiled lightly and replied, but Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son is very different from the geniuses of Lan Hoa Shuyuan. Mo Rungjin was poked and felt a bit sad. Are you mocking me now? Mook Young also said, yes, that's right. So the sound of Mook Young's laughter mixed with Mo Rungjin's shouting could be heard from outside. That bastard. Outside, night had fallen, and so you paced around worriedly. What on earth is father thinking? Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son left, and he just let him go like that. Could it be because he saw something that the Nangong family didn't, so he sent him away? But that's ridiculous. Although I want to meet father, he seems busy so I can't. I have to ask elder brother. As she said that, so you went to find her brother, she pushed the door open and shouted, elder brother. The room was empty, and the lights weren't even lit. So you went inside and looked around, thinking, he's not at the training ground, nor is he in his room? Elder brother must know something. Unable to find him, she sighed and decided, then I have no choice. She was determined to find someone to ask. So you went to find her father, she politely said, Father, I have some questions. Nam Gunhak was reading letters and said in. So you softly asked, why didn't you keep Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son today? This daughter is curious about the reason. Nam Gunhak forcefully threw the book he was reading onto the table and said, So ye also replied, yes, father. He said, go outside. This startled her and she asked, yes? Nam Gunhak frowned again and looked at her, saying, out. So you was frightened and replied, yes. So she opened the door and went outside, then closed it, leaving Nam Gunhak in the study. Nam Gunhak sighed and thought, this lovely child, everything depends on you, Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son. At Long Tiange, Biem Hang secretly observed. That guy's scent disappeared for the last time at Long Tiange. If I take this place as the center, it's easier to determine the exit. It's a place he's been to, so there's a high probability he went through the surrounding areas. Today, that guy wasn't just simply scouting, whether it was something important or just a game, That guy wasn't afraid and was very confident in his disguise skills. Amusement makes people fascinated, so of course they'll naturally loosen their guard. Hang's beggar gang members announced one after another that they were going out and coming back. Hang cheerfully replied, go and come back. Someone sitting on the other side shyly raised his hand and asked, Hey, where are you all going? Shouldn't I follow too? Remembering his conversation with Nangong Lao Jia, Hang said, The thing we need to find isn't difficult, even if I don't know which face he'll change into. I can recognize his aura. Nam Gunghak also replied, In that case, it's better for the eldest son to be outside, but if you need to contact this family urgently. You need someone. I'll send someone who can both handle communication and help with errands, and that person is Nam Gungyun of the Nandong family. Hang looked at the bewildered young man and thought, This Nam Gunghak, is he really using his son, the future heir, as a carrier pigeon? Hang smiled a bit awkwardly and said, It's not a task that requires Nam Gung brother to move around. The beggar gang has gone to meet some vagrants to gather information. They'll be back soon. Nam Gungyun was a bit shocked. Vagrants? Hang said, After midnight, we'll go around this area, so you should rest first. Nam Gungyun replied, I understand. After a while, Hang returned to his room and sat down to cultivate. Hang took a deep breath. Cultivating this much is enough. Suddenly, footsteps approached his room from outside. Hang focused on the direction of the footsteps. That person slowly pulled the door open. In the darkness, that person's eyes also focused on Hang. Hang also seriously met the person's gaze. That person slowly stepped out further. Then Hang called out, Songhua startling her, Eek yes, young master. Hang also softened and said, I'm sorry, I haven't been able to say this before, today is the last time, don't peek at night anymore. Songhua sadly replied, Yes. Hang looked at her dejected appearance and thought, originally, it was because of Hang that she developed bad habits. What hardships did that child endure and couldn't sleep on time? Is that an unsatisfactory reply? Hang cleared his throat to remind her, don't just listen casually. Although it's also for your young master, in reality this isn't a good thing. Hang's voice also changed slightly and said, I also need my own private space, I'm also a healthy man, because of you. In short, do you understand? If it's like this tomorrow or the day after, then return to the main family for me. Songhua happily smiled when she heard him say that and replied, Yes, young master. Then she happily ran back to her room. Hang looked at her and blamed her in his heart, this little brat. Hang closed the door, thought for a moment. The 2 sparrows released earlier and the 4 elders of the hidden shadow gate have severed ties with Tianxiang. The remaining one is the 5th disguiser. Then Hang turned and opened the window. He thought, the wind is so cool. Putting one foot on the windowsill, the later it gets, the fewer people there are, so the scent is clearer, his Tianxiang will be even stronger. To catch his traces, nighttime is the best time, he thought, and then used Qigong to go outside. Suddenly there was a call, eldest son. On the high floor, Nam Gungyun also jumped down. Hang called out, Nam Gung brother. Nam Gungyun landed on the same roof and said, Let's go together. Hang said, Good, you follow me? Nam Gungyun replied with an extremely reliable expression, Okay. Hang thought, I have to adjust my speed so this kid doesn't fall behind. After a while, Hang asked, Nam Gung brother, are you okay? Nam Gungyun was out of breath, but tried to reply, I'm okay, I'm fine. Hang helplessly thought, should I say he's pathetic or admirable? Where did his momentum from just now go? TCH, this is also a good experience to know his own limits. After thinking, Hang sped up, running and saying, It's good that you're okay, then let's go a little faster. Nam Gungyun wanted to pant, okay then. On the other side, in an empty room, a person opened the door and went in. It was a woman. Inside there was also a man sitting with his knees bent. Gui Siling propped her hand and asked, What are you doing? Gui Wuling replied, It's just I'm trembling. Gui Siling went in a bit and asked, Have you eaten? Wuling replied, Yes, I ate a lot, I ate too. Siling asked again, Then why is it like this? Gui Wuling's trembling voice replied, I keep thinking about Tianhua Shuku's eldest son. Siling sat down and replied, Oh my God, you've met him? Gui Wuling trembled even more as he remembered, Today I went to meet him, But he also saw me, he spared me, it's surprising, and he came close to me. I don't want to be near him, but I can't escape, it's scary, I almost trembled, I didn't want to pass by but I passed by. If I turned around or pretended to know, I would definitely lose my life. No, I should have disappeared completely. Besides me, there are many disguises, there are 4 of them, thanks to them I survived. If I was alone I would have become a target, and this life would have been gone. Xiling also said, lucky you, but why did you break into there? Wu Ling said, I just wanted to visit, I wanted to meet the daughter of the Nangong family head, I have to eat, so I wanted to meet her first. But I don't remember, I don't see that face, why? He became increasingly insane and shouted, it's because of Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son Biem Hang. Is that so? Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son. So he has such an appearance, Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son. No, it's just a similar imitation, because he's scary so I can't see everything, he's a scary person, maybe if you meet him you'll be surprised. Xiling comforted him, hang in there aren't many days left. Gailing Zhu is coming soon, Yom Fuin will also be here soon. Wu Ling agreed, that's right, Yom Fuin is coming soon, Yom Fuin is very bland. Xiling held a bottle of burning water and laughed, try to endure until then, the world is about to be shocked. Wu Ling replied, I know, because Hugong is no longer here. Without him I feel much lighter. Even though he said that, Wu Ling still hugged his head and said, but why am I so scared? Ah, I know. It's because of Tian Kwa Daigong Zi. If I eat him I won't be scared anymore, I have to see that look filled with fear, the distorted expression passing away, then he'll become withered and thin. It's so anticipated, I'll laugh in front of him, hee hee hee. Xiling took a sip of water and commented, cool. After that, even though they went around until dawn, they still couldn't find any traces of him. At noon, Mong Yang Mong and Zhuyan Gi, both Jianling also came. They also didn't find any valuable information. Biem Hang thought, today I have to go further. Nam Gunyan ran over and asked, are you planning to go out now? I plan to go early today, I'll expand the range further. Nam Gunyan landed on the roof and said, then I'll go too. Biem Hang asked, how is Nam Gung brother's rest? Your complexion is a bit. Nam Gunyan smiled vibrantly and said, haha, I'm very healthy. Biem Hang looked at Nam Gunyan's face and worried, this kid. I thought that because he consumed too much internal energy, and was overworked, his face would be haggard. From a young age, he was completely different from So Yi, his expression was always serious, his personality was calm and orderly. Even so, it seems that he has let go now. Biem Hang also agreed and said then let's go. Hearing go was like an injection of chicken blood, Nam Gunyan excitedly ran over, okay, he was also happier in his heart, that's right, I have to smile like that. Continuing to run around, Nam Gunyan assessed himself, compared to yesterday, today is more relaxed, if we talk about internal energy, in the era of young Jianghu. I'm proud to say that I'm not inferior to anyone. But after what happened last night, it's true that I've naturally become more humble. I let the eldest son see that unsightly appearance, so now my body and mind have become more relaxed. The reason father told me to follow the eldest son must have been hoping that I would try to collapse like this and let go of the burden. Escaping from his own thoughts, Nam Gunyan noticed that the person in front of him was gone. Looking back, he saw the person was behind him. Nam Gunyan wondered, why did the eldest son stop? Nam Gunyan stopped to breathe and heard Biem Hang mutter, bone-dissolving powder. Nam Gunyan asked, bone-dissolving powder, why are you suddenly mentioning bone-dissolving powder? Before he could finish speaking, Biem Hang flew away, leaving the sentence, let's go. Someone asked, did you smell that smell? Another person replied, it seems to be coming from behind the small road. This time, it could be seen that Biem Hang was very anxious, he used so much strength that he broke the roof tiles. The passers-by said, that's right, just smelling the sour smell makes your nose bleed. I know this guy, but have you seen that thing? There's only a piece of clothing from that axe-wielding guy. What do you mean? The axe suddenly disappeared. The closer they got, the more disgusting the smell, and the scene that met their eyes wasn't very beautiful, making Nam Gunyan take a step back. Biem Hang examined it and assessed. Is this desperation or carelessness? Or both? Nam Gunyan wondered in his heart, how did the eldest son know the smell of bone-dissolving powder, from such a distance? Hang thought for a moment. It's definitely that guy's behavior. If he wanted to erase the traces, he just needed to spread bone-dissolving powder, and then cover it with dirt. But he didn't do that. His confidence is that no one will see him, just like that guy who wandered in the Nangong family. Whether it's him or not, tonight I'll have to focus on examining this area. Hang turned around and said to Namgung brother, taking this place as the center. Let's split up and go around to see. Namgung replied, okay. In the evening, an unpleasant voice sounded again, old woman. Wu Ling grinned eerily and said, old woman, I haven't had dinner yet, because today I want to eat something special. The old woman knelt on the ground, trembling and begging. Please, 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 please spare me. Hearing the old woman beg, it still swayed back and forth and said loudly, just thinking about the spoon scooping porridge makes me think of something chewy. But it's always bland things, and then you came, my porridge has come, do you understand what I'm saying? It mimicked the old woman's crying and begging appearance. You, please, please go, please save me. Gui Wu Ling grabbed the old woman, I'm going to eat really delicious. In the meantime, the sword slowly left the sheath. Wu Ling stuck out his drooling tongue and wide mouth and said, thank you for the meal. Then it also felt something. Wu Ling immediately turned to the back with murderous intent, holding the weapon in his hand and waving it out. There was a loud clang sound. It managed to block a sword in time. Gui Wu Ling's smile grew wider, It shouted, you found me? You've come to find me? Tian Kwa Shuku's eldest son. Hang also replied, let's say hello. The old woman escaped a disaster by a hair's breadth but was still very frightened. Namgung whispered to the old woman, please rest assured, I'll take you out of this place. So Hang hugged the old woman and flew away with Qingdong, leaving one person and one ghost facing off. Namgung thought in his heart, even though he's the eldest son, is he okay alone? Hang and Wu Ling were still fighting each other, to the point where sparks flew from the collision. Then the power of both sides created an explosion, sending both flying. Wu Ling stabilized himself and asked, I knew if it was you, you would come here, but how did you find me? Hang also answered him, although I said let's say hello, but it seems like you know me, so now you just need to introduce yourself. The ghost hugged his head again, his voice changed again, that look. He went crazy again, panting and shouting, it's scary, you bastard. Why are you so calm in the end? He jumped up and swung his weapon, continuously attacking and shouting, why aren't you nervous or scared when you see me? You're so scary, it's like I'm nobody. Hang thought to himself, of course, to me, you're just a monkey imitating madness clumsily. On the outside, he smiled lightly and replied to the ghost, disappointed, huh? Wu Ling still swung his weapon wildly and shouted, too scary, I have to quickly eat you. Hang assessed him, these kinds of guys aren't the leaders. They're just controlled people. I was hoping this would end with this guy, but I probably have to see the person behind him. Wu Ling shouted, I have to see the look of your collapse. Hang noticed Namgung coming back. After the victim was taken to safety, Hang turned serious and said, how long? Are you going to keep nagging? Now. Hang flew closer, taking an offensive stance. Seeing this, Gui Wu Ling immediately launched two of his weapons. Meanwhile, he took out another item and launched it into the sky. They were sharp, spiked balls. These balls could also explode, throwing shrapnel and propelling the two golden wheels towards Hang as hidden weapons. Everything rained down on Hang. Namgung shouted in fear, young master. Meanwhile, Hang was able to easily dodge them. Wu Ling said in fear, man. You dodged all of that. Return, golden wheels. Both golden wheels turned back at his command. Hang was also flying towards him, moving even faster. Then, he spun around, successfully reversing the direction of the golden wheels, avoiding injury. Gui Wu Ling caught the golden wheels, his face grim. He was afraid in his heart. This kind of movement. I've never seen it before. He dodged them. He dodged 12 wheels and 36 hidden weapons of mine. I can't see him. Hang stood there laughing and asked, is that all you've got? Come on, show me everything you've got. After showing his superior level, Hang began to raise his hand in provocation. Come on, show me everything you've got. Gui Wu Ling looked at him with some fear, unconsciously taking a few steps back. But it seemed like he wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. He stubbornly launched his sharp weapons towards him. Fine, I'll make you regret it. Byung-Hang looked at the incoming weapons and praised, he's not bad. He used the power of his divine eyes, recognizing that except for two, the rest were illusions. So he rushed towards him at lightning speed, blowing away all the incoming weapons. Quite elaborate. If I hadn't reached the 4th star, it would have been difficult to recognize them. Seeing his attacks being easily seen through, Gui Willing thought in fear, dangerous. Still dangerous. I must take his life immediately. He yanked his hand back, causing the 2 weapons to fly back towards Byung-Hang. He turned and swung his sword to block the first weapon. As for the second weapon, he quickly caught it with his bare hand. Byung-Hang forcefully swung his sword high. He pierced the second weapon to prevent it from creating more illusions. The weapon wriggled for a moment. Then it fell silent under his sword. Gui Willing saw this scene and exclaimed in horror, "That's right, that's how it is." He pointed at him, his voice trembling, "I knew it would be like this. Just as I thought. If I had shown familiarity at the Namgung family, I would probably be dead already. I would definitely die." Byung-Hang pulled out his sword. His 2 weapons had been neutralized. So now this ghost was like a fish on a chopping board. He was so scared that he turned tail and ran. But how could he escape Byung-Hang's clutches? He darted forward, easily catching up to him. He swung his sword and severed Gui Willing's leg. Then he spun his sword, gripped it tightly, and prepared a posture that looked cool but was tiring. He launched his sword straight towards the unfortunate Gui Willing, causing him to be pinned forcefully to the tree. Gui Willing spat out fresh blood, unable to react at all. Then he slowly approached him. Byung-Hang looked up at him and interrogated, "Now, tell me." Gui Willing looked at the sword pinned to his body, his heart filled with fear and despair. "I knew it would be like this. I shouldn't have come out. But I wanted to see. I wanted to feel once again the feeling I felt from this young master. Why did I choose this in the end? It's as if I was being led." Gui Willing said weakly, "Heh, even in this situation, your expression remains so calm, huh?" Suddenly, he acupunctured 10 points on the man's body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He realized that the blood on his leg had stopped flowing, and then wondered why he was stopping the bleeding for him. Gui Willing suddenly felt that his body was not right. He felt a strange energy in his body. His face turned pale. He felt like his body was sinking. He didn't know what was wrong with his body. "What am I going to endure?" Byung-Hang looked at him without changing his expression and said, "You can choose. If you answer quickly with sincerity, you can die quickly. If you stall, I'll leave you to live longer. Understand?" He asked him his name, and he replied that it was Gui Willing. Byung-Hang frowned and asked again, "Name?" Gui Willing looked at him weakly and replied, "I just said it. Why are you asking again?" "Ah. Right, I have a name too." He lowered his head. "No one asked, so I forgot. I was curious when someone would ask." He said his name. "It's Bang Yujium," he added, "but it's all useless because everyone will die in the end." Hearing this, Byung-Hang wondered, "Everyone will die? They said that? Yoem Furin has arrived, and the great army. Everyone at Tianlongfeng will die, so if you don't run away, young master, you will die too." "No, there's still one left." Gui Willing smiled dangerously. "One of you." Byung-Hang looked at him and thought, asking his real name seems to have stimulated his emotions. So I understand now. I thought he came to cause trouble for a reason. But he said there would be a massacre at Tianlongfeng? That's an exaggeration. But who is this Yoem Furin he suddenly mentioned, and what about the great army? The phrase "one of you" means there's a traitor within Tianlongfeng? Byung-Hang reached out and searched Gui Willing's body. "What you said is quite interesting." Byung-Hang took out the vial of poison he had used on a corpse he had killed before. "What you said might be a lie, but hearing the details isn't a bad thing," he said to him. "Because it's interesting, let's speed things up." He looked at the vial and shuddered. "How cruel! Are you going to use my bone-dissolving powder to decompose my bones?" "No," Byung-Hang pointed and replied. Suddenly blood spurts burst out. The blue power slowly escaped his body through the wounds. "I have an easier way." Gui Willing's scream echoed through the heavens, "When I was torn open. Then his entire body was just a pile of goo. Byung-hang ran through the forest at full speed, while Gung-yun followed slowly. He walked in thought, formerly the wife of the Shimen family head, Seo Mun-ju, and also the mysterious Yaogi of the Bloodine Valley. I don't know if Seo Mun-ju knew about it before marrying her, or if he found out after the marriage. While the Xianin Valley secretly swallowed the Shimen family. The plan was disrupted because of the Tianhua book treasury, which angered Eom Furin. That rage was transferred to Tianlongfeng, where even the name of the Tianhua book treasury's young master was added to the guest list. It doesn't matter that he caused one of the 10 great families, the Shimen family, to collapse. Now I understand the problem is the Great Army. What is the scale of the army, where did they come from, and what is their level? Because Wu Ling doesn't know those things. He talked about Eom Furin, Gui Lingzhu, the 4 seasons 1 spirit to the 4 seasons 4 spirits, the 12 noble killers. It seems he really didn't write about the Great Army. Now that I think about it, it seems he said, one of you. Byung-hang thought even deeper, one could be a family, or it could be a single person. So what should I do now? But if they knew the truth that everyone at Tianlongfeng would die by a great army, would they possibly act differently alone? I must find out if there are any suspicious actions within the Namgung family. After a while, he flew to the town. There's no more time. Tianlongga is nearby, and there are no traces of pursuit, so he should be fine on his own. Then he said goodbye to Gun-yun, disappearing into the void. Namgung brother, I'm leaving first. Seeing this scene, Gun-yun was extremely surprised. Huh? Ha ha ha. Where did he go? Byung-hang evaporated without a trace, leaving Gun-yun stunned in place. He blamed himself. I can only be a hindrance to the young master, let alone help him. What am I even doing? Gun-yun trembled all over, clenching his fists in determination. No! Gun-yun patted his cheeks. I've been following the young master for the past few days, and I've increased my strength considerably. He rushed off, thinking, don't be discouraged. This isn't me. After taking a few steps, Gun-yun suddenly slipped, and fell from above, hitting from place to place. Then he lay sprawled on the ground, not understanding what happened. He tiredly looked up at the sky, remembering that scene. When Byung-hang was fighting the ghost, his eyes were truly deadly. He thought, if the person who faced Gui Willing wasn't the young master but me, I would definitely have been torn to pieces. But then Gun-yun was afraid of the scene of the ghost being turned into a pile of goo. At that time, he trembled in fear, looking at Byung-hang's creation. That scene was truly terrifying, making Gun-yun only stand behind the rock, not daring to approach. Gun-yun grabbed his shoulders. I kind of know why Gui Willing was afraid of the young master. He gritted his teeth. What is the Jianghu I know until now? I'm thinking that I know the Jianghu well. But am I wrong? He thought, if the young master was an enemy, what would it feel like to face the young master as an enemy? The light in the dark night shone brightly, if the night wind was cool last night. Gun-yun lay on the ground looking at the sky and sighed. Currently at the Namgung family, Byung-hang has returned. Xianji immediately came out to greet him. Young master, you're back so late? He continued, I couldn't sleep and had to wait for you until midnight, causing my skin to wrinkle. Byung-hang stepped forward and asked, did you find anything? Xianji also honestly replied, no, I didn't investigate anything, but there's one special point. Last night, the Bairi family left. Time shifted to near dawn. Inside the cave dwelling of the Namgung family, Byung-hang told Gung-hak everything. Gung-hak tilted his head and calculated, the evil heavenly one, the Bloodine Valley, a great army, Eom Furin, power spirit lord, and there's also a hidden traitor. It's extremely complicated, and the meaning of each word and sentence is quite broad, so it's not easy to arrange. Gung-hak turned to ask Byung-hang, is the traitor the one who left earlier or later? He honestly replied, I'm not sure yet, but... He then asked, are there any suspicious actions within Tianlong? Feng? Xianji next to him replied, if it's a suspicious matter then there is one. Last night, the Bairi family left. It should be last night. That crazy man Baekri Jinpeng or Baekri Jin Sang suddenly caused trouble with Mo Yong-jin for ignoring him, and even drew his sword, which stunned everyone. At that time, the two exchanged blows, but it's undeniable that the skill of the young man Mo Yong-jin is also worth watching because he countered the sword with his bare hands several times. Baek Ri-jin's sword was in his hand before he knew it. It's not for nothing that young master is considered one of the strongest candidates in this Tianlong Feng. In short, the Bai Ri family used that as an excuse to leave. Not fighting and admitting they are deaf, it's also easier to search. Byung-Hang smiled after listening and thought, I'm having a hard time distinguishing which one is better. Even if they understand 100 times that they should compromise and avoid making a fuss, they can't possibly see leaving Tianlong Feng as unproblematic. The Bai Ri family knew they would be involved in this matter, so they temporarily ran away before it happened, but you can't escape my grasp. He casually said, so that means the traitor is the Bai Ri family? Gung-hak put his hand on his chest and asked, what should I do? Byung-Hang immediately replied, the first thing to do is to capture the Bai Ri family head to get more information that is missing. Send the armed forces team to the west, which is the direction they are moving. If they use carriages, they shouldn't be far away, so the time when they stayed in the drawing room last night will be even closer. To prevent the case that the Bai Ri family head has gone far using light body, you must ask the Yaowang sect in the west for help. Except for the Yaowang sect, other forces or sects cannot bear the Bai Ri family head, so it is not necessary. Gung-hak felt that these words of Byung-Hang were very accurate about the sects and forces, as if he knew them like the back of his hand, but Gung-hak pointed out the key point, which is that it is really difficult to expect their help. He continued, even though our family has a good relationship with the Yaowang sect will not interfere in the affairs of the Jianghu, maintaining a neutral position. Byung-Hang replied, you don't have to worry about that. He smiled and said, I have a small relationship with them that will help. Byung-Hang turned to Xiunji and said, I also have something that I need most of the master's help with. Xiunji smiled and replied, anything. Byung-Hang said, help me investigate the Great Army. It may be that Gui Wuling misunderstood, but anyway, we must be ready to welcome the Great Army. Xiunji replied happily after listening. Leave it to me. I will go to every corner of Anhui. The Great Army is probably only about 100 people. Byung-Hang didn't think so. He said, most of the master, the Great Army may also have another meaning, so you need to be vigilant with the observation limit of the number of people. Whether it is many or few. It may be a type of explosive like the Jintianlei that can destroy many people at once. It could also be poisonous arrows shot like rain. It could also be Yin Qi covering the sky like the man Tian Huayu of the Tang sect, so you must consider all possibilities. Xiunji said happily, understood, what else can I do? Byung-Hang turned to Gung-hak and said finally, there is something I need to ask the family head for help with. Please speak. I need to clarify all the connections and direct line of Xiao Moon-ju, who was previously the Shi-men family head. This must be thoroughly understood, including the relatives of Xiao Moon-ju and the family of his wife. Moreover, the person who is leading the Shi-men family now is Elder Xiao Moonbang, so if you send an invitation letter to him, he may help. Gung-hak nodded, I understand. But in his heart he was surging, truly surprising. Although the young master still maintains etiquette when speaking, the situation now is no different than giving instructions to me. Those instructions are all clear, making people nod and unable to refute. Gung-hak said his last doubt, does the young master have a separate plan? He did not hide anything and replied, I plan to go meet them. Light shone down on the earth, the scene of the morning sky looked so beautiful. Nam Gun-yun sat on the roof, welcoming the fresh, cool breeze. He looked into the distance, thinking about the young master. The scene returned to that night when he was following Byung-Hang moving in the forest. Then suddenly Byung-Hang disappeared into the void. At that time, he saw a person disappear without a trace and didn't know what to say. Gun-yun thought to himself, last night, maybe the young master consumed more power because of the fight, but on the way back, he didn't seem tired at all. Even though he had a great battle with that ghost, it seems that I am still a burden to the young master. Gun-yun was lost in thought when suddenly a voice rang out behind him, Nam Gun-yun, causing him to startle and exclaim, "Eh!" Gun-yun turned back and replied, "Ah, young master." Seeing this scene, Byung-Hang smiled and said, "Nam-gung brother, what are you thinking about that you are so panicked? It seems you are flirting on the roof and met a girl passing by here." "Ha." Gung-yun shook his head, "That's not possible." Seeing his face like that, Byung-Hang thought to himself, this kid's shock from last night hasn't worn off yet. He doesn't look like the last time at all. Seeing that this kid was a bit sad, Hang turned to encourage him. Nam Gung brother. You worked hard today. You did very well. That's why don't be sad anymore. I want to be sad when I see you. Gung was touched and turned away, saying, Ahem, I didn't do anything. Seeing that, Hang was relieved. He continued, also, today you should just go back and rest. Come at noon tomorrow. It's better to take a bath and change clothes first. Gung Yun heard that he wanted to remind him to come back. He said awkwardly, I'm fine, I'll wait here, that's not it. Seeing that this guy misunderstood his meaning, Hang coughed and explained, Ahem, I have to rest a little too. I'm going to rest very comfortably. Gung Yun understood, so that's how the young master speaks in this roundabout way. He smiled and said, Haha, then I'll come back. When Gung Yun returned, there was a group of subordinates to greet him. Greetings, young master. Gung So-yi saw her brother return and ran out quickly. Big brother, you woke up so early. Yes, Gung So-yi replied, I woke up early today. But where did you go? Gung Yun looks a little scruffy. She asked. Gung Yun denied, I just went to blow the wind a little bit. Seeing his senior apprentice brother had been out for so long, Gong So-yi cheerfully asked, Did Huaying meet Tianhua Siku de Gongzi? Before she could finish her sentence, Gong Yun brushed past her and entered the house. So-yi, feeling ignored, thought, can this be? Why don't even father and eldest brother listen to me? Somewhere else, a person was respectfully pouring tea, saying, This is tea that our sect is very proud of, only used for special occasions. The guest didn't hesitate and picked up the cup to drink. He smacked his lips and praised, as expected of Yawang men. It's fragrant. Even just a sip invigorates the qi and clears the mind. This person was Baek Rishurjia's family head, Baek Rijong. Yangwang men's vice sect leader, Yongwan, replied, Haha, you flatter me, you flatter me. Baek Rijong said, Old man, I hate flattery and empty praise. But Baek Rijong, what brings you here in the middle of the night without prior notice? Isn't the Tianlong Feng happening right now? What exactly happened at Tianlong Feng? Haze, Baek Rijong sighed wearily. It's embarrassing to say, but leaving during the Tianlong Feng is all because this old man's son is not talented enough. This time at Tianlong Feng, there's a special section, disguise. It's another competition. You fight, and among the younger generation, whoever finds the disguises the fastest wins. But before the announcement, my son had already found all the Yining men elders in disguise. When my son said that, Tianhua Shiku de Gongzi suddenly yelled at my son, How could you find them before the announcement? Isn't it obvious that the old fogey from Baek Rishurjia gave his son clues? To win glory? There were objections. Yongwan asked, puzzled, You said Tianhua Shiku de Gongzi? What kind of place is that? Even kids who haven't cleaned their noses before entering the Jianghu wouldn't be so tactless. Baek Rijong continued, The problem is that it didn't stop there. Some other families also took advantage of the situation. Eventually, the relationships between the parties became strained. How could I stay at Tianlong Feng in that situation? Although Namgung Jia's family had personally came to meet me and asked me to stay, I had already decided to leave. Yongwan sighed, This is unexpected. He looked gloomy and said, It's all the fault of this old, useless man. My virtue is lacking, so I have to endure this. Yongwan forced a response, Family head, don't say that. Baek Rijong shamelessly lied. He thought to himself, This should be enough to explain the Tianlong Feng incident later. Baek Rijong said, No, it's all my fault. A voice said. The more I listen and look, the more I think you're an idiot. Baek Rijong was shocked. He looked at Yongwan and thought, Did I hear wrong? No, he didn't hear wrong. Yongwan gritted his teeth and said, You bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, Baek Rijong lunged forward, startling Yongwan. He grabbed Yonghua Yuan's neck and said, Vice Sect Leader doesn't seem to agree with what I said. There was a knife in his hand. Hearing the commotion, Yonghua Zhang rushed in, Vice Sect Leader. Baek Rijong held the knife to Yonghua Yuan's neck and threatened, Even so, to prove what I said, I need Yawang men's help. Baek Rishurjia's elder grabbed Yonghua Yuan's neck, pulled him back, and asked, Vice Sect Leader doesn't seem to believe what I said. Because Vice Sect Leader wasn't at Tianlong Feng, he doesn't trust me enough and misunderstands. Hua Zhang ran in and shouted, Vice Sect Leader. Baek Rishurjia's elder raised the knife to Yonghua Yuan's neck, smiled sinisterly, and said, So, to prove what I said, I need Yawang men's help. While threatening him, he suddenly noticed, Why is my hand like this? As soon as he noticed his hand, his heart pounded. Baekri Shurjia's elder painfully vomited blood. Yongwan rubbed his neck and looked at Baekri Shurjia's elder. This morning, someone from Namgung Shurjia sent a letter saying Baekri Shurjia is an accomplice in a conspiracy. Is that true? The poisoned Baekri Shurjia elder asked with difficulty. Namgung Shurjia's words, you just believe them? Yongwan shook his head and said, I don't believe them, so I thought I'd ignore it. Baekri Shurjia's elder asked, but then why? Wan continued, however, the person who wrote the letter is Tianhua Shirku de Gongzi. He's a benefactor of our sect. Hearing this, Baekri Shurjia's elder wondered, Tianhua Shirku de Gongzi is a benefactor of Yaowang men. Furthermore, how does he know that I'm colluding with the Blood Lord Yao Ji? Then Wan walked behind him and said, Family head needs to correct one thing. What's with saying that everyone is on de Gongzi's side? That's ridiculous. I almost laughed. De Gongzi isn't someone who cares about such trivial matters. Defending? You need to know before you speak. Then Wan turned to Wajong and asked, Head of External Affairs, what's the situation outside? Wajong clasped his hands and replied, Yes, I have neutralized Baekri Shurjia's entire army as you instructed. Wan said, Good job. Now send a letter to Namgung Shurjia so we can hand them over. Also, during the escort process, investigate and clarify everything you can. This is de Gongzi's request. The intensity of the interrogation is allowed to be at the highest level. Wajong accepted the order. Understood. Baekri Shurjia's elder gritted his teeth in hatred. Tianhua Shirku de Gongzi. On the other side, as the sun went down, Biam Hang and Namgung arrived at an old, dilapidated house. Namgung looked at the structure of the house and thought, it's creepy. What business does de Gongzi have in a place like this? Could it be? While he was thinking, Biam Hang spoke up, Namgung Xiong, you should go back now. He asked, puzzled, Remembering what Namgung Hak had said earlier, it seems de Gongzi intends to meet them, he thought. Father said that de Gongzi intends to meet the enemy. If that's the case, I can't go back. Thinking this, he put his hand on his chest and said, I'll go in with you too. If Gongzi told me to come along, there's no reason he would tell me to go back. Why would Gongzi tell me to go back? He guessed, in the worst-case scenario, de Gongzi might need me to go back to this place to prepare for death. So, I must stay. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he repeated, I'll go with you too. He worriedly looked at Biam Hang's expression. Biam Hang just sighed. Regaining his cold gaze, he turned away and said, Depart now. Hearing this, Namgung's face fell and he dejectedly left. Biam Hang watched his departing figure and thought, these days, these kids seem to live emotionally. Or is that kid special? I let him here alone because I was afraid of danger, so I told him to go back. Why is he crying? But what exactly is he thinking that he's crying? After thinking, Biam Hang looked up at the sky. He saw that the sun had already set. So, how should I send the invitation? Then Biam Hang summoned 2 rings. He launched the 2 rings, which then hit the sword. The 2 rings and the sword created constant friction, so the sound was extremely grating. He thought, this much sound is enough. Thinking this, Biam Hang launched the 2 rings. The 2 rings were launched straight into the air. He thought, it's a good thing it's night with the moonlight. I don't know what will happen. People saw the 2 rings and exclaimed, Wow, look over there. Isn't that a dragon? It is a dragon, isn't it? 2 of them. The sound is terrifying. Dragons? So, it would be great if the army came. Ah, what's that sound? Look over there. Is that a dragon? It would be great if I met the army first. At this time, the sound was getting louder, and people began to panic. Mother, hurry inside. Don't go out. Close all the doors so you can't see. I heard a sound like that the other night. Something unusual is definitely going to happen again. Elsewhere, there was a sound echoing. He was all alone. Yoan Furin leaned on the chair and asked, Alone? She thought to herself, what is he thinking? Isn't he afraid? Or is he arrogant with just that much strength? Gailing Jiu reported yes. Gui Sha has confirmed that he's sitting alone in an abandoned inn. Then they checked over 400 walls, including around the inn, but didn't find any helpers or traps. She looked away unhappily, thinking. Remembering his image, Yoan Furin thought, the opponent is Tianhua Shirku's genius. I don't know how outstanding his abilities are, but what's certain is that he's both a strategist and a tactician. My husband and son were trapped by his smile and strategically calm demeanor. Moreover, he not only blindly trusts in the power of Tianhua Shirku but also thoroughly draws on the help around him. But now he's alone? There must be some hidden trick that others can't grasp. Even if I don't know what it is, I have to face the premise that he wouldn't enter a losing battle. Thinking this, Yoem Furen asked, "Does he know anything about the army?" Gailing Jiao immediately replied, "Impossible. I have completely restricted information to Gui Wu Ling." Suddenly, there was a sound coming from that big jar. "Then the method is," Yoem Furen said, "Dao Chong Shangren?" Dao Chong Shangren turned around and smiled sinisterly. "Luckily, Yao Ji. I was worried that you might abandon the easy path and turn back." As he spoke, he rummaged through something inside his clothes. He took out a bottle and threw it to Yoem Furen, saying, "Here, take it." She took the bottle and said, "Thank you." She turned around and said, "Gui Er Ling and Gui San Ling, Gui Si Ling, the three of you must go and come back." Gui Si Ling, he might say unexpected things, so first, probe his intentions. However, if there's nothing special, deal with him immediately. Gui Si Ling smiled and replied, "Understood." Yoem Furen continued, "His cunning is indescribable, so the longer it takes, the harder it will be to deal with. Before a variable appears, use this to end it." Saying this, she handed the bottle she had been holding to Gui Si Ling, who accepted the bottle and obeyed. "Your subordinate understands." Then Yoem Furen's face showed an extremely disgusted expression, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Absolutely do not kill him. You must capture him alive, and then cut off his arms and legs. I don't intend to meet that Degongzi with all his limbs intact, so when you bring him to me, only his head and body should remain. That Degongzi made my son like that. After that, take him to that place." The three of them replied, "Understood." She thought to herself, "I'll let him know that cutting off his limbs is just the beginning." In that house, Biam Heng was sitting under the moonlight, thinking. The reconnaissance was 2 shirts ago. It's later than I thought. Did it take so long to confirm that there was no one with him, and no traps and report back? But more than that, why is he alone? This should confuse them more. As a result, we must also strike accurately. It's highly likely that they'll come to that conclusion. So I came alone. And that accurate method, if the army could sweep through Tianlong Feng, that would be great. If not, there will be no Namgung Shijia of tomorrow, and there will be no Tianlong Feng of tomorrow. While thinking, he noticed something. He thought, "They're here. There are 3 of them." Suddenly, a faint mist wafted through the stairs inside the house. Gui Siling entered and asked, "Hey, am I a little late?" "Sorry to keep you waiting." Biam Heng's heart was pounding for some reason. "What is this?" She smiled evilly and introduced herself. "I'm Gui Siling. I'm very happy to meet someone like you. Let's chat for a bit, okay?" During this time, Heng was still wondering, why suddenly is my heart pounding so hard? This fragrance. His heart suddenly had a strange feeling. She introduced herself as Gui Siling. Gui Siling smiled and wanted to talk to him. The two sat at the table. Biam Heng was the first to speak. He said, "It seems that Xianzhu Yaoji is busy." In his heart, he kept thinking, warm and gentle, but enchanting. A strange fragrance I've never smelled anywhere. "Huh!" The enchanting Gui Siling replied, "Are you disappointed that I came?" "Sorry. I came because I was curious. But it seems like it was the right decision to come. I was surprised that you look more dashing than I thought." He looked at her, thinking, although I've reached Tianxiang, so I shouldn't be affected by fragrances. But the fact that I'm being affected now is very strange. Could it be because it's a fragrance I don't know? I have to investigate. Biam Heng said seriously to Gui Siling, "You don't use fragrance at all, do you?" "Fragrance?" Gui Siling seemed not to understand. She pretended and replied, "Darling, are you thinking that since I'm a woman, I would naturally use fragrance?" "Wrong," she said firmly. Jianghu people don't use fragrance. On the contrary, they need to hide their body odor. "Oh, is that so?" Biam Heng crossed his arms. "Am I, the former William Mengzhu, supposed to not know the psychology of Jianghu people? If she said that, then it doesn't seem to be body odor." He looked at her with a somber gaze. "If it's not body odor, then where is it coming from?" Gui Ling sighed and said, "Darling, you're more naive than you look. I guess even geniuses aren't perfect." Since she was beating around the bush, Hang couldn't wait any longer and got to the point. "Seeing how you're talking, Xianzhu Yaoji must have words to convey to me." "Right. That's right," she smiled. "Yom Furin told me to convey to you that Yom Furin doesn't want to fight with Darling. It seems she changed her mind after losing Gui Wuling. What impressed Furin was that you appeared alone. She's afraid that there will be a huge pit waiting for her like the Shimin Jia incident." Hearing this, Hang snorted and said, "How interesting. Is that all? Ha ha ha, well then." Gui Ling let out a strange laugh. "Too bad, that's all." At this time, he also realized that the fragrance was coming from over there. "Where is over there?" "Everyone knows." Gui Ling continued, "Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yom Furin also sent a gift to Darling. You'll probably like it when you see it." "A gift from Xuezhu Yaoji?" She pulled out a long, slender bottle from somewhere. "Here, Darling, take it." Hang realized that this was the army. If this fragrance is the army, can it spread through the air? Before he could finish speaking, Gui Ling accidentally, oh dear, dropped the long, slender bottle. A pink gas emanated from the broken bottle and spread throughout the room. The light emitted a dazzling pink color, and Hang was surprised, thinking, fragrance? Gui Ling happily said to him, "Oh dear, I slipped. It's a gift, but it broke. What should I do?" Hang looked at her, speechless. What kind of behavior is this? Suddenly, there were strange things grabbing at Hang's hands from under the table. He realized they were tiny bugs gnawing at his flesh. He looked around, seeing only black spots rushing towards him. The bottle didn't contain fragrance, but bugs? After a while, Gui Ling looked at Hang and chuckled. "What's wrong, darling? Are you okay?" "Ha, it doesn't seem like it, does it?" Hang's body was covered in bugs. He trembled and said, "What exactly are these bugs?" She raised her hand, and there were bugs crawling all over it. "The army that will sweep through Tianlong Feng, the Feng Richong. They're small and fast, so it's hard to notice, right?" Gui Ling stood up and continued, "Within half a day, the nerves in the areas where you're bitten will be paralyzed and feel soft instantly. Darling is bitten all over. So how do you feel now?" Seeing that he didn't answer, she continued, "Oh well, even if there are more people, it won't make a difference." She leaned close to Hang's face and whispered, "Darling, tell me how you feel now." "Darling will have to have his limbs cut off." "That's what Yom Furin said. Only his body will be left, and he'll be brought back. Maybe he'll live a long life. I've even thought about throwing you into a pigsty and rolling around in the mud." Hang weakly replied, "Let me ask one thing. I've never heard of Feng Richong. Where do they come from, and how could you have them?" Gui Ling said wearily. "You still want to learn at this point? As expected of a genius." She patiently explained. "Outside, we have people who are knowledgeable about insects, so I heard a rough explanation. Diang Chong emits a fragrance that attracts prey, which is the Feng Richong. So, no matter how far away the Feng Richong are, they will be lured here." Hang understood in his heart. "I understand why I felt nervous because of the fragrance, why my heart was pounding, and why, even though I'm like this, my mind is still clear. Feng Richong are the food of Diang Chong, and I absorbed the inner core of Diang Chong, so that's why I'm reacting like this. Just biting them will cause the power of San Yi to explode even more and spread throughout the meridians. If I absorb all the Feng Richong they have, then..." Hang suddenly smiled evilly. Gui Ling next to him asked, "Darling, why are you smiling? Haven't you resigned yourself to fate?" "Gui Ling," Hang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, she replied, "Huh?" She didn't know what he was planning. Hang said happily, "You're so kind, because my limbs are still intact." "Oh dear, what should I do?" "Darling, could it be that you were secretly paying attention? I thought you were pretending not to know to be safe." She continued, "Okay, don't worry. I'll chop them off without hurting you." "How can I not hurt you?" "Let's see. Isn't it just chopping accurately?" "I don't know how. But I'll just say it, okay?" Hang's sword suddenly moved. Taking advantage of her inattention, 2 slashes flashed past. "Ha ha ha, how can I do it well?" Suddenly, she realized something. She looked up at Hang. "Huh! Seeing that he had been holding his sword since when, Biam Heng said in a deep voice, "Then I'll let you know." As soon as he finished speaking, Gui Ling's hands were severed. She looked at her hands on the ground in disbelief. Ah! The Feng Ri Chong on Biam Heng disappeared. He mocked, "Does it hurt? Smile again. See?" Fresh blood was now spurting from the severed arms. She now felt the pain and screamed in horror. Ah! Suddenly, there was a person in the sky holding a bow. He fired 3 arrows towards the house. The arrows had tremendous power, shattering the roof of the house. Biam Heng saw the arrows rushing towards him. He grabbed the struggling Gui Ling on the ground, and raised her in front of him to shield the arrows rushing down, which caused Gui Ling to be struck by the arrows, causing her to spew fresh blood from her mouth. The arrows were no longer flying. Biam Heng looked up at the ceiling, where a blinding light was shooting straight down at him. Without hesitation, Biam Heng abandoned the 4 spirits' demonic corpse. He waved his hand, creating a seal like ink. A man wielding a sword charged down, but Biam Heng easily blocked him with the Qiankuan Great Shift. The sword was stuck in this power, and couldn't be pulled out. The sword-wielding man gritted his teeth. The sword wouldn't move, and suddenly, Biam Heng's hand appeared out of nowhere. Such a miraculous technique, I've never seen or heard of it, the man thought vaguely, and a hand touched his shoulder. He was pushed backward, causing him to lose his weapon. Biam Heng pressed his advantage, reaching out again. This time, he grabbed the man's collar and charged forward, his hand creating something red-hot. The man saw the hand rushing towards him and could only exclaim in horror. But suddenly, arrows from the sky rained down on the battlefield. The sword-wielding man luckily escaped Biam Heng and quickly retreated. Looking at this fighting style, he thought to himself, attack at the right moment. Heavenly fragrance was applied earlier, and he would become a sparrow flying back to its nest. To achieve that, he had to create a gap for them. Then, Biam Heng turned and ran, that troublesome guy. The sword-wielding man breathed heavily, watching Biam Heng's departing back, his mind filled with thoughts. If the second spirit's archers hadn't aimed accurately, I would have. Facing him now would be suicide. I must quickly leave here. Just as he was about to leave, a weak voice came from the ground, "Third spirit." The 4 spirits' demonic corpse, covered in blood, said, "Kill me." The 3rd spirit demonic corpse turned back in horror. There's no time to listen to her last wish. At this moment, in the forest, there were very fast whistling sounds, as if something was rushing by at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The bow-wielding demonic corpse, the 2nd spirit demonic corpse, was running at an incredible speed, thinking, why doesn't the wind heat bug work on this guy? I must quickly leave this place and go to Lord Yaoji. He even threw away his bow to help him run faster. Hurry, hurry. The 2nd spirit demonic corpse glanced back. Luckily, I can no longer sense his aura. Maybe he went to catch the 3rd spirit demonic corpse. Hopefully. Just as he finished thinking, a sword pierced through the 2nd spirit demonic corpse's neck. He felt the pain, but it was too late. His eyes widened in horror. Cuck, what's happening? After killing the 2nd spirit demonic corpse, Biam Heng pondered, the sparrow is moving? Lead the way to the Blood Lord Yaoji and the Great One, Biam Heng said. The 2nd spirit demonic corpse wheezed. Sparrow. 3rd spirit. Now inside a windy cave. The 3rd spirit demonic corpse was circulating internal energy. Sweat poured down his face. He frowned, thinking, my judgment was completely wrong. He's not someone we can deal with. As soon as I recover my true energy, I must leave immediately. Biam Heng suddenly arrived at the entrance of the cave where the 3rd spirit demonic corpse was healing. The 3rd spirit demonic corpse was covered in sweat, looking extremely disheveled. Biam Heng suddenly appeared behind him and asked, what are you doing? Startling him. Then, he coughed repeatedly. Biam Heng thought disdainfully, this guy, startled and his chi cultivation failed? The 3rd spirit demonic corpse warily looked at Biam Heng. When did he arrive? No, he was right next to me, and I didn't even notice. If I can't escape him, then what was the point of running like crazy all this time? Biam Heng secretly assessed him. You look quite exhausted. I'm tired too. I thought you were leading me to the Blood Lord Yaoji. Why are you cultivating here? If I had known, I would have used acupressure instead of heavenly fragrance. He asked in a deep voice, are you planning to protect the Blood Lord Yaoji? The third spirit demonic corpse said with difficulty, not at all. Byung-Hang wondered doubtfully, not planning to protect the Blood Lord Yaoji? Then why did you come here? The third spirit demonic corpse said weakly before that. I'll tell the truth, but first, promise me that you'll kill me painlessly. Byung-Hang, seeing that he was being sensible, agreed, okay. The third spirit demonic corpse looked at the person in front of him. The Tianxia Shuku's young master in front of me is the one who single-handedly destroyed the Blood Cave. It's not because he is powerful, but because he doesn't want anyone to face danger, so he plans to end it alone before that. It's the will of someone who wants to protect others. Moreover, for those who have reached this level, they can't die as they please. The words I'm about to say will definitely cause anger. If that's the case, I'm afraid I won't be able to die immediately. After receiving the promise, the third spirit demonic corpse trembled and said, Yaoji, or Yoam Furin, has arrived at the Namgung family. After we capture you, we will lead them there. Byung-Hang asked him, how long ago? The third spirit demonic corpse didn't dare to look up and replied, about 1 shurchen, no, longer than that. We arrived late. He thought to himself, and maybe they'll be there soon. Only then did he dare to glance up. He saw Byung-Hang's extremely cold face. He frowned. Too late? Even if I go all out, it will take more than 1 shurchen to return. On the other hand, the wind heat bugs have swept through the heavenly dragon peak in just 1 ku. I must arrive earlier, at least in under half a shurchen. If I'm late. He was extremely worried about his people there. Byung-Hang reached into his clothes and took out something. A small red pill, carefully wrapped. Without much thought, he crushed it with his teeth. It won't be too late. Immediately, the power within Byung-Hang exploded. The third spirit demonic corpse fearfully shielded his face from the blinding light. Now, Byung-Hang was overflowing with power. Before leaving, he touched the third spirit demonic corpse's head with 2 fingers. Then, he soared away, flashing like a meteor in the sky. The third spirit demonic corpse raised his hand to his forehead. Ah, the Tianxia Shuku's young master kept his promise. He quickly lost his head, logging out of earth without experiencing the agonizing pain. Several shurchen ago, at the Namgung family, it was still late afternoon. Inside the prison, a scream rang out, along with the question, I'll ask again, Baekli Zhang, what is the Blood Cave's Grand Army? Baekli Zhang, being interrogated by Namgung Hak, painfully pleaded, please stop. I don't know anything. If I knew, why wouldn't I say it? You want me to reveal something I don't know? Grand Army. Namgung Hak signaled to Pil Ryu Geometry, continue. Another miserable scream echoed as torture was applied. Namgung Hak frowned in contemplation. It's already been 1 shurchen? He only says that he doesn't know anything about the Grand Army. The Tianxia Shuku's young master has prepared everything, but I don't know how to eat properly. I'm truly losing face. It turned out that he had asked his son earlier, why did you come back alone? Where's the young master? His son said the young master has finished preparing to meet the enemy. Impossible, Namgung Hak said sternly, Pil Ryu Geometry, from now on, chop off his fingers 1 by 1. Pil Ryu Geometry took out a knife, ready. Yes. Baekli Zhang smiled weakly, ka, so cruel. I was right to side with them, but I'm not denying that. Yaoji, not intending to say anything about the Grand Army? Things have come to this, why should I hide it? If I knew, even to protect my family. Namgung Hak sighed and said, Baekli Zhang, who are you trying to convince? Start talking again, starting with what the Grand Army looks like. Just then, Namgung Hak suddenly staggered, startling Pil Ryu Geometry, family head. Family head. Namgung Hak's eyes widened as he fell. What? I can't move my body. This is... His expression changed drastically. Is it the Grand Army? At this moment, the imprisoned Baekli Zhang smiled smugly at the 2 people falling in front of him. Haha. Namgung Hak thought, those bugs have reached Siekchil? Then the surface must be. Baekli Zhang sneered, the Grand Army is bugs? How amazing, haha. A few seconds later, the prison door was pushed open. The masked demonic spirit lord, holding a strange jar, released the bugs. He began to grope for Chui Geometry, looking at Namgung Hak lying on the ground. Then, with a few slashes, he cut off Baekli Zhang's chains. The man asked with a miserable expression, Demonic Spirit Lord, what are those bugs? The demonic spirit lord stuffed a pill into his mouth and said, "They are wind heat bugs." Baek Jong moved his hands in joy. "Great, I've recovered from the paralysis. Ha ha ha, Namgung Hak, now you're in my hands." Then, he bent down and picked up the knife that Pil Ryu Geometry had dropped. At this moment, the demonic spirit lord reminded him, "Patriarch Baek, the Namgung family head's life is not yours." Baek Jong's face darkened. "What do you mean?" The demonic spirit lord then asked, "Patriarch, do you know what the most painful feeling for a person is? If you don't, I'll let you know. Tonight will be the opening of the banquet of blood." Outside, Xianji, subdued and carried, shouted loudly, "I is dying such a big deal? Ki kill me and see." Namgung Hak was also brought to the surface, made to sit on a chair before the banquet table. Everyone who couldn't move was arranged to sit on chairs. An evil laugh mocked, "Ha ha ha, Yaoji, this is definitely a touching scene. Family head, this must be your dream." Someone couldn't help but curse him. "Baek Jong, how can you be so cruel? I never expected you to be worse than a beast. Baek Jong, even if you escape today, you won't escape the net of heaven. The Baek family alone will forever be in disgrace. Aren't you ashamed of your Baek family ancestors?" Ignoring their curses, he leisurely whistled, not hearing a word. He nonchalantly turned to Yaoji and asked, "Yaoji, I'm really looking forward to this banquet. Can you tell me how it will proceed?" Yaoji smiled faintly, "Of course. I think I'll give them a big gift." Baek Jong was curious, "Huh? A gift? What do you mean?" Yaoji said in a deep voice, "The last moments of life will never be forgotten, and must be deeply etched into the mind. Now money and treasures mean nothing to them anymore. So I was very troubled. What gift can be etched forever in their hearts? And then I suddenly remembered. Let's give that gift last, before death. Let's give them the ultimate sadness to take to the afterlife. Even if they die, that tragic memory will remain." She raised her glass and then crushed it. Then she covered her mouth and giggled, "A permanent gift, isn't that valuable? The fox whose legs are chopped off one by one, unable to die and writhing and screaming, it will crawl and struggle, then use knives to stab randomly, on the face and body, enough to not die. The father seeing that appearance will surely go crazy. Moreover, the children are also watching the appearance of their parents like that. They will be in pain and go crazy. Therefore, all they can do is not be able to do anything, just have to watch like that. The father watching the death of his daughter, the mother watching her son slowly dying, the senior brother watching the junior brother wailing miserably. Tonight is infinitely beautiful. That beautiful memory will not be forgotten even in hell. Family head, how profound is this gift, isn't it?" Baek Jong, feeling creeped out, still forced a smile and echoed, "Yes, just thinking about it." Yaoji waved her hand triumphantly. "Then, let's begin the banquet." Unexpectedly, a voice interrupted her. "Having fun alone, aren't you, you crazy woman?" Yaoji realized and opened her eyes. "Huh? So excited by yourself, you madwoman?" Niu Bingbing angrily cursed. "A madwoman who only knows how to laugh. You won't last much longer." Yaoji laughed loudly and said, "Oh my, what do you mean?" Niu Bingbing angrily shouted, "Because when the Tiangong Don chief arrives, you're finished." Yaoji gently asked, "Tiangong Don chief?" Niu Bingbing replied, "Yes, the Tiangong Don chief, Tianxia Shuka's young master." Yaoji asked with interest, "Why do you think so?" Niu Bingbing loudly cursed, "That's just how it is. Someone as ugly as you wouldn't understand." Yaoji whispered to the guard beside her, "This Niu Bingbing of Baiwa Manor, you really have a different spirit than others. I like that, so I'll let you know." She loudly and comfortably laughed and said, "That's right, as you said, Tianxia Shuka's young master is coming here." Hearing this, Niu Bingbing's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope and asked, "You said he's coming?" But quickly she despaired, "But it will take some time, because he doesn't have legs to walk with." "Ah, oh my, I forgot. He doesn't even have arms, ha ha ha. Even so, the remaining parts are intact, so he's still alive. Besides, if he comes, you'll be there to tear his limbs apart. Even if he can't fully display his martial arts, can he be safe before the invisible, microscopic bugs? The great senior brother, and the family head of the heavenly dragon, as well as the leaders, can endure it." So Cheongi didn't want to believe what she said was true, but tears still fell. Unangi also tremblingly thought, "Leader, even though our time together was short, we were like brothers through life and death, joy and sorrow. If I have to see the leader's terrible appearance. Everyone was filled with sorrow. Young master, there are still so many things I want to talk about and learn from you. Can't we be together anymore? Yaoji gleefully laughed at the pain of others, truly unexpected. Tianxia shook his young master seems to be quite a good person. Thanks to him, I get to see the more painful appearances of many people. So I can't help but feel proud. But everyone, now is not the time to worry about others. Well then, let's start the banquet. As she finished speaking, Namgung Soi was dragged up. She fearfully called out, Father. Seeing this, her father also panicked and shouted loudly. What the hell are you doing? No! It can't be! Soi! Yaoji loudly announced, Jianghu people always argue about where the number one family in the world is. Stop it immediately! Father! Father! Many people unhesitatingly mention the Namgung family. This place is also the Namgung family. I have no reason to hesitate when choosing the first gift. Now let me introduce everyone to Namgung Soi. So here I have a suggestion. No matter what family you're from, if that person is willing to raise their sword to the beautiful Namgung Soi, I will save that family. Not just the family, even the beggar gang or the martial arts alliance. I will forgive everyone involved. How about that? Namgung Hak spoke out in opposition. How can you be so cruel? Are you even human? Baek Ji-jong smiled mockingly. Right, this is truly an absurd proposal. In this place, it's an act that no one, let alone a beast, would do. But, suddenly someone spoke up, I'll do it. Samakang's face paled as he called out, Father. Sama, you didn't care and turned to Namgung Furin Yaoji and asked, You will keep that promise, right? Someone couldn't believe it and loudly berated, Patriarch Sima, what are you saying right now? Yaoji laughed loudly and said, Patriarch Sima, don't worry too much. Look at Patriarch Beckley here, hasn't he already found out? Now we are on the same boat. Patriarch Beckley laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, Patriarch Sima, welcome. The dead cannot speak, only the living have glory, isn't that so? Before that, Patriarch Sima startled and asked with a pale face, Yao Yaoji, my son. Samakang also panicked and called, Dad. Father. Father. Yaoji said nonchalantly, Don't worry. After blood flows from that arm, I will release your son. Patriarch Sima looked at his son with a pale face. He was being subdued and called out tremblingly, Father. He softly said, Yaoji, you don't need to worry in vain. Yaoji chuckled and said, Patriarch Sima, please remember that the more certain that trust is, the greater it will be. It seems there are no other heroes with the courage to stand in this position. Now one by one, everyone will witness their children bleeding and screaming in turn, Patriarch Sima. Patriarch Sima made up his mind and said, I will start from the right hand. Namgung Soi softly called, Patriarch Sima. Yaoji sighed and said, No, no. Start from the wrist, then the elbow, cutting into small pieces like that, okay? Patriarch Sima softly called out with reluctance, Soi. Just resent me. Namgung Soi silently shed tears, thinking to herself, that woman's words are true. The last moments of life are very special. I'm okay, father, mother. Because I can't forget, if I am reborn. So that my beloved children won't be sad, I still want to be the daughter of my father and mother. Namgung Soi thought it through and smiled to comfort her parents. A whistle sounded. The hand holding the sword, raised by the Sima family head, also stopped in midair. Everyone was in an uproar. What was that sound? It was getting louder. Something was coming. The old man in white softly called Yao Ji. Yao Ji's face was extremely fierce. Rumbles echoed. The wind calmed down, and the sea became still. A tornado flew from afar. Namgung Soi turned her head slightly to look back. She saw a flash of light. The two hands holding her arms were severed. A hand reached out in front of Namgung Soi. Her whole body floated up. Namgung Soi turned her head and glanced. Biam Hang held Namgung Soi in his arms and said it might be a little dizzy. Someone anxiously ordered, What are you doing? Shoot him down. A series of arrows shot out from somewhere. Namgung Soi, in Biam Hang's arms, thought to herself, So, I'm still alive. The arrows shot out crazily towards Biam Hang. Biam Hang, supporting Namgung Soi, slowly descended. Namgung Soi dazedly looked at him and softly called, Tian Kwa Shuku de Gong Zi. Biam Hang smiled gently and asked, Miss, are you alright? Namgung Soi blankly replied, Yes. Yes, I'm alright now, she couldn't help but start to cry. Byung-hae glanced slightly, wondering to himself. Has the Sima family had betrayed us? How unexpected. Or should I say, fortunately, it seems everything is safe. Anyway, the expressions are exactly the same, very strange. As if asking if it was a dream or reality, Byung-hae softly asked, Blood Lord Yao Ji, have you had your fun? Yao Ji gritted her teeth and said, Tian Kwa Shuku, how did you? So Cheonggi, sitting on the side, loudly called, Big brother, is that really you? Everyone, with tears in their eyes, emotionally cried out, the leader has arrived. I knew you would come. I was sure of it. What did I say? Tian Gong Tuanju will definitely come, did De Gong Zi. Byung-hae sighed and thought to himself, these guys say they believe, but why are they crying so miserably? Anyway, saving them is still useful. Byung-hae protected Nan Gong-soi behind him and said, Yao Ji, you have to admit that I made a mistake. Yao Ji didn't understand what he was saying and asked, what? Byung-hae continued, I should have known about her existence and dealt with her when I dealt with Seo Moon-ju. It's not like me at all, so it was indeed a mistake. Hearing this, Yao Ji became furious and trembled as she cursed, Tian Kwa Shuku, you arrogant bastard. But she still restrained herself. I can't rush out now. I already gave the Feng Richong to Gui Siling, but his limbs are still intact. Could it be that Gui Siling was killed before opening the box containing the Feng Richong? Or are the Feng Richong ineffective? I want to know for sure from his mouth whether he knows about the Feng Richong or not. But with his martial power just now, if even the Feng Richong are useless. Byung-hae chuckled to himself. Blood Lord Yao Ji is clearly thinking about something and hesitating. Byung-hae loudly said, I want to ask a question. Is that so-called army poison? What kind of poison is it? Hearing this, she smiled excitedly, thinking, he doesn't know about the Feng Richong. Great. It seems that with his outstanding martial arts, Gui Siling was killed first. Several beggar gang kids hurriedly shouted to Byung-hae, Leader, it's not poison. It's a strange kind of bug that attaches to the body. Just looking at it, there are tens of thousands of them. You can't handle it. Run away! Byung-hae smiled disdainfully, thinking to himself, these funny guys think that if I run away now, there will be a future. If I run away, who will these unstable people here worry about? But wait a moment. My feast is just beginning. That fragrance, is it from that jar? The strong fragrance of Feng Ri is in there, making me excited. Yao Ji, everything is going well. Choose the easy path quickly. If I absorb the tens of thousands of Feng Richong in that jar. Byung-hae suddenly laughed loudly, haha Yao Ji, is that so-called army you speak of just bugs? You're just like Seo Moon-ju. Yao Ji, provoked, angrily shouted, very well. Let's see how your arrogant tone changes. Dao Chong Shangren. The person next to her immediately started blowing the pipe, and insects started flying out of the huge jar. They quickly spread throughout the sky, making one's skin crawl. Seeing the released insects, the Miobingbing panicked a little and shouted in fear, no! De Gong Zi, quickly avoid them. Byung-hae calmly stood there. I will let you know who the master of the San Yi and Tian Xiang is. The bugs were crazily rushing towards Byung-hae. They were getting closer and closer. But when they touched the orb in Byung-hae's hand, the bugs shrank back in fear. Everyone present couldn't help but be astonished. Why is it so natural? Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before them. Especially Yao Ji, her face filled with disbelief. Why did he dare to come to that shabby inn alone? He will know soon enough. The bugs were swept away by the jade in Byung-hae's hand. Byung-hae slowly retracted his hand. Alone, I can still. Byung-hae smiled and looked at Yao Ji, saying, Yao Ji, with this much, it's okay for me to be arrogant, right? Byung-hae's fan Ni crazily cheered for him. Oi oi oi, our leader is too awesome. Tian Gong Tuanju is number one. De Gong Zi. Yao Ji's group was still staring blankly at everything before them, unable to believe it. What is this? De Gong Zi, my Feng Ri are all gone. Byung-hae gently controlled the jade. Everyone sniffed, smelling the fragrance that was spreading. What is this fragrance? Oi, so fragrant. My body can move again. If you're okay, quickly run to the training ground. Move. The fragrance is coming from De Gong Zi. Father, mother, are you all right? Nangong family head pondered for a while. If Tianhua Shuku de Gongzi hadn't been invited, what would the result have been? Would it have been from the time the impersonator infiltrated until now, being unaware of anything and being framed with our eyes wide open? Then he regained his senses and shouted loudly, "Seize Blood Lord Yao Ji and her accomplices." Everyone started fighting. Loyal subordinates protected Yao Ji as she left. Hey, Jungfurin, please avoid this." Saying this, he rushed up to block her path. Bailey family head, who was running away, suddenly stopped. Hang flew down from the sky, attacking directly towards Yao Ji's subordinate. He couldn't run fast enough and was kicked straight in the shoulder. His whole body fell down. Hang rushed over and grabbed Bailey family head. His face was squeezed tightly and exploded. Hang coldly called out, "Blood Lord Yao Ji! Where is the triumphant and complacent appearance from just now? Are you planning to run away?" Yao Ji fearfully retreated and coldly snorted, "Humph, Tianhua Shuku." She was driven into a corner. A cornered beast will lash out. Even if I leave, I must sever your acupoints. Hang gently caught those hairpins of hers. Yao Ji was shocked and bit her lip, thinking to herself, "He caught my silver needles." All 12 of them. Hang gently used his strength. Conversely, aiming only at the body makes it easier to catch. You can also try to catch one. Yao Ji retreated in panic. But she couldn't avoid it. Is this being stabbed into a skewer? Hang looked at the battlefield, thinking to himself, this side is finished. On the other side, Sima family head, in the midst of the chaos, wanted to take the opportunity to escape. But he was met with Nangong family head, burning with anger. He stepped forward and cleanly dealt with him with a sword. Hang, standing on the side, saw that Sima family head had already been dealt with by Nangong Hak. That's right, he intended to harm Soy. Where are you going? A loud shout attracted Hang's attention. Huh! Oh ho, truly the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Mong Yan Mong. Angrily, he was beating the old man in white. This bug, you think you specialize in bugs? So you can escape like a bug in your current form? That's right, even if it's just one person, you have to live to grasp the remnants of the Xia Huang Tian and Shuiyin Gu. Right. At this time, someone came over and called Hang, Tianhua Shuku de Gongzi. Hang turned around and was shocked by the scene before him. Ah, this is... If some of them were lost, perhaps this scene would never be seen. Right now, everyone must be surprised and tired. But if we erase these bloodstains and the sun shines down, everyone can consider it a short nightmare. And before that, I have to thank you all for being alive. After the fierce battle last night, as dawn broke, Hang and the 7 great families gathered to discuss how to resolve the situation. The Bailey family was considered a fragment of the Xianying Valley and the remnants of the Xia Huang Tian, so there would be a major purge. As for the Sima family, due to the solitary actions of the family head, they would not be blamed and it would be regarded as leniency. Afterwards, a new family head would be established under the supervision of the Martial Arts Alliance and the 7 great families, and they would embark on a path of reform. During the meeting of the 7 great families, a man with a short beard and brown eyes said, "I think we need to pay attention to the fact that this incident with the Xianying Valley occurred less than half a year after Hugong passed away. This could be a beginning, so we must work with the Martial Arts Alliance and the 9 great sects to focus all our efforts on searching for the remnants of the Xia Huang Tian." The person next to him nodded and said, "That's right. Not only that, but we have to figure out how to prevent this from happening again. We need to strengthen our relationship and become each other's shield." Gunghak rested his chin in thought. Half a year. I suddenly remember what my father, the previous family head, said to me. "The Jianghu you enjoy is peaceful," he said, "because you live in a Jianghu that Hugong pacified. But now, it seems we have all come to a new era. It is a Jianghu without Hugong, although the spirit of old Hugong has entered Hang's body." The following night, the rising stars gathered in the courtyard of the east rear courtyard. Hang answered the questions they were curious about and also expressed his gratitude. Everyone respected him immensely. Ian Gyoan appeared next to Hang, holding a jug of wine. "Ah, Yanxiong, let me pour you a drink." He watched Ian Gyoan pour him wine and sarcastically said, "Haha, anyway, Yanxiong has finally learned how to pour wine, right?" "Ha ha ha." Ian Gyoan sadly said, please forget that day. Here, Byung-hang took the wine bottle and poured it back for Ian Gyeon. He happily said, how can it be okay if only I receive? Yeoncheong, acknowledge a cup, thank you. Everyone saw this scene and rushed over, clamoring, I also want a cup, Tian Kwa Shuku de Gong Zi. Me too, Byung-cheong, me too. Haha. Byung-hang was sweating. I will pour wine for everyone. So don't worry. So he rushed to Mukyoung. I'll also offer Mukongzi a cup, haha, thank you. Byung-hang, while pouring wine for Mukyoung, whispered, Mukongzi, do you know about the food of the six-horned python and the opportunity of the Lingyi Chow? Mukyoung laughed like he had a good harvest after hearing this. Ha 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 oh. Byung-hang happily smiled, you know, right? Byung-hang expectantly said, I knew you would know. Mukyoung, with a joyful expression, replied, no, I don't know. How would I know what Byung-cheong doesn't know? I'm just laughing because there's something Byung-cheong doesn't know. But Mukyoung's expression turned serious. Thank you for asking me for help. I will do my best to find it so that I can help you, Byung-hang thought to himself after hearing this. It's not enough to just talk nicely. You must find it. Byung-hang turned to Nangong Soy and said, I'll also offer Nangong Xiaojia a cup. Oh my god, oh my god. Gyeon exclaimed. Gung-soy also shyly reached out her hand and said, wine is fine, but let's go for a walk later. Byung-hang wasn't as shy as before. He proactively replied, then can I ask you to take me for a walk that I couldn't take last time? Seeing the two being intimate, the gossipy women gathered together to tease them. What's going on, de Gongzi? It seems the rumors about being chosen as the son-in-law of the Nangong family are not wrong. Oh my god, Tai-Taya. These guys are really. On the night of the bright autumn moon, Byung-hang and Gun-soy admired the moon together. I heard you weren't planning to come to our family, I was dragged here. Ah, is that so? Gongzi is also very dignified when being dragged here, isn't he? Byung-hang happily replied, because I am a Dejang Fu, and since I'm being dragged here, I have to be confident, ha ha ha. The two of them walked and talked together. The two walked on the bridge. Gung-soy softly said, I'm just curious why Gongzi went to this extent. Byung-hang turned to look at her, thinking to himself, she's asking why I didn't want to join the Tianlong Feng and even risked my life in this matter, right? The problem is, I've never thought about the reason for that. It's just something I had to do. Even so, I still have to answer. Haha, Byung-hang said gently, it's written in the books, and besides, isn't walking tiring? Not at all, Byung-hang thought, she said it was tiring back then, haha. Gun-soy looked up at Byung-hang. Ah, right, I realized one thing I wanted to ask. The first time Gongzi came here, who are the young ladies who walked with the Gongzi? He immediately replied, a lovely young girl. But perhaps that girl has forgotten me already. Gun-soy asked a little sadly, she's already forgotten? Doesn't Gongzi regret it? Byung-hang turned to look at her and replied, it's okay, because I still remember. The eyes of the two met. Gun-soy suddenly blushed and turned away, avoiding Byung-hang's gaze. If he wasn't the shy one, then naturally she would be the shy one. Gun-soy hesitantly said. That, her hands clasped together. Thank you? I came here to say this. Under the bright moonlight, Gun-soy looked at him confidently. I'm being sincere. I'm extremely grateful to Gongzi. I will never forget it, Byung-hang smiled. I'm also very grateful that you're safe and sound, and it's okay to forget. On the contrary, I hope you will forget. The next day, Byung-hang left the Nangong family. He sat on his carriage, thinking about everything. The next morning, we left the Nangong family. The energy of Feng Ri has been integrated into the San-yi. I've already surpassed the 4th star mid-stage. It's been less than a month since I obtained the San-yi. And I've reached this level. How many years has it accelerated? I'm really lucky. I didn't expect I would have to thank Jian Ling. The higher the level, the more martial arts can be used, such as the Huangming move, or the Ding Dai move, although there is still the rolling rain needle. I used Huangming once when facing the mother of Glaci Ling that time. Now I can maintain up to 2 of them. If I use the Yuanshan Dan, I can get 3? Byung-hang imitated the ultimate move of Ding Dai. A figure shot forward. Only to see him raise his hand with 3 nails 100 times larger than normal. Suddenly, he pinned the person coming towards him to the wall with vines. He looked at his masterpiece. Oh ho, Although I can use the existing ding die to fix movements, I can also twist the energy of the Sani like a thread to become firmer. If combined with the entire formation attack, my body in this state would be torn apart. Excellent, I think it would be a good idea to ambush with stealth techniques and delay them. Byung-Hang looked at his sword. Sword intent was still far away, as it hasn't even been half a year, so there's nothing he can do. Time is a crucial factor, so he can't rush it. He'll just have to wait patiently. In the meantime, he'll look for the nutritious food sources of the six-horned python and the spirit evil herb. Just like the yang poison grows through the nutritious source of the wind heat worm, if he finds the nutritious source of those two, Axione will become even more beautiful. Kakaka. Byung-Hang felt extremely happy. If he obtained the nutritious sources of those two, breaking through to the 5-star realm would be even easier. But how is it already noon? He looked up at the clear blue sky. Yonghua beside him happily held the birdcage. Bird, chirp a little. Are you quietly cultivating? Let's name you Little Silent, Byung-Hang thought. It's already lunchtime, but the Tiangong-don are still quiet. From above, a voice rang out. Newcomers, listen carefully. The Tiangong-don must hide and then laugh, so everyone will look around and ask who it is, so Cheongi said brightly. Then we'll appear and shout something like this. You ask who we are? We are the Tiangong-don. Everyone nodded. Unangi beside him added, but unfortunately, the rookies don't have any lines, so just jump out last. New recruit of the Tiangong-don, Nam Gunyun, raised his hand to speak. In a situation where there's nowhere to hide, how should we introduce ourselves? Nyo Bingbing cheerfully replied, just shut your mouth. I'll look down on them. Look down on them. Byung-Hang heard all these words and shook his head in the carriage, feeling helpless. The kid from the banquet last night, I was worried because he said he wanted to join the Tiangong-don. But he's adapting quickly. Well, apart from studying, it will probably help him in abandoning etiquette and restraint. Everyone stopped at a luxurious inn. Byung-Hang looked at the scene inside and thought to himself, perhaps there's no special character here. He glanced over and saw an old man gaping at everyone with a look of astonishment. Byung-Hang glanced at the birdcage. Perhaps it's because of the yellow Oreo? A short while later, as everyone was eating and gathering, the old man from earlier approached and said, please forgive my intrusion. The old man introduced himself as the deputy manor lord of the Tying Manor, Unreal. Knowing he was aiming for the bird, Byung-Hang immediately said, if you want to buy the bird, I'm truly sorry, it's not for sale. So Cheongi, seeing the old man's intention, hugged the birdcage in fear. Unreal said gently, it's surprising that you recognized it immediately. Please don't be like that. Let's try to make a deal. Just name the price you want, and I'll meet it as much as possible. Byung-Hang still insisted on his words, it has meaning for me, so it can't be priced with money. Oh dear, Unreal looked disappointed. It has meaning? Although it's a pity, what can be done? Even so, let's have a greeting at least. Where do you come from? Byung-Hang took a sip of tea and replied, I am just an unknown scholar. If fate allows, we may meet again in the future. Seeing that Byung-Hang didn't seem to have any intention of selling the bird, the old man Unreal felt sad. I understand. Old man Unreal immediately left, and then a man ran over and asked, that gentleman, please wait a moment. I'm curious. What kind of bird is it that you're willing to offer such a price? Unreal didn't hide anything. That is the true yellow oriole. That's why it's worth the self-determined price. That small bird? Seeing this man's appearance, Unreal immediately reminded him, if you're planning to become greedy, I advise you to give up that idea immediately. The young man sitting next to that scholar is from the Namgung family. For a scholar to be able to call someone from the Namgung family his subordinate, it's unimaginable what his identity is. Remember well and then act, Unreal said before leaving. This man thought, the deputy manor lord of the Tying Manor has good eyes indeed, recognizing even the direct lineage symbol of the Namgung family. But with the object right in front of me, is the Namgung family or an unknown scholar even a problem? The background shifted to a bustling entertainment district, with a hazy and misty atmosphere, further enhancing the mystery and stimulation of the place. An old man with a cigar in his mouth was talking to the man from earlier. What? Got a lead? That man said happily, Sect leader, please smile. Something extremely terrifying has appeared. Oh? He suddenly became interested. That man leaned close to Seal Pio and said, Sect leader, have you heard of the yellow Oriole? Hearing the words yellow Oriole, Seal Pio still had to ask again clearly, Yellow Oriole? Suddenly Seal Pio jumped up excitedly and said, Where is it? Who has seen it? Who has it? Tell me quickly. Oh, so you know about the yellow Oriole? This man also recounted. If you ask what happened then. After hearing the situation clearly, Seal Pio immediately analyzed the Namgung family and the Bega clan. A little girl and a scholar. Moreover, the scholar is the leader. It's truly a ridiculous group. Seal Pio grinned and put out his cigar. Let's design this case in a traditional way. Thus, they immediately dispatched eagle chasers to follow Biam Hang's group. The group gathered and showed their level of sophistication. Very good, gather all the heads of the houses. Let's squeeze them dry. 8 people sat at a table discussing. Regarding their intentions, it took us about 2 days to confirm. As expected, seeing that the shopkeeper had been caught like a mouse and forced to compensate at the restaurant, that scholar had his maid compensate for the shopkeeper. He is indeed a rich man, a kind-hearted rich man who won't let anyone suffer unjustly. They will arrive at Changfeng's school tomorrow night, right? That's right. As long as they haven't passed the mountain, the horses need to rest, so they will definitely stop. The plan will be carried out at the Yunhu Inn, which has the most rooms in Changfeng. Mobilize everyone to fill all the rooms of other inns except for the Yunhu Inn, so we'll need 600. The more fires, the better. Ha 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 he he he, they were happily discussing. The name they gave to this operation is very grand, Heroes in the Fire. Intentionally cause a fire at the Yunhu Inn and create chaos. Those righteous men won't be able to ignore this situation. They will rush around like crazy to save the people in the fire, so they will definitely be extremely busy. And we will take advantage of that opportunity to steal the yellow Oriole. A purple dreamy man felt sorry, but sect leader, it would be a pity if the Yunhu Inn burned down. TCH, Seal Pio said angrily, you should think broadly. You have to let go of a shrimp to catch a lobster. What is that? It's the yellow Oriole. It can build 500 to 1,000 Yunhu Inns. The purple dreamy man turned to reason, but they're exposing such a rare and expensive bird everywhere like that. Could it be that sect leader has seen it wrong? The sect leader said definitively, I confirmed it with my own 2 eyes. Although the eye color is a bit strange, it is definitely the yellow Oriole, no mistake about it. They clamored, you've seen the corpse of the Huangdiao, right? Didn't I mention before when I was invited to Tangmen, I saw something there? They didn't expect Biam Hang to be listening to everything. From above. He smiled wryly to himself, thinking, these guys are hilarious. This Seal Pio is the same as ever, whether it was before or now. The first time I met him was when he was planning to operate at sea. Tian Tangmen. The people below were still arguing loudly, I am who I am, that's just me. You don't trust me, and so on and so forth. Biam Hang turned to Gunyan and said, no need to listen anymore. Gunyan then asked, what about the Xiao Wumen Gongzi? He sighed and replied, they said they'd burn down the inn they own. What can we do? Oh, thinking about it, that's right. More than that, let's go somewhere else now. The sky is turning towards dusk. They moved to the gambling den, a place with shimmering, illusory smoke and dust, just like before. Biam Hang went to a croupier and said, let's play dice. Biam Hang told Gunyan to get him some silver. The croupier saw him as a fat lamb. Jie Ta was extremely excited, come on, young master, come here. You're dead meat, honey. But soon, this croupier was finished because he saw that Biam Hang had won 100 times his initial silver. He won again and taunted, will it end here? The croupier cried, hoo, it will end. If you want to bet a larger amount. Young hero, try going over to the dice map over there. He followed the instructions and met 3 people sitting at a table. As soon as he arrived, they greeted him, welcome. We saw your strength earlier. It's extraordinary indeed. Young hero, dismiss the thought that rolling dice is the same as that other game. Huh! Biam Hang pretended not to know, so the old man opposite him subtly reminded him, ahaha, look, gambling is a game of the mind, and of being humble, isn't it? Seeing Biam Hang's level, Gunyan looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Isn't he the Tiangong Tuan Lord, the eldest son of Tiangua Shuku, here at the Xiao Wumen Casino to cause trouble? Biam Hang held out his hand, showing off his superb skill. I am the undefeated god of gamblers. Hearing the words undefeated god of gamblers, the three people who were excitedly playing suddenly froze. Then suddenly, the old men and fathers laughed like they'd had a good harvest. Ha 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 ha. The old man sitting opposite Biam Heng pointed at him. If you are the undefeated god of gamblers, then will playing dice also be a continuous win like the guessing game? Can't you see? Biam Heng confidently replied. At night, in a large inn, the place was quiet. A woman, neither old nor young, was sitting reading accounts, while an old man was sipping tea. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, causing her to spit out the tea she had just drunk. Team leader, you must go to the casino immediately. They've lost 10,000 taels of gold. The person was extremely hurried. Nanny? Lost 10,000 taels of gold? What are you talking about? The subordinate reported with a frightened face. They lost 10,000 taels and their lives on 10 rounds of dice. In short, you must go there now. If you delay any longer, it's feared it will be beyond salvation. The team leader was stunned. They already lost money because of that operation plan. So there's no way they can borrow another 10,000 taels here. She immediately ran straight to the casino without hesitation. Even if I have to kill him, I have to stop him. At this time, inside the casino, everyone was shouting loudly, "Won again! What round is this?" Only the three people from before, who had been so verbose, were now all slumped over. Suddenly, there was a loud voice outside, and the door was kicked open. The person said, "Lock all the doors." So the door was slammed shut, trapping everyone inside. A bag full of gold coins was thrown in front of Biam Heng. The woman wearing a majestic cloak said, "I, the one-eyed beauty, won't say much. I won't ask what tricks you used. Take the 100 taels of gold in this bag and leave quietly." Seeing that something was wrong, Biam Heng teased the woman, "One-eyed? Both eyes are fine. Moreover, you're proudly using the title beauty?" I, the one-eyed beauty, was in too much of a hurry, so I forgot. So this woman now. Put it on, leaving Biam Heng speechless. He suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you're really interesting." The one-eyed beauty smiled. "Interesting?" She said grimly, "This kid's speech is empty and lacks propriety." She ordered her little brother Jinsho to attack. "Teach him some manners." A burly man rushed forward. But with just a wave of Biam Heng's hand, he was knocked back and crashed into the wall. "Oh my God!" The one-eyed beauty broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Unable to beat him, the one-eyed beauty hurriedly told someone to open the door for me. She conjured up a pile of gold and bowed her head earnestly. "Here are 6 taels of gold. Please, Your Excellency, reduce the price for this humble one." Biam Heng told her to stand up. One-eyed beauty. "Yes, yes." He smiled friendly and said, "I'm staying at the Emperor's Inn, or pass on this message." Back home, the one-eyed woman had to kneel down again. "Master Seo Pyo interrogated me, so I lost 60,000 taels." She honestly replied, "Yes, please spare my life." Seo Pyo puffed on his pipe and said, "What's most unique is, shouldn't you be saying please kill me right now? I want to live, puff puff." "All right, live for 1,000 years. From the beginning you weren't his match." She hastily thanked him. "Many thanks, master." The one-eyed woman looked up at the sky and asked, "Could it be that you knew that person?" "No, I don't know who he is." "Yes, but master, you have Xiao Wu Men, and there's someone you don't know." "That's right," Seo Pyo replied in a completely ignorant way. He took another breath and exhaled. "But he seems to know me. I thought I was observing, but I'm also being observed." When Biam Heng was in Hugong's body, he first met Seo Pyo at Zitianmen. At this time, he had been beaten half to death by Jiam Chiakja. Jiam Chiakja asked Hugong, "What's the best thing to do? Should I kill him, or spare him?" Hugong sarcastically said beside him, "When have you ever asked when you have to kill someone? Why are you asking if you should spare him now? Why are you so kind-hearted?" Jiam Chiakja released his hand and laughed. "Haha, it's not like that. It's because when I asked Xiao Wumen to give me a reason to spare his life, he said something pretty good. He said that, as Xiao Wumen, in each province and region, the buildings he builds house and nurture abandoned children and take care of them, so he needs a lot of money and must persistently earn money ui. However, at that time, Hugong was very satisfied with that answer, so later when he met the Hao Wumen Lord, Hugong had a few words with him. and realized that he was quite the person we thought he was. Xiao Pio also told me all sorts of things, like how happy he was to be recognized by me. Thanks to that, I also learned the organizational methods of Xiao Wumen, which I had never paid attention to, even all the secrets of Xiao Wumen. It's been more than 10 years since then, huh? Before or now, it's still the same. Fate is fate. Please use this incense, it smells quite good. Even dog dung can sometimes become medicine. If you make friends with Xiao Wumen, then when needed, they can also help to some extent. Xiao Pio hesitated to drink the tea in front of him. Is there any poison? Haha, what reason do I have to poison you? Xiao Pio was still very suspicious, so he put the cup down and probed. The person who knows I'm targeting Sei Huangdiao and made the casino bankrupt is also worth hating. Right. Biam Hang also didn't want to lose and said, there's nothing to hate. The reason I came to the casino was to ask for a meeting. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if I personally came to find someone who was going to steal and told him not to do it? Xiao Pio became anxious. So what's your intention? Have me give up on capturing Huangdiao? That's right, he frankly said, even if you give up, I won't get anything. But the men lord will get a lot of things back. Xiao Pio became angry. Give up but get a lot of things back? I don't understand what you're saying. First, I'll give up my gold production line cheek. Xiao Pio's face was bulging with veins. That was originally mine. What a boast. Biam Hang offered the second condition. I will give you the Wanhuin in Chang Feng. Huh? Xiao Pio was stunned. That Wanhuin is also ours, so why are you? He suddenly realized that he almost burned down the Wanhuin. Xiao Pio smiled uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, people say you're a genius, and there's a reason for that. So I'm really being observed, aren't I? It's still too early to be surprised. Biam Hang said the third thing. I will save the men lord's life once. Huh? Xiao Pio was suspicious. That's absurd. You mean someone is targeting me? I'm going to die. How could I not know? Who is it? Just as he was moved, he suddenly felt cold. Biam Hang happily said, it's me. He continued, I don't like people touching my things. The normal case is death. Xiao Pio looked at him with contempt in his heart. Huh? But this time you'll spare me once? Xiao Pio challenged, do you believe you can kill me? Biam Hang sipped his tea and replied casually as if eating a cake special. His face was frighteningly cold. It's even easier at such a close distance. Then, for some unknown reason, Xiao Pio collapsed right in front of Biam Hang. People's voices gradually rang out, Men Lord, Xiao Wu Men Lord, wake up. Xiao Pio sat up and rubbed his head, asking, huh? What's going on? Biam Hang held a glass of water and said with a smile, Xiao Wu Men Lord, you just fainted. I saved your life. Xiao Pio sat on the ground, a little dazed, but still said, oh, so that's how it is, haha. In his heart, he wondered. He said it's as easy as eating porridge. Is this what he meant? Biam Hang asked, I still have 2 things I want to show you. Do you want to see them? Xiao Pio, dizzy all over, stood up and replied, to be honest, I'm a little scared. Xiao Pio shouted inwardly, what is it? I don't drink tea, so I won't be poisoned, and I didn't see him using hidden weapons. I was so vigilant, but I still fell for it. There are still 2 items. I don't know what tricks he'll play. Biam Hang smiled and reconciled, don't stare at me like that. Aren't I just giving you gifts? This is the 4th item. Then Biam Hang held out his hand, grasping something. Xiao Pio also looked and wondered, there's nothing in that hand. What is he holding? When Biam Hang opened his hand, there was a die. Jiuling Qiu, the divine object of Xiao Wu Men, and also Xiao Pio's, the Xiao Wu Men lords, Ling Fu. Xiao Pio couldn't believe it. This is something that can't be mentioned, like the Shaolin Temple's Lu Yu Fujiang or the beggar clan's de Gobang. This rare Ling Fu is known to very few people. How did he get it? Even if he found it when I fainted, he still took it from my treasures. Could it be that he knows this Jiuling Qiu? A question welled up in Xiao Pio's heart. How much does he know? Xiao Pio approached Biam Hang and asked him, do you know how to use the Jiuling Qiu? Remembering back then when he was Hugong, Xiao Pio came to show off. This thing is not only a divine object, but also a Ling Fu. You have to shake out the sound of the Jiuling Qiu. Biam Hang pretended to be stupid and only said, how to use it. This must be a treasure that Xiao Wumen is hiding. Could it be that if I press somewhere, there will be a knife or something shooting out? Seo Pyo breathed a sigh of relief, but still wasn't completely relieved, thinking, he doesn't know. Seo Pyo held out his trembling arm and said, it's similar to that. I can't explain it clearly. Then can I take it? It was originally mine. Byum Hang said, of course you can. Seo Pyo tremblingly took the Jioling Chio and left. Seo Pyo thought, I understand what he's trying to say. 60 taels of gold, Wan Huin, the life of the Xiao Wu Men Lord. The Jioling Chio Ling Fu is also a divine object of Xiao Wu Men. If you take my things, then I will take everything from your Xiao Wu Men. That's what he means. Seo Pyo looked up at the sky again, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like a dumbass. The Shimen Shurjia didn't collapse simply, maybe they were punished. What a pity. I shouldn't have touched it so early. I'm sure there are many people who can't see through it, and must fall into that end. Why didn't I pay attention? The direct line of the Namgung family serves the Tianhua Shuku de Gongzi, plus 2 disciples of the beggar clan following him. It seems I was blinded by the Sei Huangdiao. Seo Pyo slammed his forehead on the table and said, I'm sorry, I was very wrong. Even though it's late, I hope you'll forgive me. Byum Hang smiled lightly and said, I still have one more thing. Seo Pyo jerked up and said, that's right. He held his old heart and said, you can't give it? My heart hurts too much. I'm really scared. Byum Hang reassured him, don't worry, the last thing is very ordinary. I'll give you the opportunity to make friends with Tianhua Shuku. Seo Pyo was a little stunned and asked again to be sure, Friends? Not enemies? Hearing that, Byum Hang said, sorry to disappoint you. Seo Pyo waved his hands in panic, no, what's ordinary about that? I'm very satisfied with this gift. The gifts have been given. Byum Hang ended the conversation, very good, it's late, so you should go home. See you tomorrow. Seo Pyo stiffened and asked, see you tomorrow? Byum Hang calmly replied, we're no longer enemies, so I'll show you something else. The next morning, the people said they're here. The hero is inside. Very good, it seems they're going to Wanhu Inn as planned. Wait, someone's getting out of the carriage. Seo Pyo was so happy that tears streamed down his face, and he shouted loudly, you bastards, I've made friends with Tianhua Shuku. Hurry down here and greet them. What are you looking at? Today, I'm treating. Order whatever you want. Yesterday, I got 60,000 taels. I'm not crying, okay? This is just sweat. Scarface shouted, you think we'll believe that? I know he's a gambling prodigy and has high-level martial arts skills, he's a rising star in the Jianghu world. But how does he know about the spirit talismans? Seo Pyo retorted, so I was very surprised and heartbroken, you know? Scarface roared back, you didn't ask him why he knows about the spirit talismans? Seo Pyo said shyly, because I was too scared, my heart hurts again. Scarface continued to shout. What? How could that be? You had many chances to ask, you were in the carriage with him the whole time. Why bring it up? Seo Pyo said, hugging his head. It's because you guys didn't realize it, he's not ordinary, his eyes are terrifying. He looked at me and smiled, making me feel like an elder was looking at me. Scarface was speechless and asked, how old is the sect leader to let a young person like him run wild? Then why is Namgung Shurjia's young master following him? Seo Pyo replied, I don't know, he didn't say. So what if I knew? Scarface channeled his energy and said, if the sect leader doesn't know, then we can't let it go easily. He clearly knows the spirit talismans of the Xiao Wu Men. I have to ask clearly. Seo Pyo ran after him to stop him. Don't do that to Tianhua Shuku, you can't win against him. 2 people jumped onto the roof where Namgung Yan was sitting. Scarface inquired, does Namgung Gongzi want to talk to me? Scarface asked again, about the gambling den, how did you know it was our gambling den? Namgung Yan replied, he just walked in, so I guessed it must be the gambling den of the Xiao Wu Men. Scarface was stunned upon hearing the answer, wondering what to think. Scarface forced a smile and asked further, Gongzi, are you really a subordinate of Tianhua Shuku's young master? Your family status is higher, is there something you want to hide? Namgung Yan replied, it's just as you see, I'm following him to learn. He asked again, is Tianhua Shuku's young master's martial arts that strong? How does it compare to yours? Namgung Yan smiled and said, far exceeds mine. Scarface thought in surprise, The leader of Tianlong Peak actually says that Tianghua Shuku's young master's martial arts far surpasses his? He asked further. What happened at Tianlong Peak? I'm very curious. Namgunyan said. If he doesn't say, then I have nothing to say to you privately. How can I say it if he doesn't want me to? As time passes, you'll understand. Scarface tried to ask, can't you say a little bit? Namgunyan replied, say a little bit. If something happens to him, then the troublemaker will become the enemy of many families, including the Namgung Shurjia and the Murong Shurjia. Scarface was in a daze, thinking, is Tianghua Shuku's young master that terrifying? Scarface turned to look at Seal Pyo and said, I understand why the sect leader reacted that way now. Seal Pyo said sullenly, you don't believe the sect leader's words are like gold and jade. But you believe the words of the Namgung Shurjia, you disappoint me. About a moment later, everyone was walking slowly in the forest. Cheongi looked at the dispirited red bird and asked worriedly, is it going to be okay? In the bird's heart, it sat there making a sad cooing sound. Byung-heng looked at it acting like it was addicted and sighed, thinking, it's faking it, before arriving at Changfeng. Everyone was going to look at the horses. Cheongi and Seal Pyo were arguing about which was better, the Xiao Wu men or the beggar clan. Byung-heng was so used to it that he looked out to enjoy the sky today. Suddenly, he felt something. Byung-heng turned back to look at the two people arguing and thought, I feel like I'm being stared at. Not seeing anything, Byung-heng looked outside again. But indeed, this bird was a little strange. It kept staring at Byung-heng as if he owed it 2 billion. Suddenly, Byung-heng also quickly turned his head, startling the bird. Looking at Byung-heng's cold face, the bird gaped in fear. It then kept a straight face and slowly turned its head to the side. Then its expression completely changed. Byung-heng thought with slight disdain, look at it. Is it putting on an act because I discovered it? Byung-heng leaned closer, transmitted spiritual power to it, and said I was worried it would fly very high. Seal Pyo smiled and asked, you know the scarlet phoenix bird is a very special bird, right? Byung-heng replied, I noticed because its eyes are blue. Seal Pyo said again. Indeed you know. Cheongi kept encouraging the bird, you have to try harder, strength, speed, loud crowing. The scarlet bird was released from the cage, tied with a string to its leg. Cheongi shouted, fly away! It slowly spread its wings. With a bang, the scarlet bird shot straight into the sky with dizzying speed. Cheongi looked in confusion at the bird flying high and at the pile of string being pulled away, saying, you're tied with a string, it's very dangerous to fly far. Swish swish two sounds. The string snapped before Cheongi's bewildered eyes. The bird spoke, you fools, I'm not mute. I am Suk Huangyao. Everyone shouted, it speaks human language. Suk Huangyao flew in the air, showing off with delight, I am Suk Huangyao, I speak human language. Byung-heng sighed and muttered to himself, it's a hybrid with blue eyes, so it seems to be Suk Huangyao. It must have paired with Jiao Guandiao. But this brat has been acting for a while. Why now? All efforts are in vain. So Cheongi praised Suk Huangyao to the skies, our little silent is so amazing. Flying so well and so smart. Knowing how to speak human language, but not saying a word all this time. Just to surprise us. Niu Bingbing anxiously shouted, you idiot! This is not the time to laugh. Don't you see how strange it is? It will never come back to us now. So Cheongi tossed his flashy hair and said, you worry for nothing, sis. Little Silent and I are like brothers from the same father but different grandfathers. We cherish each other so much. Niu Bingbing helplessly said, oh really? Then try calling it over and see. So Cheongi spread his hands wide and shouted, Little Silent. Rest for a bit, and fly back to this big brother's place to rest. Come back to big brother's arms. Suk Huangyao cursed, shut your mouth, you beggar. Suk Huangyao's curse petrified So Cheongi. Niu Bingbing and U Nangi clutched their stomachs and laughed uncontrollably. So Cheongi stubbornly said, Hey, stop joking and come back to big brother. Come to this big brother. In the clear blue sky, Suk Huangyao suddenly said, Oh, everyone, wait a moment. Suk Huangyao had spotted a target, another bird. Suk Huangyao immediately dove towards it, greeting, Hey, little bro. You've got guts, daring to fly around in my territory, and even flying in front of the strong. Byung-heng was still muttering to himself, I could catch it, but it's too high and too fast, it might cause damage. TCH, no other way. So Cheongi stood beside him, constantly complaining, "Big brother, what do we do now? How do we catch it?" Byung-haeng turned and said, "Ha woman Zhu, wasn't that a beautiful scene?" Ha woman Zhu enthusiastically said, "Haha. It was so amazing, words can't describe it. The best ever." So Cheongi was shocked to hear Byung-haeng say that, "Big brother, you're not catching it? But young master, are you really giving up? What a pity! It already has an owner anyway, so it's okay to let it go." Byung-haeng said this and turned to leave. "Well, I've had my fill of watching. See you later." So Cheongi, feeling gloomy, followed Byung-haeng. Ha woman Zhu was also slightly shocked that Byung-haeng was really leaving, huh? Really leaving? He was confused, not knowing what to do, looking at Byung-haeng and regretting the loss of Suk Hwangdyao. The carriage carrying Byung-haeng was on its way back, and inside, sweet, flattering words were heard, so fragrant. It was the scent of that night. When I smelled this scent and woke up, I made up my mind, my new master is this person. The one saying these cheesy words was none other than Suk Hwangdyao. Embracing Byung-haeng with satisfaction. So Cheongi, sitting opposite him, pointed at Suk Hwangdyao and accused him, "How could you cross the bridge after dismantling the planks, playing with me like this? Just thinking about it makes me, this big brother, angry." Suk Hwangdyao scoffed disdainfully, "That idiot So Cheongi doesn't know anything." So Cheongi rebuked, "What are you saying? Are you crazy?" Suk Hwangdyao continued to boast, "The rope will absolutely not break. My master's rope is definitely incredibly strong and will continue forever." Byung-haeng thought to himself after hearing Suk Hwangdyal's words, "Oh ho." It recognized the scentless connection of Tianxiang Sanzhou from earlier? As expected of a spiritual creature. Truly a spiritual creature. Byung-haeng looked at Suk Hwangdyao and asked, "In any case, if I am your new master, then do you have a previous master? What happened to that person?" Suk Hwangdyao became serious and began to recount the past. "My previous master was Yi Dejinren. He's already dead. After he died, for a long time, I wandered around the cave in the deep mountains and secluded valleys where we used to be together. Then I met my rival, Bei Nianjicho, who was not even 80 years old. Although he looked arrogant, I decisively killed him. But things got really unlucky. I got caught in Bei Nianjicho's spiderweb. I kept shouting for help and got captured. So, I pretended not to know how to speak until now." Suk Hwangdyao proudly spread its wings, showing off its perfect story, reporting, "Great young master." "What is it?" Byung-haeng asked from inside the carriage. Nam Gungyun, sitting on the roof of the carriage, said with a pale face, "Are we really going to Tianhua Library?" Then Nam Gungyun screamed, "Because there's a cliff ahead." The others said calmly, "Ah, it's okay, so what if there's a cliff?" So Cheongi laughed slyly, "Hey, Rookie Nam, take orders." Myo Bingbing joined in, "Be really heroic, Rookie Nam." And finally, Nam Gungyun's despairing scream echoed through the green forest as the carriage fearlessly flew over the cliff. Peach blossoms gently fell, creating a peaceful scene. Nam Gungyun peeked open his eyes. Nam Gungyun looked around in amazement and found that he was fine, not shattered to pieces. At this moment, the whole Byum family came to welcome Byung-haeng. Everyone's face lit up with smiles like the sun. Byum Bamong excitedly called out, "Big brother, you're back." Byum Cheon spread his arms to welcome him. "Come here, my nephew." Seeing two new members, everyone asked curiously. First, Byum Bamong wondered, "But big brother, how did your subordinate become the great young master of the Namgung family?" Byum Cheon's eyes also lit up and asked, "This old man is too curious about that spiritual creature to bear it anymore. Is that Suk Hwangdyao? What exactly happened to you all this time? Tell me quickly." Byung-haeng smiled gently and replied, "Well, this and that happened. Everyone, let's go inside, and I'll tell you the details." Okay, everyone must be tired from the long journey. Don't stand here anymore. Let's go inside quickly. Myo Bingbing stayed behind and called out, "Big brother." Byung-haeng stopped and said, "What is it, Miss Myo? Come inside quickly." Myo Bingbing bowed and said, "I plan to temporarily leave the Tiangong troop for a period of cultivation. Thank you for everything during this time. I had a very happy time." Byung-haeng sighed softly and recalled, I see. After what happened that night at the Namgung family, she must have clearly seen her limits. The companions from the Tiangong troop stepped forward behind Miao Bingbing. So Cheung-gi, with tearful eyes, said, Sister, are you leaving? You're already strong now. How much stronger do you want to be? Then Miao Bingbing continued to laugh and tease, Now, the military position of the Tiangong troop will be mine. Shut up. That position has always been mine. Miss Miao, I have learned a lot. Byung-haeng suddenly called out the name, Bingbing. See you later. Then Byung-haeng gave a warm smile and waved goodbye to Miao Bingbing. Miao Bingbing also greeted very happily, Okay, see you later. At Tianhua Library, the quiet night descended, and a few bright stars dotted the sky. Suk Hwangyao flew in the sky with delight, Master, finally you can play with me. I'm so happy. But why are you going outside? Byung-haeng said indifferently. It's nothing special. You and I need time to understand each other. Suk Hwangyao landed and danced around, That's right. I'm also curious about you, Master. Tell me quickly. I'm ready to listen. Seeing Suk Hwangyao being too hyperactive, Byung-haeng had to scold, Sit still. Do you want me to stop being polite? Suk Hwangyao perched on Byung-haeng's shoulder, its eyes full of dissatisfaction. Byung-haeng said again, Sit in front. That's not my shoulder. Well, has the person who knows the connection been linked to me yet? Do you also know the disconnection point? Suk Hwangyao proudly patted its chest and said, Yes, of course. If it's disconnected, it will reconnect when I return. Don't you think that's because I'm very good? Byung-haeng rudely said, I'm even better. Suk Hwangyao had no choice but to be embarrassed and silent. Then it immediately regained its boastful demeanor, flying around everywhere. Byung-haeng said, You and I can know each other's disconnection point, so consider that as a signal. If you retreat to the border, and the disconnection is 7 times, you call me. If it's 7 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, oh, how interesting. Next is 5 times and 10 times. Byung-haeng asked again, What else are you good at? Tell me if there's anything I don't know. Suk Hwangyao began to recount all its achievements. I'm good at fighting. I already told you that. I killed Baini and Jicho. What else? Oh, fighting. Do you remember me fighting that black kite? Byung-haeng saw that it was boasting and not getting to the point, so he put on a devilish face to scare Suk Hwangyao. I'm not kidding. Suk Hwangyao trembled and said in a cold sweat, I can also see and hear clearly from afar. Knowing this, Byung-haeng tested it further. Good, let's see how good you are. Fly. Suk Hwangyao took off like a rocket upon hearing the order, but sweat was still pouring out abnormally. Byung-haeng secretly evaluated, it's exceeded 400 jang? The connection is broken. Looking at the lights in the sky, Byung-haeng understood that Suk Hwangyao still knew to leave a signal as he had said. Then let's see how good your eyesight and hearing are. Byung-haeng bent down, dug up some soil, and whispered, If you can hear me, guess what I'm doing now? Suk Hwangyao's voice replied. Ants. Ants. Master is now digging up soil and catching ants. Byung-haeng was very happy and praised, Oh, you can still see this ant from nearly 400 jang away? It's beyond expectations. Although you're impudent, you really are a spiritual creature. Byung-haeng looked at Suk Hwangyao, preparing to land on his hand, and judged, But is this all you're capable of? Then you better train more. Suk Hwangyao's pride was hurt. And it said, Humph. I also know how to camouflage. Camouflage. Take a good look. With that, Suk Hwangyao sank into darkness, surrounded by a hazy mist. Byung-haeng thought to himself, Oh, because of its eye-catching feathers. I thought it would be a fatal weakness. If it's this, then it's no different from having no weaknesses. Suk Hwangyao performed another talent. I can also imitate voices. And the person Suk Hwangyao chose was Un-Ong-gi, Big Brother, food. At this rate, I'm going to die. Please. Seeing this, Byung-haeng praised and flattered, Haha. I didn't expect you to have so many talents. It seems I've received a multitasking subordinate. I can reduce the training now. In his heart, Byung-haeng knew that this kind of ability also had a limit. Early the next morning, when the sky was still shimmering with golden mist, a panicked voice shouted, Big Brother! Big trouble! So Cheong-gi ran in, reporting in tears, "Little Silent is gone. It was still beside me when I went to sleep last night, but when I opened my eyes it was gone." "What exactly happened? Did it run away?" Byung Hang calmly read the documents and said, "No, search carefully. Tianhua Library is not a place where one can easily enter and leave at will." So Cheongi anxiously said, "How can you be so calm? Let's go look together, big brother. I have things to do, so I can't." So Cheongi had no choice but to cover his face and cry as he left. "That's too much." Byung Hang was speechless before the excessive behavior of the brat So Cheongi. As night fell, the joyful voice was heard again, "Big brother, I found Little Silent." Little Silent was playing hide-and-seek. So Cheongi's whole body was covered in leaves and dirt, but he couldn't hide the innocent smile on his face. In his hands, he was holding Suk Hwanggyao, who looked black and helpless. But do you know how it hid? Little Silent changed its feather color. Isn't that amazing? After handing Suk Hwanggyao to Byung Hang, So Cheongi happily ran off. "Little Silent. This time, it's my turn to hide. I'm also good at hiding, so you have to find me in time." Suk Hwanggyao said sourly from behind, "Idiot So Cheongi." Suk Hwanggyao left Byung Hang's hand, and its eyes were like a panda's. It said, "Master, it really was the most tiring day. Do I have to try this hard?" Byung Hang praised Suk Hwanggyao a lot. "It's fun to go further now. You worked hard today, as you overcame the limit in camouflage. Next time, you can maintain it longer." Suk Hwanggyao complained wearily and fearfully, "There's a next time? Master, are you perhaps targeting Hugong?" Byung Hang was excited when Suk Hwanggyao mentioned the name Hugong. But the excitement didn't last long. These words from Suk Hwanggyao directly pierced Byung Hang's little heart. "Well, my previous master also took surpassing Tianxia Di Hugong as the goal. Although, in my opinion, Hugong is a fat pig, so he looks really funny." Byung Hang could only turn black-faced upon hearing this. "Oh dear, master, what's wrong?" Byung Hang said with a cold smile, "It seems that after being with me until now, you still don't know." Suk Hwanggyao shivered and said, "What? I am Hugong." This sentence directly petrified Suk Hwanggyao, because it had just body-shamed Samsung Hugong. After processing the information, Suk Hwanggyao was shocked, and its eyes widened. "It's over. This life is finished. I am Hugong." Suk Hwanggyao was shocked because this time it was real, so it would die a cold death. Suk Hwanggyao self-soothed and patted Byung Hang's back. "No way. Master is really funny." Byung Hang didn't argue whatever. "If you want to roam this Jianghu, you need to hone your abilities more. I will let you know how dangerous this Jianghu is. If you've recovered, let's go outside. Now I'm going to throw knives, so you fly to the point where you feel safe, but absolutely do not leave that point." Suk Hwanggyao confidently flew high. How could it be dangerous in the sky? "It's impossible." Byung Hang held a dagger and announced, "I will count to 3. Suk Hwanggyao flew in the sky and confidently thought, "Master is too worried. He even told me not to move. At this height, the dagger will only be slowed down. 1, 2, 3. When he finished counting, a light flashed from the dagger, flying towards Suk Hwanggyao. It still arrogantly thought, "I can definitely avoid it with my eyes closed." But the dagger flew past its head without the slightest mercy, almost turning it into a skewered bird. After it was over, Byung Hang smiled kindly and asked, "Why are you suddenly so quiet? Are you trembling because the summer night is cold? You have to listen, and don't be so arrogant." Suk Hwanggyao only responded with a yes. In the silent night in the forest, the sound of drums suddenly echoed. Byung Hang recognized it. 5 drum beats meant a danger warning. Byung Bamong ran over in a panic. "Big brother." Byung Hang asked, "What's wrong?" "The wicked ones have appeared. They said they are from the Tiangong troop and came to see you, requesting to open the door." Byung Hang wondered. "Tiangong troop? Who are they?" Byung Bamong recounted with a pale face. "Yes, they said they are Wushan Xuanxiong. Although they use the title of heroes, no matter how you look at them, they don't have the appearance of heroes at all. I don't know how they found out and impersonated the Tiangong troop and broke in here. This younger brother is very panicked." Byung Hang, hearing this, said awkwardly, "They are my subordinates." Byung Bamong blankly said, "Yes?" When the situation stabilized, Hang sat in a private room to meet the two brothers of Wushan Xuanxiong. Wushan Xuanxiong asked, "Leader, we have arrived too late. Has the leader been well all this time?" "Yes, I'm well. Anyway, seeing that only Xuanxiong came, then something must have happened, right?" Wushan Xuanxiong replied, "That's right. Zhu Yang Gongzi has been taken hostage, and Bak Jia too." Hang's hand turned green and he cursed in his heart. What? The head of the Wuji Shabu, who had been running and hiding from the extermination corps, asked the Xiaoyao sect to mediate. The elder of the Xiaoyao sect smiled and said, "Now, coming here is enough. Let's stop the pursuit of the Wuji Shabu now." Zhu Yang covered his mouth and smiled, refusing, "That won't do. For my friends to sleep peacefully, I must exterminate the Wuji Shabu." But the Xiaoyao sect suddenly stood up to protect the Wuji Shabu like this. It seems that the head of the Xiaoyao sect has received a bribe, or is about to receive one. The elder said with a cold face, "I don't know what you are talking about. Our Xiaoyao sect only hopes that there won't be such thoughtless pursuits." At this time, Man Xianxing, standing behind, suggested, "Zhu Gongzi, what do you need so much money for? If the Xiaoyao sect has received money, then we can give more money than the Wuji Shabu." Zhu Yang laughed and fanned himself. "A good idea. What I don't lack is money. So, what does the head of the sect think about the negotiation?" However, the first negotiation was very fierce. Looking at the pile of gold that he brought, the elder said coldly, "Are you trying to bribe me with money?" Zhu Yang smiled and asked, "Is it not enough?" And during the second negotiation, with more money, "Is this much enough to satisfy the head of the sect?" The elder said coldly, "Did Zhu Gong think everything could be solved with money? What's needed to solve the problem is dialogue and understanding." Then he called out the people hiding in the shadows to surround Zhu Yang. "Call Tian Guaishuke's young master here," Wushan Xuanxiong recounted. "That's what happened." Hang raised his hand. "Wait, Xiaoyao Pai, is that the Xiaoyao Pai known as the number one sect in Shaanxi?" Wushan nodded. "Yes, it's that Xiaoyao Pai of Shaanxi." The two brothers angrily cursed, "They're lunatics. Calling kidnapping Zhu Gongzi and Man Bakjia an action stemming from dialogue and understanding? Our leader thought they were Guanyin bodhisattvas, not the Xiaoyao Pai." Hang revealed a look of interest. The Xiaoyao Pai couldn't suddenly become devout Buddhists or unite with one heart towards Buddhism. The Wuji Shabu's leader must have a bewitching treasure. The two brothers nodded in agreement. "That's right, leader. There's no other possible explanation." "Leader, what should we do now?" Hang coldly laughed. "Go there, then kill and seize the treasure." The two brothers laughed gleefully. Hang said again, "I'll go talk to the family head. We also need to prepare travel expenses, so you two should rest first." The two brothers nodded. "We understand." The next day, Manhwa filled Hang's teacup and gently said, "Gongzi, please have some tea." Hang smiled. "In a good mood, huh?" Manhwa hugged the tray happily. "Of course. To me, it's good whether Gongzi stays at Tianhua Shuku or goes out. Because I can always follow, so I'm always happy," she said. Hang faintly smiled. "Is that so? But what to do? This time, you won't be able to come along." Manhwa's whole body stiffened and turned to stone. "Huh?" Hang said, "I'm tired of carriages now, my butt is too sore." Manhwa inexplicably produced a cushion. "Then there's no problem at all, because I'll prepare a new comfortable cushion." "No, I'll run. Running might be good for my waist anyway." "So, how about I run?" She was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Hang shook his head. "You're too slow." Manhwa lowered her head and burst into tears. "Then what should I do? I'm Gongzi's shadow. I have to be by Gongzi's side." Hang replied with a smile, "From now on, don't be a shadow anymore. Become the light." Manhwa resentfully screamed loudly, "Aaa." She thought tearfully, although Gongzi said that, the real meaning is that this trip is very dangerous, so don't follow. Even though I know Gongzi's cultivation is getting higher and higher, I'm still worried. If I can't go along, I have to say that Gongzi will definitely return safely. She pursed her lips and looked at Hang gradually walking away, and hesitated. Gongzi must be safe. Then she shouted loudly again, "Gongzi, you must bring back a gift when you return. An expensive one." Hang smiled and waved his hand. "Got it." And so, everyone set off together. As Hang flew, he asked Se Huang Biak, "Do you still remember what I told you last night?" From now on, you are a non-existent being. Se Huang Biak said loudly, yes, master. The Yok Sakdon's purpose is to eliminate the entire Wuji Shabu, so unlike the Cheon Gong Don, from the beginning, there were 150 people active. But to avoid trouble and move efficiently, each time the power of the Wuji Shabu diminishes, the number of the Yok Sakdon also decreases. The number of people remaining in the Yok Sakdon is a total of 4 people. A group of people stood on top of a mountain. The sky was clear, birds flew high, and a person singing was Bapil Buljinrin. Another person cowered, holding his head in worry. The Yok Sakdon leader was captured. The Cheon Gong Don leader didn't come. He was the 8th ranked in the Green Forest, Shinpong Jeju. The girl disguised as a man was Chui Han Geometry, Seal Yang. The black-skinned man gnashed his teeth in anger. Humph, what is the Cheon Gong Don leader? Would it make a difference if he came here? He was Nang In Wang. Jiam Chiak Jia indifferently sat to the side, playing the flute. The 3 Hangma stood behind him, gnashing their teeth as they glared at Nang In Wang. It seems like a dog was barking somewhere just now. Nang In Wang coldly harumphed, sneering, who said anything? Why are you so touchy? Just mentioning the Cheon Gong Don leader, and you jump up. I'll wait for the Cheon Gong Don leader to come first. But if the plan doesn't suit me, then be prepared. The Hangma disdainfully replied, then don't wait. Just then, the wind began to rise. As the 2 people stared at each other, Seal Yang turned her head and realized, someone's coming. They turned their heads, and discovered it was none other than Biam Hang's group. Jiam Chiak Jia and the Hangma Tam Hyop wore joyful expressions. Haha, leader, it's been so long. Leader, the day has come. Biam Hang held out his hand and smiled. It's good to see everyone again like this. Looking at the bustling scene, he secretly thought, I can feel eyes observing me. The 4 on this side are the Yok Sakdon. I can't pinpoint the exact location of the 3, but it's strange. If they're from the Xiaoyao Pai, there should be 2. So who's the remaining person? Since I can't determine their location, those 3 must all have formidable cultivation. At this time, Wu Shuang stepped forward to introduce Biam Hang, leader. This is the Yok Sakdon I told you about. This side is Bupil Buljinren. Biam Hang secretly assessed him. A fool who greets people by singing. The next person introduced himself. This humble one is Shinpong Jeju, ranked 8th in the Green Forest. Biam Hang continued to assess, and another fool who reveals a ranking no one cares about. The arrogant man said with a smile, I am Nang In Wang, pleased to meet you. In Biam Hang's eyes, a person with the eyes of a wild beast but looks foolish. The slender person clasped his hands. I am Chui Han Geometry, Seal Yang. Biam Hang was surprised, and this is. He looked at those almond-shaped eyes. And those slightly parted lips. Along with those slender hands without calluses. Is a woman. At this time, Wu Shuang whispered, Chui Han Geometry, Seal Yang is a woman disguised as a man. Everyone knows she's a woman, but she believes she's hiding it perfectly. Biam Hang assessed, a fool disguised as a man that everyone knows. Man Bak Jia, this crazy guy only led me to some nobodies. However, on the surface, Biam Hang put on a business smile. Pleased to meet you. It's an honor to meet you elites of the Yok Sakdon. But we should go somewhere else to talk, don't you think? The others nodded, all right. Biam Hang could still feel the gaze following him. Then he saw it had shifted. He looked into the distance and speculated, the following gaze has disappeared. Who is that person? If they're not following me, then could they be following someone who was here before? Then who is it? He looked toward Seal Yang, who was smiling and introducing, there doesn't seem to be any customers in the wine shop over there, what do you all think of that place? Biam Hang smiled with interest and realized, so they're following that kid. That makes sense, he's still a child, far from the words elite. After entering the wine shop, they began to discuss with each other. So, Cheon Gong Don leader, I want to hear the leader's plan. Biam Hang hesitated, plan? I've never thought of such a thing. The people of the Yok Sakdon were angry. What do you mean? You came all the way here and say you have no plan? We were supposed to save Ju Gongzi and Man Bak Jia, punish the Xiaoyao Pai, and obtain the treasure of the Wuji Shabu leader, but you don't have any plan? What are you talking about? Is your genius title just empty fame? Nang In Wang angrily slammed the table. Cheongi revealed a worried expression and reminded from behind, Wild beast uncle, speak softly. You might die if you keep talking like that. Nan In Wang was angry. What did you say? Biam Hang calmly sipped his tea and said, I've been thinking quite a bit. Although the opponent isn't one of the 9 great sects, if they're called one of the 12 great sects, then isn't the Xiaoyao Pai still a sect within that? We should do what the Xiaoyao Pai wants. There's no other way. After making things clear, the matter with the Wuji Shabu should end here. I'll help Chu Yang and Man Bakjia escape, so whether you fight the Xiaoyao Pai or steal the treasure is up to you. Upon hearing this, Nan In Wang threw his head back and laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. Everyone silently watched him laugh to his heart's content. Just as I predicted, it wasn't a waste of time to wait. What about the Cheon Gong Don's thoughts? Aren't you also planning to escape together? The Cheon Gong Don followed suit. We won't look back and escape. We're so scared. In short, it's unconditional escape. That's right, unconditional, unconditional. Nan In Wang laughed heartily, ha ha ha, that's truly absurd. You shouted that you would wipe out the Xiaoyao Pai and take the head of the Wuji Shabu leader at all costs. But now you're saying this? He loudly declared, no one is allowed to go anywhere. Not the Cheon Gong Don leader, nor the Cheon Gong Don. After he finished making a fuss, Biam Heng gently placed the teacup down. It seems Nan In Wang, you're misunderstanding something. Nan In Wang asked with a sneer, me? Misunderstanding what? Biam Heng said coldly, the Cheon Gong Don is here. As long as I say one word, they will all rush up and attack you. Aren't you afraid? Are you relying on the Yoke Sak Don? If that's the case, then that's just wishful thinking. Bupil Buljinren has a close relationship with Man Bakjia, so saving Man Bak Xianxing is a priority. That definitely requires me. Shinpang Jeju is only sitting here to make money because the Green Forest Wang told him to herd cows. As for Chui Han geometry, she's just a woman disguised as a man, still far from being a true man. Seal Yang spat out water when she was called out. Was I discovered? Biam Heng coldly said, the Yoke Sak Don isn't on your side, Nan In Wang. Nan In Wang silently assessed Biam Heng. Unbelievable, this milk-smelling brat was called a genius by everyone around him and became the Cheon Gong Don leader. Who does he think he is? I'll kill him. Then he coldly placed his hand on his sword, drawing it out to take care of Biam Heng. Biam Heng leisurely drank his tea, looking at him with a smile that made him shudder slightly. Smiling? Just then, a flute blocked his sword's blade, and several other swords surrounded him. The Cheon Gong Don acted extremely quickly. Wu Xuan kicked his leg and shouted loudly, kneel down, you brat. Who do you think you're being arrogant in front of? Nan In Wang, still in shock, was coldly pressed to the ground. Biam Heng looked down at him trembling. It's truly pitiful that you shouted so loudly that you would punish the Xiaoyao Pai, even when the Cheon Gong Don couldn't do anything. However, it's not that I can't understand you. People will only stare intently at the treasure without seeing anything else. Nan In Wang fearfully lowered his head. I went too far. Biam Heng faintly smiled. All right, I'm satisfied with your attitude. Then I'll ask you something. Nan In Wang immediately obediently said, all right, I'll answer anything the leader wants to ask. Biam Heng coldly said, no, this time it seems you're misunderstanding again. It's to bury for real. He smiled at Nan In Wang's horrified expression. What? To explain a bit, in Korean, the words for ask and bury are homonyms. A little later, the ground outside had hardened. The Cheon Gong Don members holding shovels asked Biam Heng, leader, is this flat enough? No one will notice, right? Biam Heng looked at the ground behind him and gave a thumbs up in praise. Perfect. Seal Yang's face turned pale with fear. What is this behavior? Burying a living person? Bupil Buljinren then sang a farewell song. Farewell, my wild beast friend. Now there are only 3 of us left. The remaining person looked pale and thought, I have to escape. At this time, Biam Heng ordered, tomorrow I will visit the Xiaoyao Pai. Only 2 of you need to come with me. The next day, at the vast and decorated Xiaoyao Pai, Biam Heng looked up at the large gate. It's been almost 20 years. This is truly exciting, Mak Raongjia, Waraongjia. The last visit was when the previous Xiaoyao Pai leader passed away. To me, Mak Wengjia was a Jianghu senior. Back then, there weren't many people worthy of me calling a senior. But he was one of them. And the successor of Ma Kuang-jia is. Sitting in a small room, Biam-heng awkwardly hesitated and said, even I, a person who doesn't belong to the Jianghu, have heard a lot about the fame of Shangshi's #1 sect. I heard that you captured the Wuji Shaobu leader. The Zhang Menren can't imagine how happy I am. The man in front of him replied with a smile, haha, happy? What does that mean? He was the next generation Xiaoyao Pai Zhang Menren, Wu Raongjia. When I heard the report that the person I had no expectations for had become the Zhang Menren, I was a bit surprised. Because of the Wuji Shaobu incident, we met. So my mood is a bit subtle. So Biam-heng still pretended to be arrogant and said, under the Xiaoyao Pai's nose, the Wuji Shaobu leader can't escape, so to him. This place is no different from a prison. In my opinion, this situation is more practical and safer than taking his life. Wu Raongjia replied with a smile, ha ha ha, is that so? You're quite insightful despite your young age. If Man Bakjia and Zhu Gongzi were even half as insightful as you, perhaps things wouldn't have gotten so tense between the two sides. Biam-heng replied, yes, that's why I brought a gift and a request. Wu Raongjia was surprised, a gift and a request? How curious. However, before that, what do you think about taking off the mask and talking? You're not the Cheongdong leader. I believe you understand what that means. Biam-heng faintly smiled, that means I should stop acting. He began to answer seriously, as expected of the Zhang Menren. It was shallow thinking on my part. I only had one foolish thought, that even with this appearance, I should still show sincerity. Wu Raongjia continued, it's surprising to hear that Gongzi is a genius. Even your aura is so free and unrestrained. And if you're ready to talk, then let's begin. Biam-heng nodded, a sincere gift should be brought and given sooner or later. However, I hastily prepared it before that. It is Nang In Wang. He advocated for war with the Xiaoyao Pai, so it seemed he would become a danger to the Xiaoyao Pai. Therefore I killed him. Wu Raongjia faintly smiled and replied, Gongzi seems to misunderstand this sect. Gongzi is afraid that Nang In Wang will lead to the sect's rage, right? But the Xiaoyao Pai is not a place that would be affected by a trivial figure like Nang In Wang. Biam-heng appeared embarrassed. How ashamed I am. I was too shallow. Wu Raongjia said with a smile, but how can I not understand that intention? I will take it as a gift. So what do you want to request, Gongzi? Biam-heng continued, there is nothing else. I have thought a lot after hearing that the Xiaoyao sect has taken in Wuji Shaobu's chief. For a moment, I thought he was being protected by the Xiaoyao sect. Wuji Shaobu's chief suddenly became immense. I saw it as something not worth worrying about. Yet it seemed untouchable and safe. I also thought he would become a completely different person than before. After resting, I came to this conclusion: if the Xiaoyao sect's embrace is this valuable, wouldn't it be better for Tianhua Shuku to fall into that embrace as well? If so, would Tianhua Shuku also become larger and safer? I wish to request to be called under the shade of the Xiaoyao sect. Wu Raongjia laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, embrace. Gongzi, you are too kind. Therefore, Tianhua Shuku has the Xiaoyao sect, and the Xiaoyao sect has Tianhua Shuku. He sincerely held Biam-heng's hand, and Biam-heng nodded in agreement. It is Tianhua Shuku's honor. The two secretly transmitted qi. Wu Raongjia pointed behind him and suggested, well, let's write a letter of alliance to conclude this. Biam-heng was surprised. What? A letter of alliance? Wu Raongjia proudly said, the meaning is right on the surface. It will state that there will be no problems later. After writing, we will not reveal this matter to anyone. And then sign it. That's it. Biam-heng smiled but cursed inwardly. What is this guy saying? Should I just scrap everything and crumple it up here and now? But Wu Raongjia had already stuffed a brush into Biam-heng's hand and said, after signing, you can meet Zhu Gongzi and Man Bakjia immediately. Biam-heng forced a smile, suppressing his annoyance. All right. For now, I must save Zhu Yang and Man Bakjia. I will bow my head for now. A moment later, a shout echoed in the building. Welcome Zhu Gongzi and Man Xianxing back safe and sound. Man Xianxing, it's fortunate you are all right. Come, come, come. You've worked hard. Please accept a cup of wine. An angry voice rang out from another place. Biam-heng, we can't stop like this. Now the problem isn't just Wuji Shaobu's chief. How treacherous those people are, Yet they imprison others. This time, I will gather more experts and wipe out the Xiaoyao sect. Biam Heng clasped his hands behind his back and reminded, Zhu Yang, that's enough. How can someone with no internal energy be so bellicose? Zhu Yang still yelled. But if we don't finish this, I apologize for not being able to finish it. Biam Heng sighed, looking at Zhu Yang's determined expression. This guy is truly sincere. Indeed, he's a kid who would end his own life if Qingfu succeeds. What a crazy friendship with an abnormal guy. He asked in a somber tone, Zhu Yang, who started this? Zhu Yang tilted his head in confusion. I started it, but... Biam Heng interrupted, No, I started it. Zhu Yang hesitated, but... Biam Heng cut him off. But do you know this? That I am your life-saving benefactor. Zhu Yang was stunned and looked at Biam Heng. Then, understanding dawned, and he laughed, Ha ha ha, that's right. Makes sense. It turned out that in their childhood, Biam Heng had made an agreement between them. At any time, let's fulfill each other's wish, no matter what it is. The naive Zhu Yang asked, Just one? Biam Heng said, It's not that simple. The one wish I speak of is something special. Even if it means risking our lives, even if we are criticized by everyone in the world, we must fulfill it. Zhu Yang was excited, Great. Biam Heng smiled, Then let's make a secret signal to commemorate it. We have letters to exchange, right? Stack them up like this. I know. Yu Yang, I have a wish to try. The weakened Biam Heng at that time requested Zhu Yang, Kill me. Now, the present Biam Heng awakened Zhu Yang from his thoughts. What are you thinking about? Zhu Yang knew that, because if Qingfu succeeds I would have died with you. Seeing him covering his face with a fan, Biam Heng laughed. What? Are you crying? If you want to cry, cry quickly. We have to go drink wine. Who's crying? Zhu Yang covered his face, tears streaming down, but still revealed his face when Biam Heng called out, Zhu Yang. Thank you? For everything. I will repay you for everything you've done for me someday. Anything, anything. Biam Heng said to himself, Although this is a promise between me and Biam Heng, no matter what the wish is, I will fulfill it for you. During the banquet, Seol Young sat in a corner, inwardly watching everyone reveling. Then he was startled, feeling something. He immediately turned and went outside, returning a moment later. Cheon-gi asked, Huh? Gij, when did you go out? Seol smiled awkwardly. I just went out for some fresh air. Biam Heng teased Seol Gongzi. I thought you had also run away like the Shifeng Jaiju. Seol said awkwardly, Ha ha, how could that be? Biam Heng praised again. Tomorrow is the farewell. It's the first time I've seen a woman disguised as a man so convincingly, exactly like Seol Gongzi, so it's truly amazing. Seol said shyly, I'm traveling the Jianghu and accumulating experience. Moreover, I have a request. Now that the extermination squad has been disbanded, I want to join the Tiangong Tuan in the future. Biam Heng asked, slightly surprised, the Tiangong Tuan? Then he changed his tone cheerfully and asked, Could it be that there is someone in the Tiangong Tuan that you admire? Is it me, or is it Nam Gung Xiong? You have to choose carefully. Because Man Gung Xiong is handsome, but I am the leader with martial power. Seol was teased and didn't know what to do. Yes. Anyway, thank you for allowing me to join, ha. Biam Heng noticed that the Xiaoyao sect surveillance has completely disappeared. It must be because we are very far from the Xiaoyao sect. Biam Heng asked everyone in the room, Do you all remember what I said on the first day we all gathered? Wei Xiao Xian. Wei means appease the heart. Xiao means disappear. Xian means appear and counterattack. Biam Heng stood up and said to everyone, Let's go find the item we left behind in the Xiaoyao sect. Seol asked Nam Gungyun, What is the item left behind in the Xiaoyao sect that we have to go back for? Nam Gungyun replied, I don't know. Seol asked in surprise, Huh? Why don't you know? Didn't you ask? Nam Gungyun replied with a smile, Ha, what am I to be able to ask the leader one by one? Seol still didn't believe it and asked, But aren't you Nam Gung Shurjia's famous Degongzi? How can you not be able to ask? Nam Gungyun smiled wryly and replied, Seol Xiong, I'm not that capable. I am just someone who goes when the leader tells me to go, stops when told to stop, and kills when told to kill. Seol didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Suk-Dio was circling back. Biam Heng was sitting and practicing his skills when Suk-Dio appeared. Biam Heng called it, Come here quickly. Did you convey my words correctly? Suk Dio said happily, yes, master. I conveyed everything to Tianghua Shuku without a single mistake. Biam Heng praised it and then gathered fragrance on his finger. Good. You've worked hard. This time, smell this scent. This is the scent I put on Wu Ryungjia, the sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Suk Dio repeated again and again, Wu Ryungjia. Biam Heng instructed, listen to all his words, be careful every second, and don't forget to change your feathers. Suk Dio said enthusiastically, just leave that Wu Ryung to me, master. Biam Heng said, all right, you will do well. Stay here tonight and go to the Xiaoyao sect tomorrow morning. Suk Dio immediately obeyed. Cheongi opened the door sleepily and asked, Dage, I heard Xiao Langting's voice. Is he back? Seol, who was in the next room, hadn't slept either, listening to Cheongi and Suk Dio's clueless conversation. Wow, where did Xiao Langting come back from? So Cheongi is still as stupid as ever. Are you leaving again tomorrow? Sleep with me today. Seol sat up. Biam Heng noticed the footsteps from Seol's room. He smiled and thought, going to meet that person again? Under the bright moonlight, Seol was talking to another person. I still don't know why you evaluate Tianghua Shuku de Gongzi so highly. So you feel frustrated, huh? Even so, you don't feel anything? His actions are completely unpredictable. Burying a living person underground, speaking improperly, and even leaving items behind at the Xiaoyao sect, it shows how superficial he is. The other person replied with a smile. Ha, is that so? So he can be like that too. Seol said worriedly, please teach me what I can't see. Shifu, that person is the master of Tianshan Shenv. The Shifu laughed and said, ha, Xiao Yung, what you see is everything. He has shown you many things already, but if you haven't seen it yet, there's no need to rush. Just wait. Seol had to say yes. Seol was very troubled. His Shifu had already recognized it. It's not something that can be recognized just by listening. When that time comes, it will be very surprising. The easiest way to know who a person is to see who they get along with. In this regard, the appearance of the people around Tianghua Shuku de Gongzi is truly surprising. It's easy to think that they are the same kind of people because the Tiangong Tuan is strange, unique, and chaotic, but if you consider it carefully, can't you comfortably associate with them, contribute to them, and receive their admiration? Moreover, considering his bowing down at the Xiaoyao sect, it shows that he is not a person bound by self-esteem, but a person who can bow down without hesitation when necessary. That's why he didn't hesitate to bury Nang in Wang. If such a person says there is an item left behind at the Xiaoyao sect, then it's the head of the Wu Ji Shabu's chief. Tianshan Shen asked again, Xiao Yung, did he ask anything about you? Seol replied, the fact that he didn't is a question itself. I don't know why he didn't ask a single question, or even be curious. The Shifu laughed again, ha, that's why he is an outstanding person. Seol didn't understand. Tianshan Enshin looked in the direction of Biam Heng and said, he is not curious about you, it's because he is curious about me. Isn't that right, Tianghua Shuku de Gongzi? Biam Heng jumped down, thinking, so it's you, Tianshan Tongv. Now I understand why Seol Yung is so pale. Not leaving the mountain all her life, of course her skin and brain are both pale. But seeing her come down the mountain with her Shifu like this, it seems she is indeed learning about the world and experiencing the Jianghu. Good thing, a descendant of Tianshan has experience in dealing with the Xiaoyao sect. If even Tianshan Shen is willing to come forward, then dealing with the Xiaoyao sect will be much easier. Biam Heng bowed and said, I hope this uninvited guest doesn't disturb the conversation between the two of you. Tianshan Enshin happily said, come here quickly. Whatever comes will come. But I didn't expect to meet like this. Biam Heng said, I have also heard that there is a mysterious expert at Tianshan. It is an honor to meet you like this. Tianshan Enshin laughed loudly and said, ha, mysterious is an exaggeration. Biam Heng thought to himself, I thought only I became younger. But she hasn't aged at all. Her age must be over 50. But that's right, Tianshan Shen was the same before. Shen asked, are you sure you want to confront the Xiaoyao sect? Biam Heng affirmed. Seol gaped, thinking, it's not to leave an item behind, but to make war with the Xiaoyao sect? What on earth is going on? Moreover, De Gongzi suddenly appeared, but why does he seem to know Shifu? Shen asked, do you think there is a chance of winning? Byung Hang replied, everyone sees that there is none, just like hitting a rock with an egg. But if that egg is different from its appearance, the result will be different. Looking again, that egg is an iron egg. If you've even called that friend over, wouldn't it be worth trying? But that friend must be referring to Manhwa. If Manhwa doesn't participate, what are you going to do? Byung Hang smiled calmly and replied, it doesn't matter. The only question is whether things will be a little simpler or not. Shen was flustered. What an unexpected. I know, Mak Ryong Ja and Wa Ryong Ja. Shen asked again, you are truly an unpredictable person. So, what plans do you have? Seeing that he had a plan, Shen asked again, Degongzi, what is the real reason you are confronting the Xiaoyao sect? I am interested in the treasure of the Wu Ji Shabu's chief that the sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect craves. Whether it's a glittering treasure, or something invisible. Shen was also surprised and asked herself, isn't a treasure a treasure? What is this guy? Shen was successfully drawn in and said, alright. It's nothing else. If Xiao Gongzi is still Xiao Gongzi, then he can't come along. After handling it, Xiao now wanted to find a hole to crawl into, while Unongi laughed like it, or calling her beggar Xiao. Cheongi asked Jiejie, are you not cross-dressing anymore? Nam Gunyun looked at the noisy people over there. I said there's no other way to avoid being noticed. Yes, Miss Beggar Seol Jiejie. Nam Gunyun returned to his room and looked at himself in the mirror, thinking to himself, I also have a somewhat eye-catching appearance. And just like that, Nam Gunyun cut his hair with his own hands. Then he picked up his sword. And this Nam Gung Shurjia pattern too. Take them all down. The next morning, at the Dawon restaurant, the owner shouted loudly, inviting guests in. Xiao'er happily said wine, food, and snacks are all 17 portions. Byung Hang asked, can I pay in advance? Xiao'er was even happier. Oh my, esteemed guest, please don't do that. Byung Hang placed the tail in Xiao'er's hand. He didn't quite understand and said, esteemed guest, I think there's a mistake in the payment. The other two jumped out with a Jianghu demeanor. If you're slick-tongued, you'll be ruined. After talking with the restaurant owner for a while, Xiao'er described, Tianhua Shuku's young master, one with a pale green face, seems to be arrogant because he relies on those rough-looking guys. I've already called for Dao Shou. The owner asked back, wait, who did you say just now? Tianhua Shuku? Then both of them went outside. Xiao'er still had a beaming smile and said with a table full of food, esteemed guests, enjoy your meal. Byung Hang saw that the owner seemed to be comparing him. The owner smiled and said, anyway, Tianhua Shuku's young master, the young master is a friend of Xiao Wumen, so if you have any requests, just say so. Byung Hang asked. Then, do you know who the Zhang men of Xiaoyao sect values? The owner nodded, yes, I know. If it's someone whom the Zhang men of Xiaoyao sect values, the women he's been with haven't lasted more than 3 months. And he's also killed a few people who clung to him like leeches. Byung Hang asked, the woman he's currently seeing is named Cho Yun? The owner confirmed that it was correct. Byung Hang smiled, that's enough information. From now on, consider the balance of importance. The night sky was so beautiful and clear. The girl was happily thinking about her lover when suddenly footsteps approached. Wu Shan Shuang Xiong were dragging a person along, waving their hands, hey miss. The girl looked at the two people in confusion. The two people said again, too beautiful, so you don't know what fear is, huh? She suddenly felt horrified at the object they were dragging. One of the Wu Shan approached tauntingly, miss, aren't you afraid that bad guys will appear at night? Looking at your faces, I don't know who I should guard against. She was helpless and frustrated, looking at you. The person dropped the corpse and kicked it, be careful of people like this. Huh! The girl was horrified and recognized Wapyung. So the next morning, the girl went to the Xiaoyao sect to ask for help. Last night I saw Wapyung lying in a pool of blood and being dragged away by some bad guys. Quickly go and save him, is that true? The gatekeeper became flustered and turned to go inside. I will inform the Zhang men immediately and send someone to find him. Therefore, miss, please don't worry and go home to wait for news. The girl hurriedly left. Yes, I understand. The gatekeeper next to him asked, you don't believe what she said, do you? He sighed, no, this isn't the first time a woman has come because of things like this. Who dares to touch the eldest disciple of the Zhangmen of the Xiaoyao sect? Be careful not to let this get into the Zhangmen's ears. Gun Yun and Seol Young stood outside and heard everything. Seol Young sat down dejectedly. I can't believe it. Gun Yun continued, isn't that why they send us? Seol Young looked bored and said, even if we can stare like this, they don't care. Haha, Gun Yun chuckled, the two of us are really like beggars. Hohu, Seol Young said with tears in her eyes, no, why is the Tiangong Tuan leader like this? Even though Shifu said it was for the convenience of the job, this appearance is really terrible. Gun Yun looked at Seol Young and smiled. In my opinion, Miss looks good like this. Seol Young's expression became serious. What are you saying, Gong Zi? For some reason, Nam Gung Gong Zi's way of speaking is becoming more and more like Tian Kwa Shu Ku's young master. Gun Yun felt pleased. Thank you for your compliment, Xiao Jia. Right, Seol Young asked Gun Yun. But why did Nam Gung Gong Zi cut your hair? Are you worried about something? It's nothing, Gun Yun answered honestly. I just don't want to be noticed because some people with blind eyes are targeting me. The two people left. Gun Yun casually said, while I was worried that one day I would be kicked out, but when I saw the image of Miss and I decided to change myself. Now let's go do the work we were assigned. Seol Young looked at the boy in front of her and thought to herself, what kind of person is the young master that so many people pursue him? I heard that big things have happened at Yawangmen and Namgung Shijia. I'm really curious. But no one tells me anything. Seol Young saw Gun Yun holding a letter and asked, De Gong Zi, what's the content? The content is, to Wu Raongjia, your eldest disciple is still alive, his position has changed. Just like I humbled myself to save 2 lives, now it's your turn to humble yourself for your eldest disciple. By noon today, hand over the head of Fu Zhu Wu Ji Shabu to the summit of Yunhanshan Mountain. If you exceed the time, your disciple will die. If you think it's a reckless act or just a probe, think about the death of Nang and Wang. I am not a hesitant person, I am ready to face the Xiaoyao sect. Now Wu Raongjia is discussing with the leaders of the sect, Zhang Menren, there is no other way, we must first save Yong Wapiang. That's right, we must quickly kill and hang the head of Fu Zhu Wu Ji Shabu, then find a way to take revenge later. He humbled himself to find a sect after he unhesitatingly wrote a letter of agreement, left, and then played tricks. Perhaps he had such intentions from the beginning. While Tian Kwa Shuku faced off against Shimen Shijia, the Shimen Jia Zhu and his children faced a tragic death. Moreover, those who went with him were all insane, so they cannot be underestimated. Therefore, the two people below said in unison, if it is for the property and treasures of Fu Zhu Wu Ji Shabu, we just need to torture him to find out where they are hidden and then kill him. Anyway, Fu Zhu is someone who will kill people at any time, so what's the problem? I hear you, Wu Raongjia waved his hand. Perhaps you elders have overestimated the opponent. Do you think he dares to kill the disciple of my Zhang Menren? In this dangerous Jianghu, to maintain a large sect, there is nothing more foolish than creating a wrong precedent. This statement made the two people below silent. Wu Raongjia added, if we are affected by people like Tian Kwa Shuku, these things will repeat, and as a result, no one will fear the Xiaoyao sect anymore. Therefore, my Zhang Menren cannot set a wrong precedent. Everyone carefully observed the old man's hand and realized that it was the Xiaoyao sect's Ling Fu. Wu Raongjia coldly smiled and said there is still a chance to deal with it, so we must wait for the next letter. They did not know that what they were discussing had been scouted out by BM Hang's sparrow. The people arrived at the appointed place but did not see Wu Raongjia coming. Not seeing him hang it up, he's been abandoned. The group looked around east and west. It seems like Fu Zhu Wu Ji Shabu won again, huh? Abandoning even his disciple. A disciple is like a child, huh? Wapiang trembled upon hearing these words. No way. He roared, no, that's absolutely not true. There must be a mistake. There's no way Shifu would abandon me. Seeing this man was too excited, Unangi hugged him tightly. Not only not comforting him but adding fuel to the fire. Seeing that the auspicious time had arrived, BM Hang ordered Gun Yun. Cho So Cheongi's eyes lit up and said, Shixiang, how many treasures does Fu Zhu Wu Ji Shabu have that he would abandon? Dizzy? Could he be richer than Zhu Yangxiong? Unangi frowned. If a killer organization wants to accumulate such a large amount of wealth, they would have to kill everyone in the world. Gungyun walked towards him, causing the man to fall back in fear. What are you going to do? Are you really going to kill me? If things continue like this, Tianhua Shuku and Namgung Shijia will start a war with the Xiaoyao sect. So this man was beaten half to death again just like last night. Biam Heng stepped forward and said, Namgung Xiong, this time you will accompany the three heroes to a faraway country. Then return to the confluence point. I will do as you say. Biam Heng looked at the man on the ground, Hua Pyong, and thought to himself, abandoning even his eldest disciple to protect Fu Zhu Wuji Shabu, Wu Raongjia. What does this have to do with Fu Zhu Wuji Shabu? Tian Shan Tong Nu approached Biam Heng to ask, De Gongzi, if this is so easy to threaten Tianhua Shuku, are you ready? Yes, I have banned anyone from leaving Tianhua Shuku through Sequan Chiu, because no one can enter without permission from the outside, and we can be self-sufficient from the inside. So there is no need to worry. Haha, as expected. Tian Shan Tong Nu felt that Biam Heng was indeed a thorough person. Now what to do? There will be strange rumors about Xiaoyao Pai, from now on. In a large, wide-open area. Fatty was sleeping soundly when suddenly footsteps approached. A dirty flute was held to his ear and played, beep 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 beep. The beeping of the flute startled Fatty, and he woke up with a start, exclaiming in horror. Fatty grabbed the collar of the person who played the flute and scolded, Who the hell dares to tease me? Just as he was about to hit him, he realized it was his Shifu. It's Shifu? I thought it was some bastard. Jiam Chiakja said helplessly, I'm here to relay a message. That bastard Yong has been killed, we will all flee. He pushed his disciple's hand down. Fatty asked, He's really been killed? I didn't expect the result to be true. Jiam Chiakja assigned his disciple a task for tonight, huh me? Early in the morning, everyone was surprised when Tianhua Shuku's De Gongzi presented a gift to Xiaoyao sect. The person delivering the item said happily, he said he was returning something that belonged to Xiaoyao sect, but when I asked if it was a treasure, he said no. He even smiled and said it was something unimportant and useless to Xiaoyao sect. He inhaled, smelling the fragrance, but inside, there is a very fragrant smell. This is the first time I have smelled a scent like this. There are many scents mixed together that help to improve the mood. Lao Wu Raongjia ordered someone to open it, and discovered a horrific scene inside. Everyone was shocked and stepped back. Oh I, de Shi Xiang. His eldest disciple had been killed, so Wu Raongjia was now extremely angry. Si de Hu Fa and elders, listen up. Send a letter to all the affiliated families of this sect that they should prioritize searching for Tianhua Shuku's De Gongzi. He gnashed his teeth. Tianhua Shuku's De Gongzi, you absolutely cannot escape. So the people of Xiaoyao's sect immediately went to hunt down Tianhua Shuku's De Gongzi. They hunted in every corner, from forests to rural areas. Moreover, after controlling Xianhua Shuku, bring the Jia Zhu and relatives of that De Gongzi to this sect. Seek help from the Shishan's number 1 family, Xian Zhou Yan Jia, Hebei Ping Jia, and Shandong Yu Jia of Hebei Province and Shandong Province. If they agree to help, it will become a great strength. Wu Ryang's face was full of veins and he was angry. This is the consequence of reckless action. Tianhua Shuku's De Gongzi. A little later, someone came to report, Zhang Menren, the Shijia have replied, but the reply from Jin Zhou Yan Jia is that there must be a reason why Tianhua Shuku's De Gongzi dared to oppose Xiaoyao sect, but even if the reason is vague or wrong, Jin Zhou Yan Jia does not care. The enemy of Tianhua Shuku is also the enemy of Jin Zhou Yan Jia, so I will say frankly that from now on, Xiaoyao sect is the enemy of Jin Zhou Yan Jia. After reading these words, everyone suspected that it was Tianlong's promise, which is also the meaning of the Shi de Shi Jia. Someone became flustered. The return letters from other Jiamen are the same, because Tian Gong Tuan also has De Gongzi from Namgung Jia, so the response from other families is the same. What kind of relationship does Tianlong have with Tian Guangziku's De Gongzi that they have such a reaction? A subordinate knelt down and reported, Zhang Menren, the elders have transmitted the message that they are about to control Tianhua Shuku. During the infiltration, the constant shaking of the formation led to half of the people being injured, and no one can enter or leave Tianhua Shuku, so no one can be caught. Moreover, the noble families in northern Anhui and Shimen Jia, who had previously opposed Tianhua Shuku, have also stood up to protect it. In addition, the rumors about Xiaoyao sect are now not only spreading throughout Xingu, but also in the branch points, casinos, and Jiolo. This is the intention of Tianhua Shuku's de Gongzi, and it is very likely that Xiao Wumen is also involved. The bad reputation of Dishixiang has spread far. It is said that the scholar Tianhua Shuku has taken action, because his Jiamen could not resolve the future troubles of Xiaoyao sect's power, so he bowed his head and asked Tianhua Shuku and caused a riot, but there are rumors that the Zhang Menren of Xiaoyao sect is protecting the leader of the killer organization. Everyone in Xiaoyao sect began to collapse. Wu Raongjia felt extremely humiliated. He did not know why it had become like this. I am only the enemy of Tianhua Shuku's de Gongzi, but I am like the enemy of the entire Jianghu. Remembering Biam Heng's expression at that time, and all the forces staring at him, he clenched his palms tightly. What on earth is going on? At night, something emerged from underground. Suddenly, Nang In Wang crawled out from the ground, alive. He struggled to get up and said painfully, "Nothing works, Tiangong Tuanzhu, that bastard." Suddenly, he discovered Fatty standing and waiting for him. "Ho ho ho, you've come out. First, let's quench your thirst." Fatty smiled slightly and said, "Tiangong Tuanzhu said that today around this time, you will be outside, so I waited. But I didn't expect you to really come out." Tiangong Tuanzhu, Nang In Wang was suspicious. "Tiangong Tuanzhu said I would come out, and at this time? How is that possible?" "Ho, if you're talking about how to adjust the point of release at any time, how would I know?" Nang In Wang's face turned green as he thought to himself, "The Shui Dao could never be released no matter what method I used. I thought it was God helping me. But Tiangong Tuanzhu predicted it. If you're a master of Shui Dao, can you prolong it for a month or two without releasing the Shui?" Nang In Wang turned to ask Fatty, "Then you are also from Tian Feng Tuan?" No, Fatty waved his hand. "I'm here to convey Tiangong Tuanzhu's message." "What message?" "Then I will retell it 100% correctly. You've worked hard, you were a good bait. To catch a big fish, you need a bait of equal value, right?" "That's it." Nang In Wang lowered his head. "Bait. Could everything have been planned by Tiangong Tuan? Then who is Tiangong Tuan fishing for?" Fatty answered honestly, "Xiaoyao Pai. Now Tiangong Tuan is on the same side as Xiaoyao Pai." Nang In Wang roared, "Why did that interesting thing leave me out?" "So what's the result? What are you doing?" Jie Ta stood up and blamed, "Where is Tiangong Tuan now?" "Ho ho, they have all run away." "What did you say?" "Ha ha, let's go eat." "No, I'm asking where is Tiangong Tuan now?" At the same time, Tiangong Tuan was on a ship out at sea. Unangi, with a gaunt face, was fishing. He kept sighing, "When will I catch a fish to make salad?" "You must be patient to catch a fish, patient and wait." Seal Young frowned. So Cheunggi asked innocently beside her, "Elder sister, is this your first time at sea?" "I thought you only lived on the mountain." She replied indifferently, "Yeah." So Cheunggi felt unspeakably bitter upon hearing that, so she should shut her mouth, upset. At this moment, Biam Heng was discussing matters with Shan Dongyu family's patriarch. After the Grand Secretary leaves in about a month, the Xiaoyao sect will collapse on its own due to exhaustion. Ha! The patriarch's idea is quite good. Biam Heng propped his hand and said, "I don't know if Xiaoyao is walking the path of evil and heresy, but as a sect with a long history and maintaining a balance, the sect leader Yulingzi will suffer no small amount of suppression. At most 5 days, at least tomorrow, we can receive conclusive evidence, haha." Shan Dongyu family's patriarch replied wearily, "What a pity, I wanted to stay with the Grand Secretary a little longer." He said happily, "I really like this place, so I will come and bother the patriarch again sometime, haha." "You're welcome." Chun Dongyu family's patriarch voiced his thoughts to Biam Heng, "But Grand Secretary, this old man wants to confirm something related to the Xiaoyao sect. Can the secretary try listening to this old man's speculation and see if it's correct? If there are any errors, I hope the secretary can explain them to me. You're invited." Patriarch. Xiaoyao sect leader Yulingzi accepted a Xingfu assassin through the Wu Ji assassin division, and the division head of the Wu Ji assassin division grasped that weakness and lured her. Perhaps what is called the treasure is referring to evidence, or something related to the assassination request from back then that the division head is holding, thereby making it a treasure that can protect one's own life. Biam Heng nodded. "Indeed, I think you truly understand, being the head of a family. Tian Shan Tong Lao happily said beside them, then let's try listening to my thoughts. She then explained, the division head of the Wu Ji assassin division must have prepared for the possibility of their own death. In the event of their death or losing contact for a certain period of time, the evidence and letters recording that matter will be spread throughout the 4 directions through an external assistant. Or a special courier company. He felt it was very true. If that letter is made public throughout the world, then Yu Lingzi will be ruined. So, even if she is threatened, Yu Lingzi has no way to confirm it. So she cannot kill the Wu Ji assassin division head immediately. Tian Shan Tong Lao continued, what I'm curious about now is, just how terrible was that assassination request to make Yu Lingzi waver? Like this and? Chun Dong Yu family's patriarch smiled meaningfully, no matter what, I still think the secretary knows the answer, ho ho. Tian Shan Tong Lao added, I think so too. Biam Heng hurriedly waved his hand and said, if we're talking about me, it must be because this time I can't even breathe and have to lower myself before that Xiaoyao sect leader, right? Biam Heng thought, it's not yet the time to say. I need to confirm more about it. The previous sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect, Mu Yingzi, had 3 disciples. Mu Lingzi, Hua Lingzi, Yu Lingzi. Among the disciples, 2 were similar, 1 was different. If Mu Lingzi and Hua Lingzi had honest and humane personalities and simple, taciturn appearances, then Yu Lingzi had a talkative personality and made many friends, having good relationships with others. In terms of martial arts achievements, Yu Lingzi had reached a level of super excellence, almost reaching the realm of his master, so everyone, including me, believed that the next sect leader would be Yu Lingzi. Mu Yingzi had also internally decided that Mu Lingzi would be the next sect leader. Then one day, a problem arose. A total of 3 families in a certain village were massacred by bandits in one morning, and among them was Mu Lingzi's family. Mu Lingzi suffered such a blow that he couldn't speak. After that day, he sank into sorrow, and then was stuck in a hazy, desperate state, searching for the bandits. Hua Lingzi was always by his side, accompanying Mu Lingzi. Then, while Mu Lingzi and Hua Lingzi were away, the position of sect leader was given to Yu Lingzi. No one suspected Yu Lingzi's involvement in the massacre, because it was something that a human being couldn't do, and there was also the brotherhood they shared, having studied and grown up together, only thinking that it was due to bad luck. But now it's different. The moment the Wu Ji assassin division head, Yao Niezi, Ling Baohu, I understood the unexpected misfortune that happened then. The massacre of 3 families in that village without being suspected is a heavenly gift for assassination. Biam Heng looked at the night sky over the sea. He thought, Mu Lingzi, Hua Lingzi, it's time to bring everything back. At night, at the Xiaoyao sect, everything here was extremely chaotic, with everyone discussing the sect leader. Everyone was buzzing like a disturbed beehive, but unreasonable speculation was spreading and was increasingly being spoken of as if it were the truth. They all said that the Xiaoyao sect was related to the Wu Ji assassin division head. Be quiet. I believe that even if we don't say anything, the sect leader already knows. One of them shouted, sect leader, no matter what they say, there is no reason to explain and clarify it, but we need to know, don't we? That's right, as long as we understand ourselves and are sure there is a legitimate reason, that's enough. Please answer us. Wu Ryangja, pressured from all sides, had no choice but to answer, all right, now that it's come to this, it's hard to hide it any longer. Though it's late. I will tell you the reason I am protecting the Wu Ji assassin division head. Because he is related to our family's lost treasure. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, lost treasure? What? That's right, Wu Ryangja slowly replied, he has in his possession the secret manual of our sect that was lost long ago, and he is requesting our sect to exchange it for a price that guarantees his life. The people who know the inside story are only the sect leader, me, and the 2 senior brothers known as the Souls of Xiaoyao. So if we miss the opportunity to find the secret manual, then I, the sect leader, will have no face to meet our ancestors even if I die. Ah, the elders were deeply moved. Unexpectedly, the sect leader didn't reveal it to anyone and shouldered the burden alone. How lonely he must have been all this time. Thanks to Wu Ryangja's high-level speaking skills, the elders believed him wholeheartedly, and stood up in unison, because we fell into the trap of the Tianhua Treasury Grand Secretary. We harbored resentment toward the sect leader. Please punish us all. Somewhere deep in the mountains, it was very good to reveal it to all of them. The sect leader has suffered a lot all this time. Two people were talking to each other. I'm fine even if it happens many times. However, I can't help but think that this position of sect leader shouldn't be mine. Perhaps it would be better if the senior brother took the position of sect leader. This person was senior brother Mu Lingzi. The old man continued, no, wasn't the sect leader swayed by the Tianhua Treasury Grand Secretary? He's still young, not even 20 years old. Losing his disciple and not being able to know his whereabouts. I can't close my eyes because of my own incompetence. He is an extraordinary young man. The person who just replied was Hu Lingzi. Suddenly, Wu Rangjia's voice rang out, in any case, we still have to ask the two senior brothers to come forward. Old Wu Rangjia approached with a triumphant smile. The reason I placed a restriction on the two senior brothers all this time was because I was worried about the senior brother, who was searching for the murderer of his family, and wandering around the Jianghu for so long. Isn't it something that can't be forgotten? But now, the two senior brothers should no longer have any problems in controlling their minds. The bracelet on this person's wrist lit up. That's right, Hu Lingzi and Mu Lingzi bowed their heads. The sect leader has kept us back by erecting a wall of more than 500 zhang that cannot be crossed from Shaoyun Mountain. Wu Rangjia raised his bracelet as if using black magic and said, now, let the soul of the Xiaoyao sect surpass more than 500 zhang for the glory and prosperity of the sect. Somewhere in a small, quiet room, the scarlet-yellow bird was monitoring every move of two people in the room. It held its head wearily. Why aren't they saying anything? The scarlet-yellow bird looked at the old geezer in front of it. Judging from his expression, he must be sharing something. Please say something. I want to go to the sea together. The owner is waiting. I miss Xiao Tiango so much. Suddenly it heard a voice. Is someone threatening me? What? Telepathy? Seeing Wu Rangjia getting up, the old geezer said, You Lingzi, you're really funny. Using the excuse of the Xiaoyao sect's martial arts manual is quite reasonable. Isn't it? But have you forgotten who is Jia and who is Yi? The old man stared at Wu Rangjia. If Mu Lingzi and Hu Lingzi know that you requested an assassin, what would happen? Nonsense. You can't, what's there to be afraid of? Who would hear us in this remote place? Yu Lingzi, the predetermined deadline is approaching. This is something that cannot be changed. During that time, you must deal with the Tianhua Treasury Grand Secretary. The scarlet-yellow bird flew away. It landed on Biam Hang's arm. He happily thought to himself, the truth about the relationship is clear, so it should end. The matter of the Xiaoyao sect should be ended by the Xiaoyao sect. The next morning, at the Jinzhou Yan family, are you asking if this family is protecting the Tianhua Treasury Grand Secretary? You two are greatly mistaken. He is not the person we need to protect. Hebei Ping family, if the Tianhua Treasury Grand Secretary came to our place, we would brag about it, so why hide it? Besides, if the Tianhua Treasury looks down on the Xiaoyao sect, then the Xiaoyao sect certainly deserves to be looked down upon. Mu Lingzi and Hu Lingzi left these two families. Hu Lingzi asked, I don't know what it is about the Tianhua Treasury Grand Secretary that makes the Jinzhou Yan family and the Hebei Ping family trust him so much? Mu Lingzi immediately said the remaining one is the Shandong Yu family. Since 2 out of 3 who received letters from the Xiaoyao sect are like this, there's no need to go to the Shandong Yu family. Let's return to the Xiaoyao sect first. Wu Rangjia then bustled, Senior brother, you've only just returned. Seeing him so anxious, Mu Lingzi asked, Sect leader, what's the matter? Wu Rangjia replied, the Tianhua Treasury Grand Secretary has sent a letter of life and death duel. The letter sent was as follows, to the Xiaoyao sect, I know you are busy trying to find me. I have thought about it carefully. The matter started with the Wu Ji assassin division head. The longer it drags on, the more troublesome it will be. Now, I don't want to prolong the time any further. My Jianghu friends have told me that there is someone in the Xiaoyao sect who has reached a realm of martial arts surpassing excellence, and that is Mu Lingzi. I request the Xiaoyao sect to send Mu Lingzi. I will have a fight with him to end everything. If I die, then the Xiaoyao sect will be at peace. But if I defeat Mu Lingzi, then there will be nothing to fear from the Xiaoyao sect. After that, I will take the life of the Wu Ji assassin division head and his treasure. I have spread the news to my Jianghu friends, and they have all accepted this outcome. The time and place. Seeing the words that followed, Wu Ryanjia smiled triumphantly. What an arrogant fellow! Wu Ryanjia turned to look at Mu Lingzi. Senior brother will go, right? He nodded. Of course. But why are you worried? Wu Ryanjia hurriedly explained, it's not because I'm afraid of his martial arts, it's because he's very good at talking and can bewitch others. Mu Lingzi thought. Bewitch people's hearts, huh? After meeting the aristocratic families, I can also see that. That's right, old Wu Ryanjia babbled shamelessly. Senior brother must be careful when meeting him. No matter what he says, don't listen to him. Ha ha ha, don't worry, sect leader. Hu Lingzi said beside him, Senior brother, I'll go too. No, Mu Lingzi said with a smile, this is an agreement. If we don't follow it, the world will laugh at us. If there's another disciple standing up, then it won't be a true winner-take-all battle. Mu Lingzi walked away with a cool posture. This is for the Xiaoyao sect, so I will go alone and return. He confidently flicked his sleeves and left. At night, in a remote mountain valley, this place was extremely quiet. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the forest. A nimble figure jumped from one cliff to another and down to the ground. Mu Lingzi's eyes flashed with incredible power, only to see sharp sword energies radiating from his body in all directions. This move was called Lingbo Floating Cloud. From afar, a figure had been watching from the beginning. It was Biam Hang, observing Mu Lingzi. He thought to himself, Lingbo Floating Cloud, the Xiaoyao sex movement technique, huh? Looking at the approaching figure, he fell into contemplation. Long time no see, Mu Lingzi. His expression now looks quite serene, different from the past when he looked quite happy. A different look from when he was immersed in sorrow. Before, his body was thin, his face pale, and his lips were dry, looking 8 or 9 parts similar to Biam Hang at the beginning of the story. But today, Mu Lingzi, the person who will be taken out by me, you've arrived? Mu Lingzi thought to himself below, so, you've arrived? That's right, in a matter of life and death, what use our age or etiquette? But he doesn't have any difficulty when facing me or being affected by Lingbo Floating Cloud. Moreover, even though he's alone, I can't sense any thoughts from that guy. So, I can't be sure of victory or defeat today. Mu Lingzi, Biam Hang asked. Why did you come alone? Aren't you alone? Biam Hang looked at him disdainfully. You, despite being a mature person in the Xiaoyao sect, are not bound by them, but you don't see that at all and only walk on your own path. What does he mean? Mu Lingzi was pondering when suddenly there was a burst of laughter that surprised him. A person flew down from the sky to greet him. Mu Lingzi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mu Lingzi immediately recognized it was Tian Shan Tong Lao. Tian Shan Tong Lao, why are you here? Suddenly, countless laughter ha 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 came from the side, making Mu Lingzi wary. What? How is it possible? At this time, he realized he had been trapped. Mu Lingzi angrily pointed at Biam Hang. You are a treacherous and cunning person. Since when has the Jianghu had rules like that? How can you be so despicable? Wasn't there an agreement for a life and death battle between just you and me? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Ha ha, Hang Ma laughed uncontrollably. The person just now seems to have said something strange. It's not just me who heard it, right? Wu Shan replied, that old geezer really is old. The Jianghu that we have lived in since ancient times is cunning and despicable. If you don't know that, then it's too pitiful. Wu Shan continued, what is a direct life and death battle for victory or defeat? Venoming a hidden dagger behind the back from behind, isn't that killing someone? Or is it only killing someone in front of your eyes? Why pay attention to how others see you on an easy road? So Cheonggi shouted, the Shuang Xiong are right. We beggars from the beggar clan both beg and kill people. Being killed is being stupid, and who can you blame for that? Mu Lingzi looked at these people as if they were people without rules. He was looking at Gun Yun and recognized that he was from the Nam Gung family, but he didn't know why there were people from the Nam Gung family here. Gun Yun finally spoke up, old man, you really are no different from an idiot. Even after seeing the leader write a commitment letter, and then break it immediately afterward, you still bring up the agreement, and yell that he's cunning? Gun Yun, having picked up bad habits, looked at Mu Lingzi with a contemptuous expression. Just how old are you, old man? Un Angi ran out to support him. Old man, is your surname originally Crane? Because according to me, you don't look like a human. That's right, that's right. Hang Ma put on a haughty crane-like posture. Ha ha ha. Angi turned to Hang Ma and said, if that's the case, then I'm also the soul of Xiao Yao. The grand disciple of the sect leader, even if he kills people or not. It's enough to be polite, isn't it? That's right. As long as it's not me, I'm a good person. Angi pointed and spoke reasonably. Why do you blindly trust the righteous life and death battle for victory or defeat? Don't you realize it's a trap? Why didn't you bring the entire Xiao Yao sect here? At least bring your junior brother. Besides, if the Wu Ji Assassin Division head knows about the Xiao Yao sect's secret manual, then even if you pull out all your teeth, you have to get to the bottom of it, this idiot. Also, you actually went to tell the person who massacred your family, sect leader. Please don't say things like that. Aren't you doing very well? Kia Ma, what are we going to do with this idiot? Then he got robbed of the position of sect leader. It seems like it's time to remove the restrictions on the senior brothers. Haha, idiot, what restrictions? Why do you believe those words? Ho, I'm the sect leader here. One is to keep the display cabinet and exterminate the clan without any suspicion, and must kneel down immediately. Biam Hang told everyone to be quiet. Enough. Enough kindness. Let's end this, shall we? Hearing this, Mulingzi gritted his teeth and said it couldn't end like this. He used his power, still defying the principles he had set. Mulingzi rushed towards Biam Hang. This is a life and death battle between you and me. Biam Hang looked at his appearance and chuckled. Indeed, until the end, your choice and outburst are true to your nature. But then, he just saw his hand wave. First, the power to withstand the other's punch. Shaken composure is what becomes a threat. Seeing his attack being defused so easily, Mulingzi's face turned pale. What kind of technique is this? From behind, Tian Shan Tong Envy launched a sneak attack with her palm. Mulingzi, hit by the blow, cried out, cough. Suddenly, a streak of golden sword energy rushed towards him. With a swoosh, Gung Yun slashed him. The man weakly stood up. Wu Shan, seeing him like this, mocked, where's all that strength from just now? Mulingzi bit his teeth, retreated erratically, shut his mouth, and unleashed his technique. But it was easily dodged by Wu Shan, who closed in on him. Giving the man a few slashes, Mulingzi cried out in pain. He fell to his knees. Biam Hang slowly walked towards him, Degu. He grabbed him by the collar, squeezed his hand tightly, and slowly brought him to a bottomless abyss not far away. Mulingzi could only groan in pain, unable to resist. Biam Hang looked at him. Mulingzi, farewell and be well. Mulingzi looked at Biam Hang resentfully and said, You're killing me, like this? Really? He remembered what he had said earlier and asked, But I want to be sure, is this Ulingzi's doing? He smiled triumphantly. Finally this guy, haha. Biam Hang let go, causing Mulingzi to fall into the abyss. The man's eyes were filled with surprise and a bit of unwillingness. He precariously thought, Am I going to die like this? A meaningless death, so what's the truth? The last words he heard were, No, it's you, Mulingzi. Mulingzi gradually fell. Am I dead? Just when I was killed, what exactly did Tian Kwa Shuku say? That's what I don't know. Everything is like a dream, but it's not a dream. Tian Shan Shenenbi, Shandong Yujia's head. The people from Tiangong Tuan. Hebei Pingjia and Jin Zhou Yenjia, and also Tian Kwa Shuku's Degongzi. Why are they standing on Degongzi's side? Why can they? Mulingzi fell through the ropes. Did they catch him? Is he still alive? If they didn't catch him, bite your tongue and die. He's alive, but he's not breathing. Quickly give him an elixir and take him back to Degongzi. Today, Xian Ming Nan Gong is all because of you. The cut on his flank is so deep, what should we do? Degu said so many times to use your hands so you don't die. This voice is, Hey, it's not just you. The two Xiong brothers had daggers stabbed into their bellies a few times. Tian Gong Tuan, huh? As I see it, it's that old woman from Tian Shan's fault. She punched him hard in the back. Otherwise, without Tian Shan's elixir, he would have been dead. It's okay, I'm still alive. I clearly fell off the cliff. Early the next morning, at the place where the battle with Mulingzi took place. Mulingzi seemed to be in a dream, seeing Biam Hang and his subordinates discussing things. He thought it was a dream, Wu Shan seriously said, we old Jianhu seniors, wherever we live, it's all cunning and despicable. To win honorably? There's no such thing in this world. Right. So Cheongi continued, we beggars sect people beg for food while killing people. The people who are killed are all evil, so no one can blame us. Gun Yun seriously said, Senior, think about it. After signing the agreement, can the leader immediately break it? When needed, just deal with it to get by. I'm learning that, and I think it's right. Don't you know that the chief disciple, Yuan Heping, of the sect leader kills people? Why just sit and watch? Because of restrictions? Is the sect leader not involved in the inside story? It's a life and death battle, yet he blindly came here alone and fell into a trap. That's right. Just arrange for experts to support him. What does the sect leader or anything mean? It's Yulingzi's action. Yulingzi sent out the Wu Ji Sha Bu Bu Qing Fu Shaoren. Look at our Tian Gong Tuan. People want authority, and where does authority come from? Mu Lingzi, hearing these words, pondered, why does everyone's voice sound so worrying? This is what they originally wanted to say, right? Definitely. Is it definitely Yuling's action? Speak, Tian Kwa Shukuz de Gonzi. When Mu Lingzi was injured, who took care of him? Memories from somewhere appeared, the sect leader's conversation with an old man. The words spoken seemed to be deeply etched in Mu Lingzi's mind. It was too bitter and harsh, causing Mu Lingzi to lower his head. Mu Lingzi, I live but cannot see, what's the point? At that time, I looked in a mirror and saw myself from the past. Just like Tian Kwa Shukuz de Gonzi said, it's not Yulingzi's action. It's me. It's me who didn't see anything. The crackling fire stirred people's lives. BM Hang smiled. Mu Lingzi is dead. He laughed, and the resentment that had been pent up for so long resounded across the sky. All right, everyone stand up. Let's go, let's leave here. Let's celebrate the birth of the new sect leader of Xiaoyao Pai. Mu Lingzi vaguely woke up. Hu Lingzi softly asked, You're awake? Mu Lingzi dryly called out, Hu Lingzi. Hu Lingzi faintly said, Sorry, because there was no news, I came here. What happened? Mu Lingzi remained silent. Tian Kwa Shukuz de Gongzi is not to deal with Wu Ji Shabu's leader, nor to clarify Yulingzi's brutal behavior, but his target is Shi Xiang. But who is he? Is he someone we know? Mu Lingzi was a bit confused. I don't know who it is either. Why is it like this? But one thing is certain. That brat doesn't take anyone seriously. He's so arrogant. He kills if he likes, saves if he likes. How dare he play with me, that bastard? He's really a crazy bastard. I never thought I would meet someone like that in my life. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Hu Lingzi laughed loudly. Haha, that's right, he's really crazy and… Mu Lingzi also laughed and said, Is someone who is kind to us, haha, that's right, that's right. Mu Lingzi softly asked, Then do you know where the person who is kind to us went? Hu Lingzi replied, Yes, I heard that he's going to Jinzhou Yanjia. That person seems to be more outstanding than… I thought, huh? While I was hiding and watching the situation from afar, I heard Shi Xiang's voice from this place. The group of Biam Hang were resting and talking. Tian Kwa Shukuz de Gongzi discovered me. After that, he left the place. The sleepy Se Huangdiao asked, Two masters, are you leaving? The little So Cheongi also struggled to get up and asked, Dege, where are you going? Biam Hang smiled and said, I'm going to Jinzhou Yanjia, and this person. He'll know what to do himself. The two Lingzi spoke together, clearly. At that time, he was staring at me. All right, let's go back first. As soon as he returned to Xiaoyao Pai, Mu Lingzi received a warm welcome. Shi Xiang, you've worked so hard. It's only been a few days, but you've become so gaunt. Hearing this, Mu Lingzi laughed and said, Hee hee, sect leader, why are you crying? It's all over. Where your blood flows, I hurt. The sect leader wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, I, the sect leader, am very lucky to have Shi Xiang. Seeing Shi Xiang, my tears just fall. Those aren't just empty words, very good, very good. He has placed such boundless trust in me to this extent. Shi Xiang, you've worked hard, really worked hard for you. Rest well today. It's really no different from a barking dog. Mu Lingzi gave a forced smile and said, Hee hee, all right, then I'll take my leave. That's the situation. Tonight, we will bring you Lingzi to be questioned and killed. If anyone doesn't comply, they will die along with you Lingzi. Not only everyone, but we brothers are also ready to destroy Xiaoyao Pai. If it no longer has value, just eliminate it. Another shitty stood up and said, Shixiang, why are you saying such things? Is there anyone here who doesn't know who the previous sect leader appointed as the next sect leader? Moreover, is there anyone who doesn't respect the two Shixiang? We're not the kind of people who don't know how to be human. What Yu Lingzi has done is something no human being could do. Leave it to us. Mu Lingzi nodded and said, Alright, I'll wait for news. What are you guys doing? Are you trying to rebel against the sect leader? Do you really believe the words of Mu Lingzi and Hua Lingzi? Betray Xiaoyao Pai? Are you guys awake? Imperceptibly it was already dusk. Yu Lingzi, what's the matter this time? Seeing that there was no reply, the person looked up. Mu Lingzi. Mu Lingzi faintly looked at him and said, far away in the horizon, yet right in front of my eyes. I've been looking for you for a long time. Arrest the suspect. Yes. Sect leader, something's not right. Mu Lingzi and Hua Lingzi are planning to depose the sect leader tonight. They're declaring a very absurd thing, that the sect leader used the Wu Ji Sha Bu to request the Sharin. They've imprisoned the elders who didn't believe them and arrested the leader of Wu Ji Sha Bu. They've lost their minds, they've gone crazy. The sect leader smiled slightly to himself, so unexpected, so everything just now was just acting? He gloomily said, the bewitchment will stop. Xiaoyao Pai is everything to them. When the Xiaoyao ring appears and shines, that is the law of Xiaoyao. It seems that this time, no matter what, I have to impose greater restrictions on those two. At night, the sound of bells echoed. Everyone in Xiaoyao Pai gathered together. The sect leader shouted loudly, Mu Lingzi, Hua Lingzi, where are you? The two slowly stepped out. The sect leader coldly spoke, you two have said crazy things. Have you forgotten the rules of Xiaoyao? If you have forgotten, then I will remind you. All disciples of Xiaoyao, listen here. What are the rules of Xiaoyao? The path of Xiaoyao never changes. Xiaoyao is eternal. The Tao of Xiaoyao is ever-changing, but the heart of Xiaoyao has only one path. When the Xiaoyao ring appears and shines, that is the rules of Xiaoyao. All Xiaoyao disciples kneel before the sect leader of Xiaoyao. Everyone knelt down in unison. Mu Lingzi also knelt down. Seeing everyone kneeling at his feet, the sect leader laughed maniacally. Suddenly, his eyes widened. What? Huh! He angrily slammed the table when he saw Mu Lingzi, no longer under his control, kneeling down. Mu Lingzi stood upright in front of him. He was a little flustered and hurriedly asked Shui Lingzi what was going on. Everyone shouted in unison, Xiaoyao! Reverse the mistakes of the past. Hua Lingzi softly said, Xiaoyao has returned to the wrong path of 20 years ago. Yu Lingzi insulted Xiaoyao, so she cannot escape the death penalty. The sect leader shouted somewhat crazily, ridiculous. Haven't you seen the sect leader's spiritual talisman? Look! I am the sect leader of the Xiaoyao school. Today, Xiaoyao will welcome the sect leader it should have welcomed long ago. Mu Lingzi was silent in contemplation. Both the sect leader and Mu Lingzi gave the order, punish Yu Lingzi, this is the rule. I am the rule of Xiaoyao. But the swords pierced straight into the sect leader, and he fell unwillingly. Hang received the letter. The moment I returned to the Xiaoyao school, I was thinking about how to kill Yu Xiling, how to take revenge, how to show the ability and appearance of a sect leader. Therefore, the Xiaoyao school received a gift, a new sect leader. In Jinzhou, Manhwa is fresh and the water is clear. Everyone received the news and breathed a sigh of relief. The Xiaoyao school's matter is resolved by the people of Xiaoyao. A great ending, haha. I should have been there to see Yu Lingzi's expression, what a missed scene. Indeed, learning while being beaten makes progress very fast. The interesting thing is that this lengthy letter seems to show Mu Lingzi wondering if he has done a good job. It's as if he wrote it wanting to receive praise from the young master. Young master, if that's the case, should we set off for the Xiaoyao school? Let's go to the Xiaoyao school and chop off the head of the Wuji kill squad leader. Whoa! I'm really curious about that guy's appearance. We can finally meet him. Hang refused, saying, I'll stay here. You guys go and come back. The group, who had been laughing happily, suddenly froze. Young master, what are you saying? Hang thought in confusion, isn't that right? Everything has ended smoothly, and the situation has been learned through the letter. What's the point of going there and causing trouble? Everyone went to persuade Byung-haeng again. Big brother, please come with us. Mu Lingzi will be sad. That's right, if you don't go, that old man will cry. With no other choice. Byung-haeng said embarrassedly, don't you know the reason why I can't go? What was it, It's because of that last blow, I can't go. Being pushed off the cliff, so cruel. Hee, then we'll go and come back. Everyone walked together, chatting. Why did things end up like this? Why not disband the Xiaoyao school, but instead change the sect leader? Some nosy people came over and asked, hey, I thought you had a speech impediment, but it seems you're cured. What? Is that so? Why don't you just scram? Are you going to keep grumbling as you walk? People with the character chivalrous in their names are all narrow-minded. I also see that among people with the character king in their names, there are very few decent ones. Why don't you go find another job? I'm considering leaving the extermination squad and joining the Heavenly Craft Union. What? What? You want to join the Heavenly Craft Union after pointing a knife at our big brother? That was my mistake, but that doesn't mean I should be buried alive. I also have merit. Young Master Nangong, it seems like you're not very happy with the results of this matter. The people of the Heavenly Craft Union are too. Do I look like that? This bastard has become smarter, huh? Young Master Nangong looked up at the sky and said, I'm thinking a lot, but at the same time, I feel very calm because I'm by the leader's side, so I've gradually become accustomed to it. A little girl ran straight to her master and said, Master, I also want to join the Heavenly Craft Union. I am Yan Jiayun, the young master of the Jianzhou Yan family. I heard that the Heavenly Craft Union and even the Scarlet Phoenix Bird have all left, leaving only the young master alone and lonely. So whenever I have time, I come to chat with the young master, haha. That's why I smashed the gambling den. This is the loot, haha. As expected of the young master, but I have my own heart. I wholeheartedly want to join the Heavenly Craft Union. Although I felt it at Tianlong Peak, through the Xiaoyao school incident this time, the young master's sense of existence has become even greater. His influence has received the favor of the Medicine King sect and the subordinate sects of the Tianlong Pavilion, the famous families of Bayan, from Hui to the lower 5 sects, the Xiaoyao school, and even the Tianshan goddess. I must join the Heavenly Craft Union and receive guidance from the young master. Yan Jiayun patted his chest and said, Father, should this son join the Heavenly Craft Union? The Jianzhou Yan family head immediately agreed, saying, That's a good idea, but recently the young master has been focusing on cultivation. When are you going to tell him about it? They both fell silent. Night fell. Byung-haeng sat quietly cultivating. The sword spirit, stored on the side, was now gently shaking. A white light flashed. A beam of light streaked across. The Scarlet Phoenix Bird was frightened and stunned. Byung-haeng comforted it, surprised? It's okay. The Scarlet Phoenix Bird said fearfully, Master, I was scared out of my wits. Did you think a bad guy appeared, so you took the sword? Byung-haeng said with a smile. Talking to it, that's right. Going all the way to the Tianhua library and back, it must have been hard on you. Was the message delivered completely? The Scarlet Phoenix Bird proudly showed off, yes, the Tianhua library grandpa was very worried, but I reassured him that the Xiaoyao school matter has been resolved smoothly and helped him cheer up. A blue sky during the day, a golden sky covered by the moonlight at night. I was dancing and singing too. Byung-haeng laughed loudly as he listened to it, haha. Why are you becoming more and more intelligent? The Scarlet Phoenix Bird exclaimed, Master, the sword is making a sound. Byung-haeng affectionately stroked the sword and said, In the future, the sword's spirit will be your friend. It came to me on its own just now. The Scarlet Phoenix Bird was shocked when it heard this. Wow, it came on its own? I thought you pulled it here, Master. Byung-haeng thought deeply. After receiving it from the Iron Gold Association leader and naming it Sword Spirit, it finally began to connect with consciousness today. It reminds me of the beginning of the Sword Lean. My beloved fan, Kwai, Ancient Swords and the Martial Arts Alliance also found me and returned. But it's really unexpected. It's just the beginning. You could say it's just taking its first steps, huh? So for now, it will only find me and return. I'll show you. The Scarlet Phoenix Bird's eyes lit up, thinking to itself, The master is someone who looks down from above with even greater power. The unique scent in the world. I can really see the appearance of the sword spirit coming and going on its own. It's really worth looking forward to. Now, return, spirit. Following Byung-haeng's call, the sword spirit flew up. The scarlet phoenix bird was very excited to see this. But unexpectedly, the sword spirit flew up and then dropped to the ground with a thud, not following Byung-haeng's instructions. The scarlet phoenix bird was completely shocked. It turned to glance at Byung-haeng. It saw that its master was even more shocked than it was. It came on its own but can't return? None of the three Fan, Kwai, and Shin swords were like that. The scarlet phoenix bird looked at the sword with some hope and said, Master, it's moving. Byung-haeng glared at the sword with a gloomy expression, threatening, What are you doing? Hey, you there! Flying like a ray of light and now crawling? Aren't you going to answer me? Looking at the sword trembling on the ground, Byung-haeng was so angry that his chest hurt. Phew. I'm too annoyed. I have to take a walk. Let's go. Yes, master, he said and left, leaving the sword there alone. The sword spirit faintly twitched. Then it trembled slightly. It tried its best but couldn't do anything. 3 days had passed since that incident. The sword spirit didn't have the slightest reaction, but there was no need to rush. Starting slowly doesn't mean it will always be slow, so I'll wait. It's not for nothing that there's a saying. Great talent matures late. As a result of constantly practicing the heavenly fragrance technique, it has crossed the middle stage and entered the late stage. Accordingly, the tracking distance of the heavenly fragrance has increased to about 500 zhang, so the range of rules with the scarlet phoenix bird has also changed. In this way, the usefulness of the heavenly fragrance will be greater. Mo Ling of the Orchid Flower Academy must have found the answer about the nutritional composition of the hexagonal python and the spirit evil grass. I must find it. Byung-haeng sat quietly, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Then, Brother Yen, let me tell the master for you. Byung-haeng thought to himself, this kid, although he knows to avoid me because he sees I'm cultivating. He's naturally gossiping with Yen Juyan? Yen Juyan said with annoyance, that's not it. I have to ask directly. The scarlet phoenix bird said softly, listening to it, it seems like that's really the way it should be. The master, recently, because of my friend, he's very sad. A big deal. Yen Jiayun asked curiously, you have a friend? The scarlet phoenix bird proudly replied, I do. It's a secret. Yen Jiayun became even more curious when he heard this. What? You're making me curious. The scarlet phoenix bird resolutely didn't. Say, a secret is a secret. 2 people were walking together on the grass. The little girl softly spoke, the sect leader looks tense. Mu Lingzi, who was now the sect leader, smiled awkwardly and replied, Hovu, is that so? If that's the case, then you're right. Now, meeting the person who threw me off the cliff again, I feel quite strange. The girl giggled and said if the young master sees the sect leader, he will definitely be surprised, because he wouldn't think that you would personally come here. Mu Lingzi said with a smile, is that so? Hovu. A group of idiots following behind whispered, Hidden Wolf Dog, do you think Big Brother will be surprised? Leader, you know, he's not that kind of person. I also think the leader won't be surprised. Hey, Wolfman King, what do you think? TCH, the Heavenly Craft Union leader surprised? What nonsense. As someone who was recently buried alive and someone who waited at the bottom of the cliff, I'm sure he'll be calm or shameless. You've become smarter. The next morning, everyone was astonished and ageki. The 14th generation sect leader of the Xiaoyao school, Mu Lingzi, thanks the Tianhua Library young master. Byung-haeng saw Mu Lingzi's kneeling action, regardless of his status, and chuckled. Only now do I see it. The appearance I had hoped to see in you more than 20 years ago. The Xiaoyao school has finally obtained you. Alright, let's go back to 20 years ago. Byung-haeng reached out to Mu Lingzi. It was like the hand that was offered 20 years ago. How ragged and broken it was back then. How fresh and full of life it is now. Welcome, sect leader of the Xiaoyao school. Everyone happily ate, drank, and had fun. Let's all raise our glasses to celebrate this occasion when we all gather together like this. Good wine. Fighting and then drinking wine, this is the Jianghu. Who could have imagined that there would be a wine party like today when facing the Xiaoyao school? This little heavenly dog really likes the Xiaoyao school. Thanks to that, I can go to the sea and catch fish. It's the best. A wonderful night to get drunk, a night to want to get drunk. Mu Lingzi sat blankly, drinking wine, thinking to himself, if I get to meet the young master, I want to ask why he has to go to so much trouble for me. Like asking what that effort is, what happened. Master, let me sing a song, okay? Of course, sing for everyone to hear. No one was curious, no one explained the meaning. Looking at everyone happily laughing loudly, blue skies during the day, golden skies covered in moonlight at night. Let's walk in the clouds. Get on the crow's back and fly into the night. Ha, I want to ride a crow. Day is fine, night is fine. Day is fine, night is fine. I'm walking in the clouds. Mu Lingzi couldn't help but feel warmth. It seemed like they were saying that laughing and drinking wine was enough, and that everything they were seeing before their eyes was the whole thing. Haha, this time it's just me being stubborn again. Alright, what I'm seeing is everything. Mu Lingzi took the wine bottle and went to Biam Hong's place. Young master, have you finished drinking? Let me pour you some. Biam Hong didn't stand on ceremony and immediately held out his cup, saying thank you. The foul-smelling bird Lan Tren also flew out, asking the sect leader for another cup. Ha, this voice. Mu Lingzi laughed loudly upon hearing this, saying, haha, very well. Sei Huang Diao coquettishly said, what an honor for me, O sect leader. The banquet ended late at night. Yan Jiayan sat in a corner, crying her eyes out, lamenting in her heart, it's over. I have to say that I want to join the Tiangong Don, but the important figures surrounding the young master are like a wall, so I can't utter a word. I heard that they're leaving tomorrow, and tomorrow will be very busy, so I probably won't be able to open my mouth. If this goes on, it's definitely going to be a disaster. The Tiangong Don is flying away. Nangong Gongzi walked over and asked, what are you doing alone there? Yan Jian flusteredly called out, Nangong Xiong. Nangong Gongzi chuckled and said, I felt a bit hot, so I was planning to come out for some fresh air. But what are you muttering about here all by yourself? Yan Jian awkwardly said, it's nothing much. After a while, Nangong Gongzi listened to Yan Jian's story and said, so that's how it is. Although I feel sorry for you, I can't help you. As you know, I'm also a newcomer, so I still have to be mindful of appearances. Yan Jian sighed in disappointment, so Nangong Xiong also finds it difficult to approach the young master. It seems like I have almost no chance left. Dejectedly, she replied, yes. Nangong Gongzi suddenly said, Jian, it seems you don't know much about the Tiangong Don, so I'm telling you this. The Tiangong Don isn't always laughing and joking. And it's not always good things. It's not an easy place to adapt to. If the leader points at someone and tells you to take their head, the Tiangong Don must obey, even if that person is someone the leader has just met, and is only killing for the sake of killing. They might also give unreasonable orders, like living on a deserted island for a few months or living in a cave. How about that? If it were you, could you do all those things? Yan Jiayan resolutely said, of course I would do it. I will do it. Nangong Gongzi softly asked, why? Yan Jiayan calmly said, isn't that what needs to be done? Nangong Gongzi chuckled and said, is that so? Good thinking. Yan Jiayan smiled upon hearing this and said, haha, what's this much? Nangong Gongzi stood up and left, saying before leaving, then try to work hard. I'm going to sleep, you've worked hard. Yan Jiayan was shocked upon hearing this and couldn't believe her ears. Yes. Is that it? Shouldn't you give me some advice or something? Nangong Gongzi suddenly turned back and said, oh, that's right, I have something I have to tell you, but I forgot. The leader said that you should prepare to leave tomorrow. Congratulations. Yan Jiayan's eyes turned red with happiness upon hearing this. Biam Hang lifted his hand and picked up the teacup. He took a sip, his expression gloomy. He looked at the person tied up on the ground. Biam Hang reached out and picked up the teacup on the table. He took sips, his eyes looking down. Biam Hang looked at Wu Ji Shabu and thought, his condition is very good. Handing Wu Ji Shabu over to me is like not touching this guy at all. It's all Mu Lingzi's consideration for me. Wu Ji Shabu is an organization with the motto once you ask for assistance, you will always ask for assistance. He is the one who threatened Wu Ji Shabu. So I was curious to see what he looked like. More ordinary than I thought. Mu Lingzi has handed him over to me to deal with, so I have to deal with him. What should I do with this guy? Suddenly, he shouted, Tiangong Don leader, please spare my life. I have many treasures that I have accumulated over time, gold ingots, precious ceramics, and chests full of gold. I will give them all to you. This old body will spend the rest of its life living quietly. Please spare my life. A member of the Tiangong Don, seeing him being so noisy, said, This bastard is plotting again. Who are you yelling in front of now? Wu Jishabu continued to kowtow, saying, Please believe me, this time it's true. The treasures are being kept in the secret vault in the basement of the hideout. That place is opened by a mechanical device, so I have to personally go to open it. Therefore, I will personally lead the way for you. In the past, it was mine. But from now on, the Tiangong Don leader is the new owner. Hang Ma Sanxia stroked his chin and said, Wow, how many times has this guy practiced? He can speak without stuttering. He really is the guy who created the secrets of the Xiaoyao sect out of thin air. Wu Shan Shuangxiong also stood beside him, saying, Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. We will take him away and kill him immediately. But Biam Heng dismissed them all, his eyes lighting up as he asked, Are you not lying, department head? The other two, upon hearing this, shouted loudly, Big brother. Wu Jishabu thought to himself, I'm saved. He smiled and said, Of course, if I am discovered to be lying, I will be torn to pieces in this place. How could I lie? Biam Heng replied, Good. If there are treasures as you say, then I will spare your life. The matter with this guy is over, so let's send him away now. The members of the Tiangong Don can also go outside. Seeing this, the other two led Wu Jishabu away. He turned his head back and happily said, Tiangong Don leader, thank you very much. I wish you eternal life and happiness. I will never forget this grace, even in death. After that, Lang Renwang walked over and said, Tiangong Don leader, I have something I want to say. Biam Heng asked, Say to me? He laughed loudly and said, I dare to request the Tiangong Don leader. I want to join the Tiangong Don. Please allow me. Biam Heng asked, confused, Give me a reason? Lang Renwang recalled the image of Biam Heng, filled with heroic spirit, and said, Because through the matter of the Xiaoyao sect this time, I am completely impressed and convinced. While he was speaking, Biam Heng interrupted, No, that's your business. I'm asking for the reason why I should accept you. Then he stepped back and said, Suddenly pretending to be friendly makes me very confused. We're not that kind of relationship. Lang Renwang, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and shouted, Don't be like that. Just accept me. Can't you just accept me? I will do everything you tell me to do. To be blunt, if guys like Heng Ma San Xie or Wu Shan Shuangxiong can enter the Tiangong Don, why can't I? Biam Heng thought to himself, although he's right. Why is this guy who is begging to be accepted so irritable? Lang Renwang continued to persuade, I will also see you as my big brother, and am willing to do anything. Biam Heng asked with a suspicious expression, Really? Anything? He replied, Yes. Biam Heng said, Then try barking. He asked again, Huh? Biam Heng smiled slyly and said, Lang Renwang, try barking like a dog. He thought to himself, Then I probably don't need to say words like give up anymore. Upon hearing this, Lang Renwang laughed loudly, Ha 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 ha. Biam Heng, as if he had achieved his goal, thought, That's right, it's very absurd, isn't it? Then Lang Renwang's laughter gradually lessened, and he immediately switched to dog barks, woof 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 woof. He barked throughout the room, woof 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 woof. He barked to the point where Biam Heng was afraid, covering his mouth, and declared, Passed. The next day, everyone spoke to each other before setting off. Then, Yan Xiong, I hope you have a good trip. New recruit, work hard. The road to Wu Jishabu's base is very far, so it's better to hurry up. Wait for me, leader. Yin Gyoan carried Wu Jishabu on his back, complaining, Hey, why is it only the new guy who has to work? How long will it take to walk and carry him? I didn't join the Tiangong Don to do this. I'm going crazy. Suddenly he spoke up, saying, Yan Gongzi, how about we rest for a bit? It might be better to recover and then run again. Gyoan turned his head and asked, Are you worried about me now? Even someone like you is worried about me, I really am. While he was speaking, he tripped over a rock. Then both of them rolled down the hillside. and fell into a hole. Ian Gyoen lay still, saying, "This is not good." Wu Jishabu said, "That's what I was saying. I told you to rest first." Gyoen sat up, supporting his head, and said, "You're lucky. You survived in the Xiaoyao sect, and now you're still alive in front of the Tiangong Don leader." Wu Jishabu looked over and smiled, thinking, "Look at him, he's changed his address from leader to Tiangong Don leader. As expected, he's dissatisfied with this situation." He said, "Haha, it's just as Gongzi said. I'm quite lucky, even lucky enough to be carried on Gongzi's back." Seeing an opportunity, he said, "Yen Gongzi, with that meaning, what do you think about doing it this way? I think there's no reason for Gongzi to work so hard to carry me when the Tiangong Don leader has already promised to spare my life. I also feel bad for letting Gongzi carry me like this. How about you release my acupoints? Wouldn't it be more convenient for both of us if we ran together?" Ian Gyoen turned his face away and laughed, saying, "Haha, that sounds really absurd. Do you think I'm stupid?" Wu Jishabu looked up and said, "If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do." He looked up at the sky, thinking, "Kid, I have experienced countless hardships. Someone like you is no different from a table that has already been set. A child who has been well protected always thinks he has a strong will, but once he encounters difficulties, he can't bear it. Moreover, he only shows dissatisfaction with the Tiangong Don and shows respect to me, the enemy. That's enough to see his soft heart." Therefore, just as he thought, Gyoen suddenly turned around, hesitating and saying, Can I trust you?" He revealed a smile. Then said, "Actually, I've let go of everything. My only wish is to live quietly in the mountains for the rest of my life." Gyoen replied, "Okay, then I'll believe you this once. I'll undo your acupoints for you." He was helped up and had his acupoints undone, then laughed to himself, "Ha, the moment the acupoints are undone, your life will be over too." After a while Gyoen said, "Department head is strange, I can't undo the acupoints." Hearing this, Wu Jishabu thought angrily, "Is this guy playing with me now?" But still restrained his anger and said, "How can that be? Gongzi shouldn't joke. The heir of Jianzhou Yan family can't undo acupoints." Gyoen said awkwardly. "No, it's true, department head, can't you feel it?" He turned around and gave a bitter smile, asking, "You're going too far, aren't you? Is it fun to tease people?" Gyoen heard this and shouted loudly, "Tease you? You're speaking too harshly. The Dianxue method of Tiangong Tuanzhu is very wonderful. The Jiexue method of this family is also ineffective. What do you want me to do? Department head, you also know how talented he is, don't you?" Hearing this, he thought, "Phew, now is the time to escape." Calm down, then said softly, "Sorry, I misunderstood." Gyoen said, "Misunderstood? You bastard, you talk carelessly and then say you misunderstood. Apologize now." Wu Jishabu wondered, did he just curse at me? Although a little flustered, he was still just a kid with high self-esteem. He took a breath and said, "I misunderstood. I didn't recognize that Gongzi's talent and ability are insignificant. Not everyone is talented because they belong to Tiangong Tuan. I thought everyone was as talented as each other, so please forgive me." Then Gyoen grabbed his collar and asked loudly, "What now?" He continued, "What's with this momentum? I thought Gongzi was going to kill me." "Oh my, just take action as you please, Gongzi. But will Tiangong Tuanzhu let you off easily?" Hearing his name, Gyoen trembled and sat up straight, saying, "I was being reckless." Wu Jishabu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "TSK, he's afraid of Tiangong Tuanzhu? First I can only wait for another opportunity." Then he said aloud, "It's okay. I also apologize for speaking harshly. Being carried is of course comfortable." While carrying him up, Gyoen said, "Please keep the conversation just now a secret from Tuanzhu." Wu Jishabu laughed, "Haha, because it looks really unsightly when your true colors are revealed." "Right?" Gyoen looked back angrily and asked, "What are you laughing at?" He thought, "This crazy guy is at it again." Then he continued, "What is it now? Aren't we supposed to be rushing?" Gyoen said, "Not going?" He asked in confusion, "Huh?" Gyoen dropped the man to the ground and shouted, "I said I'm not going." Then he drew his sword and pointed it at Wu Jishabu, saying, "Sedya's talent is insignificant?" And asked if I would be safe and sound? Dared to scare me with those words? Why are you laughing so loudly? Is it that funny?" Wu Jishabu, lying on the ground with a sword pointed at him, thought in fear, "What is this man doing?" Then he said, "I apologize, I misspoke. This old man is senile. Gongzi, please calm down and let's get going. I was wrong." Thinking to himself, Why is his mental state like this sometimes? Is he sick? Then Gyo-eun sat on the ground grumbling, damn it, what a mess, I didn't intend to do this, sorry, I'm a little flustered right now, so I was a little sensitive, what do you think? About Tiangong Tuan treating me carelessly. No one cares about me at all. He turned to look up at the sky and said, probably thinks it's wrong, it's not strange at all, if you look at Gongzi's situation, anyone would say the same, it should be clear. Gyo-eun angrily asked again, it should be clear? You said it should be clear. He thought in surprise, this bastard is at it again. Then Gyo-eun swung his sword and said, the leader of assassins, dares to act like he knows in front of me? Having said that, Gyo-eun stabbed the sword straight down. The man, stabbed painfully, coughed up blood and asked, why? If Tiangong Tuanju finds out about this, then, Gyo-eun said, he will praise me. Then he stood up straight and asked, you still don't know? Who do you think dug this pit? He now thought, could it be that everything was in order from Tiangong Tuanju? At this time, a bird in the sky called down, Yen Xiong, everyone is at the valley with Juren, quickly bury him and let's go. Gyo-eun replied, I know. Seeing that, Wuji Shabu widened his eyes and looked up at the sky again. Gyo-eun, seeing this, said, department head, why do you have that look on your face? A bewildered death, an unbelievable death. Gyo-eun raised his sword, his eyes sharp as he looked down, and said, just like a Sharon Qingbu, shouldn't you be familiar with it? Having said that, he stabbed down. Langren Wang said happily, I've come to this place again. I thought I wouldn't be able to come back here again. Biam Hang said, that was tough. Hyo-eun scratched his head and laughed. Haha, it's nothing much. After that, Langren Wang searched for a while and ran out to report, leader, the department head's residence is this way. Ma Hang San Xia looked at him and said, that kid is excited, huh? If it weren't for becoming a guide instead of Wuji Shabu Bu Zhu, Tiangong Tuan wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Langren Wang heard this and said, don't talk bad behind my back anymore. I was officially recognized and joined by the leader. Langren Wang led everyone into the house and said, the treasure is under this floor? Wu Shan Shuang Xiong looked at him and asked, but elder brother, I heard that because there is a mechanism. Only Wuji Shabu Bu Zhu can open it. Elder brother, do you have a way to open it? Biam Heng smiled and looked at the floor, saying, there will always be a way.